Markets poised to open lower this morning. Here's the Nasdaq. I mean, still holding this uptrend on the 15-minute chart, but certainly poised to open below where we closed yesterday to the tune of a couple dollars. If you look at the S&P 500, you're seeing the same thing, this uptrend, but we are very likely to open lower. Now, some of this happens as we continue to digest headlines out of the Middle East, because oil certainly poised to open higher here today. Reuters reporting as of, I think, less than an hour ago, within the last hour, 2 hours or so, we have reports that Iran's supreme leader and other Iranian leaders are saying that near weapons-grade uranium within Iran must remain in the country, something that we know the U.S. side is certainly not going to agree with. We also had some FOMC minutes yesterday that were maybe a little bit more hawkish than people were expecting. We know we already had the pretty large dissenting vote in a more hawkish direction, but apparently other Feds that did not vote for that, getting rid of the rate easing, they also agreed with that stance. So interesting look here, and of course, we have to talk about Nvidia. Nvidia came out here with massive earnings, massive beats, and the market didn't really react too much to this number. There's going to be a lot to be said about Nvidia earnings, but they're not the only name that reported. Walmart also here to the downside on probably a more muted mixed report than people were expecting into it. Also here with these layoffs being confirmed that were previously reported. Despite a decent report here for INT, specifically with their guidance. Lots to discuss today. How are you doing, Sharif?
Good, thank you, Adira. As you mentioned, lots to discuss today. Quantum in focus as IBM, GFS, all the quantum names moving pretty aggressively on a tie-up with the government. We'll keep an eye out on that. And Tesla launching FSD in China after many months, in fact, years of delays for that company in China. NIO also reporting earnings this morning, speaking of China, up 5% this morning as well. And Samsung, hey, looks like they have their ducks in a row. Their employees slated to sign a new labor agreement today, with some people actually getting over 100% bonuses. So should be a good look there, Adira.
Yeah, it seems like a good look for both Samsung and the labor individuals, which is not always the case here, guys. But lots to discuss, lots of different sectors. Let's say good morning to Sean and Neil.
Let's. Good morning, everybody. And
that's $340,000 bonuses they're getting. Isn't that something else? That's pretty crazy. Yeah, that'd be nice to get one of those wake-up calls. That's the kind of money that you're getting. But congratulations to Samsung.
Yeah, why not?
Employees over there.
Congratulations if you own a quantum stock yesterday, as of today.
Yeah.
Because that's where the excitement's not with Nvidia, and it's certainly not with the chips right now. Like, I looked over, the only chip name that was up was like ARM on my quote board. Actually, yeah, it was ARM. I'm not sure why. Micron's up a little bit. So Micron and ARM are gapped higher, but it's like Intel's down 3, AMD's down 1.8, SMCI's down 1 point, Nvidia's exactly flat. So if you're IBM, GFS, QBTS, IonQ, Rigetti, like they're all getting the benefit of potential government investment and actually movers in today. And then you got this Walmart or guidance, right? Worried about costs, input costs going higher, and if those that are the most able to pass on to consumers and able to get the best deals when they're getting supply are concerned about cost, that's kind of a big deal. So Walmart under some pressure. This is now at the 50-period moving average, and if it loses, remember it's pretty highly priced, not cheap. If it loses to 50. It could have a little bit more to fall. So, yeah, not a great report there for Walmart, but obviously the one that everyone cared about was Nvidia. And if you bet on flat, you win and win overwhelmingly. Exactly flat. I mean, I thought maybe like 1% up or 1% down, but
yeah, it's pretty.
At this point, we just shrug at these numbers.
It didn't even. I mean, we want to thank everybody yesterday. We had over almost 10,000 people watching, so it was a really good after party when we talked about the Nvidia earnings. Yeah, the initial move was down, and then we thought we were going to get up to 230 or so. And then Jensen didn't really say too much, a whole heck of a lot there. Components still a problem, getting some of the inventory coming through there. Really like the dividend of 25 cents, but I mean, 25 cents is nothing. Just nice to see a little bit of a dividend. I mean, obviously, it's not going to be a needle mover or anything like that, but most of the big boys have some sort of a dividend, so it's nice to see Nvidia joining that now with a quarter of a share, a quarter of a dollar there. So it's going to be, I guess, I don't know if that quarter that's going to be given quarterly or it's yearly quarter. I think it's only 25 cents a year. It's not Very, very small amount there. So we'll watch out for Nvidia. SOX L, that could be something to look at today with the AMD and some of those other names moving around. Probably a little more interesting than just trading it in individual names today. So we'll look at the SOX L. I had written down on here, obviously, Nvidia to break. Just to see. So my number one trade idea today is going to be to see if Nvidia can break this 225. We'll see if that winds up happening. And then, honestly, I don't have it written down yet, but I think this IBM is pretty good. We actually were just talking about it the other day about that it fell into the 200 period. No, not 200 period. Way under that. Into some support. We had seen that it hadn't really been, tanking. It hadn't really been going anywhere. And then right now today, with the WISE investment, hopefully the Wall Street Journal reporting that the U.S. government is going to be investing here into quantum. So we'll see if IBM can get going. I put another bid. I'm still long IBM. Put another bid in here in case it falls. We'll see if we can catch some IBM. Just like we caught some ARM the other day, which ARM is absolutely unbelievable. So there's that 5%. What is he? There's ARM right here.
It's only a couple points.
Better than minus 5%. Yeah. Options.
Beer man.
Options safe for now. Depends what you're doing. If you bought options, they're dead. If you wrote them, you're making money.
I have to assume. If have to assume you're right.
Oh, I don't know, because the implied moves. We saw someone.
It was 5.5, right?
Yeah, yesterday someone. They had that. The implied move was 5.5, but someone paid. Remember, it was $9.60 for the super chat. Yeah. 230 calls, something like that, which are still alive. There's ARM up 3%, so this name just keeps on going. So 262. We'll hit the fill. Nice upside there. I know Joe was hoping for a much. We talked about this yesterday on the show. Was hoping for a much bigger move yesterday, but sometimes you roll the dice and that's what winds up happening. And anyways, Nvidia still has a chance of going, man. I don't want to say this name is dead by any stretch of the imagination. Intel was down 3. Was it 3%?
Yeah, that's the weak one.
But it looks like it might be battling back. I thought it was 114. Yeah, so a little bit of a battle back here for Intel. So I think there's still some life in all of these names, right? I mean, the component names. Not that Marvell's a component name, but you did see ARM going to the upside. Marvell's trying to hold out here as well. So zeros for Marvell, zeros for Intel, and AMD up and down. And then Walmart, right? We saw Target go upside there and then fall back in, and we're seeing kind of the same thing here with Walmart, where we hit that 130 marker. But Walmart's been a great stock. I mean, we bounced off this 50 period a couple times. Let's see if we can do it again. Oh yeah, that's right, because it changed over to the NASDAQ. So this might not even be. Well, it's been more than 50 days, right? So we'll wait to see if that can hold right into that level right now, 127 and change for Walmart. But valuation's obviously in question there. Walmart should be a strong one to play some dips, see if we can buy something there on Walmart. But
yeah, that one's. If you look at the weekly on Walmart, it's kind of barely a nudge. Not that bad. Like, you're sitting at, what are we at, 127 now? So you're not even really at any kind of a significant pullback on a higher time frame there. Oh, and one more, because we mentioned retail there. Nike and Lulu were pretty intense plays yesterday. Like, very strong. All day long strong. And the Nike, like, on the 15-minute, they're just super impressive and holding. And after a long accumulation. So I want to look for some continuation here. Anytime you have that kind of accumulation, if it's a one-day event, fair, but it would have to break 43.8 to be proven otherwise. And then Lulu was very similar. I'll just look at Nike for the day trade today, but they were basically more or less the same chart, with the exception of the last 20 minutes of the day, where Lulu was able to extend, and you got that consolidation there on Nike, a bull flag on Nike. But both of these making a pretty distinct turnaround. So don't sleep on these either. The only thing we'll be sleeping on is yawning on that initial move on Nvidia. But the beer man with a clarification. So let's throw that one up here in the super chat if we can. It was the beer man. Yeah, it was the beer man. You bought 222.
So it wasn't even 220.
Okay, so it wasn't. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So you need I think you need $9.60. So you need to get that up to 235. So we'll see if that happens. You still have time. It was the 29th, I thought it was. So you still have time for that. We'll see if that winds up happening.
About a week. I mean,
I think there's some good possibilities.
I think the thing we were looking at, though, was Nvidia, after the last several earnings, has dropped, not for like a couple of days, but it has been dropping for like, I think it's like a week or two, and then you've gotten the bounce. So we'll see if it can buck the trend this time. Now, obviously, past history is not indicative of what is going to happen in the future. It's not like written in stone like that. But we appreciate the super chat there, Beer Man. Slow Motion says Webull has earnings today.
Yes, they do.
Yes, they absolutely do.
That'll be a snore fest.
Probably. Who knows? But you know what? Rightfully, it's made a nice bounce. Like, it's undeniable. Like, it broke away from this $5 pretty well, and now is doing its own very long accumulation. It's set up for a potential break, but if they don't come up with a decent report, then you're not going to get much of anything out of Webull. So Quantum today, no doubt about it. Chip names are going to always be in play. Bitcoin's a little bit boring, still at that 77,000 level. Don't really have it on the watch. And we're going to get more IPOs. It's not just SpaceX. It's not just OpenAI, but we're going to have Nuclear Fusion Company coming up with an IPO soon-ish. So they're starting to matriculate out there. But yeah, that OpenAI, I think September is what they're saying, somewhere around September, and of course, it's just a matter of weeks before we get SpaceX.
Yeah, hopefully that's going to come. Their S1 was filed, so that'll be coming out very, very soon, and we'll see some crazy trading, I'm sure, on day one. I don't know what the pricing is going to be like, but 85% controlled by Elon Musk, so 85% controlled. So I'm not sure what kind of shares will be out there, and then Goldman Sachs is bringing it to market, so that should be a fun one. I think SpaceX, we don't have a date yet, do we, Adara, for that one? We just got the S1 filing, I think.
So what we heard, this is before the S15, but we were hearing reports it was going to go live on June 12th, 2026, which would be a Friday. Okay,
so that's very, very close now. It's already May 21st, so you're going to have like 10 or so more trading days, and then we're going to get ramped up into that. So that should be fun. We've seen, we talked about Rocket Lab and all these other kind of names that have started to.
Offering.
They have an offering today. Okay, smart for them. Okay, down 7%. All right, I was going to say Rocket Lab's been doing so well, which they have. Look, even down 7%. Look, it doesn't even look like there's anything happening right now in Rocket Lab, down 7. So there's another area that you might want to look at, and I would almost take advantage of this today. Being down that much against what's going to be happening, like I just said, in about 15 days with SpaceX. So yeah, really excited to see some Rocket Labs, Astera Labs. There's a whole bunch of different names. A Lab, keep it going. AST Mobile, ASTS. So many different names, space names. So you could, try to start nibbling in. Maybe we could even talk about, options plays into middle of June, just to see if some of these names want to go with that sort of trade through, right? If the pricing comes out unbelievable, which it will for SpaceX, why not get a little bit of a bump to some of these multiples as well? But anyways, they're not all the same. Only one is run by Elon Musk. And that's the thing about Tesla, right?
And XAI, too. That's the other thing.
Oh, yeah, XAI is probably a problem. Bundling those all up together is not a great thing for SpaceX shareholders. But
if you don't believe in XAI, then it's going to be trouble wanting to invest in. That is my guess. Because like every single Elon venture looks at the big future and not the thing generating now. Yep. So usually the valuation is based on not the thing in front of you, but the thing you're looking forward to down the line. Always worth keeping in mind. Because I have a feeling we were surprised when Cerebras had the pricing came out and then the open happened. Like even I was like, what? What's going on? I think SpaceX, you might see something. And I don't think we'd be surprised if it was like the open price from when they do the first pricing on the beginning of the week. Usually it's a couple days before. I guess this is a Friday, so maybe it'll be like on Tuesday or Wednesday when they're throwing prices around. I wouldn't be surprised if it opens 3x from whatever that is.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I was surprised with Cerberus. I thought maybe 2, but not 3. But you can't be surprised by anything when it comes to SpaceX. There's also the UFO ETF has been performing pretty well, so that gives you exposure to a bunch of the names in there, and that's been on a nice bull run for sure. Great, of course, ETF name. Pretty simple. I don't know what's going on in small cap land though, because I feel like today, if you're a small cap trader, most of your gappers are just going to be quantum names, Sharif. So the question that becomes for that is like, which one? You got QBTS, you got QBT, you got Rigetti, you got they're just all over the place, and they all look pretty good there. So it's going to be a stock picker's dream, I suppose.
One here for me anyway, INFQ, trying to hold the volume weighted average price, but as you mentioned, they all kind of look the same. Whether you're looking at Rigetti or some of these QUBT, even GFS was moving up pretty aggressively on the news. That's actually a chip name. They're all pulling back into the volume weighted average price. So it looks like maybe buyers taking profits here. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on these, Neil. Let's see if they hang out into the aftermarket, Adara.
Yeah, quickly want to do some housekeeping here, guys. We do have some numbers at 8:30 a.m. Now, given all of the layoffs that have been announced recently, this number could be on watch here. Initial jobless claims forecast 210,000, prior print 211,000. You're also going to get housing starts, building permits, and the Philly Fed Business Index. Again, we've got about 15 minutes for that, but especially given the initial jobless claims, I wanted to mention it. While we have you guys here, though, we're going to mention this again, but worth noting, I want to get into the Nvidia numbers a little bit more in depth here because Nvidia had quite the quarter, though you would not be able to tell it by looking at this stock this morning.
Well, it's nothing surprising. We've seen this before. After earnings, it's basically what it does, and then we'll see what the weeks and days subsequent bring. Here's what I want to talk about, guys. We know Nvidia, of course, as a GPU maker, but really underreported here was the strength of their CPU. It was always kind of looked like as a sideshow, right? Grace, Blackwell, Vera Rubin. You're always looking at the GPU rather than the CPU, but guess what? Nearly $20 billion in total CPU revenue this quarter for Nvidia. So those combinations with the GPU and CPU are going to even be more important going into the future, as we've talked about, because of inference. Very CPU heavy. Let's also talk about the fact that they guided $91 billion and 0% of that $91 billion projects China revenue. What does that mean? That means even if they do get the H200 into the continent, they're not even projecting any realized revenue from that. So that could actually be, towards the lower end of the range, depending on how the geopolitics goes. Let's also talk about their sovereign AI footprint. 80% year-over-year increase in sales to sovereign AI. We always talk about the hyperscalers and how important these hyperscalers are. A big one right now is to look at governments and what they're doing. They also authorized another $80 billion of share buybacks. That essentially puts a price floor of sorts and helps, the stock price stay up. And Joey was talking about this yesterday with him and I on the midday show. He projected that they would actually increase the dividend. I argued back. I'm like, no, they need all the cash they can get. They're expanding pretty aggressively. But guess what? They're increasing that dividend by 2,500%, up from 1 penny to 25 pennies. Not a bad look. And their networking segment continues to rocket. We've been talking about optics. We've been talking about fiber ops. Well, their networking segment, Adara, increased 199%, nearly tripling on the year, 14.8 billion. That's up actually 35% sequentially. So good look there. Last but not least, edge computing. What does that mean? That means basically if you're not a hyperscaler, you want 4, 5, 6 GPUs to run a small language model locally. That actually shot up as well, 29% year over year, and now they're bringing in $6.4 billion from that segment.
It's also interesting how they kind of split up their reporting style here. They now only have the 2 main categories, which of course could be like the data center and the edge computing. So getting rid of gaming as being one of the 2, or one of the 3 at that time, main reporting categories. I want to mention this story. We talked a lot about quantum names, but I'm seeing some people in the chat asking again, what's the quantum catalyst? Long story short here, we're seeing reports from the Wall Street Journal suggesting the U.S. government could be investing $2 billion across 9 quantum companies. It's going to be a combo of grants and minor equity stakes. Half of that, $1 billion, is set to go to IBM. Other recipients would include GFS, which we've talked about a couple times now, and also the likes of QBTS, Rigetti, and INFQ. So interesting look here for people wondering what the catalyst was in quantum. That is what it is.
Try to buy some more IBM a little lower than where it is right now. I'm trying to see, it's up 6%. This is Nvidia here, here's IBM. So this is just, we talked about that this has been beat up, but the thing is about it too is I also have Rigetti written down here right now. And I wrote down 1850, so that maybe is going to be coming in soon. The 200 period, I just thought by the time the market opens up, maybe we would be in between this 18 to 1850 area. For Rigetti, we'll see if we can get some love off of that now, bouncing off of your 50-period moving average. Same kind of way for D-Wave, QBTS, came right. I mean, part of me thinks that like these calls are made like when they're looking at technical levels and things like that, but I know that should have nothing to do with it. But there's like D-Wave, again, coming right into the 50-period moving average, sort of forming out a little bit of a cup shape there. And then all of a sudden bouncing off of it one more time back there to the upside. So I don't know if we're going to form a head and shoulders or what we're going to do right now, but that looks like right up to the 200-period moving average. We'll see if it can finally bust through there. And with this kind of a catalyst, I would say why not? So if you're long quantum names, I mean, up 15%, talked about might want to take some off, but at the end of the day, this is a surprise. We didn't expect this, so we'll see if the Wall Street Journal is going to be accurate with their reporting. Yeah, look, I mean, the problem is, not only did Nvidia beat the analyst numbers, they beat the whisper number, they beat absolutely everything yesterday. They get the dividend increase, they add to the they add to their buyback with $80 billion. So $80 billion buyback, you know, similar to something like Apple's trying to do with over $100 billion. So, you know, they're rewarding shareholders here. They're buying back their own stock. That's exactly what we want to hear. The story of AI is not even close to being over with. So, you know, trade with the best names, and I would just try to stay long. So I'm looking for Nvidia to break through 225 here today in the pre-market. The main problem is, of course, Randy, is that Jensen was talking about they're almost throwing out the white flag now with China, saying that Huawei has really eaten all of that food. So we'll see if Nvidia can finally get back into China, and if they are, not too late for that. I think that's part of what's, yeah, you think so? Yeah, okay, good. So Randy also thinks that hopefully they'll be back into China soon. And yeah, I didn't like to hear that as a shareholder, but you know what, man? Again, the buyback, the dividend, not that the dividend means anything, it's just we know that financially these guys are very, very comfortable. They're not going to, you know, have to raise or do anything crazy like that, obviously. So as we approach, you know, that $6 trillion mark, we got 530, 540, something like that, 5.4. We'll wait to see if it wants to go today. And I'm not shorting it, so that would be something that we'd have to really stay underneath VWAP and everything to be able to say to me that, hey, the sellers are in control here. I almost feel that if the Bears wanted this, not the Bears want it down, but this was what happened on that when they got released, and then they realized, well, wait a second, and now we're just kind of hovering. I think you just sort of play the same game. The Nasdaq was up 1.5% yesterday. You know, there is going to be a little bit of a pullback in the space today. Chip names have been so super hot. We'll just have to wait to see what Nvidia can do. But I just think the gross margins came in 75%. I mean, normally, when you've been in this game for so long, the margin numbers will decrease because other people will come in and try to, you know, squash those margins with pricing power and whatnot, right? But when you have Vera Rubin and you have some of these other chips that are coming to market that people are clearly waiting for, with the backlog, then you don't have that sort of a worry, right? AMD's already outperformed most people's expectations, most investors' expectations, and I probably even think Lisa Sue's as well. So AMD is already rocking, Intel's rocking, so I think it might be time for some of these names to cool off a little bit, and we can see Nvidia once again sort of take control of the space. So a little bit of a boring market today in the chip space. For me, I liked what ARM was doing. Not just because I'm just recently in this name, but it's that breakout that's happened. It came back. We're just lucky to get filled there. We were literally waiting at 201. The low was like $200, and I know you were at 242 or something.
I had to move up to get in.
Yeah, and it just missed it. So, like, it just missed breaking lower. So the fact that we were able to hold out right there was great. And then there's the move higher, and then there's the break. Yesterday on ARM through 230 up to 240, and now today we get more continuation. So I actually have ARM written down at 255 for a buy.
I was glad with that one that it opted to trail the 10% instead of just sit in front of $250. So we'll see. That one continues to go, but it is kind of boring for Nvidia. But there's been a pattern on Nvidia where you've got let them do their thing and be underwhelmed and let it pull back for a little bit, and then try to pounce. Now, if you did the 3-day rule on the February move, like, it's just sort of, it gives you the easy 2 or 3 day pullback there. We've had some deep, eventually it got lower, but the initial bounce was just a couple of days. And I also like the 215 area for Nvidia. If you just maybe look at it on a 15-minute a little bit, zoom it out a bit, you'll see this 215 that's sitting here, and it's not a long ways away. Really, like if Nvidia were to give, 3%, that's not much. If we see that kind of sell action, I think it'll require some patience if we get really dipping. The names that I think have more room to go, if it like said, was like Intel. If it loses to 114, I think it's got room to go almost right to 110, and that's a lot of the work that was done yesterday into the 110 level to be able to close. Not yesterday, 2 days ago, and close into that 110. So I think you lose 14, you're down to that 110 a little bit faster. So that's what I'm looking at as the weaker of the names. I got to be able to respect the fact that if things just start breaking out and 14 holds, then this ends up more of a long than anything else. But I'll be looking over at Intel, and shout out to Omen. Thank you for the super chat. Morning market brief, May 21st, link to PDF broken. We'll have to look into it, but thanks for letting us know. We'll make sure we get that one fixed because it is up and running. But thank you for the super chat, and thank you for giving us the heads up there, Omen. Good movie, by the way. Have you seen the Omen movies?
No.
Like, if you're into, like, it's not a horror, it's more like thriller.
Okay.
Because it's like, I mean, it's not spoiler. They made some new ones.
Well.
They made some new ones which aren't, I don't think were that good.
I haven't watched a movie in a minute.
But basically, like, the reincarnation, like, the devil is born in a child.
Right.
And then there's people conspiring to make sure he rises to power.
Okay, so it's a movie about my kids. That's great. So I'm gonna have to watch that.
It's really good. The original's really good.
For that one there, yeah. Yes.
And Gregory Peck starred in the original. Like, it's a legit cast, the original.
100%. Shoot, the guy from the guy that played Grant in Jurassic Park is in it when he's younger.
I have no idea.
We get spring rolls.
Yeah,
Like
spring
eggs,
rolls.
bacon, plus the spring rolls there.
I passed on the spring rolls.
see.
All right, let's go back over the desk. 8:25, 8:26. We're supposed to have Raheem here. I don't know if he's coming.
I don't know if he's going to be through,
It's
but
in the calendar.
okay.
I can confirm we will be getting Raheem with us, so not to worry, guys. 8:26, we do have numbers as mentioned at 8:30, so we're going to take you through that. But in the meantime, I want to talk a couple auto names because we're going to talk Tesla during the rundown with that FSD catalyst. But STLA, actually, quite the move here. They have a new CEO or a fairly recent CEO here, and they're announcing a pretty big investment and strategic plan here.
Yeah, I don't have any information on Stellantis, but I can speak about NIO. So great quarter for NIO with revenue at 25.53 billion yuan. That's ahead of a little bit actually shy of the analyst expectations. Net loss, though, sharply narrowing. 496 million yuan they lost, but compare that to last year when they lost over $1 billion, in fact, and it was really helped by stronger deliveries and better margins. And the deliveries nearly doubling year over year, 83,465. And the weird part is the gross margins actually improved with higher deliveries. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that the Chinese government has told their EV companies, stop this race to the bottom, stop undercutting one another. You're going to hurt yourselves. And we saw that here really reflected year over year. 7.6% was their margin last year. They brought home 19 this time. That's a fantastic look. Now let's talk about the guide. They're actually guiding markedly higher, 110,000 to 115,000 vehicles for the next quarter. And they're going to bring in substantially more revenue than they brought in the prior quarter, 32.78 to 34.44. That's implying an aggressive continued growth if it holds, Adara.
Yeah, interesting look there for NIO. I do want to go over the Stellantis story because it's a pretty interesting one, and this move definitely a lot larger, even in terms of volume, than what I was expecting. So basically, they're announcing a 5-year strategic plan. It's going to involve some investments valued at roughly $69.7 billion USD. So just over half of this is going to be spent on expanding their automobile portfolio and also improving their existing models. I was seeing something like they want to do 60 new models and then improve about 50 other models. So it's pretty massive here for STLA, and in that I know we don't discuss too much on this show, but I think it's certainly worth discussing today. So the other half, or just under half rather, of that roughly 70 billion USD is going to be reserved for new technology and global vehicle platforms. Now, given that they have a new CEO, as mentioned, interesting and pretty aggressive strategy here for Stellantis. They also said they're thinking they're going to be reaching positive free cash flow by fiscal 2028. So good look here for STLA. We are a couple minutes away here. I guess now at this point, a minute and a half away from those numbers. So I do want to go over once again what we're expecting from these numbers because we have a few. And I think, as mentioned, I was seeing some people talk about this on X. Initial jobless claims could be interesting because we know, Sharif, we've had a lot of layoffs as of late, and even just the announcements here from Intuit and Meta. Do you think we start seeing the impact on those jobless claims today?
I have no idea. We'll keep an eye out on that. We'll see if, this hot kind of low hire, low fire situation continues. Let's keep our ear to the news and see what happens, Adara.
Yeah, absolutely. I think some other numbers, though, that are coming out at 8:30. Building permits for April. Prior print here, 1.363 million. Housing starts for April, 1.52. By far here, the largest, though, is going to be these initial jobless claims. We are expecting, as of this point, interestingly enough, I think a slight decrease. So 210,000 is the forecast versus 211,000 expected. Again, just 40 seconds here until these numbers. So we are going to stay with you guys while we wait. I think also just in terms of housekeeping, earnings after the bell to remind you about. I know Webull has been mentioned for very good reasons. So we'll have to see if Webull or WeBear on that report. TTWO Take-Two is also reporting after the bell. We're going to get earnings as well. from a couple other names of note. And do check out Exit2TV Research. I'm going to have some reminders of who's reporting as we wait. But Zoom is another one for sure, and especially given their Anthropic investment, which we've talked about a lot lately, those ZM earnings could be of note. But guys, 10 seconds away from initial jobless claims, building permits, housing starts, and Philly Fed business index. So bear with me as we wait these numbers. In 1 second, should have them at any moment now. You get housing starts, negative 2.8% here for the housing starts change. It's going to be I guess a little bit higher than the expectation, negative 5.1%. But these jobless claims, 209,000. So actually a slight improvement here. Again, forecast was 210,000. Prior was 211,000. We get 209,000. Building permits, 1.442 million versus 1.383 million expected. So higher than we were expecting. Housing starts also higher than expected. 1.465 million versus 1.419 million, and Philly Fed Business Index negative 0.4, sorry, well below estimates of 17.6. So lots of numbers, guys. Thank you for bearing with me as we go through those numbers. How are you guys doing over at that desk?
The numbers aren't doing too much there. It's not. It isn't not like this orange juice future market is popping off too much. We're still waiting for those hurricanes to hit Florida and everything like that. And of course, that's not expected. So
as long as Beeks is around to get in there and buy, then I think we're going to be fine.
As long as someone's getting in there and buying. I mean, they've been getting in there and buying oil recently. Oil's up another 2.7% right here today. So we give a big shout out to Raheem, who's now in the building. So that should be a fun one coming up with Adara momentarily.
Oil, just the numbers. These numbers aren't moving the market.
No.
And oil doesn't always move the market, but nat gas numbers, the last 2 weeks on Thursday when the numbers have come out, like you've actually seen some action. So I think that's worth watching. Like if you look at it, if you look at last Thursday, it was just very slowly trending down and then exploded and then trended for the rest of the session. And then if I go back the Thursday before that, it was slowly trending down and then exploded. And this is on a 15-minute chart, so it was like straight up a half an hour and double the day's range. And it's done that a couple of times each of the Thursdays. So at 10:30, you're going to get nat gas. And if it starts with that kind of a breakout, I think it could be just a quick join. If it doesn't move, it doesn't move. That's the thing about an economic, reacting to an economic number. You don't have to. If it doesn't do anything, like right now, what is the SPY doing? Nothing. So you're not reacting to the jobless claims. But with that pattern that I see over there in nat gas, worth watching at 10:30, just in case you get a bit of a breakout. If I start to see it go, just going to try to get it in. And before we go up to
right now, look, it switched again.
It was the other way.
Yeah, yesterday we had a little bit of a ray of light of an interest rate cut for June. I just want to see if, I don't think anything's happening on the jobless numbers, but there it is, 99.3% chance of stay the same. And let's call it 1% chance of a rate hike right now, and then very similar. Looks like we're getting rate hikes in July, though, much closer, September. So yeah, this is not looking good. It looks like we are getting closer and closer to a rate hike. September, October, again, almost. I don't know, when is it going to be over there? It is. So December is where we're at 41% chance. So finally, December overtakes our current stance there.
That's even worse.
Potentially, yeah, it's starting to go this way instead of left. We'd rather it go the other way and see a little bit of a lower rate. So, the inflation watch is obviously real as we continue to watch out for that CPI coming through as well later on. But we have today, those three numbers, and then we have consumer, that's what we have, sorry, not CPI, PMIs today. S&P Composite PMI coming through at 945. So we'll see the composite and the services and the manufacturing PMIs all coming out today. There goes the market. So we're trying to take off a little bit. Maybe there was some sort of a news there because oil down about $1 right now, and the future is starting to pop just a little bit right now as well. So yeah, that should be a good, should be a relatively, I think it'll be a relatively quiet day, but the NASDAQ starting off down 0.4. It's battled back from these levels many times before. Yesterday was a monster day in the market, up another 1.5%. So
great day.
I guess it's ears to the ground to see if there's anything Trump related right now, but I'm not really seeing anything or hearing anything.
No, clearly something small happened in oil because it wasn't the number that moved us to the upside there. And we had a couple of super chats. I know we're going to have Raheem on. We'll make sure we get to them after the jump, but we are going to have Raheem just on there. Still hoping that we'll hear something in the ear with regards to that move in USO before you throw you guys to death. But again, we'll keep our ear to the ground there. It's not as if we don't get headlines to the left of them, to the right of them, and it's not that much of a move down. In context, USO, it's falling, but compared to what happened, compared to the move at like 6 a.m. when we basically ramp job $3-4 up, in a straight line for a few minutes. Not much of an action to the downside here. We're going to need to see more than that. You're still too close, too uncomfortably close to the 150. But what we had yesterday was a good, nice downtrend in USO. If we can get one of those, I think we'll be absolutely fine. But as stated, we got Raheem. You can see him, always well dressed and locked and loaded, and I believe ready to go with Adara.
Yeah, looks like it.
Very excited to have back with us today here of OCI Markets, Raheem Alani. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Of course, good morning.
Good morning. Lots to discuss. So I know you were at an event in the U.S. a couple of weeks ago. I believe you actually did a segment with us from said event. How did that go? Is there anything you want to discuss from that, I guess?
No, it was a great event, Select USA, so thank you to the American Embassy for including us in that. Got to spend some good time with the ambassador. We had an event with the Canadian ambassador as well, so you got to see a little bit of that kind of different takes on where they see the current state of the world. With CUSMA, or whichever way you want to call it, U.S., Canada, MCA. The agreement with what Mexico's doing, what Canada's supposed to be doing, and kind of where the Canadian priorities lie around energy, auto, dairy, mining. 1.5 of the 4 I know. So it's interesting to see the different takes that everyone's got and where priorities lie.
Yeah, and I think in terms of like, to maybe this is like a bit broad, but from a market standpoint, I know you mentioned like 1.5 of the 4 you're more familiar with, but are there any maybe sectors or avenues to look at this for traders to just be aware of as we continue to get these negotiations?
Yeah, that's a great question. And obviously in our capital markets world, what we do care about is capitalism, and that's where we all are. And so my, dereliction towards, I don't really know about the cheese industry out of Quebec. It's not my fault because there isn't really a ton of capital markets opportunities around that. Around auto, you understand that is a key role in the Canadian economy. But in reality, for us, for everyone here, energy and mining, energy and mining, energy and mining, and where do those levers sit with Canada with respect to the U.S.? Where can we push? Where can we pull? We being Canada, I guess, but where can the Americans push back? And so it's going to be really interesting to see because Mexico is conceding a lot of, they're agreeing to a lot of things. As we just talked off camera, I got to speak politically sometimes. Mexico is agreeing to certain things with the U.S. and Canada hasn't necessarily done that yet. So Canada does need to hurry up a bit on that end.
So are there any, I guess, concerns here, again, from a capital markets perspective? Should Canada, be a little bit slower, or should there not be an agreement by, I guess, a certain time, or rather agreements to agree, or things like that?
Yeah, no, Canada is definitely taking we're taking agreements to agree, and the U.S. is like, well, this is the agreement, kind of do what you got to do, and let's proceed. So we are, Canada, being a little slower on how they're proceeding, and I don't know if that's going over very well globally. But there are different initiatives being taken by the Canadian government into other countries as well. But our nearest partner is the U.S., and what they've always said is they like to have a wealthy partner and a wealthy neighbor. You don't want to have a poor neighbor, so the better Canada does, the better the U.S. will, in theory, do.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense here, too. And just to stay on this topic for a little bit more, I do have kind of one more question from this. I guess, are there any key words or key phrases from conversations about this that traders should be aware of that could be a bit of a tip-off, perhaps?
So it's a great question. So we were at a session with Secretary Lutnick, and I think I mentioned it last time I was on, is that the U.S. wants to move at Trump speed. And so things will be moving extremely quick. They want, if a decision's being taken, it's not going to be a decision to decide about a decision in kind of what Canada's doing. It's, okay, we've decided, we're moving, and let's go. So you're going to see a lot of things happen in very short order in terms of the duration of that decision. So if they decide we're going to do something, they're going to do it a lot faster. So I'm pleased to see that on any politician, and hopefully all the other countries can all figure out how to work together nicely. That's
a really good point, and thank you for addressing that, because it's something I'm legitimately curious about here. Let's talk about some of these new stocks that you're mentioning here. I pulled up one of them. I was trying to get this pulled up for us here. Baytex Energy Corp on the TSX, it's a daily chart.
Yeah, so I just want to look at a couple of these energy names because they are predominantly Canadian assets, Canadian-owned, and they focus on some of the areas of Canada that are critically important into the energy infrastructure of the world. So you look at a name like Baytex, the stock, it's sitting, at $5.20 right now, and it's gone between, it's just off its 52-week high here. So there are Canadian energy names that are doing exceptionally well. The Q1 just came out on all these companies. So if you want to go back and look at some of the Q&A that came out during all of these Q1s, you can. And the next 3 months will be, again, important because they are looking at tightening their their cost basis on these things, and they're just getting better revenue numbers.
Awesome. I mean, that always, better revenue always sounds good.
Yeah, and again, with some of these, look at the dividend numbers for the investors that are out there that are curious about the dividend numbers. Keep an eye on those. Or normal course issuer bids, where they just, I say it all the time, if you love yourself, you buy yourself. And so they go out and they've already been buying a ton of their stock back.
Yeah, that price is a really good way of looking at it, actually. I want to mention as well here, another one that you have up here on the TSX, WCP Whitecap. This is a great daily chart.
Yeah, same thing. You know, it's up. You don't get to see up 100% in a mid-cap name. That doesn't happen very often, and that's one of those names that is, again, it's up 100%. It's off its 52-week high a little bit, but it is up 100%, and that's one of those names that does a dividend. So if you put that away, you're getting 5 to 6 cents a month that they're paying out just as, you know, being a shareholder.
There were a couple of names you mentioned a while ago. It says here 6 weeks ago that, let's revisit here. One of them is Kelt Exploration.
Yeah, just to kind of just dust our jackets off a little bit. 6 weeks ago, we did talk about a couple of these names, and they have, you know, again, getting to get up 15, 20% in a small cap name doesn't happen. Sorry, in a mid cap name doesn't happen very often. It happens in small caps where there is that larger delta, right, on the risk side. So Kelt, you know, it's got up to around $10 when we were on 6 weeks ago talking about energy and what was happening with the Strait of Hormuz and all of that. That name was down at 870, so I kind of wish I could buy the names that I talk about, because that'd be great. But hopefully some of our viewers were able to hop on.
Unfortunately, hindsight's 20/20 for some of that.
Yeah.
We'll take a look here, last but not least, at Cardinal Energy. Another, I mean, these charts look very similar here, just lots of strength.
Yeah, a lot of strength in these, again, in these mid-cap names. You know, their Q1 numbers have gone out. All of these guys are up year over year in terms of their production, their revenue numbers, the funds that they are able to generate. They put that into additional capex, some of them into dividends, some of them into normal course issuer bids. So you're seeing a lot of that balance sheet strength. Say that 10 times fast, coming into some of these names, and they're able to generate that better alpha on some of these stocks. So we're seeing that really good kind of daily chart on some of these. Now, again, if you're a profit taker, there might be some opportunities to profit take. If you see a bit of a dip, you can buy that in, because we still don't have a resolution into what's happening in the Middle East. So there's still going to be some strength in some of these Canadian-based energy names as we get into, you know, July 4th coming up and all the agreements that need to be in place. So these are names to take a look at, but yeah, there's definitely some trading opportunities around that.
Yeah, lots to think about. Thank you so much again here for a very full discussion. Rahim Alani of OCI.
Energy, and that's right. I mean, you look at some of those plays, and the Toronto market is just dominated, really, when you think about it. Like, energy is a very big portion of it. It's not very tech heavy when you look at the TSX or the Venture Exchange or the CSE here. Like, it's very much so energy, the focus, and materials are the focus as well. And that even just looking at this simple uptrend in Kelt, one of the names that was brought by Rahim. But if we're looking across the board here at some of the pullbacks in the energy names, we got a pretty sizable dip yesterday, and you know, when I look at CVX here, obviously it broke that big uptrend, all that kind of good stuff, and was able to hold I call it three, but it's really like twice here at the 180 level. A retest, I don't think would be that good. When I look at this, holding a higher low and holding that 50 period could be that next leg up, because it's a good place, that 180, to buy. And a lot of what you're doing when you're looking at the energy space is maybe like a reset, because if you had a couple of things, you had the Venezuela event, which got that initial pop, and that was a while ago. But now when you make a pretty big breakout, I want to look at a monthly. Monthly is going to be better in this case. When you get a bit of a breakout, you start to reset. Like, the stock was in a long consolidation for a couple of years, right? Like 130 into that 180, and now you're making the break. You want to see that the prior high get held and then consolidate higher for another potential leg up. But you're in new territory, and as long as even if things were to end tomorrow, you still wouldn't be like, these guys are good if oil's at 75, 80. Let alone where it is now. So even if the war to end tomorrow, they're still going to look pretty bullish. And you look at the overall trend and where we're starting to set in, yeah, that 180 is going to be key to hold for a name like Chevron. Like, you do the same thing with XOM. You'd just be changing the numbers around for some of the traditional ones. But again, breakout, and now you're trying to form a new level. Long consolidations get pretty interesting when they finally break, and that's what you were already doing in a lot of these energy names.
Here's the TSX right here, and you can see how energy dependent it is. I mean, the last 6 months, you probably can't see, but there it is, 14% in the last 6 months. Year to date, 7.3%. So we've really started to rally up a little bit. 1 year performance, 31.6%. So the TSX continues to hit highs. So 34.3, yes, of course, Andre. 34.7, 34.5. So it looks like we're trying to break right now through the all-time highs of the TSX as well. So we talked about names like Shopify not doing so hot, and some of the tech names over here. Although Hut has been a good one. It's not all about tech, obviously, here in Canada. In the United States, completely different model. As you see, all the big tech companies are United States. Here in Canada, we continue to go upside on gold, on silver, mining, energy names, and there's a TSX right now. So yeah, definitely not as not as interesting maybe as the Nasdaq on some of these return numbers, but yeah, so far so good. 14%, 6 months. It's been a good run. We'll just wait to see if it can continue to hold it, which I don't see why it wouldn't be able to. So Canada right now cruising to the upside. That's not what our economy is all about. But we just talk about those two are completely different things, as you guys know in the United States as well, right? I mean, if you're not invested in the market, it's been a tough go for sure. We talked about living paycheck to paycheck, and something very similar, obviously here in Canada as well. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening. This Iran war, I mean, I don't know. I was watching yesterday. It was supposed to be a couple days back in April. Then it was supposed to be a couple more days back in May, and now it's May 21st. So I think this energy play continues to grow, and unfortunately, with summertime coming up, you're going to start to have summer demand on oil and gas and the travel names, and it's going to be a tough go for people to start traveling around. A lot of people making those summer vacation plans now going to have to add a couple more zeros maybe to their expectation of gas pricing and whatnot. So it's kind of it sucks because a lot of people maybe aren't invested, so you don't get those returns in the portfolio.
Benefit,
yeah, so it's like, that's why ZEO has been a big one, XLE as well. I've been two names that I've been into. ZEO is a Toronto oil ETF and gas as well. So, all right, Joe's at the screen. I think it's options time, although I don't see.
Oh, I think he's doing it from the desk.
Oh, he's doing it from the desk today. Okay, I was going to say, I was looking at the screen. I was like, that's not Joe over there at the screen. That's Sharif sitting right there. So, all right, Joe at his desk with options.
A little technical difficulties at the screen, guys. That's all right. We'll figure things out. First things first, before we get into any of the talk here, we're going to discuss a little bit about what happened with Nvidia's earnings report last night. Now, we didn't exceed the expected move, and the options market is obviously derived from volatility, intrinsic, extrinsic value. But what we really need to focus on here is the fact that we didn't beat, right? I mean, the expected move, the implied move. So you have to be prepared to get out of your options contract if you purchase them days before the report, just due to volatility decay, all right? So you'll get that IV crush. The chances of it exceeding at this point are relatively low. So unless you're willing to lose the full amount of premium, and by the time the open happens, you will see a drastic decline in some of your options contracting. So just be prepared to get out and not hold on to some of those calls, all right? Or puts if you're holding them. Now, let's get into some of the activity. We'll talk about Nvidia once again here, and then we'll get into some of the analyst actions shortly after. Now, as for Tesla, guys, we're going to be looking at this $430 marker. As we start to sell here a bit today, we can see these supply zones really starting to come into play. So $430, we're going to be looking at 13,000 contracts, 13,500 contracts still currently open in volume. Open and closed on yesterday's session. 33,600. Now, Nvidia, we've been talking about this throughout the whole week. Strike price 225, and you can see within the pre-market, we've had the inability to breach and hold this 225 level. So we're going to look at this supply zone of 42,100 contracts as somewhat of a resistance and a call wall. Okay, I thought we'd have the ability to absorb through that. Hasn't been the case. We didn't exceed that expected move, and we didn't get that squeeze type price action. Now, as for the volume, 116,000 contracts opened and closed on yesterday's session leading into the report. And then we also have Microsoft at that $430 marker, 10,400 contracts still open there. All of these are going to be expiring this Friday with volume around 13,800 open and closed on yesterday's session. Now, as for some more underlyings that were on the slide yesterday, we're going to be taking a look at Google. This $380 mark, once again, we're all going to be expiring tomorrow. Volume at that $380 mark are sitting around 4,970 and open interest around 3,970. Now, as for Bitcoin $41 marker, acting as some form of a base here, what I'm thinking, open interest 21,600 and volume relatively light with 2,201 contracts. So let's see if we can hold up at that $41 level. If not, there might be some more potential downside. Now, as for Meta, same narrative. We're going to be looking for a base here and where we can find somewhat of a bounce. $600. We have 3,940 contracts open and closed yesterday, and then the open interest sitting around 3,770. All right, moving forward, we're going to take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. ALF up, but B of A reducing its price target from $93 to $85, still up 8% here today. INTU, guys, into it, down 14.4%. Price reduced from Stifle from $500 to $375, still holding that buy rating, but lows to the downside as well, too, guys. $295 target, lowered to $280 by Telsey Advisory Group. And then we have Hasbro also reported yesterday, guys. You're down 0.4%, but an equal weight rating, but reducing its price target from $98 to $92 at Wells Fargo. Moving forward, let's take a look at some of the upgrades and some more positive things. What we do is Wedbush, the tech bull, Danny Ives and company increasing their price target on Nvidia from $300 to $333. So that's, a 33% move from where we're currently sitting at right now. TJX, you're down 0.7%, a little bit more, going with that outperform rating, increasing its price target from $172 to $175. Now, Target, also with a neutral weight, but increasing its target from $125 to $135. And then Urban Outfitters, so a lot of retail names on here today, guys. You're down 0.25% buy rating holding, but B of A increasing its price target from $85 to $90, guys. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Thank you, Joe. Heck of a day for TJX. Heck of a day for them. Cleared out the 50, bounced the 200, cleared out the 50, and looks like an all systems go move to the upside. That ELF one, ELF with the price target downgrade, but it's still a buy, and it's making a bit of a comeback, up 8% today. That could be worth watching. But TJX is able to hold that 50 SMA. You'd say give it the 3-day rule, right? So that will probably take us into Monday. If it's still out and about and above this chop zone, it's got a leg to the highs there. And it's so distinct. What was the discussion we were talking about in the retail space, right? You've got such obvious winners and losers when you just pull up the chart. Yep. It's not a lot of in between. And then we were talking about this with the auto names when we had Stellantis up. And then you looked at the chart of Stellantis, and you have a look at Ford and GM, and you're like, whoa. Just so distinctly different where it's not that, you don't have to guess in a case like that. Stellantis nasty, GM and Ford looking very good. But I think a similar thing here for TJX. Discounter, so maybe a bit better insulated for any economic downturn, let's just say, or because I think we are in an environment where there is legitimate recession concern. And if you're not putting that into your back of your mind, then I don't know what we're paying attention to. And the bond market's not been liking things for a while. Certainly the cost of living going up is not helping things at all. And people keep throwing around stagflation. That could be a bit extreme, but some say that's a real big problem. And you have to start considering it for sure. The Nvidia upgrade is, it's par for the course. When was the last time there wasn't an upgrade after Nvidia reported?
Yeah, there's nothing to dislike about the report. I'd be surprised if there was a downgrade. And we talked about yesterday, some of the winners possibly of this event yesterday. It doesn't look like Nvidia is going to be too big of a winner. I think investors have won because I don't think Nvidia gave us anything to worry about moving forward. So anybody invested into Nvidia is going to be a winner there. But looks like Nebius right here, talk about a winner. Microsoft early investor into Nebius. You can see right here, starting to blast up through, their all-time highs again right now, up 11%. I thought I heard some sort of news about, oh, there it is right there. Yep. Nebius stock gets double boost overnight from cloud price buzz hike and Nvidia outlooks. There might have been something else as well, but.
BE partnership.
Yeah, what was it?
BE Bloom.
Oh, Bloom. Yeah, that was last night actually. Yeah, you're right. So last night we heard about that popping through. That was after hours. It didn't really do too much. Remember, we actually talked about that before the Nvidia earnings came through. But there it goes right now. And then BE, Bloom Energy. I know Shrie's been all over this, and that's been a huge trade, so congratulations on that one. It's Bloom Energy right now going to get right back into these levels as well. Wow, they had a nice little dip by. Actually, I remember when this was going down, we were looking at it and thinking like, was it going to fill that gap? It did not. Well, it filled it and held it, and then now bouncing back off of that. So the next gap level that you're worried about is all the way down here at 180, which, we didn't even hit that one. So, 250 back up to the upside there for BE. Bloom Energy continues to rock and roll. Today's story is going to be about everything related to AI, I feel like, especially with these stories. We've got quantum, that's, an AI kind of base as well. I'm bidding IBM. We'll see if we can get something around 232. I tried to put a bid in here. I'm using the IBM on the Canadian side, so this is just, again, not much volume, but we'll trade exactly the same. So I was kind of trying to do the math about where this one will open up at. This was $33, so I was sort of 35. We'll see if it can get there. That's a
6.5 or something.
Yeah,
7.
I don't necessarily know if we want to step in and buy. It's a Wall Street Journal report here today, and we're going to talk about it. The rundown is going to be obviously coming up very, very soon. But there's Rigetti. So I wrote down actually. And I put this out too. I want to hear what people also have to think about. What are you guys looking at to trade? So we'll get some of those responses in just a couple minutes. But there's Rigetti, 18 to 1850 on the note. Nvidia, ARM, Rigetti today are the three names that I'm looking at. Nvidia breaking its pre-market high, ARM pulling back a little bit to 255. We'll adjust those levels as we go. We have to write this sticky note around 8 a.m. because we've got the show to do, and then we want to put it out. So, and there's Rigetti, 18 to 1850, and I kind of just made those levels up because that's where I thought the 200 period might be by the time we open up. So we're getting pretty close into that right now, 1830. So, these are not exact price levels. Let's wait to see if Rigetti does have this move back in. But we are going to talk all about quantum right now. And yeah, we have a super chat, I remember.
We have a super chat here from Sunny. Appreciate you being patient with us here, fixing some things here. Mind covering the move out of APLD today? Well, Applied Digital, they're up because they announced a long-term lease agreement with the U.S. based high investment grade hyperscaler, and it's 10% for now. In terms of gappers, it's doing pretty much the best thing you could look for if it's just consolidating, which is consolidating over VWAP, over the overnight highs or the afternoon highs. And there's a little bit of a runway to this top here at 47. It's like a U shape. A little U shape, and then you have the consolidation. So this sets up as it needs to be a breakout because that tight consolidation, and then a breakout kind of gets you into here at 46 and then the 47 level. But if it can't hold over 44, like that's pretty dangerous one there. So it's a good consolidation, but that's not one you want to join a breakout trade if it starts to go. You don't want to be guessing because the other direction is just as big of a gap here, and you've already seen it fill. Look at its price area. Like it's filled the gap upside from 40, and then downside from 45, and then downside through here back in, and then the breakout that you get on the news through that 40 even. So I'd be careful with that one. It's pretty priced so close to the high, but you do need it to break that 44, and it's about 1.5 points, almost 2% from getting that breakout there on APLD.
Back to the desk.
Yeah, I guess here it's 8:58 a.m. I quickly want to mention AMD here before we get to the rundown. We're going to talk about Nvidia earnings, of course, during that rundown. But AMD kind of announcing a competing product here, that Ryzen.
Yeah, this is what we call edge computing, guys. And it's basically if you want to run a small large language model or a small language model locally, 2, 3, 4 of these should suffice. It's a direct competitor, obviously, to Nvidia. It had this separate headline as well. As they look to invest about $10 billion into TSMC's manufacturing in Taiwan, specifically, it's going to be for the next-gen EPYC server processor named Venice. And it's going to be using Taiwan Semi's 2-nanometer technology. Now, we heard yesterday that Taiwan Semi is on the way to the 1-nanometer, believe it or not. But analysts also maintaining a buy rating on this one. with, I'm not sure exactly which one here, it doesn't really say, but $446 average price target. And it looks like AMD starting red here in the morning, Adara.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see if they can recover. We're going to talk about Nvidia, of course, you know, the big honcho, for lack of a better term, in the chip space in just a minute when we get to that rundown. But let's talk about futures first.
Yeah, 741.25 is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're below that right now. In fact, we're below 740, which is the area we spoke about yesterday as that key area of technical resistance. So it feels like we're in a bit of a consolidative mode right now, perhaps maybe waiting for the belligerencies in the Middle East to seize. So here's what we're going to say. We're going to say 740 is going to be our critical area that we're looking for resistance. If we continue to clear that, we're looking to the next $5 level, 745. Recall 750 area is the all-time high. If we sell off Adara, we're looking to 735 as support.
Make sure to sign up for our Trader TV Live watch list. It is absolutely free. It comes right to your inbox every morning that the market is open. We'll talk about earnings. We'll talk about events that happened, events that are about to happen, any kind of economic data or Fed speak that you need to be aware of. If it has to do with the markets, the U.S. market specifically, it'll probably be in that watch list. So please check it out, guys. Again, it is free. And one name that was at the top of the watch list today, I think on a lot of people's personal watch list and minds, is Nvidia after another record quarter.
It is a record quarter. Let's talk about this because there's a whole lot to discuss. As we spoke about to start the show, CPU, a very underappreciated segment now for Nvidia. We always looked at the Vera Rubin sort of tie-up or the Grace Blackwell. You know, the CPU is a little sideshow to the main big player here, which is GPU. But that sideshow now is bringing in $20 billion in annual revenue. I'm talking about CPUs, of course. And that $91 billion guide for the next quarter includes $0 projected from China. Of course, we know that that H200 is still not being used by some of these Chinese tech companies, despite getting the authorization from the Commerce Department. It is more of a Chinese regulator problem there. And then the sovereign AI expansion, they're expanding their total addressable market quite aggressively. We always talk about their tie-up with hyperscalers. Now we need to talk about their tie-up with national governments. We also have an $80 billion share buyback. That helps put a price floor on some of the price action with a 2,500% increase in the dividend, going up from 1 penny to 25 pennies. The dividend aristocrats, Joey, may like that. We also got basically a 200% increase in their networking division. Now, we've seen aggressive moves in companies like Lumentum as well as Marvell really take off as a result of their networking and their optics division. Nvidia doing it internally here, looking to undercut them, a 200% boom there. And last but not least, I spoke about this at the beginning, the edge computing here, bringing in about $6.4 billion in revenue. That was a 29% year-over-year increase.
Yeah, just so you guys know, I'm seeing a spike here in MSFT. Anthropic reportedly in talks to use Microsoft's AI chips. Again, guys, the information reporting that Anthropic is in talks to use Microsoft's AI chips. Clearly, the market likes this news. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Marvell getting a pop on that as well. So Marvell up 3 points on this. Microsoft was up at 430. 31, 32, it looks like, at the highs. Pull back, and now sort of sitting in the middle of the range. So good move there for Softy. This could be, is this going to be the catalyst? Is this the moment where Microsoft can finally get going and break out of this malaise? If this gets and holds above 430, like look at where the top was, that 432, it's been sellers in this range for the last month on Microsoft. You chew through that, and this can fly finally. So there's your headline. Anthropic in talks to use Microsoft's AI chips. From the information, it's, well, you know, these headlines have never been reliable. You know what? It's a big spike up. I feel like this time in the pre-market that could be a dangerous chase, everybody. But you know what? If you find yourself like the rest of us around here and trying to constantly keep up with the markets, Gemini Predictions allows you to trade what you think is going to happen next. So if you think the market's dump after inflation data, you can express that view instead of just watching it happen. The app is very easy to use, as we've been liking the automated oil markets recently with all the volatility that you're seeing in the oil markets. Start trading it now, and you can do that by heading to Gemini.com/TraderTV or scan the QR code on the screen in front of you. Bitcoin at 12 p.m. Eastern today. I don't know. You know what? If I was going to predict where
So
Bitcoin's
funny
going to
that
be
you
at
can
12,
predict those things.
I would say wherever it is right now because it's in an inside range. That's the first thing I think about. But no, this Microsoft, we close over 430 today, and that gets pretty bullish for Softy here. And that's exactly the kind of, you don't know what catalyst is gonna catch this to finally catch up with the rest of the market after they've been getting it's the software IGV downward trend. We know what can happen when people stop being scared of that, right? We saw this play out with the cybersecurity names. The second everyone was like, we're done with that, and we're buying them again, that's what CrowdStrike did. Now, I'm not saying Microsoft would do what CrowdStrike did. Like, that's probably almost impossible to happen at their size, right? Like, it's just not gonna happen at Microsoft size. But if we get above here, you can be at the 200 in a couple of days. I think that would be pretty reasonable. So a good start for Softy. We'd love to hear some further confirmation of the story down the line. The last thing you want is for this to get walked back, because that would have trapped some longs.
Yeah, Marvell also, Neil just mentioned that was up 4% or so as well. That just went to 194 new all-time highs for Marvell. Again, still long in the 60s on this name. This name has gone absolutely parabolic. I don't even know what to do anymore. Microsoft is, yes, pulling back just a little bit. But yeah, I think you're right, man. The minute that the tides turn on from going from a problem to dealing with Anthropic now and OpenAI and their server side, Azure starting to get some love there apparently as well. There it is right there, yeah, to use Microsoft's AI chips, so there we go. Anthropic, again, biggest investor, Amazon, second biggest investor, Google. Now, obviously, Microsoft entering the building with some business deals there as well. Well, meanwhile, Nvidia is going to the downside. I mean, scratch what I had wrote down. We're going to look very, very soon to see what some of your ideas were. I've been posting it in the chat there to get you guys to let me know what you guys are up to. But right now, Nvidia, I wrote down 225. Let's see if we could break through this pre-market level right here of 225. And then, even yesterday, we couldn't really get through it despite, waiting for earnings. And even when earnings popped up, the most we got to was 227, then it got faded. And now this is definitely downside. So I'm going to wait on this play. I'm not catching that falling knife. We could see 215, 216. That's where we bounce. I don't feel like it's any reason to be sitting anywhere on an earnings play. This name could be down 4 or 5%. We just don't know what. I mean, we got a couple upgrades today. And I mean, the fact is they beat everything all over the place. They beat the whisper number. They gave you the dividend that you wanted. They gave you a buyback that I don't think many expected, up to $80 billion. But yet we're still going to the south side. So if anything, I think it was, I don't know if it was Dane or somebody here I was asking you guys to think about what you guys were going to trade. And the response here was it you, Dane? Someone, it was up here. You had mentioned, here it was, I'm bearish today, expecting response to the Iran uranium stuff, so more scalping, trading the Qs, right? So I was saying that we got to wait to see what the big dog does here before we short, but Nvidia is barking. So I had written that down. I'm going to there's Pops Mafia. What's up, Pops Mafia? I'll comment on some of these if I get a second. It's 9:07 right now. I'll see if I can do that. But so if the market continues to look at Nvidia, then maybe we are going to be in for a short right now. The NASDAQ is starting to go a little lower. And I mean, as Microsoft shares continue to spike, that should be, I don't know if that's exactly affecting Nvidia. I'm not really sure why. I mean, again, AI chips, they're going to be looking at Microsoft. Maybe they stop looking at Nvidia. I could see that happening, but there goes Microsoft. This is probably the one to trade now, trying to break through some very, very key levels here. I was just hearing in my ear something about Marvell, but I'm not really hearing what. Wow. Holy crap. I remember when Marvell was like that $100 mark, and I was like, oh my God, SoftBank, are you guys going to buy this name or what at this $100 mark? And when we were long, and I got some out when this had happened right into this level there. That's been a big mistake. Marvell doesn't even really have any pullback opportunities there. Once there, and bang. And I guess at the beginning of this week, you're up to 167. They got a price target upgrade apparently, but it's from Citigroup earlier. I don't know what's going on right now with Marvell. But yeah, the space is, we're going to talk about quantum in a minute. So I was going to go right to IBM. But all right, there goes Marvell. There goes Microsoft. There goes Nvidia to the low side. AMD's down 2% and Intel's down 2%. It's not a great day to start with for chip names. I do still think we want to buy the dips. I mean, Nvidia didn't tell us anything we don't want to hear.
Oh, you know what you got to remember? Nvidia if Nvidia beat and went down, they're flat. I mean, it's only down 1%. We were talking more the expected move. They were going to be about a 25 PE. So if things get bad, you're getting Nvidia at 25 times earnings in a couple of days. I think that's something when you look for the dip buy to consider. But quantum definitely in pay as the U.S. government handing out cash, it seems.
Indeed, they are, Neil. We'll get to that in a minute. But Marvell, Sean, I did look into this because I know they are sometimes associated with these chip-related moves. So apparently going back to about February, analysts were saying that this company, as well as Broadcom, which isn't moving on this, could have a role in Microsoft's Maya AI chip. Now, apparently the chips that Anthropic is trying to make this deal with Microsoft, they're the Maya chips. So MRVL is definitely moving up here, at least as far as I can tell and as far as people are seeing, on sympathy with this MSFT story. Again, guys, if you missed it, the information reporting here that Microsoft could be getting some business here from Anthropic. They're already apparently increasing their rentals of Microsoft's Azure servers. But let's talk here about quantum, because as mentioned here, a big deal from the U.S. government, specifically benefiting, I think, the most here, IBM, but a couple other companies.
$2 billion in CHIPS Act funding, guys, is going to be going out to some of these quantum names. But this is not just the standard government rollout here and grants. They're taking equity stakes, much like we saw with MP, much like we saw with Intel. In fact, you've got D-Wave, just by way of example here, which is issuing $100 million in common stock directly to the Department of Commerce. Now, IBM is taking a bit of a different twist here. They've actually, they created a new company, basically called Anduril. It's a brand new standalone corporate entity, and IBM is going to spin it off. It's going to be based in Albany, and they're going to issue common shares from that company. So you're not going to get dilution if you're an IBM shareholder. That's going to be a separate company. But why are they doing this all of a sudden? And according to some of the reports here, that the catalyst for this sudden aggressive federal urgency is a classified cybersecurity panic. A security brief circulated alongside the deal highlights while platforms like Coinbase, specifically here, are largely quantum resilient, about 85% of the Bitcoin on foreign exchange platforms like Binance, for example, currently sit in what they call quantum exposed outputs. We've been talking a lot about how quantum could hurt some of the cybersecurity companies, as well as just regular cybersecurity for corporations. But specifically here, it seems to be the Bitcoin angle that's really creating this urgency. So we'll see how this all works out.
Yeah, lots to look at here, different ways to play this. How are you guys looking to potentially play this quantum story?
The first thing I think is to keep it simple. The U.S. government wants to make sure that if there's big breakthroughs, it's going to be one of these American companies, and they'll be at the forefront of it. So what they want, and the thing, and remember, some of these might end up being nothing, and others could be, like, maybe not an IBM, but certainly, like, Rigetti could be a 10X, and QBTS, and they could all have significant breakthroughs, but they've got to get there first. IBM, more stable, good name, own the name, like it. I think their approach is a smart one. Like, they don't have to dilute, so why do they need to? I don't know if that's the one I want to trade today. I'm looking at QBTS. These charts are going to look very similar. They all gapped up, consolidated a little bit lower, and are breaking down a little bit right now. But I look at D-Wave, very similar, gap up, been trending down underneath that volume-weighted average price. It's got a nice W-ish pattern, or whatever you want to call that. There's always the chance that we can break that shoulder. You can also call it a head and shoulder here at 23. But as we get away from this shoulder, you're now $1.20 away from that resistance, it starts to get really appealing back into this rounded bottom level at 20.5. I'm just going to look for trend reversion here. I like the 20.5. 21 gives you a level as well. If you're into it. So just down in there for a mean reversion on QBTS. I own shares of QBTS, but it's up percentage-wise really well. Oh, the other thing, too, is just when you're trading at real trading, of the quantum names, like the small cap ones or smaller ones, this one we never have to pay for locate. So you never have to worry about hitting the offer key and getting rejected if you want. Not that I'm looking to go short, but this one's always free. Whereas you almost have to pay for Rigetti, I believe, and I think you have to pay for IonQ.
Yeah, I have RGTI. I have it written down here. It's on the note. This is going to be the one name that I'm going to look at. I mean, just because I can't look at them all. So I'm just going to look at Rigetti. There it is right there, 18 to 1850. So we are coming back in right now. There's your 200-period moving average. We've got to give it a little bit of room. I mean, it's up 13% now. It is a Wall Street Journal report. Obviously, we're expecting that to be, truth. So if Rigetti does fall back in, this is going to be a name that I'm going to look at. Just as Neil mentioned, there still is that short float, so good potential for a pop right there. It got as high as 1960. You're almost back in $1. So I think that's going to be a good little level to look at, this 200 period moving average on Rigetti. And then for just going to try to add to the long-term portfolio here on IBM. I mean, we talked about so many names that have been beat up. This is about a 4 to 5% dividend, and really like the space. You talk about getting excited for Nvidia's buyback and their dividend. Well, IBM already has all that and more. So yeah, let's wait to see. I still believe in quantum a lot. I mean, I've been into quantum for a long time. I don't have any D-Wave or Rigetti or anything like that, but been really hoping that IBM would be able to go, and been talking about quantum with Google as well. And so yeah, we'll wait to see if this one wants to go. Apparently they were getting half of the 2 billion, so 1 billion into IBM, and they're not sure if it's an equity stake in a company or what exactly all this means. So I guess we'll wait to hear. But yeah, we were definitely thinking of a pullback here on IBM, and it looks like that's what's happening right now. So yeah, I have a bid in the longer term portfolio waiting for a little bit more of a dip down in. I'll let you know if we get filled. But yeah, so far so good on the quantum. And let's just check in on Nvidia just quickly here, because I wanted to make sure that that was all. Yeah, so this is not. Has kind of stopped moving around. And then, of course, the big news that we're all going to be focusing on early today, it looks like, is going to be Microsoft, with Anthropic kicking tires now on them. And then Marvell, of course, thanks for Adara clarifying here, as Marvell, the components, helping out with Microsoft there. And more business for Microsoft should be more business for Marvell. So here's a nice little upside spike as we get new all-time highs on MRVL. Always looking back and saying, why don't we just dump the boat into this name? But a little bit of confidence goes a long way, and did not really think that this would be where this is right now. So Marvell, huge upside move there, and it just keeps on going. So we'll have to watch out for Marvell. What about $200 coming in for that one? SpaceX coming in a couple weeks, man. I mean, there's going to be so much excitement for so many new names. I'm just wondering if some of these names right now that are getting pumped up might get pushed to the side in the next couple of weeks, but it doesn't really look like it with Nvidia earnings. And then we still have Broadcom too, so there's still lots to come out. All right, Walmart, there we go. From AI talk and all these chips and all that stuff to actual chips.
Boring
and
retail,
dip. Yeah, let's go over to retail and see if we're buying some Lay's chips.
There was another chip story here, guys. It's not moving too much, but just letting you guys know, Intel announced something called SuperClaw, design here for AI PCs, aging computers, edge devices. The market does not seem to be super into SuperClaw. But Walmart here, big sell-off for this name on kind of a mixed report, especially with guidance concerns here.
Guidance was the issue, with 250 basis points eating into the forward guide as a result of oil, essentially geopolitical tendencies, which Walmart actually chose to entirely absorb. They didn't pass on any of that to the consumer, and as a result, weaker forward guide. Let's talk about their digital-led comps, though. So the comparable sales climbed a healthy 4.1% year over year, but when you actually do a little digging, the majority of that 4.1% was really buoyed by a 26% bump in their global e-commerce sales. So e-commerce continues to boom for Walmart as a direct competitor to Amazon, and in addition to that, obviously, they have the same day, and now looking to even do even quicker 2-hour, 3-hour delivery. So we'll keep an eye on that. And they had basically 11% in their premium glove growth. So you see critics basically looking at retail fatigue, saying the consumer's getting weak, this, that, and the other. However, Sam's Club membership and other miscellaneous income jumped 11%, backed by a 23% explosion in its own dedicated e-commerce delivery option. So bad report for the guide, but some good silver linings here, Adara.
Is Walmart in your guys' shopping cart today in terms of stocks to trade?
Ooh, in the shopping cart. Maybe not for today, but you know what? I secretly wouldn't mind if Walmart pulled back more than this. Every time it's tagged or come close to the 50 on the weekly, that's been a good spot to accumulate. It's a pretty good uptrend, but it's also expensive. So when they have concerns and they're an expensive stock, you got to be a little bit concerned in the short term as well. It's been all, like the last, 6 weeks, 7 weeks, whatever it is, have all been slightly upside. So yeah, a pullback seems like it makes sense to me. Anywhere close to the teens, and to me, Walmart's going to be a buy. So I'm not touching it today, but if we do, we're trading, just so you know, this is including the pre-market when I look at this weekly chart, we're trading in here at 125. So just a couple more legs down, and this thing is a buy right around those mid-teens, mid-1, 115 area. for Walmart. Long term, wouldn't be concerned with them whatsoever. But it's a bit pricey up here. It's due for a pullback.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at what Target's doing. Target's PE is 15, Walmart's is 48. So I was just going to say, like, you know, if you like the retail space, I think we know where you'd rather be if you're looking for value. It's not in Walmart. Walmart down 4% now. It's at all-time high PEs, you know, and now it's getting trimmed out a little bit. We've seen the same thing sort of happen with our good friend Palantir, and there it goes to the downside. Look, Walmart was just at highs 2 days ago. So, you know, one report comes out and it's like, oh my God, there's a couple cracks in the armor, which there is. You know, not guiding lower than expectations is not great there. So that's not, you know, and remember the stock market is future looking, it's forward looking. They don't really care. Whatever has just happened has just happened, so they'll get hit for that. But then when you're guiding lower, you know, I still think a lot lower than this is coming. I would say this 117, 118, 119, like in and around that area is maybe when you buy it. Unfortunately, I'll have to go over to the bigger chart here to see where, oh yeah, the 200 period's at 115. We still have a ways to go to get into some sort of a buy zone. And that's basically right where we were looking in the past. So I know Neil called a bigger chart up there. But yeah, I think this 114, 115, 116. Let's get this another 10% down on WMT, and then maybe it's a buy. And remember, like we talk about this, man, it's the price at the pump. It's where are the consumers spending all their money? Are they cutting back in certain spots because of the energy bills and because of the worry now of interest rates possibly not going anywhere lower? I could see Walmart getting hit and continuing to make those kind of moves. And just so I just talked about Target being a third of the valuation on a PE basis. Target also yesterday, you know, was close to these highs again. We made it up there in the pre-market, and then it just got washed all day before eventually trying to catch a little bit of a bid late, right? We had some of this move in Target yesterday at the end of the day, but, you know, still falling off, well off of those highs from yesterday. So this is what happened yesterday during the conference call. This is what happened when Target opened up. So we'll have to wait to see if Walmart has a very similar fade here on their opening bell, right? I mean, it's leveling off right now a little bit here between 125 and 126, but I could definitely see a continued push down for Walmart. Will Walmart actually be down 6% today? Maybe not. So we'll have to wait to see when there's a buying opportunity. Wait for it to break back through the 25-period moving average, and then we'll start to hit it. It's 922. INTU, man, the software names continue to struggle on their earnings reports, but they've had opportunities to bounce back, you know, and we've seen it already today with Microsoft. We saw it with Salesforce the last couple of days. ServiceNow has been battling back as well. Some of the other names, PanW, CrowdStrike, in different spaces, but again, software as service. So let's go back over, find out about Intuit, and know that we filed with TurboTax.
Mixed earnings here for INTU, but really strong guidance. They also, though, announced some layoffs, which were previously reported but now confirmed, and investors were not into it, Sharif.
$8.56 billion in revenue, beating $8.54 with EPS coming in at $12.80 ahead of the $12.57. The bigger headline was what you mentioned, their 17% workforce reduction, and they're insisting this has nothing to do with AI. They're saying it's going to be organizational efficiency and execution, but the market not really buying that, especially with the threat already in the software space that AI is going to be disruptive to this space. So the market taking a bit of a different view.
Yeah, are you guys into it today for a trade or for longer term?
Long term, no. I don't think so. I think the market's telling you what they don't believe that one little bit. And I don't know that I do either. They're just, you know, like I felt pretty good about the cybersecurity space when it was getting the dump on some of the AI concern. I don't feel good about this one at all. And then when you look at what's happening on the monthly, look at what's breaking on the monthly chart. Like this support, that's $360, this support on the monthly chart. We're at 320. Like you could bounce 10% from here and still be underneath a 4-year support level. You gotta think about that. It could bounce 10% and still be a breakdown. I could even argue more than that. So it looks like it has a date for underneath, like a 2 handle somewhere. 280 looks like a reasonable level on the chart there for Intuit. This one feels like a let it fall flat bottom break. This is what I was sort of talking about, like that support level. You bounce 10% and you're just getting back to that support level. So that's pretty intense. I don't see any way that it's I don't like. I suppose had it been up at 335, the notion that you could have like a morning pop to get faded would have made sense because that's 350 level on the daily chart. But at this point, now that's way too far away to even look for it. So I'm staying away from Intuit, and I don't like it in the long term either. There's going to be some, throw the baby out with the bathwater kind of moments. I think that was true in cybersecurity. I don't know that that's going to be true here.
I like the fact that they are cutting some of their workforce. So, trying to get a little bit thinner on that side of things. Obviously not great for current employees, but I don't know. I like their software. It's more than just TurboTax and all that kind of stuff. There's a few platforms in there. They have MailChimp and a few other names involved as well. But yeah, it's a tough road for these guys. We have a super chat about what the PEs for Intel's PE is
third.
146. Yeah. AMD's is 65. Intel's is 28. So Marvell's is 48. But I want to see what INTU's PE is right here because I think this is getting beat up probably a little bit too much. There it is right there. Forward PE 14 right now for Intuit. So yeah, not great, man. But I just wonder if it's beat up a little bit too much. We could easily see a pushback in this name. The chart is not looking like something you want to support, that's for sure. I mean, look at this 50-period moving average just getting hit to the downside. I think as a longer-term look on this name, you're going to find some value somewhere. Still reporting there. It's 3,000 employees they're laying off, and that's almost 17% of the workforce. So they're a huge part of the business here and part of the story in the United States. Revenue still $8.6 billion up year over year. EPS 1280 beating 1257. 36% year over year growth. Intuit hiked its revenue and EPS outlook. So I think this is well overcooked right now to the downside and would not be surprised if we do spike a little bit above. You got to wait for VWAP. You got to wait for some of these levels to hit. But I don't know. I think the bears have definitely come for this name, and you don't want to get into it until you don't want to get into it. That's probably.
There it is.
There it is. But that was definitely, that turned out to be good, but I'm saying you don't want to get into this, maybe that's better, until you have at least a couple days. So I would let this one settle out 2 or 3 days, let it settle, because look, even as we're talking about it, man, it was just down 16%. Now it's down 19 and going lower here. As those imbalances of now, how many more stories do we have? Okay, we have Tesla. So
Nvidia's a buy and balance.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's just quickly look at this and we'll go back over just the Tesla story left. So there's the Nvidia buy balance. So that's trying to spike a little bit back up there. QBTS, so we already know about the quantum names. That's a buy as well. That's coming back in though. Other than that, man, pretty lazy on the morning so far. 3 minutes ago, Adara, what's this news? And Sharif as well with FSD.
Sharing a social media post that seems to indicate that they finally have long-awaited FSD approval in China.
And that is not accurate, actually. It's just a grandfathered version called Intelligent Assist Driving, and that's going to be the system that's going to be in place until Q3 of this year when they launch full FSD. They still don't have the approval from regulators, and to bridge that gap until Q3, they're on a hiring spree. They're looking at basically hiring autonomous driving test technicians in Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen to manually log and validate public roads. So we'll keep an eye out on that. And unlike how they've been kind of doing FSD, at least over here, into a subscription model, China's still not that way. You got to pay about 64,000 yuan. It's about 9,400 bucks upfront lump sum. So no monthly subscription for FSD quite yet there. And to satisfy the national security laws, very strict, by the way, they're not just housing the data on Baidu and Alibaba servers. They're actually using ByteDance's Dubao model as well as DeepSeek Chat to make a hybrid network integrated built using these models. So not just housing the data there, but actually using localized models there as well, Adara.
Yeah, and so here's the post, guys, talking about the FSD supervised availability. This was also being discussed in addition to the other stuff, as you can see, China there. So a couple different things here with FSD in China. Back to you.
Tesla might have just caught a small sell imbalance or something here because as Nvidia went up on the buy and balance, Walmart. Tesla just dropped a couple bucks in here to 421. I'm going to pop back to the 15. It was like a slight stair step up all day long on Tesla, rounded bottom. So I'm looking, again, just as long as you hold that prior close area, 415 to 417, dip and rip is a look on Tesla. That's what it did after a bounce on the open. So really quick bounce on the open, then it dipped, set an upward trend. You're able to buy the turn and then VWAP. I'd look for something very similar today in TSLA. Didn't see it on the locator, but it certainly dropped. QBTS is still there for a buy. I guess Nvidia paired off, which makes sense. I mean, it's Nvidia on earnings. It's going to do a bajillion shares, 600,000 for an imbalance. That's the definition of a nothing burger. Like, we're already at 10 million shares, and we're going to do hundreds of millions today on Nvidia. Oh, didn't get to talk about Intel. 114 is the only level that I'm concerned with on Intel. If it can bounce and hold, great. We look for longs. If we lose 114 on the open range, that suckers are short. If CPUs are supposed to be a big thing, and that's what Nvidia is talking about, then why were AMD and Intel down 3%? Because that's their bread and butter, relatively speaking.
I didn't mean to jinx Walmart here. I said, will Walmart actually be down 6%? I guess the answer is yes. It's coming down to 6% right now. So watch out for Walmart getting hit pretty aggressively here. All right, we're now open, so welcome to the jungle, everybody. We will be watching out for some Nvidia. I'm still waiting for that top level to break there on Nvidia, so we'll wait for 225 quarters to break. You can actually go 225 if it winds up breaking, but it's a downside play for now on NVDA, and we try to be as patient as we can with today's market. My biggest trade yesterday was around 10 o'clock after we waited for NVIDIA to base out. I do like the ARM trade today as well, but you know, that's going the other way. You know, we put down 255 when it was at 262, $7 down instead it's $7 up. There goes ARM, brand new all-time highs. So we say awesome on that play as well. And then the news of the day here is the Marvell, the Microsoft, all that. Look at, here comes Marvell right back in. I'm expecting Microsoft to be back in as well. Yes, so there we go. So both these names starting to kick back down just a little bit right now. Intel, okay, I have to.
Intel just spiked to 118. Okay. Well, yeah, well, guess we're not going to dip into 114. I just sort of chuckle. Like, look at AMD. We're just saying, like, well, if it's all about the GPUs, then why the heck were Intel and AMD down? Well, AMD's not down anymore. It's only 0.5 to the downside. That's a heck of a spike there for both those names. Quantum names, are we going to get that dip in QBTS?
Yeah, we got it in Rigetti, but I didn't take it. Damn it.
Oh, yeah, QBTS, that's D-Wave. Well, just say D-Wave. D-Wave did not dip at all, actually trying to go through VWAP as we speak, so this could just be like a clean trend break. Want to get the confirmation. It's like the opening candle. I don't want to get the high of it, but whatever, you can see that it's lower highs. I don't need to draw a trend line for you. That's pretty obvious. So it needs to hold over VWAP. Make sure this isn't some crazy reversal candle. It's the one I like. They all have very similar charts in the quant. Like, we didn't talk about QUBT, but they were all in the same range on that story. So nothing too crazy here off of the open for, I guess, the quantum names. Tesla does not dip anywhere near those teams, but it is still looking a little bit weak. Gonna hold off on Tesla. If we're looking for the dip buy, you had to wait it out a little bit here. It didn't really give it to you until about 10:30.
All right, there's, so Rigetti, 1850, looks good for the long. It's now at 1950, and where does it go to? 1850, the low is 1840. So we absolutely have that good idea on, but then we say, be patient with your entry, and it's just, we talk about not trying to catch a falling knife, but this one was a good story, so we'll have to try to maybe change our rhetoric a little bit on what we're trying to do with those names, especially when the story is positive. We may want to look a little bit at those more aggressively right off the jump, especially if they do hit levels that we like. But here comes Nvidia on the move, man, up $4. I mean, this hit to 220. We'll see if this one wants to continue to climb a little bit higher. I have the bid in, man, a break of 225 quarters. Just wanted to double check that number. That's what we're going to go with right there as well. Let's see if Walmart's trying to catch a bid. Oh, ouch. My bad. I mean, we talked about 6% there on Walmart. That is continuously moving right now. WMT. Downside there as well. Marvell probably coming back. I want to check that. It's hitting some scanners now, yeah, because right back into VWAP again.
Microsoft and Marvell both pulling back. Yep. Something's going on with Palantir, and it's definitely to the upside. So Dara, just to confirm that we don't see a story, but absolutely breaking out here on PLTR.
So apparently they're trying to, get after Pentagon's Defense Intelligence Agency for the ability to bid on a contract. That was as of earlier. I'm not seeing anything new in Palantir today. I've been keeping an eye on the scanners, and I just checked on Benzinga. So whatever that is with PLTR, A, it doesn't really match the prior story we had, and B, there's nothing new.
Gotcha, and that's what they're for, and it doesn't really matter. We're flying anyway, so the first dip is happening in this QBTS, so at least I don't know what the other quantum names are doing. This is what I'm watching, but it's the first sell action. Just want to see it hold on to the volume weighted average price and look for the long, because we didn't get the dip. Like, this one didn't break the low. I mean, I guess Sean showed Rigetti breaking and then going higher, but this didn't at all, unfortunately, on QBTS. Well, I guess fortunately for other people.
All right, here we go, man. We're in it. We got Nvidia. It's breaking our level, our #1 trade idea. Let's just keep on watching it. We only got out of a little bit there. Oh, I got out of a decent amount because we got filled twice up there, once in the 60s, once in the 80s. Here goes Nvidia. The reason why we take a little bit out, we still want to see this thing fly. But could we pull back? I mean, you know, so many times you've been sitting here so happy with our trading, and then all of a sudden it just blasts right back in. But there it is right now. It is your #1 trade of the day, and there it goes right into the dollar. So I don't know how else we could do it, man. We talk about how we get prepared, we put down our notes, and here it goes right now. An absolute monster of a trade, Neil, on Nvidia. There it goes, man. Now $2 in the money. Your #1 trade idea of the day just gets hit right there. See you later to Nvidia, man. But like I keep saying, even the last couple of days, we can have these trades, but if you don't get out, then this is what happens. Yesterday, this happened in Google. I'm already out of half, so so far, so good on that one. But here we go. There goes Nvidia. A little bit of a buy there to start, but you got to take it out when it pops up. We learned our lesson from yesterday with Google. We don't make that same mistake again with Nvidia. We still have a decent spot on, but we were able to capture a lot of that profit on the upside. And we didn't hit this as aggressively as we did yesterday with the Google because, again, on earnings and yada, yada, yada. But here we go. It's Nvidia upside right now. That's the trade for me, and we'll see where it falls into. I'm still thinking about rebuying it if it does break through this 223 or so, but for now, we're good. Let's just see if this one wants to sort of levitate a little bit higher here.
Yeah, as it levitates higher, we're heading lower distinctly on INTC. Intel heading to the downside. It just broke down that 115 level. Come on, QBTS, give me the fill. Never did. QBTS, we're still looking for that VWAP break, but through the downside here on Intel, rejection through the high. Now we're underneath VWAP, so I'm shorting this one back into the pre-market low. Still want to get those quantum names going as well. So short one. I'm not going to chase over here. I'm not going to chase. We're going to wait for that pullback there on QBTS. But Intel, with a huge reversal, and USO, if you're looking at the overall market, USO's been trending higher. This is the exact opposite of what we had at the open yesterday. We're trending in the other direction. So overall market looking relatively weak, with the exception of Nvidia, I would say. But those quantum names, they're absolutely going. You knew this was going to be a bit of a big play, but we haven't had a single red candle for a pullback in any of them whatsoever. So just Intel for me, and it was an initial break. It didn't do the dip and rip off this level. It decided it was going to do the false break of the high, and I think it's got a lot of gap to fill down into 110. So as long as we can hold underneath this pre-market support level, I'm going to continue to like the short there.
All right. Yeah, let's check out some Google here. Google downside again, 385. We're going to average in. So we only have like 20% left of this Nvidia trades, but it's coming back in. So we're going to wait for 223.50 or so at this 25 period moving average. See if it gives us another fill, and then we can get out of the way of this name if it wants to keep going down. Always tricky, man, to trade these names into earnings, right? And so we'll put a stop of 222. I think in like 75 or so if we wind up getting that fill, and we can punch out of that immediately if there's any problems. So that's what we'll be doing for now. We got to go over to Adair and see what she's up to.
News, Sean, but I do want to do some housekeeping because I realized I didn't mention earlier at 9:45, so in about 8 minutes, we're going to be getting a whole slew of economic data. So none at 10, but again, 3 numbers coming through at 9:45. U.S. Services PMI, S&P Manufacturing PMI, and S&P Composite PMI. So all 3 S&P PMI prints are going to be coming out at 9:45 a.m. Those are the flash or the preliminary prints for the month of May. So again, guys, 7 minutes, you'll see me right back here. Back to you.
It's too bad. Like we nail. I mean, Rigetti again. Like we have that Nvidia call. We have the Rigetti. We only have 2 calls on here. There's Rigetti 1850. It goes to 1840, but it does that right off the open, and now it's up $2. So there's 20% into that. We didn't have all 20%. We had about 10% of it into that trade. But okay, here comes another one for us. We're going to wait to see if we do get that fill. Just in case I miss it, I'm going to take a little bit down here in the 90s, but I still am waiting for 223.50 to come into play. We're at VWAP. That's where, okay, do we get it? Okay, that's where VWAP is. So let's just see if it holds. Here we go, man. It's Nvidia on the come up and then on the come down right now for NVDA. So a break of 222 we're going to get out of this one, and then we'll just be like, okay, well, we had the long, we tried to buy it back, might not work here. Nvidia, always tricky to play names on earnings, but we're going to wait around. Okay, now it's just getting hit to the downside. So it looks like the sellers are finally coming in for Nvidia. It doesn't have that, you can tell when it has like that meme stuff going on with it right now. Every time it tries to go up to the upside, it seems like it's getting hit right now. But you know, if we can absorb a little bit of this downturn, yeah, look at that. It was just at 223.60s there, and then it just went, look at this, man. This is moving a lot. You know how much volume is required to move this? Like, this is an absolutely insane a bunch of shares going through right now on NVDA. So looks like we will get stopped out. There it is. Our order's in right now. Break right now, and there it is. So we are stopped out of Nvidia. We tried the
thing just happened in Intel in the other direction.
I might go back.
They just sold. Yeah, and they just came right back under VWAP. So shorted the breakdown, giving it to VWAP, and now it's threatening right under. I might have just got wicked out. It's crazy because we're basically saying the opposite thing in the same time period. Like, I'm thinking it wicked out the short on Intel, the same time it wicked out the long on Nvidia. So you're getting this counter trend trade between probably AMD and Nvidia. But like, I was just short this breakdown. VWAP, yeah, now it's back to VWAP.
Wow, wow, that's too bad.
Yeah, I'm giving that one up. The big fail, I mean, Intel's going to end up being a fail because it doesn't end up following through. It got down to 114 change, but the real fail is going to be QBTS. That's the one it is what it is. It's a clean trend break, it's a VWAP hold. Now it's 21%, and I'm going to try not to chase this one, but there's a decent part of me that really, really wants to be chasing QBTS and trying to catch a bid. So the only thing you can do is look for maybe QUBT, maybe Rigetti, if I can find that, giving you a better trend trade. Rigetti's only breaking the high now, and QUBT is only breaking the high now, and Rigetti already gone. So maybe QUBT can give me a chance for a catch-up trade in the quantum space.
Maybe I shouldn't be sharing these outs anymore. We literally got out at the bottom there. We were able to buy it right back because I was like, you know what, if this is going to go, let's let this one breathe a little bit. We just got some out at 224.40s right there, so we make a little bit back, but we did get stopped out there. That's kind of sucky because that was we did have a decent position there, and all of a sudden, boom, down to the downside. Let's check out ARM. That's too bad about Rigetti, man. We actually have that price, and we just didn't want to take it. Yes. Okay, man. All right, well, now I'm happier now. I mean, ARM up another 10%. Like, this little stupid position that I took is starting to really get going. We really like some ARM. We like some Marvell. The account is flying right now, and so is our account over here, now $1.25 in the money. But we did already lose on Nvidia. We're just trying to get a little bit back here on that one. I'm going to wait for 225 to come in. We just took out some 224.50s. We'll wait to see if 225 comes. That's sort of when the damage started there. As soon as we didn't hold, that was our first break long. We went up, we were in the money $2, took a decent amount out, but then left that 20% there, and then bought it back into VWAP. It breaks, and then we get out. But, you know, again, completely changing up our mentality now. We're not layering in hard until it gets to key levels, so therefore when it breaks, we still have some skin in the game, and we don't have to worry about getting stopped out or whatever. But yeah, there goes Rigetti and some of the quantum space. It's absolutely flying. We didn't even miss that one. It came right to our price. We just missed it by not putting out an order on that. And then Walmart today, don't tell Joe, but now down 7% is Walmart down there
goes
to
SSR.
The downside. Yeah, that would be crazy.
Walmart goes SSR. That's an auto.
Palantir piling back.
Yeah, you know what? You're not a mean reversion trader if you're not looking at Walmart. I'm staring down the quantum names to see which one can give me a dip buy. And right now, the answer is none of them. So the next available trade, it's either this or Nike. Remember Nike yesterday? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Nike, trend trade, blah, 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 all day yesterday. This one is also trending back in. As long as we're above the prior high and holding this 43 level, 43 first, this prior high, 42.6, those are two trend reversions to play for. But give me a break. Walmart, was it this bad?
Yeah.
It was bad. No, it was a bad quarter. 115 in the long term, that's going to be a place to buy. But if we sniff 10%, fine. If we break this trend at any point, I will take a shot in it. Just not seeing any pullback whatsoever. The QBTS is still absolutely flying. Just give us a dip, one little dip, whether it's QBTS or Rigetti, or QUBT is the other one. These ones are all too far gone, 21% now. I wish I owned more D-Wave. You never really, whatever. It is what it is.
Yep, always. Okay, just trying to find out if there's anything else going around. We did have Tesla talk. Palantir, we talked about that earlier. That was a really good move back to the high side. We're still into this Nvidia, and I still do like it. So we're going to have to wait to see what's going on with that Nvidia trade. Trying to battle around 224 right now. We're trying to hold it. We're in the money about $1. We need it to go a little more than that. Tesla's still up that 1.25%. We did get that story about FSD in China. Apparently an older story or an older FSD New story, but it was a supervised.
They announced them. I was kind of confused because they actually did announce on their post as I showed the supervised. Like that's legit. Okay,
yeah, so all good on that one. But Tesla right now bouncing around with the market. I mean, the market's down 0.6 and Tesla's actually up 1.4. So, potentially seeing some kind of strength in Tesla right now. We do have numbers right about now. Let's go get those PMIs.
Yeah, as I told you guys here, we are going to get that S&P Services Manufacturing Composite PMI data in like 2 seconds now. Forecast for 51.2 for services. Services actually coming in at 50.9. So again, 51.2 is the forecast. Slight miss here or I guess below estimates rather here for that S&P Services PMI. Composite PMI also below estimates, 51.7 versus 51.8 expected. But then you have the S&P Manufacturing PMI coming well above estimates. You got a number of 55.3 versus 53.8 forecast. So again, slightly below expected for S&P Services and Composite PMI, well above expectations here for S&P Manufacturing PMI. And here's the market not reacting too much to this number, guys. This is the only number of the day. Again, of course, we had 8:30 numbers, but nothing like at 10 a.m. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Adara. And you've got two absolute falling knives here, one of which is actually breaking back into the upside. That's going to be Nike. So Nike first. Walmart will have to wait, as this one is made a rounded bottom in here off that 43 level. So about 43 quarter. Looks like it's trying to hold. There's your bottom. There's your breakout of the trend. It's pretty obvious. Sometimes you don't even have to draw the trend line. So I'm trying to pick it up on this candle. And I think this can fill in the gap. It was a program buy off a dip yesterday. That's the big thing. It did dip down initially off the open and then go into a parabolic move up. So the parabolic move is certainly happening. All right, just going to take the break of that prior bar. Just long into this low and to look for a gap fill. This and Walmart. Very different though. Walmart is legitimately down. Obviously, they just reported earnings. So this one could be a little bit heavier and require a little bit more patience to try to catch the bid here. 7%, maybe you do see double digits. If you do, the 10% mark, I'm just looking for a long, if it goes 10% down.
Okay. Someone in our chat, in my board there, commented on Xanadu. So we go over into the sticky note right here, and I asking for some ideas of what you guys were looking at. And it was you, a new CEO, about an announcement for the quantum play. There it is right here. What's up to Tim Pierce talking about Xanadu right there today. So a Canadian name in the quantum space, getting a little bit of a boost today. So XNDU starting to go as well. Still like womp womp on that Rigetti there, man. We should have I don't know what the story is. Just quantum. So that should be a good one there. Let's check out what IBM is doing here again today. So pulling back in. Well, I should be getting filled soon. Maybe I already did. I'll check out my account for that one to see if that's coming back in. And look, man, we emptied out the clip a little bit there on Nvidia to the point where we can now reload. So we're going to try to get this again at 222. Whoa. I was actually waiting for 222.50s or so to come into play. So we'll see if that can hit for us right now. But we just missed a little bit of a dip buy opportunity there as well for Nvidia. But yeah, just waiting to see if that one wants to go. We did have Micron today as well. Some of these parts going higher. Micron up 2.7%. We saw, we could actually check out, there goes Nvidia, by the way. We got filled and then it came out right away. So Nvidia out there and then a quick in and out there at the 50 period. It does not hold. Looks like we're going lower right now in this space. Nvidia downside.
A downside in the market too. Oh, we had a super chat. This was from earlier. Sorry about missing this one. 214B. What do we think of Alphabet? Stay long or cut? You're talking about June 18, 395 calls. We answered a question about I have Walmart on the brain because it's right on that trend line. We answered a question about this yesterday. I just feel a little bit bearish up the top here, just from it's a valuation on Alphabet, really, more than anything else. You have so many options. Nvidia is now going to get much cheaper after their report, and that gets appealing. Microsoft now has a good story. I just think when you're picking and choosing, it might be a little bit of time off for Alphabet, and a buy the dip is where my brain's at for this stock. So I'll sort of stick with that notion on Google. It's still a fantastic, great insulation, and they are the best out there. They overwhelmingly won the poll of our viewers as which Mag 7 name you like the best. It was them and Nvidia, and no one else was close. So I just think they have a little bit of a time off here.
Okay, so let's just keep looking for more opportunities. I mean, unfortunately, right now the Nasdaq is not really telling me anything. So it's kind of like tried to go back and forth with Nvidia there. Really, that's what it was, back and forth. I mean, up, down. Thinking about buying that dip against using that low again. I mean, I know the buyers are going to come for this name, but like talk about a quarter that was not well received, but actually put out pretty well. The difference between these guys and Walmart is Walmart didn't have the great guide. Their quarter was fine. It's the guide that was the problem. Now down 7%. There goes Walmart. And yeah, not trying to roll too many casinos here today. We're just trying to be exactly patient, waiting for something to set up. And if it can, it can. Microsoft gave it all back, by the way. So there's that huge spike up in Softy, giving it all back right now is Microsoft. So, what to think about that. This might be something to roll the dice on. I mean, we did hear that there was some kind of a story, again, with Anthropic. So I'm going to try it right against the low of the day. What is the real pre-market low here? We don't want to get stopped out too early, but 417 maybe as a stop there for Microsoft. We'll see about getting a few more shares if it does come back in just a little bit to 418.50 or so. But right now, Microsoft will take that long. We're long right here in the 30s. That's nothing. You could see this name drop easily. Let's put another bid at 418. Kind of low there, 70s or so. Hopefully that will come through. If not, we wait to see if it breaks down through 417, okay, as the breaking spot there for that name. And of course now Nvidia, not of course, it's still doing nothing. It did just make a move back to 223 there. AMD holding out pretty good considering what Nvidia is doing. I thought this would have been a little bit lower. And then the last look was ARM was at 280, man, the last time we saw it. Still at 280, man. What an absolute monster.
I will be moving the trail on that
9%
for sure. 10%
up right there.
Nick Dubs. Well, quickly, you got about the bottom end of the range move upside there on Nike after it broke trend and broke VWAP. So took a leg out, looking for the gap fill into the prior low. And then if it sets up like it did, if it does anything resembling what this turn was yesterday, look for like the dip buys off VWAP initially and then a potential small trend here. Nick Dubs, best of luck for the trading day. Appreciate you. What are your thoughts on a swing long in Carmel? Oh, that's the critical metals. Yeah. Right. Sharif calls it Carmel for some reason. You know what? This looks pretty good, Nick Dubs. I'm an MP, so that's just me. That's what I own shares in. But you got flat bottom at 7, higher low, both the 50 and the 200 holding. That's always a plus. Trend break. It's got a lot of positives for a long there. It's just a matter of like, what's your risk parameters? Are you holding it to the low? Are you holding it at the 200 period? Are you holding it, everyone's time horizon is different. But that's a great looking trend breakout for for critical metals.
Okay, I'm still in this one trade. Got to let this sort of mature up a little bit here for Microsoft. We're long at 419.30s. It just touched 420. We didn't get out, so I'm putting now a small little offer there at 420. See if it does go. And it's only 70 cents. I didn't necessarily want to take 70 cents on this name, but that's right where the 200 period moving average is. So it's really 420.25. But we'll see if it comes up one more time, see if we get touched in and around that 420 marker. And then I have another bid up at this offer at this 421-ish area. But for right now, we're well away from everything there. If this drops below 417, then we will have had our day in the sun for Microsoft. It won't give it too much more run off of those levels, okay? So that's one thing that we're going to be looking out for, a breakthrough. And I just used 417 because I thought that was pretty much, let me zoom out a little bit there. I'm not using any of these lows from 7 o'clock. It's kind of like where that story started. So maybe it's even, 417 might even be, actually that's probably pretty low. Let's go 417.50s for a break. So let's change our stop order on Microsoft there to 417.50. And if that breaks that, then unfortunately we are going to get out, and hopefully we don't have what happened to us on Nvidia there, where we got out and then started to pop a little bit again. But
yeah, guys, I've been looking with news. I haven't seen anything yet. Sorry to interrupt. I'm just seeing a lot of people in the chat ask. There's no truth post. There's literally nothing. If that changes, I'll keep you posted.
Okay.
USO just dropped. It's because of this drop in USO, everybody. That's why I think people are asking questions. About $1.50 to the downside on USO. That would be good for the market, obviously, but I don't think I'm going to change. Yeah, like the target's to fill in the gap here in Nike, and Nike probably doesn't care too much about what's happening in USO. If it can't get through that chop zone anyways, it couldn't yesterday. I think we can try to get it out there, and then buy the next available dip is going to be the plan of action. Let's go to Adair. Maybe we do have something.
This just came out now, guys, but keep aware you're seeing reports from Al Jazeera that the Iranian official has denied a report that the supreme leader of Iran has said that uranium must stay in Iran. So we know we had this move here earlier down in the market up on oil on reports, I believe from Reuters, that the Iranian supreme leader really wanted uranium, specifically near weapons-grade uranium, to stay in Iran. Now, according to Al Jazeera, some officials are denying that this was said by the supreme leader. If I get more details, confirmation or lack thereof, I'll let you know.
Thanks, Adair. We did get filled on our IBM, so that's so far so good. We'll see what's going on. There's Nvidia. Maybe that's going to start to go back up to the upside. We'll see. But there's IBM. So we do get that fill on IBM. I don't know. I took it in the Canadian market, so we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening. I think we were bidding around 233. I told you guys that we were trying to play halfway back, so the math was roughly $10 down. So we sat there, took that fill there at 433. So we add this monster, hopefully, into our account, and we'll wait to see what's going on there. We just missed a bid at 418.60, honestly, there on Microsoft, or we would have added to that. So that's where I'm sitting to add to it. It got to 418.75. So if it looks like it's going to come back in, just letting you guys know what I'm sitting on now and waiting to see what happens with Microsoft down at those levels. But yeah, man, it has been a story.
Oil is
today.
really
Yeah, oil's getting hit downside. I mean, this is what the rest of the market looks like. Obviously, we're very well focused there. You know, Intel obviously was a rough one. Nvidia was a rough one. Microsoft waiting for that. But here, today, the tech names still trying to figure this out, man. There's Walmart getting absolutely spanked, down now 7%. Costco down 3%. Amazon down. We got out of our target. I mean, we talked about getting out of 75% of that one at 121. Now that's down. Thanks, Walmart. Target was actually trying to do better there. All right, the financials also not having great moments, right? The investment banks doing much better. The Morgan Stanleys, the Goldman Sachses, but it's the big money bank. JP Morgan actually still up 0.45. That's fine. MasterCard down. Bank of America down. AXP. So some of these bank stocks are getting hit to the downside. And then here's where we thought we would see some love today with that kind of. Did Randy bring some more coffees? No. There's Nvidia and Apple and Broadcom and Micron. So, you know, all these names are pretty much just flattish. I mean, Nvidia to be down 0.4 doesn't really do too much to it. Intel down 2% right now. I'm still trying to mess around with Microsoft, but as you can see, we're not trading it that heavily.
New low.
But yeah, there it is, man. Microsoft is new low in what, Walmart or
Walmart?
Nike?
Walmart.
Oh, Walmart, yeah. So, sorry, that's Nvidia. This is Microsoft right now. So we get our 60 fill, and we don't even have one unit. We almost have one unit now. So if this falls down a little bit more, we can grab our one unit, and then 417.50, if that breaks, we're out. So we're not trying to like catch this falling knife. We did have a good story with Anthropic, we thought, but the market is apparently either denied. Did that get denied or something? Because
I don't think you got denied, but
yeah, so 433 today at 910, falling back quite aggressively, man. I mean, this is a big market cap move for Microsoft to have gotten a story that we thought was a positive one. Apparently not so much, but yeah, there goes Microsoft downside. We got to sit on our hands a little bit. Look at the futures.
some other upside moves here.
Look at Rigetti. I want to throw up about Rigetti.
Nokia, 3.8%.
I don't know who's calling that phone, Adair.
I don't know. Adair seems very excited about. I said they're excited about.
Is it
Nokia.
Stacy? Yeah, Neil doesn't know.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's fine. QBTS. That's again, if it's the quantum names. I actually looked back at the note, and it just sucks even worse because 21.5 apparently was a level. It wasn't the deep dip buy, but that's a clean trend break. Nike's starting to run out of steam. The market is still looking very strong after that USO move, but Nike's running out of steam in front of that pre-market high. So trend break, it's at VWAP, usually to there. maybe I'll just slap a trail on it. I wanted to get 44s on this, so you know what? We'll leave that in. I'm gonna go back to 44. We're in front of the 44. And if we just sort of lose this candle here, I can get out, look for the reload at the volume weighted average price. Because if it starts to set up this move, the big play was at 10.50. Everybody, it's Nat Gas, and the last 2 Thursdays, Nat Gas has made a huge move, breaking a slight downward trend and then flying. So at 10:30, you're going to have Boyle on the mind. Don't usually haven't looked at it in a while, but certainly with the last couple of Thursdays, it's obvious if you pull out the chart. And Walmart, still going to have to wait for the reversion on Walmart. That is just made a fresh low. You probably heard me say it now, 7.5% down. Seems like they want 10%. At some point, I'm going to put a bid in my PA for Walmart in and around those teens, just to start nibbling in. Because when this one starts getting, trending to the downside, that's when I like to get in. I never want to. It's too expensive to buy it on the highs. You got to buy dips on stocks that are overpriced. And it's still going down, Adara.
Let's discuss here, guys. Let's start with this market. As you can see, pushing nicely here off of these lows as we get an update here to a prior report. So, a lot of this move here up in oil, down in the market came as Reuters reported that the Supreme Leader of Iran was specifically ordering that the near nuclear grade uranium not leave the country. Now we have other reports suggesting that's not the case. So that change in things did actually lead to a move up here in the market once we started processing that headline. Also seeing that an official source from Qatar is saying to the Associated Press that they are only supporting the ongoing mediation led by Pakistan. They're not going to do their own mediation. I guess that was in question. What wasn't in question, though, is we had a really solid report for Nvidia last night, regardless of how the stock is reacting. Adjusted EPS and sales beat, record revenue, record data center revenue, guiding another really strong quarter for next quarter. And they also announced an additional $80 billion in share buybacks. IBM and a lot of these other quantum plays, including QBTS, Rigetti, Inflection, GFS, they're all reportedly getting some U.S. government investments. IBM actually already kind of confirming theirs on their website via a deal with the U.S. government. So good look here for these quantum plays. Keep them on watch for sure. Microsoft, what a fall. We've dropped $15 from the reaction high on this news. Anthropic reportedly talking to the company to use their Maya AI chips, as reported by The Information. Another name that moved on this because of its reported involvement with the Maya chips is Marvell, but Marvell actually holding up relatively well on this. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah, Marvell.
I just got a cash infusion that I need to put into the market somewhere.
Okay, well, you said Walmart, so there you go.
No, well, it's more than just Walmart. I have to buy some other stuff too. I'm liking where Microsoft might be as well, because I want to try to pick up some value.
All right. I don't know if Microsoft has any value, but I think we'll see.
Relative to the other mags?
Yeah, relative to it. But remember, they don't have what the other mags have. But I still like Microsoft.
Probably
still a huge
Meta
holding,
on a P.
For me. But yeah, so right now we took out a little bit there as it bumped up into 419 again there, just for a flat. We got at a 5% of the position there. I don't know if this is going to go or not, but we're into a position now where comfortable with it. We could lose $1.30 on this, right? If it breaks through 417.50 minus a little bit of slippage. So let's see if it wants to go back up, man. I'm waiting at 419.60 right now. See if we can get that. That's where this 25 period is. So we'll see if that can happen. And otherwise, man, let's just dump out of this one and say, forget it right now for that. So we'll have to wait to see if anything's going to hit us on Microsoft. You mentioned Marvell is still going well as well there. All right, so Nvidia now finally starting to catch that bid. As look at what this market's doing. Like Microsoft, it's just so hilarious. If I dug into anything else other than Microsoft, what would we even be looking like right now? We'd probably be cruising. Let's check out Google, another name that I love to buy, and we'll see if that's doing anything here as well. No, so this could be one that has an opportunity. But again, like this is actually looking like Nvidia was a little yesterday, where we were getting pretty weak underneath everything, and then eventually when it took off, it really took off. But for Google right now, again, like don't like what's happening with the market versus what's happening right here, and that's why I say like what is leading this market, and the only mistrade, I only have one mistrade, and that was Rigetti. We actually have the price written down on our note, but it hits in the first minute. And I put on our note, and exactly like what I'm trying to do here is be patient and wait for your entry, right? And so unfortunately, it was just a little bit too much patience and just didn't want to take that. There's 1850. It's exactly what we wrote. And now it's at 21 and change. So congrats to that one. Crying over spilt milk I am on that. So we'll have to wait. Not getting too much else going on here. Quantum is the talk today. Robinhood, just watching out for Bitcoin. That's trying to break through the highs right now, getting positive again on Hood right now. So that's something that you could look for some relative strength, hopefully back into the financial space. I've layered into SoFi. Whenever we talk about Robinhood, I always go to SoFi. I know they're completely different businesses, but this is another beat up name. And then we have Webull coming in. Adara's already given the best pun of the day. Will it be a Webull or a Webear there tonight? So that's 2% up right now for Webull. And this one looks to me like it does have a potential to get going. You know, nice consolidation right now. Huge move down on Webull, trying to find its base. You know, if they can come out, put out some numbers. Obviously, check out Trader TV Research. Adara will probably have something on Webull there. Okay, there we go. So guaranteed, I just heard Adara. So she'll have something there, and we can find out what numbers we're looking for out of Webull. I'm looking for Microsoft to get going, so that's what I'm, hands-on for that. And then we'll wait to see what happens with ARM. Still 285, 286 breaking through right now. That high spot right there on ARM. So it's starting to get going. Yeah, it looks like Microsoft just fails again at those highs. Nvidia could be a short there, by the way, but wow.
Tesla's getting smoked.
Is it? Okay, well, so is Microsoft.
All right, Walmart's potentially breaking trend. First things first, I did the trail out on Nike. So I want to look for a VWAP continuation. I'm just looking for a similar thing to yesterday, dip, and if it can really get going the second time through, the trend buying came in at about 10 o'clock. Walmart still continues to look pretty weak, but there's the open. So forget about the trend from the pre-market, right? You got earnings and all that kind of stuff. You got the conference call and all that nonsense. It's only now breaking this trend line from the open. And even then, it's a hastily, not perfectly drawn one, but it looks pretty convincing here. It's a 3-minute chart, so this isn't even going to close until a couple of seconds from now. Yeah, this is closing in the green. I was going to say, I thought I had another minute. No, but this is closing pretty much now. So I'm going to slip 50s in there and then just give it to the body of the prior bar. So risking, with slippage, I'd call it like 80 pennies, something along those lines, which you have to consider. On an earnings name, the spread's only a couple of cents, so it's probably not even going to have any slippage. Don't want to chase too far away, so hopefully I'll get picked up. And again, just want to make sure, set your stop. VWAP is always going to be a target on any kind of a bounce play, but this is not an SSR bounce. It didn't get to 10% to the downside. Yeah, Walmart, I'll be on the bid in the personal, but this is just a trade, try to hold it to the low if I can get picked up on the bid. I don't know what to do with the quantum names because, if you can't get in, I said this before, on a trend up like this, sometimes if you're not in on the long trade, like the first available setup ends up being some kind of parabolic reversal, which up 27%, that's what it seems like it's going to be for QBTS. So I might just sit this out until we get closer to the midday and look for some kind of a reversion pullback, topping tail candle that can be scalped, something along those lines. The quant names are fantastic today. It doesn't matter what you have. I don't think a single one of them is looking poorly. It could be Rigetti, it could be QBTS, it could be QUBT, it could be IBM, right, if you're looking for a bigger name. QUBT, if this is going to be the worst one, it's up 16%, and that's the worst one. Crazy. Everything Brew, a lot of beer references today. ZDAI, your friend Gabe. Thanks, Gabe. I don't know that one.
Damn, yeah.
Yeah, direct booking technology. Okay, so this is the reason we don't know it. Thanks for the super chat. I don't mind bringing it up at 4,000 shares in volume. I can shrug the shoulders, habitual line stepper on the daily chart. Like this is, that kind of a chart's usually a pretty hard pass for me. Like that's probably like a reverse split or something, and then it falls when they usually do. Almost back to that dollar level, so penny stock that wants to be a penny stock again. Unless there's a really good story, I kind of really stay away from these types of things. Sorry. But thanks for the super chat, though.
All right, so yeah, this 417 area is going gonna have to try to hold, man, something out here. And if it doesn't, then yeah, we gotta step away. Oh, this IBM. Yeah, I was looking at this one too because we did dip by this, so we'll see if that one wants to work out. Microsoft's still trying to go. No comment on this one really until we see where it moves off of, right? Nvidia, we still took that initial trade of 225 break there long. All right, just quickly here, IonQ is moving, obviously, as some of all of these quantum names continue to blast a little bit higher. SMR, INTC maybe pulling back a little bit here today as we looked at Intel one more time for all of you. There it is, pulling back into VWAP, into the 200 period moving average, potentially looking to get, okay, I need to take advantage of something here because that's a good move up. I'm going to punch a little bit out on Microsoft here. I'm still waiting at 1890. Maybe we get that there, but I just took a 75 fill as we just battled back. We were just down there at 417.50, so we got pretty close to getting stopped out, and then we battled right back upside. So let's make sure we take out a little bit more on this name just in case it does not want to hold out for us. There it is. There it is. Yes. Okay, we get that 90 fill, so that's a good one. Now let's go and see what winds up happening here. My next offer is 419.60. Maybe I got to fix that. Well, no, just ahead of the 200 and 420. That's fine. And then maybe we'll see about a higher play now. Let's go Microsoft. We've been sitting in this one waiting for it. We didn't have much patience in Nvidia. I tried it. I guess we had pretty good patience with it. We waited to the 50 period moving average and then eventually got stopped out there. Good win early, late take there, and then in and out quickly at the 50 period, but that was an average, so we wind up getting hit. So make the money back, average it in, get hit right there again. Now we wait to see what our friend Softy wants to do. Now, again, NBIS had a huge move up earlier today. We can see if that's trying to hold out. Yes, it is, man. Now up 17% as Nebius going higher there. CoreWeave could be looked at as well probably today with Nebius. Nebius got a deal, so CoreWeave may be a little bit different, but there's the Nvidia effect as well with CoreWeave. Hopefully that one can get going a little bit. Nothing else is really hitting my scanner. I mean, everybody's putting in the same names.
There's a new one in the chat.
Blaze Eyes. Or Seals Q, this could be one maybe.
Elf?
Oh, well, Elf, yeah, Elf on report, that's a good one. There's Seals Q,
nice.
upside as well. This actually could be a nice breaker. So shout out to, who was that? Zuzu Denker, what's up, Zuzu? That's a good play right there. Look at this one, looking to break through here. Lays, L-A-E-S, definitely a good look for me there if you're looking this way area. Trying to break out, nice little barcode and a break there. Any news on L-A-E-S, Adara, as we look out?
I kind of yelled it quietly there, but they're actually quantum. So
Or a
it's a
viewer,
quantum
okay.
company.
Oh, okay.
They're not
There
one of the
it goes.
companies that was mentioned, though.
All right.
It's so crazy.
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
No, we were sort of saying like about Sharif this morning, like I guarantee you, like every single small cap name that he's going to look at, well, maybe not every single, I'm overstating it. Now, a lot of the small cap names that you're going to look at that are gapping or mid caps that are running, they're just going to be quantum names that are adjacent to this euphoria that we're seeing. Or fortunately, I think. So Tesla also broke trend. There was another new name, not new, but Elf. Elf was mentioned in the chat. Yuck. I thought Elf was looking good. Maybe I guess the downgrade was correct because that was up like 9% and it was on the downgrade board and they got smoked off of the open. So Tesla, in addition to Walmart, broke trend. Any guesses at where this bounce just stopped? 420. So it goes in, fails 420. I want 21s. That's going to be this pre-market low in this candle in here. Walmart's trying to do its thing as well, but like the second you get up, fail 420, we're right back to the entry. So yeah, you cannot hold the bid here on Tesla, but I do like this one. In the level we were liking, yeah, I'm going to give this to this bar. That's not even a green candle that gets this bounce. Literally on a red candle. So if you're losing 417.80, let's say, going to jump out and look for another bid because ultimately we're not even close to that 415 to 417. Yes, the top end of the range, but there's still some room down here to fill the gap even more. So we're in. Looking for that pop into 21s. Walmart is also going as well. Looking for this to get back and didn't even get filled on that last dip buy, but I want this into VWAP here on Walmart.
All right, guys, what would trading look like if capital wasn't the constraint? That's the reality for most traders. It's not skill holding them back, it's the size. Trade the pool, of course, changes that. Step into the U.S. equity markets with up to $200,000 in buying power without committing your own capital. Full access to the stocks and to ETFs. long or short, execute with the precision and freedom that serious traders expect. Your performance is measured by one standard: discipline, risk management, and consistent execution. Meet that standard and operate at scale. No subscriptions, no ongoing obligations, just a clear path forward. For those ready to trade beyond limitations, this is your next level. Visit tradethepool.com and use Trader TV, one word, Trader TV, to get your 10% off of Trade the Pool. And of course, we trade on props, so we all know about what that means as far as, leveling up and trying to, once you get your game marked down, try to use a little bit more shares and see if Trade the Pool or any sort of prop firm can be good for you. Microsoft, just again, like wishing it would go a little bit more than where it did. Our best outs is 419.10s. So, 30 cents is the best we got on this one. We're getting lighter on it, though. It does not look like it wants to work. The market is fading out right now, back in. Probably an Nvidia story, yeah. So there's Nvidia fading as well, back into some of those lows of 222. We'll see if it wants to hold down there, if it gets back into there. It looks like Microsoft will probably eventually come out. So that's going to be a trade that we tried. It just did not work out. And the other mag name, and I keep looking over at Rigetti and I want to throw up, but whatever. There's Apple pulling back in as well. So Apple, the whole market losing a little bit of a bid here, as you can see right back through VWAP and now holding out at your 50 period. Not a bad spot to start thinking about a buy, but with Apple approaching that 300 marker, maybe it's worth waiting to see if Apple can catch a bid down where it caught one real early at $300.50. That's not a horrible spot there for Apple either. So we'll wait. I'm just surprised at Microsoft, man. They get that great story. They pop up huge. We're trying to find a base. We haven't taken any.
What the heck was that?
Yeah, the market just made a dip there. We haven't taken any hits on Microsoft yet, but we're holding something against us $1 right now. So, all right, maybe USO. The market just... okay, USO bouncing upside a little bit there. So yeah, there's the move down in oil. Here's the move back up. The market's trying to react.
A trap.
A little bit. Yeah, it seems like it might be a trap. So we'll have to wait to see if that trap is set and then land.
Oh, it's set.
Trap seems to be set.
The trap might have just been set there. There was just a huge volume spike. So we took some out in front of the 420 on Tesla. It then ran underneath the prior bar. Then we had a huge, I'm just in this staring, watching a huge volume spike go through to basically wick that bottom and just jumped right back into the trade. So if it get wicked out, and it was a big volume spike, no questions asked. And it wasn't just on Tesla. It was, I don't know, if you have like 3 or 4 level 2s up and they all do the same liquidity event at the same time, like I have Walmart up and it did the same thing. But yeah, like I said, it might even be a trap. So I'm not going to give it past that prior low. You suck, Tesla. That's the only one I have. I would hit the fail thing, but I'm on the wrong one. So I'm going to hit the fail on it. So it might have been a trap. But when I see that volume spike,
oh no,
and it's a wick out, I'm generally going to go back in at the same level instead of waiting for the bottom. Walmart's an earnings name. So potentially Walmart's not really caring what we're seeing happen. Like the Nasdaq's pulling back, and it's still like gently trending higher. But what I would want to see is, it's one thing to make one higher low. Continue to put in some higher lows, and that'll give a chance to maybe add on the next test of a trend line there. So Walmart kind of bucking the trend of the market and should have paid more attention to USO. Because that volume spike, yeah, USO was breaking higher, not lower. So that's probably the reason why you could slap the fail on that Tesla, because that volume spike was oil going the other direction. So really, it should have been a sell.
Probably just there was some sort of a rumor there about Oman and the Strait of Hormuz and all that kind of stuff. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on there. But now oil's pulling back just a little bit. I kind of want to try one more time here with Microsoft, but it's getting hit down here again. So 416, breaking lower now, not good, into 417 now, completely giving everything back on the day and more is Microsoft. So this name, definitely not worth it. We did talk about Netflix possibly today at that $88 mark. So here comes Netflix. It's bouncing nicely off of it and now finally starting to catch a bid. So maybe there's some love for Netflix. Flat there on the day is NFLX. Always love for a dare in the back. What you got back there?
So the story, as Sean mentioned here, Iran and Oman reportedly discussing a permanent toll in the Strait of Hormuz. That would basically entail that countries will have to pay in order to get past if the strait is reopened. So again, toll being discussed here by Iran and Oman. If I get more details, I'll let you know.
Permanent toll. Well, I mean, yeah, that's. I'm being sarcastic. That's obviously not good.
Yeah, they can't be good.
What's the deal
Trump
with
won't
Plug
like that.
Power? It's become. Let's just say they unplugged the roof on this stock. That doesn't work. Because it would be easier if it was flushing. There's like a million things I could say if the stock was flushing for Plug. Right, exactly. It's just none of them work to the upside. But Plug up 9 points
Nvidia's
today.
getting unplugged.
Bye-bye. Oh, seriously? No.
That's part of this market move, I guess.
No. Oh, my goodness.
Until AMD.
If I could have flipped to the level 2 fast enough, but I was
AMD,
just on the
everything,
chart.
Everything.
Somebody just ate a lot of shares at 220. It was hard to see, but if I had to guess, it looked like in one shot, 250,000 shares maybe. In one shot, someone was just like, I'll take it. All you can eat, insta-filled. Like I saw it, it was gone. So big battle happening on Nvidia as they're getting smoked. Probably ARM is going to be coming back then. Yeah, ARM might break this trend and come back in. I'm going to look for the most obvious trend break. Not going to be SMCI. Who else is there? AMD maybe. No, you know what? It's going to be ARM. I'm already looking at ARM making higher lows. Like, don't confuse things. It's on call it a bull flag, call it whatever you want, but it's a consolidation upward trend. If it loses that, with what's happening in Nvidia, I'd probably look for a short there. As Nvidia, the big baddie, is heading to the downside. But it's only down 1.7%. Nvidia is not in any real trouble today.
No, not yet. No,
well, not yet.
I mean, I think they're in trouble because they had a great report and then they just are falling on their face right now.
So, how bad can we feel if it's down 3% when the expected move was 5?
Well, but I just feel bad because it was a great quarter. I mean, if they had a bad quarter, then the move should have been 5. I mean, now on a good quarter, there goes the market. So, oh man, there goes Nvidia, by the way, downside. I was going to try to get short on the TQs, but we just. I was waiting for a little bit of a pop into 75.30s again, but that does not happen. And we still continue to go lower right now on the TQQs. So there goes the NASDAQ breaking the day's low. That's not a great story at all. Tesla as well at a level now that we could potentially look at, but they're breaking too. There goes 417. So they were just trying to bounce off of some of their buy zones, and it doesn't look like it's going to be a buy zone for very long. It's getting crushed right now. To the downside goes Tesla into 416. Maybe a take of 416, maybe back up to the upside. 417. Would maybe be something, but it's pushing lower right now. It's a good thing we didn't get out of Microsoft early enough, but we still got out. That's starting to make moves again, breaking through 417 now lower. Is Microsoft natural gas storage coming out soon? We could see if that's doing anything. Palantir probably falling on its face a little bit as well. Well, not really. Palantir's actually holding out now. So, I think it was that whole Strait of Hormuz discussion there that all of a sudden happened that sent the markets to the downside a bit. So, we're going to have to wait, man. The TQ's bouncing around now, downside, the market getting lower. But
go to Adara.
Ozan saying 410. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Adara. Oh, never mind. I was going to ask a question. We'll do it after.
Are you asking about ARM? No. Oh. I honestly, the volume was so light, I didn't want to put it on the watch list, so I haven't looked at the report yet. Still now, volume's light. We're not even at 1 mil. My understanding was that they beat. It's just not a well-received report, and I find that John Deere on earnings is either really strong or really weak, and there's kind of nothing in between. So that's as someone who trades Deere and is currently red on it. DE, that's my take on that. But in the meantime, let's go from the large caps to the small caps, which are very tradable on the day, unlike sometimes names like John Deere. SBFM on watch here. This is Sunshine Biopharma on watch here. They are a company that got some approval in Canada for their generic amoxicillin. So regulatory approval for treatment there for SBFM. Keep an eye here as well on LIMN, Limonatis Pharma. They entered into a definitive agreement to acquire a company called Inox AI. Apparently, this agreement was entered on May 17th, but it was announced yesterday. That's a $320 million all-stock transaction. So the acquiring party to the upside here. Last but not least, LAES. This is Seals Q Corp. I know Sean asked about this one. It's rallied multiple times in the past. I remember this name going back to 2024. They're a quantum play, rallying in sympathy, of course, with that report which has been confirmed by some companies, actually, that the U.S. government is going to be investing $2 billion across 9 quantum companies. LAES, to my knowledge, is not one of those companies, but trading higher in sympathy. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. I just feel like Deere had a good quarter. I'll get to the daily chart in Deere in a second, but ARM broke that trend line. Maybe there was something better in the moment when the market was tanking, but I elected to not look at any other names once I saw that trend line break. So short, first support's at 28, next is at 24, and Walmart just trailed out. Well, Walmart was doing a decent job of bucking the trend, and then it just lost the upward trend as well. Well, you know what? I guess it wasn't going to go that far. Walmart. So it broke the trend here. I missed the entry on that breakout. So if that ever happens, I usually just get half in and look for a place to add. But the entry should have been there on the trend break, and I didn't get that price. So I always want to try to have the actual price on the setup for the trade, but you can just blatantly see it losing the trend line. Now down 7% here at Walmart. I did want to note, this is why I was reacting to Deere, because I was a little surprised they were down 6.5%. This is at the 200 period moving average, down at 520 after, and I'm going to double check, pretty sure it was like 13 billion versus 11 billion on revenue.
Like I was saying to you, I mean, it's about, Walmart was a beat.
That's what I'm saying, but I don't think,
it's a matter of the
I have to double check. I don't think Deere's that expensive. I'm going to look back, because if that's even remotely a value versus Caterpillar, let's just say, I might decide to nibble in after their earnings there.
All right, we went back to the futures again, and so right now we're into TQs, into the NASDAQ. Don't have that very bottom, but it came right into yesterday's kind of, I don't actually have it on there. It was Nvidia when they reported some of the lows that were hit there on the NASDAQ when Nvidia got to 216, 217. That was down into here, so we'll wait to see if that little wick down, and we don't have like a huge amount of volume or anything to support that was the bottom, so not too sure, man. It got all the way back up to 75. And look, those are these sort of tops potentially there. Wick bottoms when it was working. Upside, now it looks like wick tops when the short is in. So yeah, a little nervous right here about what's going on with the futures as we are unable to get back. It's so hard for me to flip short at these levels. Like if it were to bump up a little bit, then I feel like we could grab some shorts in the space right now. But it's just, everything is too far down. I don't want to push these levels. It's 10:30 now. We've seen battle backs in and around this time. It's a good thing we got out of Nvidia because that's going lower there. We were unable to fight Microsoft successfully, but now that's trying to finally get back up to the upside. Maybe this one wants to break long. I don't know. We've already taken a couple swings and misses at that one. Maybe 418 and change for Microsoft to come out. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on with Microsoft, but so far so good here on any of the shorts that people may be holding, including INTU. We're going to go to Adair in a second, but Fabian's over there now, so you let me know when she's ready, and we'll throw it back over. 312 or so for Intuit. We said that there was a good chance that this name battles back, and that's pretty much what it's trying to do now. Still down 19%, of course, is INTU, Intuit, so that one's blasting around there. So I don't know. Some beat up names continue to be the case, and then DraftKings. I just saw that come through, $25. Okay, not much going on there. I'm still liking that Microsoft for a bounce back, but we've got to take out at least 418, I think, to get going again. Yeah, this name's that's not the one. We'll still stay in the futures and see if we can make something happen over there.
Thank you, Anurag. You just put it in the chat. Deere's P is like 30. So that's not as good as I was hoping it would be. I looked at that, I was like, based on the report and based on where the price action was, I'm like, if it's reasonable, but that doesn't sound all that appealing to me. I'm a Caterpillar owner, so I was just looking for things that are interesting on the dip. But let's go to Adara. It's almost 10:30. We're gonna get that nat gas number at 10:30. In the last 2 weeks, it has been a big trend reversal trade. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but it's got to be on watch, Adara.
I've been having some internet issues, but I'm going to try to cover that nat gas number for you guys for sure. I want to talk here about Deere, though, because I know Neil mentioned it, so I thought, why not go over the numbers? Forecasting fiscal 2026 net income between $4.5 billion to $5 billion. The numbers themselves were a double beat, as Neil alluded to, so $6.55 per share earnings. $5.73 was the expectation. Sales, $13.369 billion versus $11.535 billion expected, so nice double beat. Neil, there was some issue with tariff exposure, and that could be what's happening here. So they said their U.S. tariff exposure remains largely unchanged, net of a potential $272 million refund. They're expecting 2026 tariff exposure at almost $1 billion. So massive tariff exposure still for John Deere, even when we're seeing companies like Elf actually, change some of their tariff-related pricing issues. Deere saying they're still expecting tariff issues, so that could be what's happening. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. Well, Tesla has filled in the next gap rather convincingly. So it tries to bounce off the highs, like the afternoon or post-market highs or closing highs. Now you're right back into the chop zone looking for a trend break. So if we're willing to take shots on this breaking trend, down here is going to be that spot. At least the next one there on Tesla. Remember, 90 seconds. I'll probably be looking at Boyle and ARM from being real, because if you're staring down a number and looking to get in when an economic number comes in this case, the nat gas, you got to be on that level too. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I got to be looking at Boyle in the moment, looking for a VWAP breakdown, and then the 74s here in ARM. This doesn't really look like, it's not an obvious add, even though it's trend down, because this is still a bullish stock bouncing off VWAP. So it gets a trend break, and either that trend break works or it doesn't. Like, I'm not adding to this on a bullish chart. Overall, and I love ARM, up 8.5%. This is like literally the best chip name today. Has to be. Maybe it was Marvell more.
No, I don't know. ARM's doing this by itself. I mean, right now, right now you have the market trying to get a little lower there. We averaged in, so we didn't even get reloaded. We just took a little bit more shares there on the TQs with the sirens up. I'm still waiting at 74.98. We talked about getting a little bit of a piece up there. If it comes back up to 75, I don't know. 98 is literally the top, so just looking for a little bit of a push. It shouldn't matter. We're still not filled. That's crazy. All right. Oh, we got it. Okay, there it goes, breaking through. So here we go. Finally got a trade on right now with the futures, and we like that one. Still waiting to see if Microsoft wants to go. And Nvidia barcoding now, not looking horrible here for NVDA if we're able to break above 219.50. All right, over to Adara for these gas numbers.
I'll cover these for you guys live. Should be coming out in any second now. Forecast for this nat gas change, 96 billion. Coming in here at 101 billion. So higher than expected nat gas change print. I'll pull up USO for you guys, see how that's doing. USO, I mean, kind of nothing massively different here immediately after this print. Of course, we know push up, opens up, closes lower, spikes back down. But yeah, again, higher than expected by about 11 billion for that, or sorry, 5 billion for that nat gas change.
Nvidia trade up through 219, but that just happened right now through 219.50 through that break. So we just took a little small piece there thinking that, hey, maybe it's starting to go. And it looks like it's starting to fall right back in. But oh boy, did we do something here on the futures as that just spiked right up as well. So that's going to be a good one, man. We did go back to the futures and back to the well over there, as it's been probably one of my best trades, has been looking at the NASDAQ. So there it goes right back up to the upside, man. We go back to the bread and butter, and there it goes. It's a nice trade there on the TQQs upside for now. So yeah, man, making a little bit of bread back now on the TQ, so that's a good one. And we tried Nvidia. I was thinking like that little spike up there might have done something, but again, the futures did spike on that nat gas numbers on that EIA report. So just waiting to see what Nvidia does here. Get stopped out if it breaks back down below 219. Only giving this one 50 cents, man. If it's wrong, it's wrong. We can wait for better buys on Nvidia. But that spike was just basically a break of this pattern that we haven't broken since 920. We'll see if that winds up happening right now. So bouncing off of it, maybe we got a little bit too excited. Let me take something out at 50 again if it does come back. But here we go. So far, so good on the comeback up. Good trade on the TQs, not so good here on Nvidia, but giving it time.
Yeah, obviously there was no trade in Boyle. I had the stop set. I was like locked and loaded to punch the breakout. I'll show you in a second, but Boyle went down. So like there was no breakout trade to be had. Tesla also attempted to break trend here at same time as the number came out. So just taking it in. We said we'd look for the bounce there, wanted into VWAP if we can get there. And then ARM, no reload on a bullish name. The trend either works or it doesn't. Binary, right? Like take the trend break, it either continues or it doesn't. It did not, unfortunately. And for just an idea, what I was looking for in Boyle, I just set see I was at 14. I was just like, yeah, if it breaks 14.01, I'm just gonna go long. So I was just basically like, I'm going to take this breakout if it goes in the other direction, because that's the direction it went the last 2 weeks. But I wasn't really playing it the other way. And it didn't even do much continuation to the downside. So yeah, a bit of a nothing burger there in Boyle, but worth a look. Like, I'll be real, I would turn to Sean, it's like we sit there and look every single day And we can pull up the numbers today, like real trading. You see Amex, all that stuff. And so you start to look for things that might be on the Amex that give you an opportunity. When I saw a pattern on Boyle, have a look. And if it would have been a straight shot like it was the last couple times, you take that break, you scalp it out. It's a nice little binary trade. I like those types of ideas because it gives you like one moment in time where you can sort of lever in, just like an IPO. Very similar.
Yeah, and I think we talked about this too. It's really the only way anyone's making any money is finding these little niche things, right? Hitting these keys and trying to buy Nvidia on dips or rips or all that is really good, and that's why we talk about trying to like make hay with these kind of strategies. But as far as like the real cash is concerned, unless you have a real big stop, trading some of these names can be tough. But here it is, man. I'm right back into Nvidia. So there you go, in and out there for 50 cents. I'm just going to try it off the lows now because we'd already sort of made these moves in. But again, like if we break and make new lows, then what are we even doing? Right now, Nvidia's back into 218.20s. That's the low of the day. So I don't know. Do we really want to step back into this name? Maybe not at these levels. So Nvidia right now, 217, on a breaker through that. Definitely something that we have to get out of if it winds up breaking. I'm just trying to catch some bottoms here. It doesn't look like the bottom is in anywhere right now. But we did well on the Qs. It's just that one didn't really have too much extension back upside either. The name of the game is short today. And we actually said that it wasn't Dane. It was somebody else there on the chat that was commenting about potentially looking at a bearish side of the trade today. And I think you might have been right there. As there goes Nvidia rate. I mean, it didn't do anything. We're out 50 cents again. It seems like 50 cents is like that magical number. It's trying to hold 218. Who knows? We're long at 218.50 right now. Might have just bounced off of it. I'm going to say no right now and just give it a couple more beats underneath 218. But tried to beat it. Looks like it's trying to get back upside. I don't know, man. There's really no reason for this market to spike. I mean, we've seen USO continue to make highs. Not really. I mean, now it's pulling back in. That news on oil, I thought, would spark something there. Doesn't look to be doing too much. All right, here comes Nvidia, right back up to the upside again into 50s. So, yeah, let's see if this one can mature up into 219.50 again. Maybe not. What's up, Adara?
Spotify guys on watch. They had an investor meeting at 10 a.m. Eastern. Just seeing the summary from that. Apparently, they expect to deliver gross margin of 35 to 45%, operating margin above 20%. That's through 2030. They're also committed to reaching 1 billion subscribers through 2030. So some Spotify investor updates. Back to you.
Thank you, Dara. You know what just popped up to the #1 name on my trade rate? It's not Nvidia. It's not Soxel. It's not Micron. It's not Intel. It's Rocket Lab.
Okay.
Of all things, Rocket Lab was an offering today. That's the reason why they're down 6%, or at least that's the reason we saw that they were down 6%. Pretty sure that's the only one. This could be something. Look where it bounced. Forget about that dark pool wick. 124. Look at yesterday's low, 124. Pre-market low, 124. Where'd it bounce? 124. So all things being equal, it just broke trend. I don't like a trend break if it's right at VWAP. You want to take out VWAP, in my opinion. So I want this to break VWAP, and then I'm going to throw that on a side chart for sure. I'm just fighting a sneeze. The only thing we're in here is Tesla.
Breaking news.
Yeah, and the thing with Tesla's now like $6 away from VWAP, which sets a different risk to reward. Like, think of that gap. So when you're giving it to the prior bar, yeah, that's like $1.70, like wider stop than before, but the upside is also bigger as well. So you have to be able to respect that. So Tesla on the comeback trail, the market on the comeback trail, Rocket Lab on the comeback trail. OPEC likely to agree. Oil output quota hike of 188 barrels per day at June 7 meeting.
Yeah, there it goes.
That can't hurt.
No, it does not hurt. And also does not hurt to be long, as you just mentioned there. The NASDAQ on the way back up, so we're getting out some more at the highs. We actually bought the dip quite well on NASDAQ. I mean, fighting individual names, like we fought Microsoft on a story, we fought Nvidia on earnings, we fought the law and the law won, but right now we're getting back into this game right now aggressively. Let's go Nvidia, nice little spike up there for Nvidia. There we go, now that's back into the dollar club range, so we're happy with that one. We'll hit our, we haven't been able to do it much today, but there it goes. Nice move back up there for Nvidia. Look, the last time we went long, we busted through this 219 and stopped. So we're going to take, 219.50. So yeah, why didn't this happen the first time? We wouldn't have had to take the L, but we did, get back in, and now we're going to be actually cruising here on Nvidia back up to the upside. So far, so good there. The NASDAQ, booyaka, this one's starting to work out for us. Look, man, it only takes a matter of time before we get our mojo back. This one was about 10:30, a little bit too late today. So there goes Nvidia up $1.23. There goes the Qs. So congratulations anybody that was fighting with that one and able to make it. Lost money obviously today on Microsoft. That's not doing anything, but we got back into Nvidia. Let's just see how far this one can go. Can we get back up to the upside here? Hopefully, you know, VWAP is 222. We're just looking at 220. Might as well, this will be my last out for Nvidia until we really get going. So we're gonna put out a decent amount here, right at 219.90, just ahead of 220. And then we'll let it go. We'll see if we can, we're still holding half, so we'll have half left by the time this thing goes, and hopefully we're able to get that back up to 222 and call it a day on Nvidia. So not too bad there with that, and it's obviously the real trade is right here as we go. My favorite graphic, back to the futures, and as that continues to go higher. Let's take another out right now at 40 if we can, as it's at that 50 period, it's at VWAP, it's at everything. So we'll just watch out for that one and see if Nvidia can continue to climb. But there it is, man. We were able to battle back. So now we're feeling much, much better about our current situation, and can breathe easy here on a P&L wise. So nice move back up. Let's see what happens here with Nvidia and with the futures.
Absolutely, and it's like we're at a VWAP in here on the future, so hopefully Tesla can play some catch up. But it just had the 416 level, which is not the close, but it's right in here on the imbalances where it broke out, and then aftermarket support. So if we can hold trend line, I feel like this is like a Walmart, where if it can hold trend, there's plenty of room to get into 420. So on the stair step up, gonna look to try to get some out, rinse and repeat. I do need to get back over. There's one name that it just never got me back in, and that was Nike. So I don't want to get too far away from this, but I was still looking for this silly VWAP retest on Nike. And if it's not going to do it, it's holding a nice flag here, or consolidation. It's not really a clean bull flag. It's close enough. But you have slightly higher highs, slightly higher lows. If it never dips into VWAP, this could end up just being a nice consolidation long. So I'm going to keep eyes on that, maybe on the 15-minute chart. Nike could get back into the green. The market's certainly helping out. And speaking of Walmart, and speaking of retail, Walmart's still holding some higher lows. So I got trailed out there, but this still looks pretty solid. We're going to go back to Adara for sector watch, but I'm going to take another crack at Walmart.
Let's take a look here at these sectors. It's a kind of muted board. Like, we're used to seeing either a lot of red or a lot of green. Today, I mostly see a lot of gray, starting with the finance sector. Very few areas of strength or weakness in finance. Industrial services, kind of mid. Even energy and minerals. I mean, we have some weakness, but the larger names here are going to be roughly flat. Health services, roughly flat. Health tech gets kind of interesting. You've got strength in names like Eli Lilly. We know they had that obesity drug that was well received in trials in certain doses. Amgen to the upside, Merck to the upside. Weakness, though, in retail trade. You've got Walmart dragging this whole sector to the downside, down 7% on earnings. Costs go down 2%. They report next week. Tech services, good mix of strength and weakness. IBM still up 7% after getting that $1 billion quantum-related investment from the U.S. government. AppLovin also up, but a lot of these other names, specifically the SaaS names like Adobe and ServiceNow, are down, and Intuit down 20% on earnings day one. Electronic tech, going to be weak here as well, though there are bright spots like Micron, Qualcomm, STX. Long story short, it's really hard to find a sector that's all strong or all weak. A lot of them are kind of mixed and trading as individual stocks rather than as a group. Back to you.
Here, can we help you out with what platform we're using? Yeah, man, it's just real trading. We've talked about that a couple of times. You go over to real trading. We're using their software here. It's called P-Pro8 platform. There's our little logo there. And I don't know if there's Brendan. What's up, Brendan? Oh, good. Great way to pause it on his face like that.
Derp.
I have no idea who's running this thing. There's Neil.
That's and then with the time machine too at real trading. So
yeah,
that's
there it
me
is right
in
there.
15 years.
Yeah.
Although I can't grow. I'm not.
Yeah.
A beard, you know, it's not me.
This guy can't grow it either, so don't worry. And then here we go over here. Where's the I thought there was something about the platform over here. Maybe there isn't. But anyways, this is what we're using right now. Real trading. So you go over here, get in the company, get in the platform. Everything's right here. Go check it out. Sign up with Real Trading, and you can hopefully make a little bit of money with us and trade with us here. As I was saying in the chat, man, I'll be red today, and that's fine. As we always say, it's always best if you're going to be red within reason, and that's for sure what we are here today. So that is all good, and we'll just wait to see what winds up happening now. And I don't know if we're going to be red for long, but here goes Nvidia right there, back up to the upside. It's Nvidia, it's the NASDAQ, and if you're trying to find honesty, I think you found the right spot there. You know, many traders will, you know, act like they're green or post big green trades. I don't have a problem. We talked about that Microsoft. We talked about that Nvidia. Those were problems. There's Google, not a problem. That's trying to go a little bit higher right now. GOGGL. You know, we're just trying to support some of those bids. It's funny because we had talked about Google when it was down there. It didn't really give me the idea of a long. Unfortunately, we should have. But we've done real well, man. Now we're $2 in the money. We're about $1.40 here in Nvidia. Add that to the 70 cents on the TQs. And actually, now that I see this level, we should maybe get a little bit more out here in the 30s. So we do that right now at VWAP on the TQs. And then just checking back on Nvidia, 220. I said we weren't going to get anything out on Nvidia at oh no, we still didn't get that trade. Yeah, so we're still waiting for 219.90s right now on NVDA. So we actually missed that. So that's going to be my next out. Hopefully that flies through right now, and we'll have something to talk about. But there we go. NVIDIA, give me that. Yeah. See, now we just miss it by a minute again. So I'm actually going to put that now. I mean, it's just a small piece. We'll put it at 75. Hopefully we're able to get it. But yeah, so battling back here on the day I am. It was just really Microsoft that sort of screwed me up there, just trying to bid it out and didn't really work out. And it's been pretty flat, so I think we did a good idea of leaving Microsoft alone for now. People are red on Intuit. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's what's going to happen.
Intuit's having a rough day. Intel was the one for me. Like, it lost, but it was more, I had to make a keystroke on Intel, is what it is. The trade would have lost anyways, but lost a bit extra on it. And the short ended up setting up. It just took some time to catch the other end of it. I think that's one of the things that you always have to remember. You know, you can look at the chart all you want, and again, like I'll look at this. It ends up being a breakdown eventually at that level, where like there's your flat bottom break. But it's a little bit different when you're taking it on the front end as opposed to look at it, reject that top on the 15, and then when it breaks it the second time through, it's just a little bit more clean. And even still, like it fills in this gap and it's actually heading back higher. Like it's actually looking like the market's coming back. So
go.
That's pretty much what's happening there. So Tesla, we're back into it. Actually tried to reload this one on the 14s because still looking for that press into the volume weighted average price. And the quantum names did a bit of a dip there. Maybe this is all it's going to do. This one wick into VWAP and then right back up. That wick is 2% on QBTS. That's 23.5 to 23 even. And now it's back up to 23.80, which is 3.5%. So if this is all you're going to get off of VWAP, then I'm just going to have to take the consolidation. This doesn't want to give you some kind of clean action on a dip buy where you can reasonably, get in on the line here at the volume weighted average price. The high is 24.70, so it's like $1.20 from here, which is 5%. So I'm got to be willing to nibble in here and try to catch it somewhere on this trend because the quantum names have been the jam. There's no question about it. Like that's the miss. You needed just one. If you need just one trade, it's clean break, hold 21.5. It's a chase candle for sure, so you're probably getting in a heck of a lot further than you'd want to. At least for myself. Like I'm taking trend breaks, usually trying to get it like right there, and you were having to chase that one an extra couple % But when you're dealing with the quantum names, that's just how it is, because they can go 20% from 10. They're just built different.
Oh man, yeah, no, that's crazy. Nvidia just came up to our price again. Yeah, quantum names are crazy. At least we wrote it down today. Obviously, we're embarrassed not to have it, but not embarrassed, but it hit our level. We were waiting for early, just a little bit too early right there. Look, we're nothing but love around here, so we're going to pass that around. Neil and I may be red on the day, but Joe and Adara green. So there you go, man. 50-50 around these joints. So congratulations to those two. And yeah, we're always trying to celebrate, winners and losers and talk about our journeys, right? So congrats to Joe and Adara. You're going to see Joe in just a matter of seconds. Hopefully Sharif comes back. Normally he's around by now, so I don't know where he is. Probably getting that one last squat in. And then I'll be joining him at the gym very, very shortly. So Nvidia just bounced off of 219.75 there. So I don't know what's even Like, why every price I put in just keeps on bouncing off? I'm using such a small amount of shares. I don't understand it. So I'm going to go to 60s now and just take that last piece out. And then if we rip up from there, fine. I want to take out about 15% of what I have left and then let the rest of this run. So that's what we're going to be doing right now on Nvidia. And, look, hopefully we're not red for long, but, this name needs to go back there to the upside and watching out for the TQs. And before we go over what's for lunch, that's going to happen pretty soon, let's just go over and see what is going on in the S&P 500 and what some of these markets look like one more time here today. Yeah, pretty red. There's not much to go on today. Eli Lilly, again, pretty happy with it. We talked about that as a portfolio staple for myself, up 1.6%. Percentage, yeah, everything's all right over there. We got some dropping of a plate over there, it looks like. So shout out to Andre. He's trying to get that figured out. But yeah, there's this name here, the health space, so healthcare space. Health technology. Healthcare, Oscar Health Services. We've been seeing some nice moves in this space as well. UNH recently. Oscar's not going to be in the S&P 500, but there's a couple names there to look at for sure. If you're interested, it's over here where the problems lie. The financials kind of flattish today. Good day for Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, although they're back to zeros now again. And you mentioned John Deere. Yeah, down 8%. Not a nice one there for Deere. So, oh dear, I guess we could say, because that is a nice move lower there for. There he is, Mr. Positive over there. Joe, what was that about? Did you just get a banger over there? Is there a stock you want us to look at? No, Joe's just saying what's up. So yeah, man, congratulations, Joe. I know we talked about it being a tough day over here, so we're glad that you're able to do well. And just because Joe hit it, let's just go over to one more play here, the earnings play du jour, and that would have been Walmart. I think a lot of people probably own Walmart in their account, just like you probably own Nvidia in your account. I don't own Walmart, but it's definitely been a miss by me because it's been nothing but fire. And if you're looking for something, I was joking when this thing was down 4% or something, saying maybe we get to 6. Well, maybe we get to 7, maybe we get to 8 right now, but coming back into some key levels. And again, this does not show the split adjusted, the move over to the NASDAQ. So here's a Walmart on a longer time frame. Looking at like 114, 115 and change to come through there. Never fear, the professor is here. Sharif entering the building. 116 for Walmart, something that I think you can start to open up the purse strings for. And instead of spending all my money at Walmart, maybe we'll spend some on the stock. My wife is right now at Costco. So maybe we should be looking at some Costco. What's she getting? I have no idea what she's getting. Hopefully some good food or something. All right, let's go back over. They have really fresh veggies and fruit there, actually, at
something
Costco,
that you can put on the grill this weekend.
Yeah, we had steak last night. We've been having a really good things. Yeah, well, for the weekend, I'll get the meat a little closer to the weekend, but good call on that one for sure. I'd like to have some burgers, man. It's Memorial Day. Get some cheeseburgers going on there. That should be a lot of fun. But okay,
it's grill time.
Yeah, it's grilled. It's grill time. Big. Yeah, the grill time yesterday. Baxter was all over that, man. Four nice little steaks there yesterday. It was well done. Today we have a game 8 to 10, so I think she's probably getting something for dinner tonight. Okay, Adara, it's 10:50. Let's go find out what's talking, and it's Money Talks with Adara.
Well, the way this chart pattern is speaking to me is certainly that it might want to go higher on the daily. It had this consolidation here at that base of around 98.9s, high here of that 99.30s. We broke above that level. Good look here for the US dollar. Now, in terms of economic data, we've had a couple prints here throughout the day. Initial jobless claims coming in at 209,000, so a little bit smaller than that expected 210,000 print. Housing starts and building permits also at 830, a little bit higher than expected. Then you got S&P PMI at 9:45 a.m., lower than expected services and composite number, higher than expected manufacturing print. At 11 a.m., guys, as well, some housekeeping. President Trump speaking to the EPA administrator, or speaking with the EPA administrator, Lee Zeldin. I will keep you all posted on that. I'll send you right now, though, back to the guys.
Thank you, Adara. So there was another little trend break into VWAP on ARM right in here. So it did the same thing as before. Again, got to take something out in front of the volume weighted average price because that's where it continues to bounce. Tighter stop again. Like this time, like the prior entry is going to be tight to the 280 level and looking for continuation into 74. So basically the same thing as before. I mean, Tesla's exactly where I left it before. Nike's not really I mean, it's not bad. Like, Nike's still in the exact same bull flag. Is it, like, I wonder, like, is there a point at which the bull flag becomes so long that it's just not called that anymore? Like, it goes up, and then we go sideways. If it just goes sideways all day, obviously it's not the same pattern. But that's what I see over there. Walmart continues to just sort of hold this slightly downward pattern off the bottom. Like, the actual low got made at 10 o'clock, and it's been doing okay since, but got in, lost the trend. Gonna need to find another setup here for Walmart. Hopefully, like a double bottom. If it can double bottom, then I don't have to worry about some kind of trend line break. So like a double bottom with a bottoming tail wick would be one way that I could jump back into a Walmart trade. With 7 minutes to go in here, one name that I've seen constantly in the chat and is breaking highs. The market ain't breaking highs, but Palantir's breaking highs.
Yeah.
As that goes through 138, 138.30 or so is going to be that high break. Remember, this thing or this stock has an all year, well, even go back to November. Look at this trend line. And the best thing about a downward sloping trend line is if it continues to happen, eventually you just get a better price on the breakout because it's like lower and lower. This breakout could be as early as tomorrow, that 50-period moving average on Palantir. So I like it. We'll see if it ends up happening with a breakout trade. There's just no guarantees that you get in because it might never break that resistance. Or it could break it next week or it could break it next month. I just know that I like it when it does.
All right, we got an American flag today. Generally, that's been a great flag for us because it's meant fried chicken. Today, unfortunately, it means New Orleans roasted chicken legs. So maybe a little spicy there for Miss Adara. We'll see. We'll get back to you on what that spice level is like. So New Orleans roasted chicken leg. I don't like the chicken legs around here, so we'll see what happens there.
It was good the last
time. Last time I gave it to Brendo. Creamy mac and cheese. There we go. So an Adara favorite there as well as
no
the
cheese.
side with roasted potato.
I'm still on the no cheese, so I'm not
Okay, I'm off that. So hopefully that's.
I forgot
me.
the message.
But yeah, hopefully the chicken's okay. I don't want to downplay it. Generally, when it has a bone in it, it hasn't been. Okay, roasted seasoned veg. We always get that in garden salad. That's what's for lunch. Sounds good, man. A roasted chicken leg, we'll take it. Beggars can't be choosers on, especially a day like today. My P&L is not paying for anything around here, so that's a good one right there. But yeah, join the professor and Joe coming through just momentarily for you guys on the day. And yeah, it's been a pretty good one. We're just waiting for the market to get back. I'm still waiting for 219.60. Believe it or not, I'm still right there. This goes all the way down into 218.50, all the way back up. And the price that I'm waiting for can't fill. So here goes one more push, one more push, one more push. Oh, man, that'd be crazy. It got to 257s there. Can we get it again? There it is, finally, yes. So we get that 60 fill right there. So that was a good one for us. Now we'll see if this one can climb up. Hopefully when we get back from the gym, we'll be green. But for right now, it is what it is. Not the greatest day. We're happy with the TQs. They battled all the way back as well. We'll wait to see if we get a VWAP fill in the 30s there. We'll put an offer. I don't even know if I have one. There I have one in the 70s there for this. We'll put one in the 50s. And then we'll see what happens now. GCTS. There's going to be a lot of small cap names that are going to get talked about momentarily from these two individuals on the midday.
Yeah, and we're trying, let's got 4 minutes to go. We got plenty of time.
Okay.
We're still holding the same range in here, 14 to 15.5. Somebody is selling Tesla at 415.5. So I got another out there. I suppose if we just go right back into the 14, we'll try to buy the next bottoming tail candle. As long as it holds the higher low, it's on structure and it's okay. But I want that VWAP. And if we're not going to get it, then you're going to look for a different exit point, but for now, it's going to stay on structure over there. ARM, the second entry, much like the first, scalps them on the way down, keep the same, redraw that for you guys, keep the same tight stop. So I'm just going to give it to that 280, like pretty binary at that point. Like I'm willing to hold this for like that next push down, which would be like $4 or $5 in, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to move the stop or anything like that. If it goes under VWAP and holds, then I would move the stop down. But when you have a trend line, you get really cute if you move your stop to the trend line top because that's going to keep going higher and higher, which is a silly way to do it. Because then all of a sudden, the longer you're in the trade, the wider your stop is, which is absolutely silly. Over in Nike, still absolutely nothing happening there. And then QBTS, quantum, wherefore art thou? No bottoming tail wick to get an entry point in this one. We're going to have to set something up on maybe a different name than QBTS. It could be Rigetti. I just feel like if any of these go back in, like QUBT, RGTI, if any one of these can do a clean VWAP bounce trade, I'd just probably go with that one. 20 to 25% on pretty much the entire group there. Just so strong. That's, if there's a fail today, it's like, to me, it's that. Like, you can't like an entire group and like trades that set up that same way and then just miss out on them. Like, that's a frustrating thing. It wasn't just that 21.5 was a level. It also just instantaneously broke trend and held VWAP. That's like 3 good things that it did all in the first candle. Like, what more are you asking for than that? That's what it is. Slap a fail on that. Not to have QBTS is terrible.
Yeah, exactly. Like we were saying, at least we had sort of mentioned it, but yeah, no trades on that one. So whatever, man. There goes Microsoft, trying to see if there's finally some get up to that name. We'll see if it wants to hold this 50-period moving average. Potential buy in and around 418 now for Microsoft. I think I'll try it back right now. Just, you know, we've lost on this name so far, so who knows what's going to happen. But hold of those, not bad there. 417.50 or so is what we're talking about. So if we come back into 418, let's give it back to 417, maybe a break below that, and we'll be able to get out. So I'm going to put that in right now, 416.99, breaking down on Microsoft. Who knows, man? I'm going to take a 418 fill, and then we'll look to maybe get another one at 417.50s if that comes in, and then we'll deal with it after that, man, and hopefully get a nice little win on Microsoft, make a little bit of that money back. It's Nvidia's $1 right now. The futures are $1, and that's pretty good. This is the TQs. Oh, the TQs are now finally starting to go. We have some offers in the 70s, as we said, 74.70. Sorry, 75.70. So we'll see where that one winds up going. There we go, into this level there. That's 75.70 right there. So a nice little move higher there would be nice. We'll put an offer. Maybe we get filled, maybe we don't. But we'll be checking that out when we're there at the gym. What did you do today, Sharif?
I did quads.
Oh, quads. Quadzilla over there. So we'll see about those quads coming through. But there it is, man. The out on the futures, good little play there. Yeah, like I said,
Get up.
it's been a good day. Well, hopefully when we get back, we'll be back into that Greensville right now, looking for Nvidia to continue to run through 220. And, you know, no real offers on this one until we get to 222. Let's see if we can get back to VWAP on Nvidia.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for VWAP as well on Tesla. That'll be the target, but, you know, it's a bit of it's an area because 418, the first long is going to provide the target. Like, the first long was in the 418 half, like right in here on that break. That's in front of VWAP, so that's going to be the target for me. If we can find a different entry than the 414 change, it might be something like a higher low. And quantum names going absolutely ham. You guys have seen that already. Walmart getting smoked, Deere getting smoked, just some other ones. Deere's not even catching a bid, man. Like, the market's bouncing. They really don't like that on John Deere, unfortunately for them. That was the only surprise one for me. Like, Walmart, I had some concerns with Walmart with their pricing, that you could see the correction, but Deere to be back at the 200 period after that quarter is a bit of a surprise. Hopefully enjoy some chicken legs.
Yeah, it should be good.
It should be okay. There'll be leftover mac and cheese, so not being on the cheese thing's not a big deal. There's always leftovers. You just gotta heat it up in the microwave. So we'll enjoy some of that. We'll see you guys back in the afternoon. Right now, it's the Professor and Joey Chill.
See ya.
That's pretty Joey Chills, man. He's a pretty laid back guy, man. He's smiling all the time. I'm not chill, man. Bang. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif, and YouTube is probably showing a whole bunch of commercials, which is why people are taking their sweet time to come on over. It's not like they're late. YouTube just, you know, they got to generate some money, Joey, and we talked a lot about this with advertising being maxed out on the Meta platform. It's just a matter of time till Google maxes out. Shout out to Bronze Hands, Sharif and Joe in the bronze. What's up? We got XCR running star 2-wheel crypto. I like these new names, man. Mr. Kevin G. What's up to you, my man? Rex Banner. That's not a new name. My name Ja. That's a great look at that. My name Ja. That's fantastic. Trade Sniper. We got Waleed. We got Mike Kelson. Max Bet, Dino Vincenre, Kayla, M8993. What's up? Right back at ya. Double dip chip. You double dip? That's like putting your entire mouth in the dip. Next time you dip, you take one dip and end it.
Ooh.
That's a Seinfeld reference.
That's where
you have no idea what's going on there,
I actually
Joey.
learned from my cousins not to double dip. My older cousins, yeah.
You get double dip, you catch hands.
I was young too. I double dipped the fry, and they're like, "Ew, bro."
My name Jeff. Shout out to Frico Suave, MP64 300 SE. That's a lot of letters. Locksman, Rick. The Dog, Scott Tomlinson, TSLA, TSLL. Yes, we're going to get to it, I promise. Padraya, Gabe, shout out to Pac Z, 2744, Game, Craft, Nico, Trig Trades, yes, Anurag, the OG, Jacob Savage, and KC520 frickin' 6. She's back. It is always a good day, at least for me anyway, when Bovin and Casey Grunfeld, Scott H, who else? Taylor. There's a bunch of other small cap traders are in the house. I'm forgetting some names. I do apologize, but I love them all. Shout out to Mike PD right up. I'm in a good mood today, Joey. What's up?
That's good, man. Hey, man, send that energy this way, man. We like rocking and roll, even though it's nice. It's nice out, a little chilly. Thanks to Katina, man, for the recognition on the green, but it's nothing to write home about. Trust me when I tell you that. A couple small scalps, but we'll take that. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic day, as I typically say. We're gonna get a lot into the options contracting. I told you guys we grabbed a couple on, I believe it was Tuesday evening. We grabbed a couple of them. And I mean, we paid $50, sold them for $15. So just like that, because we didn't, it's $50, right? Like at the end of the day, you lose the value, but we knew what we were getting ourselves into with this earnings report. Could we have done, I mean, we knew what happened on the previous reports, right? It stays within the expected move, but this time it really did, and it just closed right around, the volatility ended right around where it closed. So as soon as the open hit, you lose the majority of the value of those contracts. So you have to be prepared for that, and that's why we buy those lottery ticket style contracts. You don't go heavily expensive. Like, what is $50 on a couple of contracts, right? It's nothing, and if you happen to gain a couple 100 percentage points or even 50, 100%, then hey, man, it's just a little bit of a fun trade to put on, and it didn't work out for us, but that's okay. We're going to try it again because we've had 3 quarters in a row where we've stayed inside that expected move. So the 4th time, hey, man, step 23 in a 2-step process. You ever heard that saying?
No, I haven't. I like it.
Yeah, the great.
Not gonna lie.
When things
I'm gonna steal it, Joey.
When things aren't working out, man, it may seem easy. Step 23 in a 2-step process. Shout out to our guy Togi. It may take a couple of times to get rocking and rolling, but eventually it will hit. So those are our 2 scalps right here. Assassino Screen. Thank you for holding up.
Get it, Assassino.
2 scalps on Nvidia. You grab about 70 cents per, and then sure enough, it tanks. So not too bad of a look. That's what we got going on. And obviously, we have applied digital 18 and at the high 20% to the top side. And then obviously the quantum names continuing to climb higher here, guys. RGTI, QUBT, and QBTS all on fire today.
Give them the leverage names, man. You kidding me?
Give them up. That's you, my guy. Send it over to them.
Yeah, we got some leverage names today. So we're gonna put the screen on over here, guys. I'm in a position, GovX, giving it to VWAP, looking for 315. We'll talk about that in a hot minute. But CODX is ramping into the high here, 438. This one, I was going to say it's on its horse, but this one's on its Ferrari, man. Into 4.5. We're looking for, let's see, for 5. You know my bias, right? Once we start talking about these, mid-prints, 50, 60 pennies, I start thinking whole dollar. We'll see what the situation is for CODX. But as Joey was kind of referencing here, man, there is no shortage of quantum names running. And if you're looking for leverage, they got leverage in spades. In fact, there's excellent liquidity on these leveraged names, and that's not always the case. Sometimes they're a little spready. I'm seeing 1 penny spreads on these monsters, at least for now. So QBTX, obviously one to look at here. Then you got Rigetti Mom Spaghetti or Regretti, whatever you want to call it, RGTX, and they look very similar. So if you kind of juxtapose here the top chart QBTX, compare that to RGTX here, basically a little difference in the pre, but since that bell rang at 9:30, they look awfully similar. And they're up a very similar amount, 45.85 for Regretti and 46.56 here for QBTS. Keeping a close eye on those. I want to mention some others. LIMN, it's okay. It's down since the bell by like 0.2%, but it's still giving me some higher lows here. So there is a trade, in my estimation, if you're picking it up off the higher lows. It looks like there is some sort of respect here and there for the volume weighted average price, but it has a tendency, a propensity. It is habitually breaching the volume weighted average price on a wick basis, but you're seeing the closing prints are all defending that volume weighted average price. So trade this one with some caution because it is on a bit of a downtrend. As I mentioned, down. It's technically negative since the bell rang. GCTS, you're not getting a whole lot of a move here, but you're getting a lot of liquidity. So if you're able to kind of size in substantially at a key level and you're taking 5, 10, let's say even 20 pennies, because we're about 21 pennies off the high, you're going to make some good money here. And you've got some good volume, as I mentioned. Volume per 5-minute candle, we're seeing at the high here, 658,000. Prior bar has 330. So a lot of liquidity that can help backstop some of the price action here. So we're going to keep an eye out on these. I'm in GOVX at the moment. I'm break even, but I definitely want to weasel into CODX. I feel like this has a lot of potential, especially if we can get above that 4.5 and get above it pretty decisively. I think we're probably on the way to 5. Also, just before we go to Adara, I want to mention for GCTS, I perceive some support here. You can kind of see that bull flag breakout right at, like, I want to say 10 o'clock, 10:05. You have about a 3-candle consolidation on the 15. On the 5, sorry, so 15-minute consolidation. So if this one comes in, I'd say the buy range for this one, 305 to 315. I get that that's a wide range, but that's basically the range for the flag component of the bull flag. Let's see how GCTS trades.
We're here, guys. NASDAQ pushing lower and oil, if I can pull it up here, pushing higher. Now, we know we had an announcement or a report rather coming out probably about half an hour, 40 minutes ago, that Iran and Oman were discussing a potential toll permanently on the Strait of Hormuz. Now we have comments from U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying that, quote, a tolling system in the Strait of Hormuz would make a diplomatic deal unfeasible. So again, more back and forth here, more uncertainty in the Middle East conflict. I also want to mention President Trump set to take the podium at any moment now. Is supposed to start at 11 a.m. with Lee Zeldin, EPA administrator. If anything comes of that related to the market or if he makes any comments about the Middle East, which he very well could, I'll keep you guys posted. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Joey, what are you looking at, brother? What'd you trade today? Katina Man was saying that
I just took a couple of scalps on Jensen and Company here. We talked about I mean, there it is. Bang, bang, bang,
crazy
bang.
life.
Just 2 scalps, man, to be honest with you. Break a VWAP, break a VWAP. I would love to say it's that simple, but unfortunately, that's not always the case. So, you know what it is.
Don't lie to people, Joey. Trading is very easy.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Don't lie to people.
It's very easy, man. That's why it takes 24 steps in a 2-step process to really get things going. You know what I mean? So you just never give up. You keep trucking away, man, and add a couple of steps to the process, and then eventually you'll hit that right on the head. But here it is, guys. This is what I was talking about right now, or earlier, sorry, I should say, just the fact that this is when we bought them just before the close. And then bang, you get that gap down. So you just lose the majority of the value of the contract. I sold them at $15, so I'm not going to complain. And we talked about it just having a little bit of fun because it was going to go one way or the other. So we go down to $15. You lose approximately, let's say 70% of the value of the contract just on that gap down. And there's 0 chance of this May 26th 260 call option recovering. It's literally impossible unless something absolutely insane happens. There's some good stuff I was watching. So I was just reading up on some stuff yesterday just in regards to options. I'm going to bring something to you guys, and I found it very interesting because it's true, and it's how you can benefit a little bit more from call spreads opposed to just buying flat-out contracts. But there's a little bit as options. It's tougher to navigate. I'm going to explain it to you momentarily, but let's go back to Adara.
Yeah, I'm seeing some comments here from Jensen Huang apparently saying that AI will be a multi-trillion-dollar industry, not a super shocking comment, but I have to talk about Spotify because this is a massive move to the upside for SPOT. Now, I know I mentioned around 10:30 a.m. we started seeing comments from an investor event that they're holding. They basically raised their guidance here, or they're just saying that they expect gross margin guidance between 35 and 45% through 2030. Also said they want to reach a 1 billion subscriber milestone. Not super clear what the timeline was on that, but yeah, SPOT here is definitely on watch. I haven't heard any more comments on this since 10:30. If I get any other details, I'll let you know. But if you're wondering why Spotify's running, there is a company event right now. More comments from Jensen Huang of Nvidia saying that their stock performance is, quote, one of the mysteries of the universe. Back to you.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, so here it is, guys. I mean, no, I meant May 26th, right? Like, so that's going to be next week. So that's when they expire. This is the exact contract that I purchased on Tuesday in the afternoon. And then sure enough, you lose a bunch of the value. I don't know if I feel like, I know I was talking about I was going to go on some spiel about call spreads and everything. For some reason, I'm just not getting the vibe to go over that right now. We'll talk a little bit more about intraday trading and we'll get that into that a little bit later. Or if you guys want me to, we can do it, but I'd rather get into it some more detail. I have learned to never appreciate you, but that is also questionable. Right, just what you did. I mentioned, man, I'm not going to bring it up too many times. The process takes a couple more attempts than what you're actually expecting. But NVDA with a potential opportunity, could we take an additional scalp on this bad boy? Let's see if this support level is going to break. I mean, we may as well rock and roll with it, considering we've already gone 2 for 2, and we want to try to capitalize on a little bit more. There's that pop that we'd be looking for. If we could get in at 110.23, you get 40 cents just like that. And there it goes, a nice recovery in NVDA. Maybe you got to take those shots, because you know what they say, you miss 100% of them that you don't take.
Dang, man. All right, throwing in some orders. All right, couple of trades to speak about. First and foremost, GOVX treating us decently. I'm looking for, what's my 1R here on GovX? 15, currently showing me 8s. We're in at 96, looking for continuation into 15, and then we're going to look to the quarter dollar. But that's, of course, all predicated upon it taking out prior area high, or I should say the day's high, which is at 310. Now it's showing 307. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. GovX, sometimes it's a little bit spready too, guys. Sometimes I've seen about a 3-penny spread, and that, poses a bit of an issue, especially if you're looking for immediate outs. Now, there's a bunch of different things that you can do with respect to that. I sometimes have different keys for different stocks. So I'll have an offset key, which, only has a 2 or 3 penny offset. Then you can set up a different key with like a 5 or 6 penny offset, whatever. You get what I'm saying? You can kind of do it whatever fits your moat there. So GOVX, you're going to have some trouble getting out the prints if you're looking for a specific level unless it crosses. Now, I fat fingered over here, so I just got out of the position super quickly on CODX. I didn't mean to get into that. Now we're in closer to the whole dollar. I want to see 4 holds here. There's a number of reasons why I'm looking at 4. Obviously, first and foremost, not going to surprise anybody, the whole dollar level, area of resistance, yada, yada, yada. But it's also overlapping with the 10 EMA on the 5. And it's also a previous area of actual technical resistance. Basically, we bull flagged there, I want to say from 1025 to when we got the breakout at 1050. So what are we in? We're in at 17. It's showing me 14, so we're technically out of the money. I give this to just below 4. Let's see how this goes. Shout out to my man Sergio as well, talking about Keel, like the street, Joey. You take Keel? Because I know you're about that West End life.
That's Parkside, my guy.
That's Parkside, my bad.
We don't go up that far. We're not allowed that far.
Okay. What is happening? All right, Keel, K-E-E-L. There's no E on the end of this Keel, which our Keel has. So, this is apparently being added to the Russell 2000. Shout out to my man Sergio. Look, this is not, the typical one that I'd look at simply because it's the volume, but it looks pretty good to me currently. Here's the deal. 417, we're in on Codex. Here comes the quarter dollar. Time to wet the beak a little bit. Still looking for that bigger move though. Recall, guys, we're waiting for 37s, looking at 31 here, close to 1R, rejecting 30. Looking for another move into 30 pennies. I just want to see where the sellers are selling. So there's a 28 seller here, at least locally, that we can't shake. So decisions to be made. Looking for another attempt at 27 to see what kind of staunchy seller we have. Because technically we have a higher low relative to the prior bar, but we also have a lower high. So, You don't know how this cookie is going to crumble until we kind of regain trend. Currently, we are not on trend. We're in that consolidative phase. So looking for a breach of 30. 36 gets me out of most of the position because that would be 1R. But currently, we are being kept down here, Joey, by a seller at 27.
All right, cool. All right, let's pull up that super chat there. Apparently, we had. I missed it. Let's see what we got going on here.
You see F-Cell today?
No, I have
You didn't
not.
see F-Cell?
I haven't seen F-Cell.
No. It's time to show you F-Cell.
Okay.
Because I've been calling crazy swings lately.
Yeah, all right.
Some
man.
crazy swings. Go ahead, Joey.
All right, let's see F-Cell as soon as we get into, because Sharif, we know about the process around here. It takes a couple extra
Trading
steps.
is easy.
It's easy.
Come on, don't lie to the people.
I'm not gonna. Why would I ever?
Trading is super easy.
Listen.
Just look at the chart.
Yeah.
I mean, you just punch in around here and you just watch.
Wait, you didn't buy it at like $4 or whatever it was?
Come on. Why you gotta hate on me like that, man?
You
crap on my party.
All right. All right. Yeah, listen, whoa, that's crazy. Gents got 30 call options on IonQ with strike price of 53 expiring tomorrow. Thoughts? Well, as I'm reading through this here, the Commerce Department has agreed to international business machine gets $1 billion. GFC gets $375 million. D-Wave, Quantum, QBTS, and Rigetti. Also, INFQ expect $100 million each. Who's left off of that list there, Sharif?
I don't know.
The name that we're about to talk about, IonQ, unfortunately. So I don't know what's up with that, man. I don't like it. Not including everybody. I don't think that's fair at all. But I mean, obviously time is a constraint, right? You have 30 call options. We're trading at $59 that expire tomorrow. I mean, do you want to hold it for longer? What you're going to have to do then is roll it over, right? So you can lock some in and then you just have to buy it back, essentially, if that's what you're looking to do. Or you lock in some profits. Look what happened here, because remember how we were having a little issues with IB? This thing just went absolutely bonkers, and then now I have all these lines on my chart. Shout out to our guy, Obi. It feels like I got an Obi chart going on right now. But yeah, it just did all of this for some reason on names that I didn't even talk about. But other than that, if you're honestly looking for any form of continuation, I think the chances are pretty high, right? Like you're heading in towards a key pivot of $61. This was supposed to be one of the better performers. Off of this low, look, this is how easy trading is. You're
Tell him, Joey.
This is how easy it is right here. You're already up 100+% if you just bought that $25.42 low. 138% just like that. So if you want to roll them over, you're going to have to close the position and then repurchase them back. But if not, I'd be looking to lock in a lot of those gains and close that up before those expire.
Bro, did you see Bloom Energy today?
Is it up?
No, it's not just up, bro. It's not even close to all. It's up almost 13%.
What the
It's at
heck?
318. These stocks are ripping, man.
Yeah,
and I don't usually have concentration risk like that. I don't like to have two of the same in the swing count. But both of them were moving, man. F-Cell is absolutely ripping. It is up just $4 today on its own. Bloom Energy's up $35.50 today. So there is just
look at my Bloom chart here too, man. This is like a Star Wars episode going on over here or something like that. This is crazy. Like I don't know where all these lines came from. It's crazy, man. But yeah, Bloom Energy 317. That's crazy. I mean, look at this. Here it is, Sharif.
Yep.
If you just bought $245 right at that low right there, you're up 30% just like that.
It's been ripping, man. It's been absolutely ripping.
An amazing name.
But yeah, and there's a lot of the same too, by the way, in these. But I think Bloom is probably a little bit of a better play. Obviously, goes without saying, it's a multi-billion-dollar company. Somebody said F-Cell was down $16 yesterday. Really? Was I here for that? Because this is today's candle. That's 21. And this is 20.
21.
Yesterday we had a low of $16 and a high of 20. We had our green day. I think you're probably talking about this day, May 18th, right? We opened up at 21 and we dropped to about 18, give or take. So maybe you're talking about that, but certainly was not yesterday. I don't know who that was in the chat, but somebody was saying F-Cell was down big. No. I disagree. Guys, I'm not liking Codex here. It feels like it might fail. So I might move up my stop. I did get some out there, as you can see, before my 1R, because that seller at 27 just keeps coming in, and we can't shake him. I've been watching now for however long I've been in this position. That 27 seller just blocking us. So I'm a little concerned about that Codex seller at 27, and now we're putting in lower highs. So that topping tail candle in the 453, that's the area high. And then we have a candle here at 1115, that's a lower high, but it has a higher low. And now we're in the 1120 candle, and we still can't shake that same 27 seller. So I don't want to take this out prematurely, but I feel like this one might be on the way down here. Let's just watch a little bit more, see if we can get another attempt. I'm looking at the 1 minute chart. The 1 minute chart has higher lows. Let me flip here to the 5 second just to get an idea of where to expect some possible support. All right, so support showing up a lot on the 5 at 405, 405, 406. So I would say 4 mid-single digits. I don't like this. It's going to come down. It's on the downtrend. I'm flattening out here. Break even. Let's see if this one can come back down into 4, and then we can have a better look at that. I'm also feeling some kind of way here about GOVX. Same business. You got a lot of topping tail candles through 310, all of which failed, and we're putting in lower highs. The only thing kind of give me the opposite feel is the fact that we're above the 10 EMA on the 5. So we'll see. Fluffy saying TE is making a move, is recovering with volume. TE was a good one for us yesterday, and here it is, Fluffy. It's still south of the volume-weighted average price, but your point very well taken. This one is on the move off the low, certainly. Off that 806, that is the area low. Now it's making a move here into 8 2/3. We have a way higher pre-market high, though, Fluffsters. For whatever reason, we were up at, it looks to 969 or 970, 969. We'll see. You have a tendency, though, to pick these ones up off key levels, and I've seen you do this multiple times. Things that I wouldn't touch, Fluffy, you get into and you do quite well with them. It's like Bovin almost. Bovin like loves to take these ones south of VWAP into VWAP, and he prints up a storm. It's just not really how I do things, but good call on your part there. Just looking at this one, quick one here. Casey calling out MNTS. Let's look at that. What is this one up on the day? MNTS, okay, it's not loading, sorry. MNTS is 16 4/5, not a bad look at all. And into the high it goes, 736. Good move on this one. A little bit of light vol, kind of sporadic volume as well. It comes and goes, so be on the lookout for this one. MNTS, we're going to keep this on the side chart. Good call, okay. So what do you got, Joey?
Good stuff. Man, anyways, my sister's messaging me. I post something on Snapchat. My sister messaged me, talking to her. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not getting any younger. You know this, yeah? And you know this, right? And she's like, yeah, I know. You're almost 40. I'm like, that's so disrespectful. I'm like,
Aren't you like 33?
I'm 33. I'm like, that's mad disrespectful. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, anyways.
Everybody's going to be 40 sometime, maybe, unless they die first.
At one time, man. So I'm like, the audacity is insane. All right, guys, we're in some RGTI. We're at the top.
How old is she?
She's like 26.
So she's like 5 years younger than you, or like 5, 6 younger than you, whatever. Yeah,
mad disrespectful, man. Crazy. Anyways, so RGTI, guys, we're in this one, slightly OTM. We're going to head over to Adair momentarily, but if it breaks the lower end of this range, obviously, as soon as I get in, before we send it over, it prints an inverted right here. So that's not a good sign. We can get out of that, no problem, at the lower end of the range, and then we can re-engage in this position. I mean, it's nothing substantial compared to what we had on before, so we have no issue with getting in, getting out, and then getting right back in when we want to. Let's send it over through there.
Guys, I mean, not super sure what the implications of this will be yet, but I think it's worth noting. Axios reporting that White House has canceled a planned ceremony for President Trump to sign a new executive order related to AI and cybersecurity. Now, I know he was supposed to sign an executive order tonight, but that was going to be closed press, so wasn't supposed to be in front of the cameras. If I found out more details about this ceremony and specifically what it would have entailed, I'm certainly going to keep you posted. In terms of other housekeeping here, President Trump has yet to appear on stage at this EPA conference, which, as far as I know, he's still supposed to do that. Back to you.
Yeah, so this is what we got going on right now, guys. Looking for the continuation and strength within the quantum names. We now know that Rigetti's getting $100 million from the government. IBM is going to be receiving approximately about half of that, so $1 billion, which isn't anything to complain about or anything along those lines. Thanks for the birthday wishes, by the way. Anyways, NVDL and some other names. We'll head over to our watch list because we're in this. There's no reason for us to yap on about it for too much longer. It's either it's going to work or it isn't. Now, we'll head over to the daily on a couple of names. And I was actually telling to the boys, we got to get ready for this. Here's my Star Wars charting here again after I just go over any names. I don't know what's going on with this stuff. Anyways, what I'm thinking here, guys, we're starting to get that pop. I'm just below break even, like 70 cents out of the money in this Netflix position. Now, what I want to do is for my long-term account, I really want to allocate quite a bit of this SpaceX IPO to the point where it's about top 3 or 4 within my portfolio. So with that being said, we're going to be offloading probably some Netflix. I might reduce my Bitcoin exposure. We are sitting on half of what I previously had, so an additional 20 to 30% isn't anything. We are in the money, and we've owned IBIT since it first came to market. And then maybe we're going to reduce some of our Robinhood exposure, because I believe that some of these fintech names aren't going to be in play for quite some time. And we want to focus on this AI trade, right? Like, if we're talking about an additional industrial revolution, then it's our time, and I think it's my due diligence to try to take advantage of this as much as we can. So SpaceX is him. Anthropic, we're going to raise some funds for that. So that's my game plan, is just, hey, we know we still like Netflix. We'll reduce our exposure. We'll reduce our Bitcoin exposure and get into some names that I believe has some potential growth, considering this whole build out is revolving around what we got going on in Nvidia, obviously Grok and XAI and Anthropic and all of these names.
Well said, Joe. Well said, man. All right, holding Codex here, defending for hammer candle forming. Let's see what we get. That 27 sellers still eluding us. Here we go, ripping in, man. We got 13s on. That's a big win. What do we got? We got 8s on. Sorry, not 13s. There's 30. Looking for the $50 now. We took out the 27 seller. Now there's a 32 seller. Aggressive seller here, and that probably stopped a lot of people out. And there's 34. That's another local area high. 38. Looking for more. Looking for more. Let's see. We can pop into the 40s. There it goes, Joey, into the mid 40s. Looking for 53. Printing up big on this one. We took good size here. Looking for the $50. Not quite there yet. Back down into the low 40s. Need a little bit more. There's 46. Give me my money, man. Let's go ahead and set up a little bit higher now. Here's the $50. Looking for high 5s, high 50s, sorry. And now we're going to post high 50s, high 60s. That's a new high a day. Actually, incorrect. Sorry, I misspoke. The high a day came at 1110. That was 53. Current bar high is 50. So we didn't clear 50 this time around. We didn't get it. Let's see if we can get that a little bit more. Looking for continuation on this one. Here it comes again. No, this is failing. It's turning into a topping tail candle. So good else there, but it does look like it's going to fail. Anything below 4 is going to end the trade for me here. Let's see if it holds up at 20. The $0.25 showing up a little bit, but yeah, that's a fade. That's multiple fades now off the $50. I was hoping we'd get caught up in a halt or something on this bad boy, but that's the way this works. NCPL people were saying, we're going to look at that Grunfeld as soon as we get back from Adair.
I'll be brief here, guys. Here is Bitcoin, BTC. I mean, as we know here on the daily, we had that struggle. I guess that was crazy, like 2 weeks ago with that just shy of 83,000 level. Since then, pushing a little bit lower here in general. We've held support at 76K still, as of right now, kind of trading in that choppy zone between 78K and 76K. If you zoom out here on the weekly, we are poised for the second straight red week for BTC, but we still have a couple days left this week for Bitcoin. Won't end until Sunday. And also, interestingly enough, here in the weekly, that 76K area actually was also prior resistance on the weekly chart. And before that, it was support. So 76K seems like a good area for Bitcoin to hold on the weekly if you look at the technicals here. Now, here's Ethereum, once again, looking slightly different from Bitcoin. Here's a weekly chart. I mean, you can tell with Ethereum, you've got this resistance here at 2,400, more or less, here, 24.5. We had that drop last week after a little bit of consolidation. This week, flat to green here for Ethereum, so a little relatively stronger on, like, in terms of this week than Bitcoin, but generally a little bit weaker than Bitcoin if you zoom out a little bit. Back to you.
Thank you very much. All right, guys, we have Failure City at the moment. I always feel bad with these ones because I call them out and I don't know what's happening on the other side of the screen, but I do know that they're volatile and, you know, I'm just assuming some people got caught in that. I didn't. Thankfully. Well, I'm not trying to dunk on anybody.
I know, but
we got out as soon as I saw the fail, bro. I mean, like, you come into that $50, you start screaming double top, and that's exactly what it was. It failed all the way down. It breached the 10. It got right back into that consolidative range that we were in, right into 380. I wasn't going to hold on to that. So we were in at 308. We got out for the remaining amount there at 412, 413. I don't know, something like that. But we didn't hold through the flush. Now, I want to talk about NCPL because Grunfeld was calling this out. This is a good look, man. And there's a lot of volume on this, as well. 46.5 million shares. I realize that it is a sub $1 name. 76.91 with an 84.58 high. Is it 84.58? Yeah. I like the structure. I like 70 pennies as support. If it comes down into there, I'm looking for 70 pennies. Well, ideally it doesn't lose prior bar low, and prior bar low right now is 71 2/3. But 70 pennies, that's a 10 penny level. It's also overlapping with the 10 EMA. I also like 70 pennies given the double top in the pre-market. On volume, mind you, 525, 5:30 a.m. This one rejected. I want to say high 60, 69.14, something like that. It also, that 70 penny-ish level featured yesterday in the aftermarket 545, 550, 555. All those levels, couldn't shake the 68 penny level. So definitely interested. No question about it. Interested in NCPL here. We can execute nicely on this one. Here it is again, coming into highs. General highs, like 80 pennies. Prior bar high, by way of comparison, 82.21. Current bar high, 81.47. HOD, 84.58. I'm not sure how it's showing me 84.58 when I haven't seen any prints up there, but you guys see it up there. There's the green little rectangle. That's saying it's the high of the day. So something to look out for there. Now, I did lose money, full disclosure, on GOVX. Yeah, you giveth and taketh away.
Yeah,
Joey.
oh yeah.
And the
You're telling me.
that was like the sigh of bitter experience. I feel that, my guy. That was great.
Yo, the giveth is great, but when it taketh away, man, is crazy.
It taketh away with two hands, too,
yo,
bro.
the thing is, you know what's funny is that like everybody's so like baffled by the fact that the market takes their money, and you're just like, oh man, like it can't happen. You know
it
what I
happens.
mean?
It happens. And it takes like handfuls out there.
Man.
And
it's hard. Like it's stingy when it giveth too. Stingy, man.
Can I mention something though? GOVX, guys. So we did lose money on this one, but it is showing me a bunch of bottoming tail candles currently on the 5. And that to me means one thing: the buyers or the short sellers are covering aggressively. So watch out for a retracement above VWAP and an attempt back at above 3 and 310. Just be on the lookout for that. So GOVX still in focus. Mark 96.70. He's dropping 5 in the chat. Joey, Sharif, we appreciate the live callouts. Don't feel bad. We all know the risks. CODX netted me some good profits today. That's what I want to hear, man. That guy. That's what keeps me motivated. I always worry about these ones because I know that they're a volatile bunch, and whether I should feel bad or not, the fact is I do at times. I do, bro.
No, I'm not laughing at that. Jesse, look what Jesse said.
What'd he say, Joe? Hopefully Joe doesn't regret that position. Oh,
I have
someone short.
I'm not short, I'm long, man. And it's selling off, obviously. So we're starting to slowly regret this for sure, man. I told you, we'll get at the break of the support levels. I'm like, man, come on. We can put an additional leg higher. It's obviously more ideal, and I talk about this quite often. Sorry to interrupt you there, Sharif, but
that's not true, Wild Bone.
What Wild Bone?
No, he's trying to say we're using you guys. Are you kidding me, bro? How much shares do you think I'm taking, my guy?
Yeah, I know.
It's not what you think.
That's That's crazy, Wild Bone. If you think you have any form of influence on the market, you got someone else coming to you, man. Because that
he's kidding.
He's kidding. He's kidding. Oh, he's kidding. All right, good, man. Because we were about to get deep into that because the taketh away is going to be a shock to the system here momentarily. But no, I talk about this all the time, guys. It's better to get in at the lower end of the range. And full disclosure, I literally posted up. I wanted 2095, so that would have caught me a fill right here, not all the way up at 2010s. But as soon as I hit my hotkey for the order, right, for the resting order, it sure enough, it just filled me right away. So I'm like, oh, okay, I guess we'll just get in right here. Okay. But I did want about 15 to 20 cents lower than what my current entry was. So for some reason, it just punched me, and I have no idea why.
That's okay.
Yeah.
It does happen.
Yeah.
I want to talk about FSEL here, guys. People are talking about this as an intraday trade. I have one suggestion, essentially, and one suggestion only. Okay, I lied at 2. Look for the 10 EMA on the 5 to hold up. That's the green line and always will be the green line on my charts. 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart for the newer traders. That's what I mean when I say 10 EMA on the 5. Or this is a very clean area of obvious area resistance prior at 10 a.m. topping till candle into 22.75. Lo and behold, the 11:10 candle, the low of which 22.90. So let's just draw for you know what in giggles. Let's bring it in. So yeah, that's a pretty clean hold of the prior area of resistance. So look for that. And so if you're looking for the current area, not the prior, here it is. Let's draw it in. Let's draw it in, Joey. Right around 24. Okay. Now it may wick below 24 or it may not. Like for a case in point, look at the 11:10 candle. It held 12.90, whereas the 10 a.m. bar rejected 22.74, so a 16 penny difference there. The point is, look for areas, especially when it's an intraday trade. You know, it's just so hard to say, oh, look to the penny. You know, it has to be right at this penny or that penny. No, it's usually regions, right? So that has to feature into your analysis. But FSL, guys, if you're holding this as a swing, and I couldn't be happier for you guys if you are, let's talk a little bit about some resistance levels on the daily here that we should be expecting. I'm going to say right away, Joey,
yes,
we're looking at $30. And that $30 area on the sell features as both support and resistance. Just allow me to make my case for a second.
All right.
We have May 15th of 2024 up to June 13th of 2024. $30, a staunchy area of resistance. However, before we lost that area, $30 was a staunchy area of support. Case in point, March 15th-ish. Support, the double bottom there, November 2023, December 2023 support. So I'm thinking right away, we're gonna have some resistance at $30. So if you're swinging this, you wet your beak in and around that $30 area, right? And then you always hold because you don't know where the hell this is gonna go. I mean, if I told you guys Bloom Energy be at $320 when it was trading at like 70 or 60 bucks in the fall, you would have looked at me the same, right? Like, who knows where this is gonna go? So that's what I wanted to say there. Keep an eye out on that, but the sell, it's making a lot of people some money here, Joey.
Good stuff. I missed what's for lunch. I see Neil opening his.
Yeah, what do you got there, Neil?
What do you got there?
Is it
Baked chicken?
He hasn't had it yet, so we're not going to get a rating.
I didn't even hear what it was, but okay, it looks like it's some chicken going on there. No trades, man. Wanted to short the Qs at 713. Got there, bought some ONDS for the holdings. Nice, man, nice. Yeah, so I mentioned my game plan coming up. We're doing a little rotation within the portfolio. See if we can get involved in some of this SpaceX stuff as soon as the IPO. It would be nice if we can get in a little bit earlier, but that doesn't seem to be the case.
Did you tell him what happened?
As for the underwriters, yeah. So
see what I sent you? Did you tell them?
Yeah. Well, I didn't tell them that yet. So IBKR blacklisted on the underwriters list. You're going to get it in Robinhood, SoFi, Fidelity, Charles Schwab, but no IBKR, so no early access for the individuals. I don't even know if we would be able to use E-Trade.
E-Trade's getting it.
E-Trade.
SoFi.
SoFi's getting it. Yeah, SoFi.
You said Robinhood?
I said Robinhood.
You said Robinhood.
SoFi's not even a broker.
I'm telling you right there.
I know, but SoFi's not even a brokerage.
I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, man.
Like, I mean, what the hell is IBKR, man? I want to find out what's the market cap. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, the stock is.
It's a $140 billion market cap. We can't even get a couple of shares of SpaceX, man?
Early. Someone said they did a split actually earlier in the month. I don't know how accurate that is because I have no idea. I don't really have it. I don't know about the private market stuff because I feel like there's so many different pieces of information that come into play. You don't really know what's going on. So, I mean, hey man, Shree's been with it for quite some time. I've been with IBKR for almost 5 years now at this point. Other than trying to get a hold of somebody, transaction and pricing is pretty good, but TWS obviously hot garbage. But yeah, I don't know what's up with that, man. And we here in Canada, we can't even get Robinhood because I was looking, hey, if that's the case, if I have to put money into a Robinhood account to get early access to SpaceX, then I'll do so. But we don't even have that. So yeah, it's unfortunate. Someone did a 5-to-1 split. priced to $100. Okay, so that's more or less what you want. Get more retail investors involved, in my opinion. And then sure enough, come the IPO date, I wouldn't be surprised if the TAP climbs up to almost 50 to 100% at that point. Let's send things over to Adara.
Yeah, just to let you guys know here, Fed Goolsbee is speaking on a Chicago radio program. He wasn't previously scheduled to speak, and that's likely because he's not doing a speech. He's just talking on the radio. But he said, quote, we have a pretty big inflation problem, or pretty significant inflation problem, but the job market's stable. So just be aware, he's currently speaking. Also, Spotify, again, all they had was an investor day. This stock went from a low of 422 all the way up to 500. Back to you.
Angry wife. I'm seeing here. Look, brother, let me show it to you because I can't copy and paste anything, obviously, in the chat. Interactive Brokers, ticker IBKR, $140 billion, almost $141 billion market cap. You were, Hangry was saying something like 37 or change. No, man. I mean, unless this is wrong, unless I'm not wrong on that, but. You're right. Sorry. Okay. For some reason, stock analysis said 37, but I checked IBKR's own fundamental screener. Yeah. So you have IBKR as well. I'm assuming since you checked the fundamental screener there. Shout out to my man. I want to mention Joey. People are saying TT Mass, DBGI halted up. Didn't have eyes on this one, but I want to point out NCPL looks fantastic. NCPL sub $1. Let's check out DBGI. What's up with that Digital Brands Group? Okay. Is it? Oh, wow. This is coming from the depths of hell, though, eh? 35 pennies. Now we're all the way up here. What a recovery. Okay, so you know how I feel about these ones that are negative. It's still down 32% on the day, but it's substantially above the volume weighted average price, which is like 50 pennies. Sorry, let me throw in the ticker there. But I think TT Mass, you know, I may make an exception here. If this is going to continue to rip in this fashion, DBGI, the ticker, we're going to have to put this on to the old side chart. I want to also mention AMPG looking real good here. We're going to put in DBGI over here, though. Sorry, it keeps updating. So the halt level, let's talk a little bit about DBGI for a second. There it is. TE's also recovering here. Wow, there's a lot going on. Man, I find it hard on these days to kind of focus on one thing when there's just so much moving. GCTS is moving. MNTS still looks good. All right, so DBGI halted at 69 pennies. That immediately means I'm going to trade it. 18.5 million shares traded on the day. Halt time 11:41.25. It is 11:44 and 11:44. Oh, come on, 11:44.12. So the earliest we will be open is 11:46.25. So set your alarms, whatever you need to do. DBGI, we're going to keep an eye out on this one. A multiple halter. The TAP. The current theoretical auction price showing essentially 69 pennies. It's showing 68.96. Again, we halted at 69, so it's basically the same level. But I want to bring in the side charts over here because it looks like CODX, the best trade could be behind this one, at least for the moment. I'm not liking this rounded top. Now, we haven't seen Big Spile in a minute, and we miss him. Shout out to my man. He likes the rounded bottoms. You know, it's understandable. But we don't like the rounded tops. Actually, Big Spile would be a very big fan upon further analysis of the rounded top, seeing as he's always short bias. Yeah. Right? I mean, you would think so. You would think so, right? No, alas, it's still holding that $4 area for the most part. It does wick below it, as you see here multiple times, but generally it's at 4. So CODX, be careful with this one. Likewise with GovX, which is for whatever reason straddling VWAP. I need to see a trend change and specifically a move above 3, and then we can get involved with this one. But as I mentioned, GCTS, we're going to have to start executing on this one. I like 340 to 330 buy area here with a stop. Yeah, I'd have to give it to around 315, so that might not be a good risk to reward setup given that it's extended. I'd have to think about that one. GCTS, MNTS, a little bit of a slower mover, but an uptrend nonetheless, so one to keep an eye out on there. We're going to put this one over here, MNTS. And last but not least, before we send to Joey, as I mentioned, I'm liking the look of NCPL's jib. I'm liking that 72, 73 area. It does look like it's in a second bull flag. formation at the moment, with the first one breaking out right around 11 o'clock. We only get, a 2-candle consolidation, 11:15, 11:20. We ramp up again into 82 and change, and now a bit of a longer consolidation period here. What I do like, though, is the higher lows on these 5-minute candles. So
nice.
Keep an eye out there, guys.
Yeah, guys, let's take a look, man. We're still we're just chopping around right here on Rigetti. I believe it looks like we can climb a little bit higher and maybe break through some key pivot levels. This candle is really important. I mean, if it breaks down and it snaps this support, then you just get out and then you just kind of reassess the situation and look to get in at a better price. The market, both the SPY and the NASDAQ, are above the volume weighted average price at this point. So a nice base being formed around these pre-market lows, and then you can see the exact same thing formed on Nvidia. Now we just want this bull flag to actually come into play, and you break. I don't necessarily need it to hit all the way up here or put in a new high of the day. I just believe it's a positive catalyst and we can continue to climb. We also have to take into consideration the fact that we are up 24% already at this point, and it's not the best entry. Now, some people were asking me about Zscaler. I mean, if you're going to get into some of the cybersecurity names, obviously the best performers are going to be the PanWs and the CrowdStrikes.
What are they doing today?
The new all-time high on and the same thing with, like, here's Fortinet, strong stuff. But I mean, CrowdStrike has put in 6 consecutive all-time highs, like sessions in a row. I don't own any.
I thought you had.
No, I just have it in the competition. So the only one I don't own is CrowdStrike, and it's the best performer, obviously. Obviously.
Can I make a point to you?
Yeah.
Remember how I was dunking on CrowdStrike the other day?
Yeah.
I'm like, PanDub is up 10% more than CrowdStrike.
Yeah.
You want to know what it's at now?
What's that?
38.5% for Crowd. Year to date.
Year to date.
36.5% for PanDub.
So there you go, a little 2%.
Just like that.
Yeah, it's skyrocketed. I mean, it's gone up, man. We like CrowdStrike. See, the only name that I actually don't own out of all of the picks, which is unfortunate, because we were talking not too long ago, just a little bit over a month, that you're down 40% off of the highs. And then it literally, this is insane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive green days just getting bought back up. Talk about a longer duration buy program. Oh, and then it's like, okay, yeah, you're going to get some form of a breath. Yep, that was a good time now, wasn't it? Bang, all-time high, bang, all-time high. So yeah, CrowdStrike is the one. Zscaler is still down. So if we're going to talk about being a laggard, I think it'd be that. But you have the other names like Palo Alto that are putting in new all-time highs, and you're still down substantially off of Zscaler. So I'm not in love with this one too much. I would rather go with the best in class, and that's what I typically try to do, and that's going to be the PanDubs or the CrowdStrikes. I'm going to buy some for sure, but now we have to be patient and wait for a pullback. I already told you guys my allocation list. That's going to be the IPOs coming up, and then it's goggles. I don't know if you guys watched any of the keynote. Interesting stuff. These guys are absolutely worlds ahead, I think, of so much of the competition, and are prepared to eat so many other people's lunches, which they're going to do and they have been doing. So yeah, I really love it. What was the Omni?
Sorry, I'm just responding to Brendo here. Give me a second.
Omni they had, and there's so many other features that they're starting to implement into Gemini, which I think is amazing stuff, and it's groundbreaking. You can just generate videos and AI based, and just so much like that is past me that I find interesting. But there goes Applied Digital continuing to climb higher, almost at $45. And then here we have QUBT, RGTI, and Quantum just forming this consolidative bull flag. So if it breaks out, then we like that. But stick with the best in class. You can get that laggard play. Like, I understand that the risk to reward can be a little bit more attractive than what we got going on in Zscaler, but I still like CrowdStrike. Joe, no Google, no Crowd. Come on, Tiger.
No Google, no Crowd.
Okay, I see what they did. I
don't know. That's what I thought.
Well, that's what I thought.
Right?
Yeah, that's what I was going, right? Like, come on, Tiger King. Oh, it's going to call me Tiger King.
Casey called out
recover for this.
PIII, low volume, but it's still ripping, says Taylor Batty. Well, you know what? KC526 calls it out, bro. You better be listening. That's some advice right there. But let's see what PIII. Yeah, wasn't I in this thing like a week ago or something? PIII?
Maybe.
Wasn't I?
I don't know, man.
It is ripping.
Said, yeah, Dara might have said.
Yeah, well, if the Dara says, then we got to admit
Casey
there, because she's got that eidetic memory. Pardon me?
100% you traded at some point recently, if not like late last week, early this week.
That makes sense, yeah. 1375 high, ramping into that level. But watch out, though, guys. Let's take out, who are we going to take out here? We're going to take off MX, Joey. We're going to put PIII so that it updates. Yeah, this is probably the day I was trading at. I could tell you immediately when I was looking at it here, just based on the price action. So the 15th of May, which I believe was a Friday, because the 18th, yeah. So, no way, no way. There he is. I knew he was around. I love this guy, man.
It's crazy.
Big Spile Burdett has graced us with his presence. If you all know who Big Spile is, get familiar immediately. $10 super chat. From who does the bell toll? I love this guy. Hide your kids. Hide your wife. ICLJS. Lovingly, of course, referring to little Joey Smalls. The Temu Pitbull himself is trying out to shave that head, to deny the bald spot. Oh, come on, Big Spile.
I'm not denying anything.
Come on, Big Spile. Why do you got to dunk on your man like that? Pretty aggressive.
Spile's mad disrespectful.
I love him, though, man. I love him.
I don't know how I feel about him anymore.
You know what it is, bro? He's like that kind of person that, you know, if he's not mean to you, then he probably doesn't like you.
He probably doesn't like you.
Exactly.
That's why he's my guy, man. One Piece is what we call him. Jody, you're the last person who's supposed to be laughing at me.
Everybody's laughing,
he's
Joey.
mad disrespectful. But shout out to my guy. He's probably got that 20 mg in upper and lower decky right now. Oh, we got an aggressive tank here in the quantum space. We're climbing higher, and then now we're starting to sell off a little bit. So maybe a volatility spike somewhere. I don't think it would affect it that much. But shout out to the dip bros over there, my guy, Big Spile.
Big Spile.
And there's no denial over here, my guy.
There it is.
Yeah, so are we sending it over to...
I think we are.
Are we sending it over to Adair? All right, let's do that.
We're here, guys. President Trump, it was supposed to start at 11. The event started a couple minutes ago. He's speaking in the Oval Office with EPA, Energy Protection Agency, I believe, Administrator Lee Zeldin. And they're talking about deregulating, I believe, air conditioning, as far as I can tell here, for the environment. So overturning some of the environmental regulations from the prior administration. Nothing massive here for the market, but just be where he's speaking. He will probably take questions, and the market can often does react to what he's saying. Back to you.
Oh, no,
Casey,
Casey,
in the
526. No. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you, too. Come on, I'm celebrating Monday. I know you're celebrating Tuesday. Get it, Casey. I appreciate you very, very much. There's no way you've been only a member for 10 months. I don't know what this thing is talking about. Like, she's been here for, I don't know, years.
20.
She's dropping 20 in the chat. 20 free Trader TV memberships for YouTube. If you know, you know. Obviously, you guys get my morning note every day. Make sure to get it in the post section of our YouTube homepage. Let's see who got one, Joey. We got TT Mass, you got one. Kermat, Richie Nutter, 7119.
Bro, Richie.
I don't know, bro. I'm just reading it. Bully Jack, Let's Talk 818, DH 2025. How about Jesse M 8281 and 1998, Demizi, Taylor Winters, Call me Mr. 3155. Yes, sir. All you guys, and if your name is in the green right there, and it said received a gift membership by KC526, check it out right there. All of you guys got one. We all know KC526 to be the very magnanimous person that she is. We love you, Case. Happy early birthday to you as well, and thank you guys for that, Joey.
All right, thanks for that information too, John Zuver. I didn't know that. All right, yeah, guys, I heard. I heard, man. I thought you were my guy, and you would back me up. But all right, Blicky, what's going on, everyone? Everyone's in the chat here today. There goes Applied Digital, continuing to climb. We're still chopping around. I think we're going to have the ability to break out here and test this 2140. At that point, we'll look to take some off. But first things first is getting out of this consolidative zone. Market coming back in, we can head over to our watch list. Sharif was talking about Apple hitting all-time high. I'm saying that we're going to head into 310. Yeah, this thing's just on the move right now. It's the bee's knees, as the cool kids would like to say, or had once said. This is insane pullback. Like that shows you that, I mean, with the report issuing the divvy, even though it's nothing substantial, adding to the share buyback program, just so much positive. Sharif, you actually brought up a very good point this morning that I was reading up on yesterday, just how we're not really taking into consideration some of the revenue generation coming in potentially from the sovereign nations and governments with their AI build out. And you know where it's starting?
Middle East.
Middle East too, but also Hive Digital, a company that has been on the move for the past couple of days, a Canadian-based company building a $3.4 billion data center out in the Kitchener-Waterloo region.
No way.
Yeah, man. So I was reading up on that, and then you have Norway who's getting involved as well too, and some of the other European countries who are looking to start and play catch. I think the biggest competition, that third place slot, they want to compete with China and the States, is the Gulf countries. Right, so they're going to be spending boatloads of cash that they have, and I like that, because where's it going to fall? It's going to funnel eventually a part of it into Nvidia's pocket.
I couldn't agree more with that, man.
It helps with the pipeline.
No question, right? You hear what UAE said? They said that pipeline that is going to bypass the Strait, 50% complete.
Oh, yeah?
How did they get it done so quickly? Well, because they're probably building in the desert. It's a lot easier to build in the desert.
Yeah,
like, you got to go through.
Absolutely. You just lay that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I saw where you go with that. I saw where you go with that.
I had to catch myself on that one. But no, I like
just lay what, Joey? Oh, here comes the chat. Here comes the chat. There you go. There you go.
No, anyways. No, I like what Raheem was saying this morning. Now you got me blushing, my guy. I like what Raheem was saying this morning in the fact that the states are just doing at Trump speed, right? Not making the decision to make the decision like they do north of the border. Yeah. Right? So it's like, oh, hey, man, we got to make the decision to see if we're going to do anything at that point, which is obviously ridiculed by or just plagued by overregulation here in bureaucracy.
And that's the way it is. But you see your boy Carney the other day?
What's he doing?
So he met with David Eby, who is the premier of British Columbia.
Yeah.
Eby is bent because Danielle Smith, the premier of Alberta, where we have the oil, got a deal on two things. She got the pipeline that she wants to the Pacific coast to ship our oil to Asia. That's what they want to do. And she also got a cap on carbon pricing, $130 per ton. But guess what? They're moving that from 2030. They're not going to charge that until 2040. That gives the industry a lot of time. So you're not going to have that price on carbon at the industrial level until 2040. So then after he struck that deal with Danielle Smith, he moseyed on over to BC. And Eby was bent. Because he doesn't want the pipeline to go through. He doesn't want any oil shipping containers in the North Pacific. That's his position. The problem are going to be the indigenous people. They're the major roadblock to this pipeline.
And obviously nothing, but they have been the major roadblock throughout the.
Well, there it is what it is. Here they have constitutional rights.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm not arguing that fact, but that is a speed bump in the process.
No, I'm not even I'm not trying to defend the position one way or another.
No, not at all. Neutral,
there's a constitutional requirement in Canada. It's called the duty to consult with the indigenous.
That's why you see some of those the native reserves, the weed stores. You see them getting popped up and then they get taken down.
100%. And everyone buys illegal cigarettes off the reserves as well. Everybody knows about that life.
Illegal cigarette.
Right? So that's the way it is. Okay, we had a super, and I completely missed it, and I do apologize. Everything Brewed, thank you for dropping 2 in the chat. PHGE, Gabe. I don't know what that means. Let's check out PHGE. See what this one's up to, Joey. HG. Yo, man, Lumentum, being an investor in Lumentum is like a heart attack. You're down 10%, you're up 10%. Anyway, right? This one is looking pretty good, actually. Thank you for pointing this one out. What's the volume on this? 15.3 million shares on a 77-penny name. It's not a bad look, but we are below yesterday's high. This is the aftermarket high. So right away, you got to be looking at where could my trade get rejected, right? You're looking at 85 pennies. You're looking between, I would say, 83.5 to 85. That's area resistance. It looks like you've broken through, though, that local area top at around 72 pennies, and you've ripped up to about 78 and change. I like PHGE. The volume might be, little here and there. Look for a hold up here between the 72 to 73 penny area. I say 72 because the topping tail candles all rejected 72. And then I say 73 because that's the 10 EMA on the 5. And it's been quite respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5. So PHGE going to find its way onto the side chart here. But just before we go to Adara and Neil's lesson of the day, PIIII is into the high of the day again, 1380. It is a 1388. There's a new high of day on PIIII. This one's on its horse, guys, and it ripped up, Joey. What the hell is this? It ripped up into 1472. It's going to halt. That has to probably be a halt. No, it's not going to halt down in 1442, but it just ripped up $1, man. So PIIII, one to watch out here. We're going to keep a close eye on this one. Maybe when you get back from happening now in Neil's lesson of the day, we'll be in a position.
Yeah, just be aware here, guys. President Trump is still speaking. That's certainly happening right now. S&P 500 right now is trying to curl a little bit higher. We'll take a look at the NASDAQ if I can pull it up here. NASDAQ and SPY looking identical, which they haven't always recently. And USO breaking a new low of day right now. Let's talk about the name that was on everyone's minds and everyone's lips this morning, and that is Nvidia. Nvidia, another solid report, another quarter of record revenue, and yet the market right now struggling a little bit with this name. Now, it is worth noting, very likely that this could potentially recover in later days, but day one reaction, not great. Other day one earnings names, just to kind of run through them all. Deere, Intuit, both of these at or near or consolidating at lows. Walmart, also at or consolidating at lows. So Nvidia actually looking relatively better compared to some of these names. Elf was another one that reported earnings, and at this point, they gapped up, but as Neil mentioned, at this point, they're actually at the low, slightly red as of right now, slightly green. I have to talk about Spotify because SPOT is massively to the upside here. They had an industry event here for shareholders in which they announced that through 2030, they're targeting, I believe, gross margins between 35 and 45%, and they have a goal of reaching 1 billion subscribers, and apparently that was enough to send Spotify from a intraday low here of 422 to an intraday high of 510. So good look here for SPOT. Very volatile stock, guys. Lots to talk about today. Here's one of these quantum plays as well. LAES at day's highs. IBM at intraday highs and near pre-market highs. So this quantum strength continues. But you know what else continues to be strong and awesome and we learn from every day, like the market? It's Neil. Neil, excuse that weird transition. What is your lesson of the day and how was the chicken?
Well, we'll get these in pieces. First of all, don't apologize for the transition. I like the transition. I appreciate the transition. I love the transition. I love what's going on with oil futures right now. The chicken was good. I'm done. I just have to eat my salad and the vegetables. It was solid. Like I'm gonna give it. My two pieces were cooked pretty well, so I'm gonna give that one like a solid 8. The salad looks good. It's got some raspberries in it, so we're happy with it. You might have heard me say something in the morning. Oh, that I made a keystroke on Intel. Like the only reason that, if you're looking at what happened in Tesla or Nvidia or some of these longs off of the bottom, the only reason that I'm not backing the grain is because I ended up with twice as many shares as I wanted. I can tell you pretty much exactly what happened and how you can approach it if you find yourself in that boat. Like this is a pretty simple concept for myself at least. Like didn't really get this breaking down on the candle, like break under yesterday's low. You can see it break, comes back up, puts in a consolidation candle, kind of get in a roundabout way, get the average price I want with a couple of entries here with a standard stop at VWAP. So that's pretty much on structure. As it makes the next opening candle, I'm on the wrong stock, which happens, went to flip a level 2 and take something else and end up just doubling into Intel. Now, in the moment that it does that, it immediately flashes up. Like I'm getting this and then it flashes higher. So I've doubled the position, which I didn't want to do, and then it's running the stops. And the funny thing about it is I actually didn't use like the 100% stop thing, so like my stop order for what I had. So you've got 2 exit points. I had to like manually punch out of the second part, which even slipped it even more. So now all of a sudden I have a trade which followed my rules. I didn't do anything that I wasn't expecting, but I'm down twice as much on it. So that sucks. Because like I'm a risk to reward, kind of keep things in the pocket kind of trader, and it would have been very easy, and I'll be real with you, it would have been very easy to look at Tesla and just, Tesla lost on the first long and then worked on the second one. I could have just taken a bigger position on the next trades. knowing that, oh, well, if I doubled into that one accident, if I lost twice as much there by accident, well, if I just take more of my other trades, it'll make it up. I could have done that on Tesla. I could have done that on Nvidia. Nvidia double bottomed and then got this one off the lows. I could have doubled up on that as well, playing this one into VWAP. I could have doubled up on Nike, right? I could have taken more shares on a Nike trend break. I didn't do any of those things. And yes, if I do, all the winning trades, fine, it makes up for the losses because risk reward was perfect, so everything about the trading was good today. But the reason why I don't do that is exactly like the opposite. If you do that, you're going to get yourself into trouble. The market doesn't care whether or not I keystroked and lost twice as much on a trade. The move is the move. The trade is the trade. The edge is the edge. If I start risking more just because of where your P&L is at and not because of the merits of the trade, you're going to get yourself into trouble. Because then what happened if Tesla didn't work? What happened if Nvidia didn't work? What happened if Nike didn't work? And I've doubled up for a reason that has nothing to do with the strategy. Well, all I'm going to do is risk way more than I should just to try to see green, to make back a prior loss. Right? You cannot change the past as a trader. All you can do is take the next trade for whatever it might be. And it's a hard concept, I think, a lot of times because everyone wants to try to chase P&L. It's why you don't see me overly, I hate to say it, but I've said it before. The whole like, oh, got red, got green, it's kind of trash. It's just evaluate the trade based on the trade. Like I said, I could have just, when you're down, if you do that, everyone knows if you go to the casino and play roulette, everything's kind of 50-50. Trading can kind of be a coin flip. Which direction is it going to go? If you lose $50, double up the bet, right? You know, if it's a 50-50, you lose $50, you're down 50. You double up the bet to 100. Now you're down. You double that up again, and then when you win, you'll be back to green, right? The problem with that is you always have an account limit or a daily loss limit that you have to run into. And if your goal is just do that to get to green, well, fine. That means you've put a cap on how much you're able to make back because you're looking at your P&L, but you're not putting a cap on your downside. You're just going to lose until the point that you can't lose anymore. That's a horrible way to look at it. You have to just sort of stick with the strategies that get you positive on a consistent basis and not worry about it. So, you know, maybe I find enough things that are on structure to get it back today. That's up to the market. I can't control that. But what I can't do is look at that on Intel, and it happens. Like there's all kinds of different keystroke errors you can make. Like I could have just maybe meant to put in a stop and punched into more. You hit the wrong, I could have hit sell when I meant buy. That's not what happened in this particular. There's all kinds of reasons that you could do that. But all it ends up mattering is I can't control it when it happens. And also think about this too. When I had to manually punch out here because I was only covered for half of what I had in, imagine I don't immediately punch out of that. Like, look where this goes after the fact. Like, if I try to get cute with it, like that wick goes another dollar change. So that could have been absolutely disastrous. I also immediately punched out. Like, it ran my stop. Shoot, I had double. That's not what I intended to have. Just punch out. Just eat it. Because if I try to get cute with it and punch late, sure, that could be bad. I could hold on, maybe hope to get a little bit out under VWAP. I think hoping in a situation like that is nonsensical. You just deal with it as it comes, move on to the next available opportunity, and there's always going to be some. And I don't care where they are. Like, you take a hit, it doesn't mean you don't like it. I was even saying this with Tesla, like, okay, well, I was two places we're looking on the gap fill in Tesla. Like, I wanted it back into the high, and I wanted it back into, like, I'll call it the closing area, because this did a big bounce on the imbalances, and sometimes when you do a big bounce on the imbalances, like, I care more about this resistance than I do about the nonsense that happened in the final few minutes because it was a buy imbalance. In that particular case, it can be a bit deceiving when you have that high, but I'll play them both in that particular case. But again, if we go crazier in Tesla, we would have made it all back. It's not the way to go. You don't want a revenge trade. You can't deal with FOMO. The market doesn't know your P&L. It never will, and it will never care. You just got to take the trade that's out there in front of you. That's how you stay disciplined. I've seen I say this way too many times. I've seen way too many traders who will go into that exact pattern. And it's like, I'm down, just risk more in the next trade, then you have an easier path to make it back. I will tell you flat out, I do not do that. I've seen traders and it works for them and then they're happy. But the problem with it is when it doesn't. And when it doesn't, you're gonna get badly, badly burned. That's how people blow up accounts. That's how people get in holes that they can't get out of. That's how you enter slumps, because suddenly you do that and then you come in the next day and you try to trade more shares. It's just, you start getting into this endless cycle of trying to chase that P&L back, and it dooms so many people. So try to stay away from it. I'm gonna go have my salad and enjoy it. It looks pretty. I gave an 8 to the chicken. The salad's got little raspberries in it. There you go, you can see cucumbers, carrots, and raspberries. I don't know about the salad dressings. I don't know what this is. Yeah, I heard about that. Good peoples, man. Yeah, I liked him. That's just delivered the food here. Really, really solid dude, man. We used to talk to him every single morning when he delivers a breakfast, and just a good guy. But moving on to something better, I thought. Right? There you go. You gotta be happy for him. So yeah, happy for that. Like, life is about change and transition and making that next step. So obviously it's sad not to have a good dude that we get to chat with in the morning when he brings the food, but glad to see him moving on. Good luck in the rest of your trading. This market is absolutely determined to go green at this point. Let's see if it can.
I just want to say one thing, too, for everybody. Neil was a former manager on the trading floor, so he got to see a lot of traders and observe basically a lot of their mistakes. So he speaks from, I don't want to say bitter experience, but he's got a lot of experience in that way. It's not just him watching himself trade and Sean next to him and then me and Joey. No, he was the floor manager. So he saw what everybody was doing, all people's mistakes. So when Neil tells you something like that, I pay attention, I take it to heart, because he sees a lot of that stuff. So shout out to my man Neil, great lesson as always. Joey, what are you looking at?
Same thing, man. I mean, we're starting to get this pullback. We had Applied Digital climbing up towards the high of the day, and I have my eyes on some of these quantum names. QUBT a little bit strong, or I shouldn't say that. It is hovering, and it's holding the high of the day. So one more uptick. We did run into 2134s there, which we could have took some off, but I mean, we held it a little bit more against us on that 30 cents. So we would have been at exactly a 1-to-1 on that one. And I was looking for, and I mentioned 40s. 2140 is where I ideally would have liked to take some off. So we'll be patient, continue to hold off on this. Maybe this is just somewhat of a pullback and we can continue to grind higher. We did break through some of the resistance zones. Now we want what was prior resistance to act as a form of support, which I think is really important. And if it does and doesn't head back into the middle of the range, then we look to take a little bit off. So no regrets over here on So yeah, that's what we got. That's what we have right now. Not too bad. Some news stepping in here. Sounds like let's send it over to Adara.
Get it, Joey.
More comments from President Trump about Iran, and some of these are a little bit, I don't want to say escalating, but it certainly suggests that the conflict could still be continuing. President Trump saying that he wants Hormuz free and open with no tolls, saying he's looking at this report that came out earlier suggesting that Oman and Iran were talking about a Strait of Hormuz toll. He's saying that they have total control over the strait. Again, sounds like they're still kind of waiting to see what happens. He said negotiations will happen and they will achieve their goals of not letting Iran have a nuclear weapon eventually. Back to you.
You just said, we will get Iran's uranium and we will likely destroy it. Get it, Donald. Let's see how this whole thing's out. Man, the sooner the better this thing ends. Oh my days, it's been too long. It's been like an overhang on the market. I get the market continues to make kind of all-time highs every other day, but just imagine what the market would be doing without this whole thing. So
yeah, and I mean, think about inflation too. Like if we're talking rate hikes, it's the primary driver, if you ask me.
Right. All right. A couple of new positions you see there on the board: MNTS and GCTS for me. One is okay, one is not doing so well. Let's talk about MNTS. MNTS, we bought off basically the 10 EMA on the 5. It's got a 741 high. For me, though, I need a breach of that day high because I need it to mosey on up into 748. That's 1R for me. GCTS, we added into this a couple of times because I did at the high. I added at the high. Now I added into technical support, which is that 340 level. Anything below the third of a dollar gets me out of the trade. So we added at 50, added at 40. It breaches a third. We're gone Zeno on this one. I'm looking for a hold a trend. But there does seem to be some sellers, as to be expected, man, at the half dollar. Okay? I also want to mention that pie is looking pretty good. But that's looking good from, a cursory view. when you have a deeper look at this, I was complaining to Joey, I'm like, this thing's got a 40 penny spread. Like, what am I supposed to do with this thing? Well, now it's not 40 pennies. 347 on the ask, 317, now 323 on the bid. So it is quite spready, but it's got a good looking pattern on its hands here. Does have a lot of resistance, as you can see, vis-a-vis the topping tail candles at 14. In fact, no candle on the 5-minute chart anyway has closed above $14. You need to be looking out as well for that $13 support, because it has been holding above 13 since reclaiming it at 11:45 to 12. So that's about half an hour or so worth of support at the moment. So something to look out for there. GCTS still at the same place, but there goes MNTS into 35. I'm going to wet the beak here just to take out light amount of shares, but I'm waiting for 748. Now that is, I mean, it's real, it's reasonable. The only issue is I don't like when my 1Rs are above the high of the day, because that necessitates a high of the day breach. And I don't know, I don't have the data, but to me, that's probably a lower probability trade, you know, relative to a 1R that's below the high of the day. I think that's one, you know, something that could come a little bit more, I don't know, easier, so to speak. So we'll see how this one goes. 741 is the high of the day. We got 23s on, showing 35. The spread is opening up, though, as you can see there on the level 1. Level 1 showing 24, and then 35 on the bid. But the first line of level 2 shows that there is a buyer on the BATS network at 730. You're not seeing that reflected, though, on the level 1, Joey.
Good stuff. All right, guys, let's take a look at a couple of names. I know CoreWeave, VST, you've been asking real. So let's pull that up right now and see what we have on today's session. Yeah, it's looking. See, this is the thing, Vistra Corp. We talk about liquidity, and it's extremely important, right? Now, as we get into the lower time frame, you're going to see that really start to cool off, and it's spotty and spready, which it makes it more difficult to trade from an intraday perspective. Excuse me. The hiccups a lot here, man. I wonder what that is. But you're still down 33% off of the high. At least it's rebounding. Is there multiple trends that need to be breached? I believe so. It's a little bit tougher to draw this. I guess not. Anyways, you have multiple touches, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 along the lines. When do you really engage? And I think it's on the backside of things. And what can we use for examples if it happens to actually even fall into that area? I mean, we talked about Netflix. We talked about the crowd strikes. I don't know what's going on with this Netflix charting. You just be patient, because eventually what you're waiting for from a technical perspective will happen, and then sure enough, boom, off to the races you go. Like, look at this big move in Netflix. I understand that it's not doing anything right now, but trendline break, you have the open up on the backside of things. It works out. Where did that happen in another name? Oh yeah, you guessed it. Something that had 7 days in a row. It was just up and to the right and new all-time highs. CrowdStrike, and then we have some other names. What is one that we're waiting for is Palantir. You want to wait for Palantir's trend to be broken in order to engage in this once again. So same thing with VST. It's no different. I understand that the business models and the fundamentals can be drastically, but if the technicals are kind of aligning and you've seen the same pattern happening again and again, try to take advantage of it. So that's what I would do with VST, is just be a little bit more patient. CoreWeave, we went over that. There's no real trend that we can use. And then obviously, I know I'm just jumping around the place as for sectors, but BMNR. Has the downtrend been broken? I mean, it's tough. BMNR down to $19. I mean,
I'm just going to take the loss on that, man. I don't even want to hold it anymore. I hate looking up my profile and seeing that hot
that blemish. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. And I talked about it. I'm going to be reducing. See, that's the thing. Like right now, we're like, hey, we don't love the assets, but what happens in a year or so? And you know what? I think there's more of a use case for Ethereum than there is for Bitcoin, right? So MSTR, this thing is absolutely like I feel. Again, do I feel sorry for the individuals? I wouldn't say that, because I'm not going to be like the sympathetic individual, but what drives me nuts, no, in the most respectful way possible, right? Because I don't want, we don't want to be no sorry case or whatever, they feel bad for you or anything along those lines, because it happens to all of us. But this is absolutely criminal, if you ask me. $540 all the way down to a low of $97. Like, I don't even really know what to say. Has it happened to me? Robinhood, we can classify it as that. Aurora Cannabis, it's not fair, but you don't want people feeling sorry for you because you will bounce back, especially if you have that winning mentality. So when people say sorry for that loss, sorry for that loss, I'm like, for what? Like, I put myself in that position.
Exactly.
Don't be sorry. Just be like, hey, man, you'll get it back in the most respectful way.
Yeah, we got some AI news here.
Yeah, let's go over to Adara.
President Trump was just asked here why he was delaying this AI and cybersecurity related executive order signing. We heard reports earlier that it was delayed. He said that he just disagreed with certain aspects of the order. Now, it's worth noting it hasn't been canceled, the signing, as far as I've heard, just delayed. So again, saying he disagrees with aspects of it. We'll have to wait and see if there is a rescheduling of this or if there's any details. But those comments being made. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, well, you know, I was a little surprised
About
that we got this kind of regulation from President Trump and just generally Republicans.
Yeah.
I'm not taking a position either way, but generally they are more or less a fair deregulation this, free market that. I think what scared them to no end was mythos, if you believe the hype.
Yeah.
And the fact that all of a sudden critical infrastructure, water plants, power stations, even government computers could get slapped, right? And the thing about what I think scared the hell out of them is that all the industry experts are coming out and saying the Chinese models, LLMs, are really, really catching up now to North American models. If you believe that premise, then basically it's just a matter of time until, you know, they're hackable. Their critical systems are hackable, which is, I think, why they're doing this.
Yeah, I agree. So remember what happened to NVIDIA with DeepSeek, right? Like they're using a fraction of the compute and they're essentially achieving the same thing.
Right. Remember that.
Do you want to know where I stand in this policy in regards to chip stream?
Yes.
I think, and this is my opinion, if I'm the United States, you send the Vera Rubins, you send the GBs to China. Why? Because we talk about the necessity being one of the greatest things for innovation. So if you're not selling them their product, that forces them to become better, and the chances of them competing with you and then potentially being better is there. So you want to kind of lock them into your ecosystem. Let's go back over to Adara.
Yep. I agree with that.
More comments are coming through here from Feds Barkin, who just started speaking, not someone who I saw on the schedule earlier, but he is making some comments right now saying that the current policy is in a good place to respond to ongoing shocks and that whether or not the Fed would need to hike will depend on how businesses and consumers react to the developing conditions. He said that consumers aren't happy, but spending is continuing. Businesses are so far managing to improve productivity without layoffs, which I found to be an interesting comment given the uptick in layoff announcements as of late. But either way, guys, Barkin is talking. He says that long-term inflation expectations appear to remain contained for now. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that.
Telling me and Ganther. Yeah, I agree, man.
Yeah, he's like coming in hot there.
Ian Ganther?
He's coming in hot there, bro.
Yeah, man, he's coming in. No, but he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Like, I understand. And that's what leads me towards, and I understand the cult following behind the GameStops and the AMCs. But look how the market rotates. It's same thing with the quantum space, right? The quantum space extremely hot, now starting to heat up once again. The marijuana space was hot, cooled down. Like, that went into absolute smoke and evaporated. It's no longer hot. Not necessarily, not the hot, cool toy anymore. So essentially what I'm getting at is just you have to be nimble and you have to be ready to kind of rotate with the market and not get too fixated on one specific idea because the market it doesn't feel any type of way. It'll throw it away and it'll rotate cash into something that they like a little bit more.
You ready for the hot take?
Yeah, let's go.
You ready for it?
Are you sure? I hope so.
Google overtakes Nvidia by the end of the year in market cap.
I don't think that's a hot take. Because you and I both stand in the exact same boat.
What I'm reading about some of the stuff that they got going on there.
It's crazy.
They got it right pretty quickly.
Dude.
Pretty quick. They screwed up big, let's be honest about it, but they had the data that nobody else had. I'm using Gemini exclusively now. I was using Gemini and Grok for like very, very recent developments, whether it's news stories or breaking news, because they always have the best pool of data because they've got search engines and or X, right? Because Grok uses X. There's just it's way better than Anthropic, whether you're talking whatever model in terms of breaking news. Like part of the thing about using AI is, at least for the moment in this early stages of AI, is to know which models are really good at what, and to use those models for those specific tasks, right? Like if I want a level-headed opinion, I go to Claude. It's very level-headed. It shows you left. It shows you right. If I want some extreme views and a blunt opinion, sorry, Claude. I meant Claude. Did I say Grok?
No, you say Claude.
Claude, yeah. If I want an extreme view, I go to Grok. Okay. It's very direct, rude almost in a sense.
That's all right.
It calls you out when you're wrong. Yeah. Right? So
that's I mean, listen, I use to create my algorithms, I like using ChatGPT. I tried implementing some stuff into Gemini. It didn't spit out what I was wanting to, so I got more comfortable with GPT. But as for Gemini, you have Omni, you have all of these visual tools that they're coming out with. That's why I mentioned this before too, Sharif. Yeah. They're in the corner of every single aspect of this AI build out in this absolute infrastructure and industrial change. They're in every single corner. You can't find one without any crumble of Google being there. And it's not even a crumble, it's a whole piece. They're either the best or they're competing with the best. And I stand by that for the foreseeable future, whether it be cloud, right? Cloud, wow, okay, yeah. We're talking about the Cybercab, cool. Well, we have more autonomous miles, even though there's more FSD miles than what Tesla's got going on, but there's more autonomous miles there. And then you want to talk about the quantum space, Willow, it's going to be up there. And I'm missing so many other things in the advertisement business, right? So, I mean, they're literally in every aspect of this build out, and that's why you have to go with the best in class.
I don't disagree with any of that. Thank you, Mopar for life. 199 super chat. He's coming in hot in the chat with China buying Nvidia. Does Google do it? What do you mean do it?
Yeah, what does that mean?
What does that mean? Tag me again. You don't have to super chat again, brother, but thank you for that. I'm just explaining what do it means.
Does Google sell its
TPUs?
Yeah, it's TPUs to China.
They got to get the nod from the Commerce Department. They got to get the nod from the Chinese regulator. Bro, it's not the Commerce Department that's not selling these Nvidia chips. They already had the go-ahead from the way I understand it from January. Yeah. The Commerce Department gave them the nod. It's the Chinese regulator who wants to pump their local brand. They want Huawei. And Jensen said it very specifically. He's like, we basically ceded our market share in China to Huawei.
Yeah, they have.
Right? I mean, he said those in no uncertain terms.
But I think a lot of it has to do with not wanting to send them the best possible product. We talked about the derived version of things where it's like, okay, it's the modified version specifically for China. Yeah. They don't want, like, why would we want that when we can just continuously try to build our own?
I want to cover 2 points. One, Bovin, you're absolutely right. I already put it on the side chart. AKAN is ripping, and it's doing good volume here locally. A little bit light initially, as you can see, but we're doing about 100,000 shares now per 5-minute candle. I think that's good. I haven't looked at the spread yet, but AKAN here is absolutely ripping. And I see what you're saying there, Mopar. Does Google overtake Nvidia market cap? I would say yes. Yeah. Yes, because again, zero revenue, and that $91 billion guidance that Jensen gave yesterday, again, as we spoke about this morning on the big desk, Adair and I, 0% of that, $0 of that is attributable to China. They have no China revenue in their guide. So I got to just say, prove me wrong. Let's see if they actually deliver something. Do they start buying? And then maybe we can start, making the case that Nvidia remains king of the market cap wars.
No, I think it's going to, listen, the way that Google is monetizing their AI tools is what ChatGPT dreams of.
Whoo, hot take.
Literally, I don't even think that's. I think that's realistic.
We got to go to Adara, but ChatGPT shut Sora off, their video generator, because they didn't have enough compute. Guess who does have enough compute? Guess who does? What is it called, Joey?
Well, I mean, tell them about Google. Do they know about it?
I don't know.
Google Cloud?
No, not Google Cloud, the video generation tool.
Omni.
Omni. Yeah. All of a sudden, and it's fantastic. Guys, you can take like an avatar of yourself. You just say a couple of words on your phone. It takes a scan of your face from left to right, and then you can put yourself in any video, it's crazy. In any context. It's pretty cool. Anyway, let's go to Adair with news.
Couple stories here. For one, New York Times reporting that China is blocking some solar manufacturing gear exports to Tesla. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But again, this is coming from the New York Times. So solar headline here for TSLA. OMCL is the other name I want to mention here. Now, lighter volume on this, around 300,000 shares traded on the day, but if you saw this move and you're wondering why, the FDA had a product recall for OMCL, saying the device may cause serious injury or death if use continues. Back to you.
This to Joey right now. So I made a video yesterday. So I uploaded a picture of me. I didn't do my avatar, so here it is. Is
that you?
No, hold on. It's here somewhere. Maybe I took it off.
Oh, you took it off?
Yeah. I might have. I'll be able to find it in a minute.
We can do it live, too.
Yeah, we can actually do it live because you can just upload your picture.
Yeah.
Ram, have you tried this yet? Okay, I'll send it to you, but I don't know where it went. But I made it yesterday, and Ram, I didn't even use the avatar. I just uploaded like a selfie, and it was able to, actually pretty good, make a video of me. I'm like, put me in an interstellar situation where we're landing on a planet. It did the entire thing. I mean, it really did. So
did it actually? How cool was it?
It was pretty cool.
Yeah?
I mean, there was three people in the starship, and they all looked like me.
Oh, that's all right,
because I didn't give it enough instructions, right?
Yeah,
but
that's all right, man.
It was actually pretty good. It's a Gemini app, Roger Noonan. It's actually within the Gemini app itself. I think it's called Omni or something like that, but Assassino, can we do that one? It's not showing, sorry, okay. It's not gonna show, yeah, it's fine. So in the Gemini app, just click the side and then it says videos. And if you have it there, you should be able to do it, yeah.
Creative, try it. Someone said, can we make me a video of Will?
I'm trying to find it 21 sugar free.
Will Smith.
Do it again here, Joey.
Eating
do it.
spaghetti.
I don't know why it went away. I'm pretty sure I saved it, but in any event, so just take over for a sec while I do this, and then I think we should be able to do it.
This stuff looks absolutely insane. And let's see what it spits out here momentarily. I thought that was a pretty good one there. It goes to RGTI, finally starting to climb a little bit higher for us. Yeah, Black Mirror fun, man. I'm a big Black Mirror fan. I know Assassino likes that show as well.
So I finally saw the commercial for Euphoria. I just didn't even know anything about it, bro. It's so delusional. It looks actually pretty good, man. I might actually watch a little bit on the weekend.
Yeah, that's crazy. Out of all the shows, well, because of your favorite stars.
There you go, buddy. There you go, buddy. Now you're getting it.
Yeah, but I mean, all right, and we're not going down that avenue. But anyways, here it is, guys. Let's take a little bit off as we climb higher. I don't know if we're gonna breach through. We're building this video. It said it can take, I can't generate this video. Describe another idea. All right, guys, give me some idea. Let's see if we can get some things. Get it to make me a stock trading video. Let's see if we can get that spit out.
It takes like, I want to say 10 minutes or so.
But it's
so
pretty
I started
cool,
mine right now. So
okay, nice. Yeah, so we got a couple of them going on. Let's piece a little bit out here on RGTI off of these highs. And then we'll leave a little bit for a runner, because why not, right? Give a shout out to what's up, Katina Man.
Back in the house.
He's back in the house here.
Oh, he's coming in hot with the food, guys. Here we go.
Whoa, what is that right there, my boy?
That's mac and cheese. You got the chicken.
They
that
actually
looks
made
good,
it mac
Katina,
and
man.
cheese a little bit there.
And he's got the steamed veggies over here.
Carbs
That's a lot
over
of
there,
fiber there, Katina, man, bro. That's pretty good,
That's
though.
crazy, my boy.
Yeah, generating. So it may take a few minutes. So we're gonna send it to Ram or Assassino, whoever, and they'll be able to play it. Katina, man, we were just talking about Gemini now has a video generation tool, and you can throw yourself in there, and you can put yourself in like in any situation. Yeah, which is interesting because their competitor, ChatGPT, all of a sudden shut that down. Their computers were melting.
I mean, we've talked about the line being blurred within social media to see if what's real and what's not. But just watching the Google keynote, I'm like, man, this guy is really. There is essentially no line anymore. Your video is ready. All right, let's see what we got going on here.
What happened?
I just said make me a stock trading video. So let's see what we got.
Yeah, but that's not even you. You got to put yourself.
I don't know. No, I just said make me a video.
That's pretty cool.
But still, like, look at that. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Look, see, that looks exactly like me there. You see this guy? So yeah.
Here it is. Oh, this is the exact same one. Okay.
Okay.
Fabian, should I send this to you or should I send to you? Okay. Sending it right now. This is cool, dude. All right. So we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna save video.
Yeah.
Something went wrong. Okay, that's okay. We're gonna try it again, Joey.
All right.
Here we go. Let's save video. Something went wrong. Okay, let me try to share it.
I can only create 2 more.
Okay. Let me see if I can do this. Hold on. Stop making me nervous here, guys. Chat. There we go. Perfect. Something went wrong again. It's okay. It won't share for some reason.
It's all right. Yeah, do your thing, man. What we're gonna do over here is just see what we got going on. Rigetti up 25%, so not too bad of a look. I'm glad that we took a quarter off at the top. Probably could have took a little bit more, but again, this is small potatoes. This is absolutely nothing. Just more or less putting it on for the folks back home, aka you guys. We'll move half off. Your guy in the only bullish charts. Yeah, exactly, man. You just gotta remain bullish, stay long forever. Okay, a nice uptick. You can see on the tape that we're printing 26s. On the ask, we have 27 right now.
Got it.
We have a previous pivot around 34 cents, so let's see if that can be breached. Now, Shreve sending his video.
Yeah.
We checked our AI generation video. It said I can only make 2 more videos today, so I don't want to use up all the
Hold on, are you using premium? Are you using our
Works?
You're using Works, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, I sent it to you, Fabian. Let me know when you get it.
So I might only have 1 more video after Shreve just made that one. But the compute power, this is what the race is all about, is just token generation at this point. They don't have enough compute in order to
Well, that's
do
exactly
all of
it.
this, right?
And now Google's got their TPUs all in-house built, lower margin, obviously, that they have to pay on that.
Token.
All right, let's talk some trading here.
Sorry, yeah, let's talk trading.
Yeah.
Sorry, how many, would you say they're trying to generate a quadrillion tokens a day or something like that?
I saw, that was,
don't even know how many
that
zeros
was
that
Google.
is.
That was that Google?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it was quadrillion. It was something trillion year over year.
Okay,
so it shows you
that's
a huge
insane.
increase there.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm still holding MNTS. I'm still holding GCTS. MNTS is failing. The spread really opened up there from 29 down to 12. It hadn't been that way. I was looking for a 20 area defend. If the bid moves up back above 20, I'll stay into the position. If it fails, I'm out. So this one does look like it has some resistance at 740. There's multiple rejections at 740 starting around 1123, and we haven't been able to shake that seller there. So I'm a little concerned with the spread really dropping here. We're going to keep a close eye on that one. For now, we're going to go to Adara.
Let you guys know, President Trump finished speaking. He is done for now. There was not too much said here about Iran other than the couple things I mentioned. He also addressed the reports of delays to the AI and not AI and crypto, AI and cybersecurity related signing. He said that he had some issues with the bill. So if and when that changes, I guess we might hear more from him. But either way, he's done for now. I am not seeing him scheduled to have any other appearances in front of the camera today. Back to you.
You get it, Fabian? Yeah, it takes a little bit of time, but
to load up there?
Yeah, okay. So we've recovered a little bit here on the MNTS. So that's part of the trading these ones with a bit of a wider spread. The bid dropped off pretty aggressively there, and it's holding trend. So I'm going to continue to hold this one. I got to tell you, I'm not liking a lot in the market right now. I was looking at GOVX. It's straddling VWAP. I don't know how to feel about that. CODX is not my cup of tea either. Pi is also failing. But I got to tell you, the quantum names look pretty good. Rigetti, RGTX, QBTX, they're all putting in higher lows. To me anyway, QBTX looks like it's a spot-on buy at the 20 EMA, but we are getting a little bit top-heavy here. So you can kind of see we're not really ripping into area highs, but we're also not losing the up higher low trend. So that is something to consider there on these quantum names. GCTS, MNTS, the ones I'm involved in, AKAN, this one was a little trouble, topping tail into 28.17. There does seem to be a buyer above in, though, at around 24. That's the 4th candle in a row that's defended that $24 area on AKAN, but I don't know, man. I'm not really liking a whole lot at the moment in the world of small cap gappers. Why are you laughing, Ram? Oh. That's okay. Just show everybody. That's the picture I uploaded, Ram. I took an elevator selfie there, right? And that's what it made of me.
Brace for impact.
This is wicked, man.
And I gave it 2 lines of instruction.
Yeah. Go back to the elevator selfie there. Just pause it. Yeah, let's pause the elevator.
It literally took. Yeah, you know what I mean.
This guy.
Why you gotta duck up me like that, bro?
Right,
it screwed up my mustache though. Look, it gave me these curls.
That's nice.
At the end, I don't mind it all that much.
Go back over to Katina, man. Too. You guys just flipping the camera everywhere.
Yeah, Katina man's having lunch.
While
Man, let's
you're
not call him
eating
out
his
when he's
lunch,
trying to
man.
eat his
He's
food,
just trying to chill out a little bit. But yeah, stay smooth,
I gave it
man.
literally 2 lines of instructions. Imagine what like a well thought out, line by line, detailed instruction. Put this in the background. Put this person here, like a good one. I think this is fantastic.
But how long can it can't generate these long.
I don't know how long. I'm not sure.
I don't think they can be very. It's
probably
very
token
lengthy.
based,
Yeah,
obviously.
for sure.
What is my prompt roulette? Nothing, brother. It literally. You want me to read the prompt to you? Let me see if I can find it.
It goes for Getty right back up to.
I said,
pretty
put me in a
volatile.
spacecraft similar to the one in Interstellar and show us crash landing on a planet. That's all that I put. I mean, imagine if I had put Joey's face, I put Katina Man on there, and I said put each one in a different seat here and there. Get Joey, hooking some guy in the back there. Yeah, knocking out an alien. The prompt here obviously is is very important, right? All right, we've beat that up enough. Let's go to Adair for some news.
Yeah, just be aware here, Fed's Barkin still talking and raising some concerns here about gas prices, saying it could take months for gas prices to fall even upon the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. So not too much of a concern here in USO. Just be aware. Barkin's still talking. I wouldn't say he's out and out doom and gloom, but there's definitely a lot of caution here. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. All right.
Can I touch on something here? So let's get into the market and see what the NASDAQ and the SPY have been up to. It's pretty choppy, right? So you could just see eastbound and not necessarily down on these two. So SPY and the Qs just moving sideways. And then we had initial volatility spikes within Nvidia. We're in the teens now. Should I buy a little bit more? I'm thinking so. We have JPM who's slowly starting to find its footing, which I like. We'll grab a little bit more JP Morgan. I have it in both my accounts, but we use the CDR route, which I like. But yeah, if this ever happens to fall into 215, I think you buy it at some point. The price targets of it are around $300, I should say. Wedbush putting it up to $330, which is a big time return. Let's zoom out here and see what we got going. I know I said I'm mistaken. So if we go from $200 all the way up to 330, right? That's 64%. From where we're currently trading at, we go up to 330. It's 50%, right? I said 30 this morning. I meant if you're at $230, you go up to 330. That's a nice return. And some people have a 4 handle on this name, which I like a lot. This consolidation, it's a nice break. It was lengthy. I'm not going to call it dead money, but we weren't doing much for too long. And then you have that additional liquidity grab, and then off to the races we go here in NVDA. So I like what we got. It's a strong name. I know we're worried about what some of the competition, obviously the custom ASICs within Amazon and Google, what they have going on, but they're involved with Grok with a Q. And we have the sovereign nation, so the pipeline is there, and there's still a demand for all of their products, which we need. So,
all right. You asked for it, you got it. Thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Everything Brew. Sharif, do a double backflip. So I took a picture of the set behind us, and I uploaded it into Gemini. I gave it those specific instructions. I'm like, show me doing a backflip. So we're waiting, double backflip. So we're waiting for it to generate. Let's keep an eye out on that, guys. But I'm starting to feel less and less confident in the trade, on MNTS. It feels like it might fail this 720 area. Again, the bid is below it. The ask stays above it. I don't know how to feel about this, be honest with you. I do like the look on GCTS a little bit better. It looks like there's a staunchy 740 buyer, and they've been there for a hot minute, especially with that double top that we saw earlier on. However, we're not breaking through the $0.50, so that creates a bit of a problem for me as well. But AKAN is ripping, Bovin. After holding $24, here's 27 again with a 28.17 high. Look at that green candle, man. Basically trading at the high with a low of 24.89 or so, high of 27. AKN, I believe, is quite spready and probably should require some more risk management parameters on your part just so that you don't get rinsed on this trade if the bottom is to drop off. But we're going to have to put some respect here on AKN's name because it keeps making these area highs. So let's put it up on a trading screen over here. On the NQ it goes. So right now I'm seeing about a 50 penny spread, as I anticipated, given how this one was moving. So we're going to keep a close eye on AKN. Let's see if we can do something on that. Commodity King was telling me Spencer Pratt, who's running for LA Mayor against
Yeah,
Forget
shout
her
out
name.
Benny Pratt, man.
Yeah, he's using them in the race for LA Mayor. Pretty unreal. He is Batman. No way. Is he actually doing that? That's hilarious. I'd have to pull some of those up. But I've seen him on TMZ and stuff. Looks like he's defending some allegations that he was lying about living in the Beverly Hills Hotel because he had like that trailer on the property where his house burned. And he's trying to, call out the current LA mayor for this, that, and the other. I'm not going to get involved in any of that, man.
Yeah, Ben.
Yeah, man.
There you
Look
go.
at the screen. Did you do that right now? You did that on Gemini? Nice.
Bro, you
Katina
just
Man
said-
did
you
it
just
on
said-
Gemini.
Oh,
I
you put it
love
with your hat on there now.
There you go, baby.
Yeah, okay, all right, there you go. You got the hat
I
on
can't
now.
generate that video. Why not, you little punk?
450K profit, my guy. All right, I say. I see what you're doing, but chill on the token usage over here, guys. We gotta save some for some of the options active. No, I'm obviously playing around. But other than that, guys, we talked about the overall market. We're having fun. Go check out some Gemini. Use up those tokens because Google needs them.
Image references.
Let's head over to our watch list and go through a couple of the names.
Okay, it's generating.
Netflix isn't doing too much here. I mean, it's up today, which isn't bad considering it's usually down, up to $89 with a low of $87.40. And then we had JPM starting to find its footing. Let's pull up this chart. Do we grab a little bit more on this recovery? I think so. Say yes to that dress there. Let's pull up to JPM.
Here, what's that?
Oh, man, it was up to 303 and then starting to come back in. That's all right. We grabbed some from a daily. It's not too bad. We're holding this consolidation low at 296. We couldn't break and hold through this resistance zone just yet, but here's a downtrend. So, okay, as we do our TA, is there going to be a time for us to engage in JPM? I believe so. If we sit on top of 307, I think the narrative is going to change within this name, and we continue to climb higher and hit that ATH in JPM. It's only a matter. I don't think it's a matter of if, it's just when with JPM. All right, is it me or is there just a little gambler mentality to trade? I've been told I'm nuts for how I trade. I started 60K last April. Wow. I'm at 138K right now. A good start or lucky? I started at all-time lows. You want to answer that?
I can only speak for myself. I'm a much better swing trader, investor than I am a day trader. That's just as simple as it is for me. I need time to think. I need time to digest. Everybody's a little bit different. I think you've got that aggressive nature. It's like the Katina Man, the Neil, they're pretty aggressive intraday traders. And, some people have that, composition. I think everybody's a little bit different. I wouldn't want to peg it as a one-size-fits-all approach, that you need to have that gambling mentality. I don't know. I personally don't see that in myself. If I see a level that's breached, I'm out. I'm looking for technicals. I'm looking for support here. Doesn't hold, I'm gone. I think the gambling mentality is just kind of throw caution into the wind. That's not really what I'm doing, to be honest with you, right? If we're going to stop out of position, sometimes we'll take bigger hits, and that's just the way it goes. So how do you feel about that, Joey?
You know what? It's a little bit tough for me, man, because I think I fall somewhere in the middle of that one. Yeah, it's really tough. I don't think it's a straightforward answer, and I don't want to get too deep. Yeah, I don't want to get too deep into it. But thank you very much for the super chat. Congratulations to you. I'm not going to say you're lucky. A good start. Good start is definitely the answer. Some people, I think, when they first get involved in the market, they're less fearless, maybe I should say, and then that's how you have the ability to put on essentially over 100% return. Just keep doing what you're doing, man. Regardless if some people call it gambling or not, whatever you're doing seems to be. Exactly. And whatever you're doing seems to be working. So.
And that's some of the reputation. Like just speaking to my friends and people who are who will just tell you exactly what they think without sugarcoating. They're like, it gets a bad rap for exactly that reason. They look at it more as, you're throwing caution.
That's what all my uncles and
they don't understand there's technical analysis that, if I'm wrong, I'm out here. Here's how much I'm risking. Here's how much I'm looking to make. It's a calculation at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's calculation.
Right? You're going to get wrong, obviously, sometimes.
Like why? Because if we talk about probability, and probability is correlated with some form of casino gambling, sure, you can call it what it is. You're risking some, but that's exactly what my uncle said. It's just This is the term I'm looking for. It's just beautified gambling, essentially, or something.
Said that,
It was something along those lines. I forget exactly what it was. But yeah, it is what it is, man. Allow people to have their opinions on it, but just keep doing what you're doing. It seems to be working. If you have the ability to flip that switch. I want to pull up another couple of names here before we send it back to Sharif. Okay. We're all out of RGTI, as you guys can see there. We took some off at the top and then now starting to come back in. If we can catch the lower end of the range and then maybe an additional leg higher, we'll rock and roll on that front. So it's been a good one here. Nvidia, we'll pull up a couple of scalps. I mean, it's nothing crazy, nothing to write home about. 2 small scalps right here on this name, and then we take a little bit of a pop on RGTI. So it's just like boom, right at VWAP, but you take it right into the supply zone, sells off. Good stuff. Boom, we take it into the supply zone once again. It did climb a little bit higher, but look what happens. Whoosh, straight to the downside, falling almost $7 off of this pivot high over here. And you can see the resistance zone that was starting to form around 1644, which is really important. Just get out of there. Didn't breach through and then sold off the remainder of the day. So NVDA actually down 2% here today. Let's see, we got 37 contracts on call NVDA now, 8,400. Should I keep my faith on this? Expires today or cash out? Take the loss. Yeah, the wolf. So listen, that's why I was talking about it. I would, those contracts aren't going to recover. If you told me a little bit more of when you bought them would be extremely important. So I told you I bought a couple of contracts on the Tuesday leading into the earnings report, and they lost 70% of their value, right? And it was identical to where we were trading at. It's why? Because the implied volatility is priced into the contracts, and then it slowly just fades away. Not slowly, it rapidly fades away in this case, considering we didn't exceed that expected move. The chances, I don't even know, you didn't give me very much detail on the strike price or anything along those lines. You have 37 contracts. The strike price at this point is almost irrelevant because you've lost $8,400 and the chances of them recovering. This expires today. Yeah, you can just take it for what it is, man, and get out of the position. That's all I can say, because it's not going to climb back.
Sorry, just give me a sec.
Yeah,
I just got into this position. I just have to throw up my
Wolf of Wall sticks, just let me know, man. It is what it is. I bought the contracts I told you guys for $50, right? And I sold them for $15. So that's 70%, just like that. It could have went in the opposite direction, $2.99 cost. Give me some more. You don't have to continuously... super chat. You could just tell us essentially what strike price you bought them. You bought them for $3 a pop. They've lost the majority of their value. Break even $227. Man, that's a little bit of a stretch. Not only are you going to be breaching the all-time high, you're going to be looking to surpass some supply zones within that $225 mark. So $227 is your break even. That's up here, and time's ticking. You have 3 hours left in the day. Could anything happen? Absolutely. You get a couple of volatility spikes, and then sure enough, you're breaching that level, and you can fall into that break-even area. But what we're doing is we're just kind of wishing for that to happen. And I typically tell you guys, my grandpa's old saying is wish in one hand and do something in the other and see what fills first. The chances are the opposite is going to happen. So you don't want to be just sitting on hopium, because that's not good. Donald Trump tweets something that can obviously change the narrative, but from what we've seen from a technical and fundamental standpoint right now, the street isn't going to move NVDA up to $227 at the moment.
I love it, Katina, man. I forgot about my video. I got so focused. Oh, there it is. Oh, no way. This is cool, man. Oh, my days. What is this craziness, though? This is wild. Okay. It's not, I think, it's not realistic, but it's cool. Oh, Fabian, I'm going to send you this, okay? There we go. I want to take a trade here on AKAN. Yeah, I'm going to. I got stopped out, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to go 26, 39, 26. We have to go all the way down, like 15 or something like that. On that, looking for, what do we got? We got 27.06. That's like the worst print I could have gotten on that. Let's see if we can mosey back up on it. So I got in at 27. I wet the beak into 28, but I ended up getting stopped out. 26, below 26. So I'm seeing a buyer locally here at 26.40, which is why I've put my stop below that. So let's go ahead. I'm going to put almost the entire position into about 27. Let's just go 77. Let's see what we get in and around there. So we'll see if this holds up.
Bro,
it's showing like it's accumulating a little bit. I know, Ram, it's crazy, but it's pretty accurate though. Like I have to give it more instructions, which I obviously didn't. So I just have to focus on this position at the moment. Let's see if it pops up, but we'll get into that whole banter later. 28.17 high on AKAN. It's got higher lows, but it does seem to, you know, the bottom does drop off at times because of the spread, so you have to be careful with this one. That's why I've got to keep my eye on it in case it does rip through my stop, even though I did give it a wide spread. So I got a really bad fill. Oh, goodness gracious, I got stopped out again. Yeah, this is not the right trade for me. Okay, so let's just leave this one alone because I clearly don't have the read on this one. Well, how's the other one doing? It's breaking down as well, it feels like. Yeah, GCTS is losing trend here. If it loses 33s, I'm out. It's showing 38, so this one, it's tough. Wolf of Wall Street X. It's all Sharif's fault. He sent me his feet photos last night. Such bad luck? Yeah, no. I'm not into feet, brother.
Oh, no?
That's weird.
Axe
that? Here I am.
Oh, look at that. Oh, yo.
This set.
Look at the quad. Look at the accuracy on the quads.
Accuracy is. But like, yo, I'm in space here. Isn't that great,
Let's
though?
do a double backflip on this set.
Bang.
Isn't that cool, though, guys? Like, it has the entire, and the chairs moving and everything like that.
That's pretty
like,
cool, man.
Double backflip on.
Yeah, so the point is, it's actually pretty good if you give it the right instructions, right? I think if you actually give it, you know, take the time, put in line by line, here's what I want, you know, here's what I want you to do, here's what I want to see in the background. I think it's pretty good, man. I think Google really is the company right now. Ask the chat for prompts.
Oh,
that will go over well, Fabian.
Fabian, we're running out of tokens here, man.
I've never seen a reverse underlip. Yeah, I don't even think I can generate anymore, Fabian. I think I've
got
limited to 2.
Someone asked me to make a video
cool.
of Will Smith eating spaghetti, and I didn't.
Do it, man.
So I tried.
It said no?
Fabian wants us to ask you guys for prompts. I think I have a couple more video generations. We may as well. It's Friday, Junior. Yeah, let's get into that and do something along those lines. So put those prompts in the chat and see what you guys want to see. Maybe we can generate a couple of videos. With that being said, let's head right back into the market. Invest in the tokens. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
TE, ARM, AMD, Microsoft. What else? AAP. What the hell is that?
Up there, no?
These are the next generational wealth tickers right there. Yeah, it screwed up those tickers pretty bad. Those are not the tickers that are there. Good call, Fabian. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, it's another issue, obviously. Hallucinations there. Shout out to my man Ozen. Make Neil eat pineapple pizza. That's actually brilliant. That's actually brilliant. And we'll set it up for him when he comes back.
Oh,
and Joe eating pie.
Yeah.
Assassino. That is brilliant as well.
Maybe we can get Ram to generate those videos for us there.
Shout out to Wolf of Wall Street X. After talking about my feet, he just gifted 5 memberships there.
And he's down 8,400.
Who? Wolf of Wall Street?
Yeah.
He's feeling like a very
generous, man.
Very generous.
That's big, man.
Shout out to BZ8, Big Tonka 1, Dev Biz Was, 95.93. You got one. Notorious Dinkelberg and Ella VX9. All of you guys got one. Shout out to you guys and thank you very much.
I'm not anti-pie, man.
What happened?
No, just he asked me if I'm anti-pie. No, it's just something that
What is
I'm not
wrong with that,
anti-pie.
Joey?
I don't know.
Did something happen when you were young?
Remember I told you when I was younger, just sugar and like sweets and candy were just never my thing.
Makes sense.
Right?
Yeah.
I appreciate you, Codenam. There goes Nvidia off of the lows, guys. A nice bounce. I was looking at this consolidative base. Wall Street Wolf. Anything can happen in this next couple of hours, guys. So be patient. You want to get in at the lower end of the range. I talk about that almost every day. I'm looking at some other names. Let's pull back here and see what Tesla's been up to on the session. I haven't really looked at it. We'll head over through to the mega cap. Boom, clean flush to the downside, and it's been a steady channel up here. forming those consistent higher lows, which is positive. We'll head over to AAPL. That was at all-time highs not too long ago. Google, how have you been performing here today? 390. Is that all-time highs? No, not quite. I'm looking for anything south of this support level if we're fortunate enough to get that. And then Broadcom and Meta back down to $600. But we do have a supply zone right there on the options chain that we were actually talking about this morning. So seems that we're holding up pretty well right now. Now, as for Netflix, we went over Qualcomm. This name broke out. Gives back a little bit of the move, but holding steady, which isn't bad. And then Dell has been in Donald Trump's agenda as of late, Sharif. And then sure enough, there it is, 106% to the top side off of the February lows. That's how easy it is, just like that. Yes, there it goes, Wolf of Wall Street.
That's ridiculous.
Katina
Man's long Nvidia at
there it is, a pop up there. Now we have a big time super chat.
Big. Wolf of Wall Street.
Bang.
This is a Lucky Charm super chat for my Nvidia. Buy Nvidia chat.
Ooh, I don't
think, well, you know, we can't give any financial advice, right? But, you know, Nvidia is not one of those names where I think there is a whole lot of disagreement that it's a good company. It's not like these small cap gappers. I'm telling you to buy a small cap.
No, but I don't think this bad boy is going to stay down for too long. Katina, man, you said you're long from 220?
218.
218. All right. Congratulations. Let's go. NVDA. Keep rocking and rolling.
Look how much money this guy's dropping, bro.
Yeah, man, and some more.
What's going on?
Dude, are you... Okay, hold on. Let's get this straight because you said he's down 8,400. Now he's gift... Yeah. No, Katina. Those aren't going to recover that quick. Even though it did pop, they expired today or tomorrow. He was saying it's impossible for those
obviously
contracts
he's a
to do
very
so.
wealthy individual.
Yeah, it seems to be good if you're and if you're down that much. Yeah, very much. Thank you for. I mean, he is the Wolf of Wall Street. So what are we talking about? What's buddy's actual name again?
I forgot.
Jordan Belfort.
Jordan Belfort. So maybe it's him itself.
I've never actually
over there.
watched the movie.
Jordan, you never watched that?
Everybody talks about it. Obviously, I mean, I'm very well aware of it. But I actually haven't watched the movie.
Okay, it's very good if you ever have time to do that. So congratulations to everyone who just received them. Sharif typically goes through who's going to and
sorry,
whatnot.
thank you, Joey, for reminding me. All right, let's see.
You have 25 names to call out.
Yeah, we'll go through some of them, buddy. Sufyan, James Dell, the OG got one. Patrick Jam, and then there's some Korean letters I can't read, and I do know that they're Korean. Triple F, Everest. We got Life is Good 2012. And then these are Mandarin letters. I should be able to read these, but I can't. That sucks. I don't know those ones. Destiny Shares, you got one. Aisha, DaCosta, Arhan, who else? Starship Driver got one. Future Boy as well, Joey. Moneymaker 24 and Dixant 123. Joint F, Ken, do I? All you guys got one. Thank you very much to the Wolf of Wall Street for that. Guys, I am having a hard time about it today. My trades, they're not clicking today. And we're going to get stopped out of here. We're going to stop the bleeding on GCTS. Yeah, it's just not holding up. I can't. What is happening here, Joey? There's a whole lot of dropping. GCTS is losing the bid, AKA and stop me out. CODX. Be careful with this one. This is the lower high setup we were talking about, right? That trend line break and a move back in. Be careful with this. It's trying to break through 4, but this one could be trouble. We'll keep an eye out on that. Oh, my days.
Big dog.
$200 super chat. What the hell is happening there? Wolf of Wall Street. I can't disclose my name. But let's get the money. Yeah,
Jordan,
I like that name. I like that.
Jordan.
Jordan?
Yeah.
That's crazy talk right there.
Jordan, man.
The real Jordan Belfort.
That's crazy.
Right? Nah, man, thank you very much.
No, we don't even really, thank
Wolf
you.
of Wall Street.
Yeah, as they say. So if you guys are ever curious as to where the super chats go, it goes just right back into the business.
Yeah, Joey and I, we don't see it. Unless there is a specific thing that it's earmarked for. So if you guys be like, oh, drinks or pizza on Friday, then they go ahead and do that.
So
right?
I mean, hey guys, here's burger money for tomorrow.
Exactly. Yeah. No, but that's what they do. That's what they do. They'll if you earmark it specifically for a thing, but if you're just giving it to us, you want burgers. I got you.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So
it's a hint, assassino. It all goes into the same pot, actually, Katina Man wrote, and he's absolutely right about that. Thank you, Katina Man, for
After Katina Man catches his cut, 85%.
You can't disclose the secrets like that, man.
My bad, Katina Man.
All right, man. Well, Google takes a third. How much? A third of the money. And he dropped another 50, Katina, man. Are you seeing this, man? I sent y'all donuts twice before with Postmates. Now go figure. Who's back? We love you, man. Shout out to Wolf of Wall Street 6. I do remember that, actually.
Yeah, the Krispy Kremes.
I remember those. Those were quite delicious. Got to be honest with you there. The Katina man is cheering him on right there. That's what was going on there. Assassino, if we can put up the screen there. There you go. Katina man, zoom in on that, brother. Zoom in on it so that people see it. There we go.
Who's in the background?
Yeah. There's people cheering Katina man in the background because they like to trade so much. $2 in the money on Nvidia. They couldn't handle it, right? So shout out to the man. Shout out to the GOAT, Wolf of Wall Street. That's enough, though, brother. Stop dropping money like that. It's crazy talk. Casino man says, don't stop. All right, Joey, what are you looking at, man? Because I can't find anything that I like at the moment, and I've been looking.
All right, I mean, don't force anything, right?
No.
Once again, Wolf of Wall Street, thank you guys very much for that. Let's head over to Coinbase and see. I don't even think we've looked at any crypto names here today, as Coinbase is doing absolutely jack squat. Let's head over to IBIT and see what we got going on over there. Still holding up. So this print is a little bit different than what we've seen. That drives me. Actually, no, it's not. Okay. Actually, yeah, it is. So this drives me nuts. This closed up here, and it was a hammer candle. Now it's showing and displaying something a little bit different. But we do enter that gap this morning, 44.22, starting to come back in a little bit. But you want to see us hold up after this pullback. I believe this is a healthy pullback with the trend that we've had going on right now. And we want to find some form of a continuation. All right? If we don't get it, then there might be some more downside. I mean, I understand that this grind higher has been a little bit more lengthy than what we've been experiencing right here, but it's still giving me the vibes. The trend line has been broken. It was the exact same thing we're talking about with Palantir, the CrowdStrike. Whoa. Another super chat from Jeep Cheeks? Oh, man. It's great. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's crazy, man. I appreciate you for that one. Joey for his weekly knee pain cream. Yeah, but I don't even know what that hot and cold stuff is. I personally never use it, but I appreciate that. And shout out to wherever I know where you are, actually. You mentioned it not too long. I won't disclose it. That is crazy work, but it is what it is. And thank you for the kind thoughts and worrying about what we got going on with the knee. Everyone who's showing out today via the super chats, crazy stuff. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. So yeah, let's get prepared to rock and roll. Final day of the week going to be tomorrow, and best believe we're going to be here, and you better be here or be square, as they typically say. Let's send it off to Adara.
Yeah, be here, guys. Don't miss it. We're here, so come join us, and thank you for the super chats. And also, here's Sentinel-1. S is the ticker. They report next Thursday after the bell, so in about a week. And ahead of that, they're announcing via their blog a partnership with Claude, or either Claude's announcing it in their blog. Either way, someone on their blog is announcing a Claude and Sentinel-1 partnership specifically focused on building AI-powered defensive cybersecurity offerings. So cybersecurity tie-up with S and Claude. Back to you.
Casey on fire. She's like, hold on, hold the glass of wine here. We got some more memberships being gifted. James Dell. We have Michael Burnett, Codename, Zero Disco, Raz Trades, Caleb, Ardvin, Press Not Perfect. Okay. James Dell. Oh, James already got one. JD Cartliff, Bitman, and Schwimmelos. Anyways, congratulations to you all. Ozan. Yeah, there you go, Ozan. Shout out to Katina Man and Ozan himself. Ozan is not rich yet, guys, so don't worry about what he's doing, obviously being sarcastic. But yeah, man, fantastic stuff. Thank you, everyone who's been participating, and those who have gifted via Super Chat or even gifting memberships. That's big time, if you ask me. What is the next trade? You tell me, Trade Sniper. You're the Trade Sniper. I'm looking for one. We're off of the lows here on NVDA, so I don't think the risk to reward is the exact same. You have to risk $1.50. I believe that's where you're proven wrong, or even if it comes back into the middle of this range. So we got to be patient, wait for some more opportunities to fall into our lap. Test, am I a member yet? No, not yet, Tony, unfortunately. SNDK is the one. Whoa, $50. Opt King on X since y'all asking. Oh, okay, there's his X handle. Opt King on X, so he's the Options King on X. If y'all are asking, 50 smackers, just like that. You're gonna add him?
Yeah.
See what he's been up to over there, and see what Ops Kings.
I got
check him out.
testy on my X account.
What does that mean?
Like, I'm pretty controversial with some of the stuff that I say. It's X, man.
Yeah, do it, man. If you're going to do it anywhere, then...
Exactly, that is the platform.
Yeah, exactly. Do it over there. Glad the knee is doing well now. If we can work on the Charlie Brown shirts. Did you want one? I can send you the link for it if you want grounded flights. We can get you that shirt for sure. Katina Man printing some stuff up there. Wonder if it's a tax.
No, he's done the tax thing.
The tax related?
What do we got there, Katina Man? Tonight's lineup card. He's
we got the lineup
card.
Yeah, it seems super hot right now. Ooh, we like this. We like this. We got the lineups for tonight. Yeah, good stuff here. Looks like a star-studded one. So, yeah, it's in that second spot. Second batter there, my guy. So yeah, good stuff. Joe,
how are they doing this to your Katina Man? They're
first
place, guys.
First place. Yeah, that's what we like. How many games in, Katina Man? There goes Nvidia, Wall Street. There it is, continuing to climb higher, right back up to 222.50. Let's go, baby. There goes. We're getting back towards the high. Oh, guess who put in a new all-time or a new high of the day here, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
Applied Digital. There goes the market. There, hey, Wall Street, you monster. I hope you didn't close that because there goes the volatility spike that you were looking for. Market screaming higher, the Q's climbing, the SPY climbing. Guess who probably said something in regards to what we have going on in the Middle East? Somebody did because the market starting to rip.
All right, man. I'm just
Bitcoin ripping?
I don't know.
Yeah, Bitcoin moving as well. So everything is climbing. He's long. Katina Man's long 218. Shout out to him. Bitcoin's rocking and rolling. Everything's
USO
really starting
flush.
to move. USO flush.
People are seeing it. People are talking about it. I'm not seeing anything either. Can we get the Stone Cold theme, bro? Wow.
That was Assassino. This was Assassino this morning.
Let's go.
Why?
He did it?
No. It's
a
party foul. That's all, man. It happens.
All right, watching GCTS, guys. I'm trying to find something good here. I can't believe I got out at the low on GCTS. Doesn't mean I'm going to get back in here. This is the area where I got in originally because I saw it as support. Let's see if it's resistance now. I'm not, guys. If there are any small cap gappers, set me up because I'm not seeing anything good here on my scanner. I've been looking. There's really nothing coming up. The only thing that I'm really liking are these leveraged quantum names like RGTX, QBTX, etc. And he dropped another 20 gifted memberships. My day. Oh my goodness, $100 by dropping. Yo, we're up to like at least a few $100 here, man. Sharif and Joe, the best show in town. Peace. Take care, man. This guy just drops 100.
Dragos, where
and
you
he
going?
walks out.
Yeah, where you
what
going,
is that?
my
What's
guy?
going on there, man?
What's
you got to hang out
like
with us
over there in
what is happening,
Chi-town?
man? Chat is making it rain. In fact, oh my days. Oh my God. Let's say hello to everybody, guys.
Yeah.
KC5 or Wolf of Wall Street just dropped 20 gifted memberships as well. Kathleen, G. Thomas, P.S. Sanchez, Random Sandals, User 7331, Joker, M9Z,
Whoa.
Bobby Brackets. All of you guys got
Wolf
one.
Just did?
I didn't. He just dropped another one?
50
memberships.
Holy.
And now we got Vladimir dropping 10. I think that's Romanian. Something or another. Greetings from Romania. SOXL to the day high. Go.
What's up,
Thank you
Romania?
very
And
much.
I love the profile
Oh
picture.
my gaze, bro.
What the hell?
What is happening
Sharif,
here?
You're not going to read out the 50 names?
Shut up, dude. Shut up, dude.
Bro.
Are you kidding me? What this guy said? Unbelievable, man. Yeah, all of you guys check in the chat to see if you got a gifted membership. It's really easy to see. If your name is green, all of a sudden your name is green, then you've got a gifted membership, right? There's how many? Is there actually? I can't even see.
It doesn't ever feel like that.
It doesn't look like there is, Katina, man, because look at the amount of people coming in right now. It looks like ridiculous, right? Wow, oh my days. Look at the chat is freaking out here.
You got to get in the chat, everyone, if you want to have a chance.
Oh my days,
if you're just sitting there watching, how many people do we have watching here today? Do us a solid as well. Hit the like and subscribe if we're going that far.
Whoa.
What happened?
Whoa, another $100 super chat.
They're flowing in right now.
Okay, we need to count these up, man.
Yeah, count them up.
I don't think we've gotten so much since that day that your position got stopped out. Sorry to remind you about that. But that we got like $1,500 that day.
Yeah.
S14 Johnny. dropping another $100.
What's up,
in the
S.
chat.
Johnny, man?
Oh,
Thanks,
my
guys.
days.
Best freaking show ever. Lunch on Johnny. There's the burger funds right there.
There's the burger funds. We
There's
want our
the
food,
burger
man.
Funds.
He earmarked
Shout out
that.
to my
He earmarked
guy,
that. So we're
man.
gonna get food tomorrow.
Yeah, Katina's.
What are we getting?
Whatever Katina Man wants.
Because Brendo's not here, right? So we got to default to the big boys.
So that's why I'm.
Katina Man, what are we gonna get tomorrow with that hundo?
For lunch.
Because it's earmarked for food. We'll get any day we want. He said. I like that.
Okay, what do you want though then?
What are we gonna get? We got $100 to spend. Yeah. What do you want?
Oh, do we go the chicken wing route?
Do we put it to the viewers to see what they think we should eat?
Yeah, of
Chicken
course.
Wings.
Why wouldn't we do that?
Should we do that? Let's do that poll.
Can we do a poll?
Yeah, you do. You got the poll.
I got the poll.
Okay, let's do the
All
poll right
man,
now.
What
Let's
should
see
we
what
throw
got.
on there for options?
Okay, I'm gonna
Pineapple
go
pizza.
chicken wings.
Okay, you got chicken
is
wings
good.
on there. Yeah.
All right, then we got to go pineapple pizza because Neil's
Pineapple
gonna want
pizza,
some of
'cause
that.
Neil
right?
wants at least half.
He doesn't like that comment at all. So let's go pizza.
Okay.
Right? Or it don't have to be pineapple pizza.
Okay, let's do it live here.
All right, let's do it live. So we'll go
Okay.
chicken wings. We'll go pizza.
What's
what do you
for
boys? What else should we put on there? Chicken wings, pizza. What else? Burgers, Adira.
I'll do, like new suggestions that we
We're gonna
haven't
put
Yeah.
on the poll
So what's there so far? Chicken wings,
burgers, chicken
Pizza.
wings, and pizza.
fish and chips, just for diversity.
Just put it on there.
All right, just put it
Fish and chips.
we'll
All
put it on
right, there we go. We're gonna throw on fish and chips.
All right, man. Yeah,
They
man.
might win, Assassino. They're gonna vote
That's
for fish and
crazy,
chips.
yes.
I know
Let's
it.
go.
It's
All
gonna
right,
be
man.
so
If you guys
bad.
do fish and chips,
I
it's
actually don't
over.
mind fish and chips.
All right,
I'm not gonna lie
it's
to you,
over.
bro.
All right, that's
All right,
fair.
hit it, Joey.
Are these the four? You see the options.
Hit-
One,
maximize
two,
that, bro.
3, 4. So I'll maximize it. Let's see what we got.
Hold on, don't vote yet. Now you can start
Now
voting,
you can vote.
guys.
You guys
now.
voted too early.
So tell them now.
Of course. Obviously, these guys are going to do the fish and chips. Adira.
Adira
did you
screwed
do?
us. Adira screwed us, bro. Oh my God.
That's crazy.
All
There
right.
goes the whole market. Views are gone.
my God.
Nvidia is back up to 221. New high of the day on the Nasdaq. New high of the
I
day
hate everybody.
on SPY. And the chat absolutely destroying us with 70 votes right
I
here
hate this.
on the fish and chips.
I hate this. All right.
Adira.
And I haven't even voted yet, so go fish and chips. Let's talk here about this move in the market. USO dropping here, market popping. Believe it or not, I only just saw this headline come through, though obviously market's been reacting to it for a couple of minutes here. Al Arabiya TV reporting that a U.S.-Iran draft agreement has been reached via Pakistan mediation, and it's expected to be announced within the next few hours. Again, I am not seeing too much to support this other than this headline, so be aware. Unclear how legitimate this is, but either way, seeing reports that Al Arabiya TV is saying that there is a draft agreement between the U.S. and Iran that they're expecting to be reached via Pakistan mediation. We're expecting this to occur here, or announcement to occur within the next few hours.
Thank you very much. Let's put that up there. Hit F11, man. And zoom in on that bad boy so we can show it very clearly, man.
on,
There we
man.
go. Oh, it's not even close, man.
Man, that's crazy.
It is not even close. Pizza has 9 votes. Wings has 9.
Burgers got that 14.
Burgers got 14.
I respect that.
118
votes.
19 for fish and chips. So it looks like we're gonna have fish and chips tomorrow. All right, guys, we'll do it live. I mean, I don't mind fish and chips. It's a good old, jolly old England food there. I had it when we were there. It was
That's
nice.
great,
nice.
man.
All right, guys, thank you very much for the super chats, man. It's been a lit day, not trading wise anyway for me, but you know we'll stay with a positive attitude. Let's see what we got here.
I didn't even vote yet either. I'm gonna
I
put
just
that
voted
one,
for
put that
because I
one
was
in
like,
for the
okay, I'm just
thing.
gonna ride with the trend here. I'm a trend trader, right, after all. So $4 flat top break coming in here on CODX. Whether this breaks or not, we'll have to wait and see. It is being kind of built up with these higher lows. I'm gonna give this one the old college try. We'll see if we can get a win under our belt today. It's been a tough trading day for me. We were red on Monday. And then positive yesterday and the day before. But today we will obviously be red. We're going to keep an eye here on CODX, see if we can maybe ride this flat top breakthrough for, oh my days, oh my days. Another $100 super chat there, Joey.
Dang, more
From
cash for the
Dragos
food,
again.
man.
Shout out to Jim Jones. Ballin', more cash for the food fund. Dragos is dropping bear money, and Adira is going to drop bear breaking news.
Wolf.
Guys, I want to talk here about this move here in the market. As we know, a couple minutes ago, I did report that Al Arabiya TV said there's a final draft being reached here of the U.S.-Iran agreement, expected to be announced within the next few hours. I have more details on this draft, expected here to include an immediate and comprehensive ceasefire on all fronts. The parties will mutually undertake to refrain from targeting infrastructure. Freedom of navigation in the Persian Gulf and Strait of Hormuz will be guaranteed under a joint monitoring mechanism, so not one party or the other party, both countries working together here. Sanctions will be gradually lifted in exchange for Iran complying with the deal terms. And last but not least, negotiations and outstanding issues shall begin within the next 7 days. So lots of things here, pretty comprehensive look. Check out on X and TV Research. I'll probably be posting like the highlights of this, but some more details if I get other details on this proposal, and of course if I hear an announcement. Back to you.
Dragos, you're halfway there, right? Like we're talking about Nvidia at 219. Did you cut it? You needed 227. You're already halfway there, and I mean, did I not mention you need some form of truth or tweet to step in? Drago, or not Dragos, Wolf of Wall Street. Check me at Trader TV Joseph. That is my ex, but. The trading gods heavily favored you here today, donating and then also giving you exactly what you need. That's no coincidence if you ask me. Sharif, there it goes. Now 221.92. Look at the TQs go. Look at the SPY.
Everything is ripping now.
The market is absolutely ripping. The quantum names, everything is going absolutely nuts. Let's rock and roll. Let's get involved in some NVDA here via NVDL on some form of a pullback here, guys.
Thank you very much to City Poi. AMPG is ripping. All right, we got to put this up here. I got into CODX. We're going to give it to 88. So there's a buyer here at 90. So we'll see how this one ends up doing. Who am I taking off here? AMPG. This is one that I actually had on earlier. I had to take it off because it wasn't doing anything, but through 5, but it just ripped up there. And maybe this is an omen. The high of the day is 525. So we'll see what this one, if it comes down a little bit here. I don't want to chase it at highs, but AMPG just absolutely ripped through that $5. Do you have something you want to mention?
Look at everything go right now. Look at the NVDA go. You're now up to 222. This thing is going absolutely nuts. Hopefully, Katina Man turn things around bigly over there, man.
Bigly.
This is massive. There it is, man. Hit the dollar club on that one.
Anymore. I
don't know what happened to it either, Sharif. But SPY, Q's here. Let's pull it up and see what we have, man. These things are.
Does that mean $4 in the money? Oh.
That didn't mean $4 in the money, Katina Man, or Sharif.
What? What does that mean?
$4 in the money.
That's what it literally means. I verified it.
Yeah, let's go, man. So it's fantastic. Look at this, 15 minutes straight buy program right here. Let's run through some of the other larger names. What has Google been up to? Let's get these quantum names who aren't even doing anything and take a look at what we got going in goggles. Oh, yeah, you guessed it, new high of the day. I wonder who made an additional all-time high here today, Sharif. Oh, Apple, 304.38. Bang. Did CrowdStrike? Let's see. No. Damn.
And last time I saw Crowd was negative on the day. It's recovering,
JPM, big recovery, too. So, yeah, not too bad, guys. Looking absolutely fantastic here.
Absolutely, Joey. It is a good day for the long term today. Let's continue to watch, see how everything is doing. All right, so I'm in CODX here. Look, I'm going to give myself a try here. There's so much resistance at $4. I want to see if the buyers want to step in to take them out. I'm going to stop out below 90, so we'll risk 11 pennies on this one. We'll see how this one goes. I've also loaded AMPG up, and after that monster price spike up from essentially a $5 flat top break into 525, here it comes down again. I'm going to be a buyer likely at around 5 to 505 on this one. If it was such a staunchy area of resistance, I'm going to look for it to be support. The only really question is, does it make it all the way down there? Or do the buyers start buying, 510, 515? So we're going to have to watch this one pretty closely. AMPG, $5.25 high. It had a lot of resistance, as you can see here on the lower chart and the top chart for that matter, at 5. Let's look for support to be resistance. And there goes CODX right down into 390. It looks like it's going to stop me out here. If it's going to break through 388, let's see if it recovers. Otherwise, we stop out here of CODX as it won't hold that level. Otherwise, it has to take out $4 to the high side. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Casey saying thank you to Apple. Apple, what is it doing? Just got into more all-time highs, 306.60.
Yeah.
What a rip city
what a
this
rip
one
city.
is, Joe.
So, Sharif, I got to
Joey.
get back into this because, guys, look at the volume. Something else stepping in here. So we had this breakout volume, but now you're met by equal defense. You can see it's even larger. Boom. That volume print. So watch out. There's probably another headline that's going to drop momentarily. We had Nvidia punch through the volume weighted average price, but then it slid a little bit, and you've seen the volatility really start to uptick and you can see that through via volume. So it's increasing. Something's going on. JPM punch through VWAP, now forming inverted, and volume right there. So JPM giving up the majority of that move. Let's see if it can hold up. I think we can continue to rip. I'm looking to get involved for a climb back up into 223, 224, and that's what I'm talking about. You can just tell by the volume that something happened. I want to hear it from Adara.
So what I have to say here, Joe, has nothing to do with the overall market. If there is anything with that, I'll keep you guys posted. But I do have to talk about Stellantis. Stellantis has actually halted news pending. We got the news here. I know I mentioned earlier today, and it was actually on our watch list, that they announced pre-market this 5-year strategic plan, which involves a just under $70 billion U.S. investment. They're now laying out their targets for 2030. So they're seeing revenue of 190 billion euros by 2030. That would be up from 154 billion euros. Last year, adjusted operating income margin of 7% by 2030 with significant near-term improvement. They're also seeing positive industrial free cash flow in 2027. That would be up to 6 billion euros by 2030. So they're seeing cash flow growth and revenue improvement here. Again, news pending halts. That is the news when this opens. And we'll try to watch to keep you guys posted. But in case you're wondering why Stellantis is halted, this is why. Back to you.
Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to fix something here now. What's
up?
with this thing, man? Nothing.
PG.
It's all right, we'll figure it out. Anyways, aside from that, one of my charts just decided to glitch right there. I thought we were going to calculate how many super chats we actually had here. Let's do that. For me to do the math, that's probably not the best idea, but a lot going on here. Where'd all the $100? Oh, these are all expired. So there's $100 there.
It's ridiculous.
There's another that's 200. That's another 100. That's 300.
We appreciate you guys, man.
400. Dragos 400 over there. I can't even. Let's scroll over here. And then we had the Wall Street. Our guy $50 and another $200. So there's so much going on, man. Probably close to a thou wow here today in fan funding. I mean, thank you guys so much. That's huge. Means a lot for the show. And thanks for the fish and chips that we're going to be eating tomorrow. 130 votes. I don't know who's going to be behind there, but shout out to fish and chips.
Do we have a fish and chips place around here? Let's find out, man. We're going to go into Google Maps right now.
And see what you have.
Fish. There you go. First one. Fish and chips. We got Fresco.
Yeah.
Fish and chips at 1.6. Adara says they're good. 1.6 kilometers away from here. Okay. That's far. There's a one that's 600 meters. St. John's Fish and Chips. And they have a 33 rating, 4.3 stars. Fresco's has a lot more, 4.6 with 1,250. There's another one here, 450 meters, Artful Dodger Pub. They're good?
I haven't had their fish and chips, but their food is generally good. Fresco's is really good, but they're right by my house, so that's my local fish and chip place. But also, again, you could not pick up Fresco, you could pick up Artful Dodger.
Okay, got it.
Cool.
Well, I think we're probably going to get Uber Eats, I'm assuming, right? Okay, so we'll have to wait and see how this all goes, but this is very exciting. I haven't had, when's the last time you had fish and chips? Joey? You've never had? That's serious?
Yeah.
Never once. You even taste it?
Obviously I've had fries, but I never really ate baked
I was like, why is he ignoring me? I look over and you've got that smirk on your face.
It was never really my thing.
No way?
No, I swear.
Okay, well, I've had it plenty of times, man.
What is the fish that's typically in it?
I don't know.
Halibut?
Maybe.
Right? Halibut?
I have no clue.
Right.
Often, Adara says. Okay, so we'll have to wait and see exactly how. Ram. Are you going to have some fish and chips? This one is good. It has 4.7 stars. It's 650 meters from here. Oh, you want the name. Well, Adara says that the best one, give me a sec here, is this Fresco guy. He's 1.6 kilometers, but then there's St. John's, it's called St. John's Fish and Chips, but it only has 33 rating. 33 people who rated it with a 4.3 rating. And then the other ones don't have that much as well. I'd rather go with Freshco just because it has weight with a lot more people who rated. 1,256 people rated with a rating of 4.6. I'd rather go with that. Be quite honest with you there. What are you laughing at now? What happened? You pie? Is this a pie thing again?
No, some guys is like, Joe.
What do you say?
Bushcrafted wilderness is like, Joe, have you ever had water? Bro.
Yeah, well, bro, you do set yourself up for these things. Like, you don't have cookies. You don't like
What do you mean
pie.
I eat oatmeal cookies, dude?
When?
I don't know, like not too long ago, to be honest with you. I like oatmeal cookies. I'll have some water right now.
You do set yourself up for these, though. I do have to
But I'm
say,
not setting
because,
myself, I'm just being honest
You're
with
just,
everyone.
that's you being regular.
Yeah.
Which is funny,
Like,
which is
bro,
more funny, though.
all right.
It's like you're not even trying,
I'm
right?
not.
All right, guys. Continuing to hold CODX, still looking to get into AMPG. Had a super tight stop here, didn't hold. If this one starts curling back and holding 505, I'm going to get in here. Prior bar low, I'm going to give this one, it's a doji candle, so it could be a candle of indecision. 507, 508 area low. Let's see if it curls back up. The prior bar high, which is that doji candle, 514 or 515, it moves above there. I get back into AMPG for another move back up. Separately, I'm still holding CODX for this flat top break. An unbelievable seller here at 4. It looks like they're going to win out for now. Let's see, maybe I can get a price spike up into 411 or something like that. We have to go back to Adair with news.
Joe, you like this one. It's not moving on this, but CrowdStrike on watch. They just announced a partnership with Anthropic. Now, this comes a couple minutes, I guess 20 minutes now, after Sentinel-1, another cybersecurity name, announced a cybersecurity partnership with Anthropic, specifically Claude. CrowdStrike's going to be integrating Claude into their security product offering. It's going to bring Claude into their Falcon platform for, quote, unified visibility, detection, and automated response. Back to you.
From Joey, right? That's big. It's very big.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, shout out to Falcon.
Yeah, you like Falcon?
Of course.
You know about them?
CrowdStrike? CrowdStrike.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
There was something specific yesterday that I saw about CrowdStrike, and I was like trying to remember. I wanted to tell you about it, and it's slipping my memory at the moment, but I do want to mention I saw their name with like a bunch of different people who you don't usually see their names but AKAN is ripping back up, guys. A clean hold of the volume weighted average price. I got this one wrong. Into $28. Here it goes again. This has resistance at 28. AKAN is up 87%. We could see 100% here before all is said and done. Watch for the resistance, though, at $28 on AKAN, but a clean hold of the volume weighted average price in and around 25. It looked like the buyer was stepping in at around 24.5, give or take. And here we are, knocking the door of 28. 28.17 is the high. Let's see how this cookie crumbles, Joey. I'm looking at AKAN, AMPG, and CODX.
Good stuff. We're posted up at, I believe there it is. We just caught that fill on Nvidia, just right at the volume weighted average price. Let's see if we can get a little bit of an uptick here, guys. Instant. We'll take that. Bang. Not too bad whatsoever. Just a little top up. There is a key resistance zone at this 113.50 level. That's going to be correlating with the volume weighted average price right there, and a nice strong uptick. We don't want to hold this too much against us here, considering. So we'll take what we can get if we do get another uptick. So we'll be prepared to take some off when it is feasible. We'll actually do it right now as we'll take a little bit of an uptick there. That's why it's essentially risk off at this point. So let's go. Another $20 super chat right there. Mara, Spy, AMC calls. Joey, this is for your burger, baby. Thanks, Nicole. Appreciate you. There we go. And much love coming from me. So thank you very much. Let's take a look at some of those names. Let's get out of this scalp right there on NVDA. Bang, just like that. Even though if it can continue to climb higher, we're going to just keep topping things off here today. Additional scalp. We go 3 for 3 on this bad boy. And now let's figure out what we have going on with those 3 names. The SPY, we've gone over that. Cleaning up. Let's see how you're doing on Mara. Marathon Digital. Who was it? Riot, I believe, that we're really getting into the AI infrastructure, just
Hive as
cloud,
well.
and Hive doing the exact same thing. We talked about the build out. So there it is. Mara really starting to find its way, swaying away from something that hasn't been working for them, obviously mining Bitcoin. Now, look what's happened after the news is released that some of these Bitcoin rigs are being used for cloud storage, neo cloud storage. Fantastic stuff. So you had Mara, and then there's a couple of, oh, there it is. We have it up there. And AMC. Let's take a look at AMC. Bam. AMC Entertainment. Cleaning up here today. I don't know what the liquidity is like, but you can see on the underlying asset a little bit more difficult, but congratulations to you. You're in 3 winners, and things are looking bright here in the overall market, Sharif.
There goes AKAN. We got a $2.50 winner here. Finally, bro. Rip up into the highs, looking for continuation. Good, made some money back on that one. Got stopped out of CODX at the same time, so we give back a little bit there as well. And here it comes right back down. We got 27.58. Let's see if 28 defends. We took all the way up into 29.18. Current day high 29.43, so we didn't quite catch the top. Let's see if 28's not holding, at least not on a strict basis. If 28 holds here, recall, this is the former level of support, right? Do we now look for it to be resistance? And that's what I'm thinking about here. I'm thinking about adding into this position for a 28 hold. I'm adding into this position. Come hell or high water, man. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's see if we can kind of get another price spike up. Let's see if AKAN's got the juice. I want to set up something at 77s. Let's see if it holds up there, Joey. 28 again getting tested. It just because it's spready, I don't know exactly where to give it to. You give it to $0.75. The bid below, it's failing again. Crap. But there we go, a little bit. Give back a little bit there. Let's see if it reclaims 28. I want to see if the ask can move back above 28. How about the bid? The bid's back above. Let's see if we can kind of get this move here a little bit on AKAN. See that $28 level. I should have given it a little bit more room. So 28.13. Looks like there's a seller locally here at 13s. That's holding up. Let's see. Just watching a little bit to see if the buyers are going to step in or what's the situation. But the bid is back above 28. That's what I'm looking for, 28 to hold. So let's give this one the old college try. We'll stop up below the $0.50. What do you got?
Yeah, same thing, man. A nice little uptick, man. We've just taken additional scalp. There goes Nvidia continuing to climb. 113.60 and the market following with, guys. Let's head over to the Mag 7 and our watch list. Once again, we're going to say this throughout the rest of the day. Thank you all for those super chats.
Man.
Truly, that's insane. It was a hot one today, and thank you, Nicole Veda, for that. For get the burger. Well, everybody else gets their fish and chips, but maybe we can sway what we got going. But then we have to pay Uber.
And we're getting fish and chips.
Yeah, we're getting
Katina,
fish and chips, Katina, man. Or maybe we could get whatever we want. Or what do you think about that? If you want fish and chips, but the chat did vote, so we have to go with
exactly.
what they said.
We asked them, so
we did ask them, but you know, all right, all right. Yeah, there's some of the unfortunate events that are happening with the charting platform here today. Just put on all of these lines. We'll head back over to Robinhood, see how that's been performing. Spike with the overall market. That's some signs of strength. SoFi, $15. Head over to the daily and see. We're still hovering around these lows, but it's the same narrative, right? Like we've gone over multiple names. Wait for these trend lines to be broken. And then if it does, then I think that's a good time to engage. Until then, you don't know. You may take an additional leg lower or may never or might not recover for within your timeline. AI, XI, ONDS. Someone said this was hot here today. I don't know about that. Yeah, see, it's not, and it's right at a key support level, but a name that I love, and I've been talking about for quite some time, signing a massive lease deal right here is Applied Digital from $43 up to $47. Not too bad, and look what the run. See, this is how easy it was, Sharif. In April of last year, so a little bit over a year ago, if you just bought Applied Digital, you'd be up 1,000% and pretty close to a millionaire at that point. So
that's ridiculous.
Bang, yeah, exactly. 1,300% in APLD. Oh my land! I was literally talking about this name mid last year. So yeah, great stuff in Applied Digital.
All right, I tried to get in for a 28 hold. It didn't hold at 28. It's failing. It looks like it's coming back down into 27, 26. I just saw a flash there. So we'll give back a little bit there on AKAN. Hey, man, it's the way it is. We took the move up, and we take the move right back down. So no technical support at 28 and a fill right back into 27. So AKN, a tough trade, spready trade, but I'm not going to complain about that because, to be fair, I did get the fills. It just didn't have continuation. Neither did CODX, but the quantum names continue to run and run quite well. In fact, RGTX about 30 pennies off the day high. We'll watch out for that. And then QBTX, bucking the trend, or actually not bucking the trend, it's with the trend, but outperforming RGTX, ripping into the high as well, 1867. This one is actually at the high. Pi as well, PIII, ripping up into about 1340. There's 1350. I don't want to say it's a clean hold of VWAP because it really wasn't, but it's reclaimed VWAP here and could be on the move. So watch out for the quantum names. Those ones continue to run. GCTS also moving back up, but I see lower highs on this one. And AMPG never really gave me the entry. I was looking for a move above, 515. It looks like it's failing down back into 5 single digits. So something to keep an eye out for there. But tell me AKAN is not going to stop me out and then rip back above 28. Tell me that is not going to be the case. AKN was up 100% at a time there, but has since kind of lost the trend a little bit there, Joey. It actually looks like it's using 28 a little bit as resistance, so we shall keep tabs on that. Ooh, what was someone asking me there? ENPH, Jackie Eisen. ENPH is not a small cap, but it's ripping. I feel like ENPH has been on watch a lot lately. Let's have a quick look at Enphase.
Yeah, a lot of people talking about
it is.
Enphase.
It's looking pretty good. They've been talking about it. I feel like the chat's been talking about this one for a little bit. 4-hour chart. Yeah, we've been making decent moves here since the 28th. It looks like that was like an earnings report because that's 4 o'clock. That was back on the 28th of April. So since the lows there to the current highs, no, that's not even accurate. Oh, can you believe that Enphase is up 110% since the lows after earnings? It bottomed out at $30 and held $30, mind you, and now it's at $62. Enphase is looking pretty good. What is it year to date? Let's find out quick here. Let's scroll down to solar. Solar. All right, Enphase, year to date, no way. It's up 100% now. So is Solar Edge. SEDG is up 122%. The ETF, the TAN ETF, is up 32.5%. So solar is okay. I mean, there's some crappy ones like Sunrun, which is still down, but I'm assuming that that's company specific. Canadian Solar as well sucks. It's still about 25% down year to date.
Dude,
that was one that actually held back in the day.
Tan.
Yeah, I just mentioned it.
I know, man. That's why I pull it up.
Yeah.
Man, from those lows. Ricky Tan, man.
Ricky Tan, yeah.
Crazy.
RLAY secondary offering tomorrow, up to date on volume, said Jackie Ellison. RLAY, is that a Relay Therapeutics? Okay.
You know Ricky Tan, Katina?
From the movie, yeah, of course. Isn't that with that was Rush Hour, right? Yeah. That's Jet Li, right? That was Jet Li who played Ricky Tan.
Was
right?
it? I don't know who.
Because it was Jackie Chan and Jet Li. I'm pretty sure in the movie. No, was it
Chris Tucker, my guy?
Ricky Tan is a different guy, right? It's not Jet Li. I don't even think Jet Li and him were in the same movie.
Jay Li?
No, you're right. It's not.
Jay Li? This is Jay Li.
No, Jet Li, man. You know who Jet Li is?
You know who Jay Li is.
All right, cool.
Yeah, man.
All right, Joey, what are you looking at, brother?
All right, let's see what we got going on. I gotta add those here.
Jackie and Tucker, yeah, man.
Yeah,
Love
so
that
we gotta
movie.
add.
All those movies are good.
And
no soul food here.
Yeah.
Remember that part? It's just like Chinese food, no soul food.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, we're gonna add a couple more tickers there. Enphase going absolutely parabolic. Jet Li is in Lethal Weapon. I don't know if I watched those ones, but anyways, aside from that, what's his name in Lethal Weapon?
Ooh.
What's bro's name?
I don't know.
Steven Seagal.
Ah, yes.
Is that who it is?
I don't know.
No, Neil's
just in a position,
weird.
bro.
Neil's looking at me weird. All right, anyways, I'll stop. You said yes, so Sharif agreed with me.
I'm not concentrating, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you.
JPM, yeah, okay, no lie. JPM continuing to climb, looking like it wants to head towards the high of the day. There goes the market climbing. Where are we from the grand scheme of things? I can see the chat blowing up right now. We're only a fraction of percent from the all-time high there in the SPY. Let's see how we're performing here in the NASDAQ. Same thing, guys, only about 1.3%. We have all-time highs incoming on Google once again. Actually, we're a little bit of ways, but Nvidia not participating in this rally. Slightly concerning. Why has this name lost its mojo as of late? We're not in love with it like we were before, which is unfortunate, but I believe it will be that new cool thing at some point once again. Now, we got to wait for a good opportunity to get involved. Let's get into the more detailed time frame here. The 1 minute that is. Let's see if we can close, and then maybe we can start to participate in this rally.
All right, AMPG's moving up again, and here we go. So it did take out that prior bar high. Sorry, it's not updating because I have to scroll back up. Weird. There it is, 516, looking good here for AMPG. Watch for the move above that $0.25. That is the high of the day on this. Good stair-step structure on AMPG, and it moved right back into the 10. This is a good high probability trade. The 10 EMA, that is. I was thinking a little bit lower, like 505 to 5, just based on what it had done before. So that's something to look out for there. I'm also in AKAN for another move above 28, as it did hold 27, and I kind of feel like maybe it's consolidating at this level, so we'll give this one the try. Showing 28, I got 06s on. But CODX failed absolutely miserably. It is right back down into 385. But it's the quantum names. They're the gift that really does keep on giving right now. QBTX, a very steady state, higher lows, higher highs, and this one did take out that earlier high from 1010, which was 1860. There it is into another area high, 1875. A lot of strength right now in the quantum names. Choose them wisely, because I think QBTX, at least for the moment, was beating out RGTX. That could change, as you know, they do take turns about which one is ripping more at any one time. Also, PIII should be on focus for you guys. Oh, I'm going to get stopped out of AKN again as it's losing trend. Fantastic. And GovX, I know. GovX is basically just hanging out above the volume-weighted average price. Let's see how this one does that. GovX has got a 310 high. And I didn't even notice this till now, but it is very, very sideways here for the most part, with really like no breaches except for these two candles of the volume-weighted average price. That is something to keep an eye out on as we almost wind down the show. About another 15 minutes or so before we send you the big boys, Neil and Sean. They'll be taking you into the into the afternoon session, and it has been a good day for these large caps, Joey. Especially the Mag 7, I should say. There's only two Mag 7 names that are red. It's Microsoft and Nvidia. We understand the Nvidia deal here is a little bit different. Say that again? The only two he's trading. But yeah, well, but sorry, even though it's red on the day, you were long at 218. It's at 221.5. So I'm surprised Microsoft went red, because in the morning it did rip on that headline.
Yeah.
But Nvidia, I'm not really that surprised about. That really always seems to be the kind of the move post earnings, where it just sells off, and then we see investors digest the report.
Do you think there's a laggard play to be had here in Microsoft? I mean,
pardon me?
Is there a laggard play in Microsoft?
Look, if you ask your friend Ackman, I think he'd say so.
Yeah.
Wouldn't he? Right?
Really?
Isn't that what he did the other day? He kind of got into some of that. So, yeah, keep an eye out on that, Joey. I mean, I don't mind picking some up for the long term, but I wouldn't want to swing trade Microsoft. It just doesn't have the right chart.
No,
at the moment,
and I mean,
right?
like, think about what it did. It's kind of identical to what we had going on with NVDA. Just look at the length of this consolidation. Now, I understand that it's a wide range that we are looking at. I mean, it's quite a bit. It's $50. Or maybe even so. I think those are a couple of whipsaw moves here. We'll just kind of give it the majority of it. So you're just trading within this $40 range for quite some time, from January of 24. You had that breakout, but then you just fall right back into it. Now you're in the middle of what you were consolidating in for the span of over a year plus. So it sucks. And if we talk about opportunity cost, I think there's a little bit here within Microsoft. And the exact same thing. Even though I love the name, look what happens here when you have so many of the other participants just going on this move, and you have this AI buildup where you're supposed to be continuing to climb and appreciating, because this is essentially at the forefront of everything. None of this started without NVDA. If you ask me, then sure enough, like, you would think you'd have some more appreciation, but that exponential growth, the market priced it in relatively quick, and now you're just not really doing too much anyways. So yeah, there it is, Microsoft and NVDA. Nothing like what Apple's got going on. These guys are Apple's just sitting back right now, laughing, collecting all this cash, now printing all-time highs. We talked about $310 being a potential target by the end of the week, so another $5, I wouldn't be surprised. And then look at this trend. Like, how are you going to argue this? You have to wait until the backside in order to get involved and wait for some form of a pullback. That's some fantastic stuff from a name that hasn't been spending nearly as much as everyone else.
No, exactly. And we've known that now you're going to start being credited a little bit for that, right? Those who haven't spent as much are being rewarded for some. I think the market really, like, I think my interpretation, the market was super concerned that these asset light companies like the Metas, the Googles, who didn't really have anything other than, they're just cloud infrastructure and their computers. Now they're becoming super asset heavy. And the market, I think, is having trouble really repricing that in a way that everybody's comfortable with. Some people see it as requirement, right? And then you have others who see it as, very, very, rich, and they start drawing parallels to the dot-com bubble and the laying down of fiber and all that kind of stuff. So I see both perspectives, and especially if you're an investor or you're an analyst and you've been covering this company for a long time and their financials were one way where, the assets were light. Basically, the debt was super light, and now they're taking on lots of debt to build this out. If you believe the CEOs, they do need to do this to stay competitive, but I think the market it's time to kind of reprice this whole thing. Shout out to Everything Brew, $1.99 super chat.
What's up?
AKAN, I told y'all. I'm in it right now, man, and it's really not being good to me. We're out of the money. I'm looking for a price spike up. It's showing me what I want to see. A lot of bottoming till hammer candles into 27 with resistance at 28. You've got above the 10 EMA on the 5. Whether or not this goes, though, is not going to do with me. I'm not a market mover. I'm a market observer. AMPG, though, I'm observing this one as well. And this one just took out the highs into 530, taking out 525. A pretty clean hold here, if you want to say that 510 to 515 zone. Not a bad look at all. Showing 29s now, up a respectable 20% with decent volume. 6.88 million shares traded on the day. And here it is again, back in the 30s, looking to take out that level. You need to be keeping a close eye on this one. If you're a small cap gapper inclined, this one is moving, Joey.
Yeah.
Shout out to Everything Brew. Again, Juns, just hold tight. Here we go. My man, that's kind of what I want to hear, right? Is consolidating around that 28 area. I just have post-traumatic stress disorder from CODX because it was doing that whole consolidation around 4 and ended up failing. So you win some, you lose some. Not much I can do about that. But AMPG is really moving here, Joey. So is GCTS. This just took out the highs. Another one we were involved with today broke trend and ripped up into 357 and now took out the high of the day and took out that $0.50 as well. So GCTS also on the move here. Let's be on the lookout for that, my man.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Qs in the SPY have just been going absolutely parabolic for the past 40 minutes. This is a big-time buy program, and it's really unfortunate that this name is not participating. I don't know what's going on with that. I think there's a good risk-to-reward ratio to be had here, but you also just have to be cautious on the fact now that you go on this big run and the market decides that it wants to pull back. Where's that selling going to step in? And that's right here. And if that support level breaks, then you just get out of dodge with that one. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm going to look for a continuation. JPM back up to 303. That's not too bad. Apple printing another all-time high here today, 304.84. And then we also have Google being monstrous as this move continues. What are the quantum names been up to? We'll go back over to RGTI. I seen it was really starting to move, and we just were steady up and to the right. This is a buy program. You have that pullback. And it was a steady grind higher. Where were we involved in at 21.10s, I believe was my entry on this one, 21.21. And then sure enough, yeah, continuing to climb. So it's been a fantastic one if you've been in at the right place at the right time. Look at the market, man. This is really, really great stuff. And if you zoom out, it gets even better, obviously. So holding up, participants starting to step right back in, especially when you have any form of a dip. And it's what we've seen earlier. There it goes. There goes Nvidia now breaking trend. Let's see if it holds up. If you were to get in a little bit early, then sure enough, things would have been working with you as the market continues to climb. Let's head back over and see who's driving this circle back up to 117. Okay, nice chart that I got going on here. Shoot, what a bizarre, whatever happened on this stuff is just crazy. But there it is, 117, break through the volume weighted average price, and then just been climbing ever since. Alibaba, how have you been performing? Same thing, big time move here in Alibaba, especially after a gap down. FIG, That was the name. What was our, Cerebras, right? CBRS? Yes, there you go. How have you been performing today? Not participating in the market rally. Hopefully you're not the individual who bought up at $387 because you're down 30% off of that level. So be patient. I wonder if the SpaceX IPO is going to do that, because every IPO that we had last year pulled back at some point, and the majority of them have not recovered. So is that going to be the same narrative? I know that SpaceX is going to be a different beast, but should we expect something different? That's a genuine question coming from me. $5 super chat, FRMI. What's going on?
Man, I just have to focus on AKAN here because it failed 28 again. So we got the $0.50 on this one, and then I'm like, all right, here we go. We're going to test highs. Here comes 29, and it's right down below 28 again. There is a staunchy short seller and or profit taker at this level. So I'm just trying to focus on this one to see if we can get a price spike up. I've built my position. I like the chart pattern. I don't like the habitual failures of a key level, but it keeps getting bought up. So I'm going to continue to watch AKN. I stopped below 27, but this one has been interesting. Let's look at FRMI, though. Bring this one over here. FRMI. What do we got on this one, Joey? Let's flip to the 5. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This one just ripped up my days. Let's load this one up on here. Great call out on that, by the way. Is this halted? No, it's not. 6 1/4. It's up 2.8%. It's at 6 1/4 as we speak. It's not halted, right? No. Oh, it's only up 2.8%, but that's a big breakout there through 625. 2.8% on FRMI. Thank you for the super chat. I do like that level take. Watch out, though, for 640. That was the aftermarket high yesterday, right at 410 that we couldn't take out. So that could be a bit of a tough area there. But down goes AKAN again. Failing. This is going to fail here. I'm going to have to stop out. Just take over here for a second.
Yeah.
So frustrating.
Yeah, it's all right. Then just avoid it if it's not going to work, man. And so there it goes.
Yeah, that's a fail.
There it goes, right? So there goes Nvidia finally starting to find its way. But look at the market go. This is absolutely insane what we're seeing right now. A big time move. The Google, Apple doing the exact same thing, really being the driver. And let's get this thing out of there because it clearly doesn't want to participate. Is Meta? Okay, that's not horrible, right? We'll take that one. Meta climbing with the overall market. Amazon, I know someone asked me to take a look at it. Fantastic stuff over here in Amazon. Just what a buy program from 260 level all the way up to 269. So another big time move. Now you can see that we're starting to pull back in. What's going to happen with a name that wasn't moving? Be cautious of any form of a deep move here or a retest of that $220 marker. Man, Wolf of Wall Street, I truly wish that if you had any form of this, you would have got 227 because you got to think you break through this previous intraday pivot and then you just blow past the high of the day. That would have put your call options, I don't know if you're still holding on to them, around $230. Right? Like, so it takes a lot of cash to move this name, and you can see that even with Google, right? But like Google, it's irrelevant because these guys are the king of the market right now, in my opinion. Even though they're not crowned, it's like that up-and-coming fighter who's prepared and just needs that one opportunity in order to take advantage and take that spot for the #1 market capitalization place. Now, as for our scanner, there's no need for us to go over it. The quantum names are up there. NVDA is up there. Bito. This is a divvy, so if you're chasing yield, just be prepared. Like, just obviously know what you're getting yourself into. When this name was at its peak, right? So you're catching a crazy. I don't know why it doesn't display the dividend, but this thing was like $3, which is crazy, 10%. But then look what happens. It loses the majority of its value, and this is a Bitcoin ETF, but it's supposed to, it traces like covered calls or something along those lines. Let's actually figure out exactly what it does. BITF. The fund seeks capital appreciation. There can be no assurance that the fund will achieve its intended. The seed fund seeks to provide a capital appreciation primarily through managed exposure to Bitcoin futures contracts. The fund does not invest directly in Bitcoin and may also invest in other instruments. Other instruments, not too good of a sign there.
I know, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's go through some of the market right here to see where the pockets of strength is. Everybody's talking about this is an epic bull market. There's no question about that, man. We are really moving high here.
Millionaires this created.
Pardon me?
You know how many millionaires this has created?
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, that's the way this works, right? Like, I always say this. You don't stumble into success. Some people inherit success from their parents, but success is pretty purposeful, man, and usually it requires patience. And investing is no different, man. All right, you got to hold on to these, and you got to hold through the drawdowns too. That's the worst part. 305.06 here. High, all-time highs for the dead one Apple as this one moves in here into almost $4.5 trillion. We've also got good moves here in the world of semis. You do have some red. I'd say the regular names: Broadcom negative, AMD negative, Nvidia, Intel, SMCI, all the usual suspects. But below that, look at that, man. You got Lumentum up 11 3/4, SNDK 9 3/4. A lot of strength there. ARM up 13%. TXN and MCHP not getting love. Those are the kind of the basic chips. Everything north of 7 nanometers. GFS, Global Foundries, absolutely ripping on that quantum headline today. It did give back a little bit. I think we were at like $82 in the pre-market. We're holding 80.5 now. But guys, FCell up 24% into $26 on the day. I hope y'all have this, man. We've been talking about FCell as a swing for a while, and it just continues to rip. But as we spoke about earlier, watch out for resistance on FCell at $30. It was a key area of resistance back in May of 2024 and a key area of support back in October, November, December of 2023. I know that was a long time ago, but it hasn't been up there since that time. So what am I supposed to do? Plug Power, that hot garbage, also having a good day, 15.5%, but FCell absolutely dominating. Bloom Energy with more all-time highs into 315, up 11.5% as this one is blooming to the upside. We got some strength here in crypto, but obviously, we're selling off a little bit since the highs there, Joey. But what really caught my attention, I think you and I both, was the strength of solar. You're seeing a lot of green here, guys, and Solar Edge is up 125%. Year to date. Enphase is up 96. So something's afoot here with these solar names, even though President Trump, not a big fan, nor is the administration at large of solar. Spotify is up 16.5%.
Dang.
What the helly? So Spotify is still in a downtrend, to be fair to Spotify, but those are some of the major names that I'm seeing here on the watch list. It's a great day for the long term, an absolutely horrible day for me intraday trading, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. And we'll see everybody tomorrow, I guess. And thank you so much, guys, for the ridiculous amounts of super chats. I'm super pumped for the fish and chips. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't had it in a hot minute. And so we're gonna do it live on the show.
Yeah, we're gonna do it live, man. Hopefully, let's make sure we do it, man.
Yeah, so we gotta make sure Ram goes and picks it up.
I just want, again, we'll send it off now. 2-0. Yeah, Ram gonna get that here. We'll put it on.
We love you, Ram.
Put it on her card. Dragos, thank you. S14 Johnny. We have Dragos once again. Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah.
Thank you all. We'll head over. Casey, we're gonna get to her. Trader GIF, everyone. Phoenix, welcome. We have Mark. We'll skip this guy right here, and then we have Casey sending multiple memberships. Everything Brew, Mopar. STK, you see what I did? Oh, you STK trader, Wolf, Everything Brew, everyone just sending absolute cash. Deep Cheeks, AI, Casey, Nicola. Oh, my girl, thank you very, very much for the burger funds there. We're going to go Oppo, what these guys have got going on. And Walter Ford.
Neo is long Neo at 543. Look at the Katina man just ramping in.
Ready to go,
Nvidia.
man. He's rocking in.
You're short Microsoft? Out of boy, Katina man. Katina man is short Microsoft at 420. All right, guys. That's another $1 in the money there. What a guy, bro. All right. Good seeing you guys. We'll see everybody for Friday. Take care.
Fish and chips.
Yeah, that was a Darius pick, so that will be happening.
Why not?
Tomorrow.
I heard something about cookies at some point, so maybe I misheard it, but I thought for a second I got real excited, like we were gonna get some cookies tomorrow. Did you get like from a crazy bakery or something along those lines?
Maybe, we'll see.
Maybe dessert. We could always use a little bit of dessert. What we can also use is an update, everybody, out of Origenics, because we need to hear about OGEN on the NYSE American. They've activated their Phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Oragenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under investigation. Shout out to OGE. I want to thank them for sponsoring the next hour of this show to take you into the power hour at some point. Speaking of power, arm power is one way to go, right? Like whether you're lifting things, you could be arm wrestling, you could be a boxer, or you could just be up 13% again. And now its move is complete. I'm not saying the move is done, but if you take the range that this sat in for 2 years, it basically broke that and then did it to the upside. Unbelievable. ARM 290. I love this stock. I love that stock.
Yeah, ARM has been unbelievable. Look, man, I mean, this Nvidia, like all of a sudden, it just absolutely took off. Like this Q's trade, just like, I mean, took off. The NASDAQ really got going here. We just been trading Microsoft, Nvidia, and the Qs. So yeah, good trading today for sure as we talk about all of the names going up and down. What am I getting a note here about Alibaba? I don't know if some of these Chinese names are also battling back up there, but apparently some sort of a ceasefire, some agreement being drawn up here between Iran and the United States. So I guess we'll just have to wait. Baba down 2%, which is why we're looking at it. But we're going to have to wait to see what the legitimacy of that is there. You can see USO also on a run. I mean, I know those guys were just having a lot of fun and not really trading too much there in the midday show, but that's their thing. There's the move down 147 down to 141. So that would have been quite the short to have on board there for the USO. And pretty good short, too. I mean, there's your 50-period moving average, holding, bang, down there to the downside. We're $3 in the money here on Nvidia and looking to get out, honestly. We've been getting out all through here, all at VWAP. Now, if it breaks a little lower, we can start to tap out on that one. And then Microsoft, we're not even making any money on this because we went short there, got out at VWAP, and then took it back through again. Could have waited a little bit longer, I guess, but I didn't even think it was coming up to VWAP there. So I had my stop there and unfortunately got triggered out and then right back into that. So yeah, we'll have to wait. Microsoft early was trying to get the longs on that one and then we flip over into the short now. As I just wanted to short a market, short a name that has been going opposite of the market all day. So when that started to happen there, I was thinking like, okay, let's like average into that short and then boom, goes a dynamite. So a pretty ugly looking chart there for Microsoft for me, but we'll wait to see if it comes back in right now into 418. I mean, we've been covering it there. I'm waiting for a break now of 418, see if we can get it. So right now, we're just bouncing off the 50 period. We'll obviously like to see a break. There's 418, and then right into here is where we're sitting right now, 417.80. So exactly at the 200 period moving average. Let's just wait to see. And it's so funny because on the midday, we got a whole bunch of super chats from Wolf there, who I'm not sure if he's in right now or not. And the funny thing is he was down $8,500 or something on the Nvidia calls. And then, Joe, everybody was like, yeah, just dump them and work on the next trade. I guess he didn't. And then it ripped up and then all the super chats started to come in. So congratulations, man. I was with you cheering this thing on and we just covered a bunch of it on the way up. Did not really expect this kind of a dramatic move in AMD. In Nvidia. And
speaking of AMD.
That's what I was just thinking about it. So AMD didn't get back to green either. So we'll have to wait.
But it did V-shape.
Yeah, they've all been great. I mean, all the stocks look like this. I mean, we bought some IBM at 432 or whatever it was, something 32.
Pretty much everything.
232. Yeah. Look at that, man. We bought IBM on this move right down there. We talked about that. We said we wanted to get some quantum names. I added to my long-term. Actually, I'm not even sure what account I put it in, but we were able to buy right there. And I just did simple math. We talked about that. It was up from 224 into 240. So I was like, you know what, let's put that down about $12 or so. We got, I think it was 233, but I did it in Canada. So not sure which exactly. I can check the price I got in the Canadian CDR. But yeah, there goes IBM on quantum. So that's, I mean, the last couple buys that we've had, we have ARM at 201, and then we have IBM down there today as well, and that 230 marker. So yeah, so far so good. $1.80 now on Microsoft trying to pull back in. Needed to break through 418.
That's weird. We have all, because we can pull up the CDRs here, like live, like level 2s, but the G Vernova one, I can't. It exists. I know it does, because I have it, but I actually can't call that one up, which is weird because I was just looking for it. That bounced off of, anyways, context matters, Neil. Bury the lead. G Vernova bounced off the 50-period moving average. And I was like, oh, I want to see where that is in the one that I own. I'm like, no, I can't, which is kind of frustrating. The only trade I'm in is, well, I can review, going to, because when I left you, I was like, Tesla needs to get to VWAP, but it held that 418. So when it held the 418, threatened the trend, jumped out at the 418 off the 414 long. Had a couple of scalps on Nvidia, down off the 18 into 220, just the inside of the range. And then NEO trend broke. So NEO was one of those all day long. They reported this morning, by the way, NEO. Not that, I guess not that many people paid attention. I guess the buyers didn't pay attention on NEO either. Yikes. So it broke the trend after holding this double bottom at 540 and played into VWAP. Now it's just hold the trend line, which will probably coincide with it breaking this candle under VWAP. So just going to hold on to it. It's the afternoon, so Chinese ADRs tend to go to sleep. Probably not going to be a new trade in this stock at all. The one I'm watching, the thing I'm watching right now is, well, what chip stock looks different from some of the others? Down 1.4% without, I don't know what reason it has to be down 1.4% SMCI. Barely above the volume weighted average price. The market's breaking out and it looks like it can be a bit of a fade. So I want to play for a breakdown on SMCI under the volume weighted average price. So that's the one I'm watching here today. But the star of the day is ARM. And I took a couple of stabs at this to the south side. Like in here on a bit of a trend break into VWAP, tight stop, in here again, tight stop, looking for it to break down when I saw everything else, and thank goodness you get away from it. That's the whole idea. You got to be able to get away from the trades. And if you stay disciplined, then you string a few wins together and you're able to get green. I said it in the lesson of the day, a keystroke in Intel is the reason I won't, because I had twice as much as I wanted, and therefore that sucked, is what it is. But you got to move on to the next because that's all you can do. I think the big reaction that we're going to wonder about, because one day doesn't mean a lot. Nvidia's down a point today, but we've seen in the past Nvidia get exactly this type of reaction. Everyone says all the concerns, maybe the concerns about the inventory, maybe the concerns about the circular funding and all, whatever, I don't know, shade you're throwing at it, for lack of a better term. And then for about a week or two, Nvidia falls after earnings, and then the dip buyers come in. So on that note, I think you just got to be patient. The strength will come back. Unless we have some kind of a market event, I think that's when something changes in the market overall, like the bullishness, then you'd be in trouble with the AI names. Otherwise, stick to the course. Super chat from Nick Dubs. If we can throw that one up there. From Nick. Oh, I can get there if you want.
Oh.
There it is. I wasn't on the page. Oh. Hey guys, hope trading is going well. Circling back to the super chat from earlier, wondering your thoughts on, so I said Sharif called critical metals caramel, but apparently he calls it criminal. Yeah, so I don't know. One of those two things is, I think, positive, because who doesn't like caramels? Like they're delicious. Criminal. Well, Sharif just said, I don't mean it in a bad way. I mean,
Apple was
literally
the dead
calling
one.
it criminal. And Apple was the dead one. Like one of the greatest companies in the history of the universe was called the dead one. And for no apparent reason, critical metals gets thrown under the bus. Look, for Corning is great. I don't know if anyone around here would say a bad thing about Corning, but you could make the argument that this has not been the best name, critical metals. But I do like that trend break that it's putting on, 50 and 200 hold, upward sloping 50 and 200 moving averages. It's still a bit of an inside kind of move, like breakout and then fade back into prior high. So it's more holding the break than anything else, but I like the look of it. I've said before, and I said it this morning, I'm more of an MP guy, not military police. MP Materials is the one that I own. I'd love for it to do something better than hold $50. I'd say similar profiles where you had your run, you had your pullback. Now they're just kind of going sideways and trying to glide higher. But they're starting to look good again. And obviously, they're not what they were like half a year ago when they were going absolutely parabolic. They're in a consolidation phase. But the thing about consolidations, they're fantastic when they break. It's the longer they are, the better the break is. Just ask ARM.
Bull, yeah, Webull reporting there. Right. Here's that Canadian. I got filled 34.73 there today. So in this little malaise early with IBM, and we just talked about, you can get many different names. There's Meta, there's a whole bunch. There's Microsoft, anything is pretty much, if you're in the top 100 or whatever names, liquidity-wise, you can get found here on the Canadian side of things, the CDR. Canada going to go 24 hours as well soon, so that should be exciting for everybody looking at 24-hour trading. Okay, so yeah, look, I talked about this earlier. I think Webull does have a good chance to get back up there to the upside. Chinese, obviously, ownership there on Webull. Chinese markets, I don't know exactly what percentage of all of their markets are what kind of proportion of trading. We got hit on Robinhood because of poor crypto numbers, and I don't think they'll be any better here. Like I said, no one's actually, the talk of crypto on this show, the talk of crypto, in general, I think has died down. So I'm not sure that Webull is going to have a good report this time around. I'm just kind of interested in it because it's barcoding at this area right there and with a chance to move upside. So, Webull recently just came here into the Canadian markets. Don't think that that's going to move the needle at all, obviously. But I do think that the PDT rule, with more active trading, that's why, we talked about Robinhood and their dependency on crypto, but with PDT now gone, you have $2,000 minimum and then there's those different rules. It's going to take 45 days for those to come in, and I think that was probably 25 or so days ago. So you're getting ready for all that to be implemented. I really do think that Webull does have upside possibilities here. So, I like the number today at $7. We'll see if it comes back into 6. There's that gap fill that you're talking about. If it comes back into there, look for that to hold. If we don't hold, that's really going to have to come in to get 6. Right, and so I think if you put a bid there, 650, something like that, and you get filled, you may be okay with the end result there, whenever happens with Webull. So let's be patient with it. I think there's still a good chance for that one to print if you are long, and we are just moments away here from getting another fill for that $2 mark right now on Microsoft. I'm at 417.80. So we'll just sit there. I'm just putting bids out. Liquidity is good on this name, but you can see there's a lot of dark pool prints. So shout out to Webull and all those companies there. That there's a reason why they can charge you for trading, and that is because they're sort of skimming a little bit here off some of these percentage, in betweens and all that kind of stuff, and routing and different deals with other, sell side that you don't get to see. So, but anyways, Microsoft, the market's starting to go. So here we go. Let's get that 417.80. See if we can get it. We emptied out on Nvidia. We already talked about that. Now it might even be a reload spot there. And our TQQ, same kind of way. We're very, very light on all of these. I have 5 times the shares on Microsoft. So hopefully that one will come in and we get that fill very soon here at 417.80.
The other side of that was We Ride, I think.
Super chat. WRD, I saw that.
Yeah, that's basically, I don't know, that feels like you're a shot play here for automated driving, really, in China. They have licenses in the U.S. as well, I suppose, but it's a shot play that
WeRide is in North Bay.
Is hoping. Yeah, no, they're out here.
It's in Canada, yeah.
They are here too. Like they've got the UAE, they've got other places. It's just it hasn't been doing much of anything. When you have something like that, you're going for like a binary. Hey, this could 4 or 5x, and you know what you're getting yourself into, right? Like it's a hat size, and usually you're a hat size for a reason. But it's basically held the same low at $6 for the last year. Almost, yeah, basically the last year. Obviously, you go back to this low, it's like April. So that's pretty much exactly 1 year that you've held the same bottom. But it is trending down pretty decently going into it. So the risk to reward, you feel like the shot play, fine, but there's been plenty of not working names in this space. Like Uber hasn't done jack for anybody in a while, and this hasn't really been any different. But I think you could do worse. Let's just say, but I'm not a huge fan going into the print. We do have another super chat, but before we get to that, we're breaking SMCI is breaking VWAP. So I want to see a close under VWAP here. It's already broken the trend line. That was kind of tight to VWAP. So I want to look for an entry just underneath the volume weighted average price here on that bad boy. And Trade Sniper says June the 8th, the PDT rule. I guess that's coming up.
Oh, June 8th. Okay, that's quicker than I thought.
Yeah. You know, it's funny, like time really flies and then you forget about these things. Because you tell me June and now all of a sudden we're just thinking about SpaceX. But yeah, PDT rule, I wonder, like we talk about how much is baked in or not baked in. You gotta wonder if you're like Robinhood or you're Webull or any of these, like, is anybody baking the PDT rule as a positive into the price action that has done nothing the entire year? So like the hope would be that maybe nobody is actually baking this in. Because like if this ends up being a sell the event, like this is supposed to be a big catalyst for the group, well, sell the event breaks you down through support on Robinhood, which would really suck on Robinhood, because I bought this consolidation. And man, if you get a positive headline or positive story or positive theme, and then you lose support on that, that's about as bearish as it gets. Anyways, we had a super chat up there that I was going to get to before I digressed over to Robinhood. I think, at least I saw one. There it is. Rafael Mija Valencia. Nvidia looks like a head and shoulders on the 1 hour from May 20th, from yesterday, on a 1 hour chart. So I believe you. But I am going to look. Drop it down, go to my E signal, go to the 60.
Drop it down.
Drop it. Whoa. You know what? It's probably going to look better or cleaner on a 15. I just think you're going to get a better look on the 15-minute.
What are we looking for? Nvidia?
The head and shoulders look.
Oh, you're the chart guy.
I mean, you can always squint to find it. And a couple of lower shoulders, and then you do have a flat bottom that you could break down. I mean, the other way.
I'm trying to get out of Nvidia. I mean, if that's any help to anybody.
Yeah, like if you zoom it out this far, because you said from the 20th, but I think it looks more. I think more that like that look would be from this high, and then it's kind of like this ridiculously elongated shoulder that broke there, and then the support's at the 218. That's where it bounced today. So as long as it holds at 218, it's not disaster yet. And yeah, you're setting lower high resistance. That's the more important thing, whatever. The idea is lower high resistance into a flat bottom at 218, which is probably what you're getting at. So in that case, like I would agree with that assessment. It's just a matter of can it hold on? It's day one after earnings. Don't overreact to day one after earnings. If important support levels get held, fantastic. I'd say the same thing about, Walmart having an absolute disastrous day. Oh, you said from May 20. That makes way more sense. Okay, you meant from May 12th. Yeah, see, that's what I was seeing too. That's why I went to a 15-minute. There you go. That makes more sense, right? Like there's your shoulders. They don't have to be aligned, but there's your head. But you still have to break down in these high teens. I think that's the big theme. Has to break down from there.
Yes, I don't know, Andre. Like, there's been some complaints about Neil's mic. I don't know if it's any better or worse, but Andre, let us. Well, yeah, just do whatever you have to do there, and we'll see if it can get fixed. We do want to thank everybody for all those super chats, man. I mean, it was a great battle back and forth on the chat there on the midday with a couple of super chats coming in and some fun stuff happening. Shout out to Dragos over there. I hope that and Wolf. I hope that most of your trades have become either made a little bit of that back, and I know that there was. You were down almost $9,000 there on Nvidia. I hope we were able to capture a lot of that out. Now it's come right back in a little bit into the 200 period moving average. So, just to answer some of those questions, I'm getting out right now, and I'm trying to fade the piece deal with what I thought was a weak stock. So here comes Microsoft right back in. We'll see if we can continue to print on that one. Now that I'm seeing, like, as I'm calling this up and looking at it with you, okay, well, there it goes. We just put a bid at 80 and it got filled immediately when I put it there. So we'll cover a little bit more here at the 200 period. I still have a much bigger position waiting to come out at we could wait for it. It's 417.55s. I put a bid. I just changed the share size because I got out of some there at 80s. So we'll see if that comes back in. We'd like to get that fill right into here, right? That's 50s. So if we can come into that level, and then we'll come right back into this level, 417. So those are kind of, what I'm hoping for on Microsoft if there's a little bit of weakness. All right, so we still are into the TQs. Let's take this opportunity again. Okay, there we go. Just punch out 10s there and get a little bit out because we are now trying to battle a little bit back up into that 50-period moving average. This has been, I think this would be, yeah, this is my P&L. Obviously, too many executions on Nvidia for it to be P&L number one, but TQs was very clean. So all the way to the upside there, just kept on going and going and going. And, you know, we were able to get a little piece out right there against that top. Never really made it into that level, so we didn't get any more fills. Came back, obviously, from the gym today where we went swimming. And then we was 75.60, 75.80. Nice move back there up to the upside as we wait to see if there is more downside pressure here into the market. And then, I don't know, I didn't hear the guys talk really at all about Walmart during the midday, so I wasn't sure about the price. And there it is, nice little bounce back off of 120. So it does not go SSR today, still down that 6.5%. That and John Deere were on people's minds earlier as potential dip buys. And look at that, there goes John Deere. What a great dip buy that was.
Deere made way more.
514.
Deere, to me,
It's nice.
the difference between Deere and Walmart was one of those two actually had a good report. And
Right, of course.
Yeah, like Walmart guided poorly. Like you couldn't, like there's a subjectivity and nuance sometimes when you're talking about like an earnings report. I don't think there was with this case. Like the revenue beat for Deere was somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 to 20% relative to expectations. And maybe the year-over-year growth wasn't as good as you would want, but whatever. Maybe the valuation isn't as cheap as you would like. Someone just asked why Nike is going up. So two things. One, it went up yesterday. Two, there was that Drake KD ad. I don't know. Like that's the only reason we had that we could give you for why Nike was going ham. And I wish I had stayed long, but didn't. Why it went ham was there was that Drake KD ad, which also happened to drop, and Nike's making a bottom. Maybe it's technical, but Lululemon was also up. So my guess is you'll probably see a similar chart today between Nike and Lululemon. Sort of, yeah, they're both pretty strong. So this could just be technical bottom getting made in some of these names and a little sympathy money rolling into Nike and Lulu. I didn't think Nike was going to be this strong. Let's be real. Trig Trades, thank you for the Boyle idea earlier. Stuck with it through the dip. Ended up with a 40 similar, not parabolic, but good trade for this newbie. Hey, congratulations. Yeah, you know what? I probably gave up. I didn't take the fill, which is annoying. I watched it over and over again, that 10:30, and just wasn't willing. Every single day, basically, when I was looking at it, it went right away. Like the reversion happened at 10:30, and there was no nuance to it. Effectively, what it did is the up break just happened a little bit later, and then it went. So I wasn't very open-minded about it. I literally set a stop for the break of the high and said if it happens at 10:30, I'm just going to punch long, like binary. And when it didn't, I just kind of didn't look at it anymore. So that was probably, you know, there's always nuance to these trades, but I was looking for that instant break, and I was only looking for it right away. But that's even better. It rinsed some people at the bottom, and then the breakout happened like through VWAP in here when it breaks the trend. The idea really is you're just looking for like a reason and a catalyst and a pattern and all that kind of stuff. So, and the Amex has been fantastic here at Real Trading. So I was just guessing that maybe that's what people were doing and was looking for an execution, and that's all you can ever try to do. Maybe we'll find something at the close today too in the last 20 minutes of the session. So anyways, back to brass tacks. Still nothing on SMCI. NEO, it's either a trend break or we're just going to fill the gap into this 574 area, which coincides with, hey, there's a close, there's resistance. There is a pre-market bottom all around the 575. So I'm holding, now that it's broken VWAP, the hold is to here, or the other way I get out of it is just to simply trend out. So this is like a moving target because no one's coded hey, if I draw a trend line, can I put a trailing stop on it? You could code that probably.
Yeah, of course.
Or someone says vibe code, but I'll just keep moving it every 10 minutes or so. Don't really expect anything too crazy because it's Chinese ADR and it's the afternoon. They tend to go to sleep. And they'll drift. Like it's still drifting higher, so we're just going to hold on to it. But you're getting that test now of VWAP, it looks like, on SMCI. It didn't hold under the first time. Now it has a chance to. And I want to look for this one to the south side. One of the few chip names, it doesn't look very good today. If you're chip name and you're down more than Nvidia, that's not good.
That might not be good.
Not good.
I'm going to break $300 at some point here. There it is, man. Thank you for bringing up Ricardo. We got a face slapper now. We're finally back to flat on Big Bear AI right now. 420 is the price that I'm in at. So we're going to have to wait to see what happens now with Big Bear AI. We're still, that zoomed in way too much there. Yeah, I mean, it still needs to get going. This is a good level. I mean, it just once again bounced off the 50-period moving average. So Big Bear AI from middle of April to middle of May, basically, you know, bouncing off. So you've sort of got a little bit of a development there through, you know, what's been a technical level. So that's a good one. That's 390. I guess if you bought that dip, that was a good one. But, you know, just for a scalp, that's it. That's out. It's all that. And here's a little quick update finally here, man. I mean, Obi's been on my you-know-what for a long time here. And with 101 days, in the leaderboard is Obi, up now 28%. We've got him by 2% right now, almost 3%. That's going to change very, very soon. Obi, there's Ramin taking a nice little move there as well. We all started with 10 grand, and this is what we have so far. Neil, Mateo, Fabian, Sharif, the chat because of Big Bear AI, and Brendan saying he has CEG. Actually, I just bought some CEG also. So there's CEG. That's down 14%. I just bought that. He's got Tesla and IREN as well. Joe, we talked about his numbers there. CrowdStrike, good there. JP Morgan, which we really like. And then Walmart getting hit today to the downside. My guy is just Marvell to the rescue. And Eli Lilly finally starting to get going. And again, you know, we talk about, you know, the time we take the trades, but there's Big Bear AI down 33% on that one. And then Obi, because he's been right on, you know what, both of us have that one trade that's been a miracle trade, and he's got, I keep forgetting the name of this, Babcock and Wilcox. Right there. So again, a good technical break for him. But these should actually be at zero right now because the shorts would have got blown out, but that's okay. There it is right there. He is still right there, up 30%. So we say, Obi, great job on that one. And we'll see. We're going to readjust those end of June, and then we'll make some more calls, and you guys we'll figure out a way to get the chat more precise with what their picks are. Okay, Nvidia is battling back, but not really. We just had a nice little move there. We'll see what winds up holding. It's the market that's trying to figure itself out right now. Maybe Adair, you can just sort of confirm and read, the story there about what happened around 1 o'clock, where we saw, yep.
So it's really weird. So usually it takes a while for news to disseminate, but this took at least 5 to 7 minutes. Then I started seeing a headline completely out of nowhere, checked it in, it seemed to be accurate. Long story short here, guys, there is a report from Al Arabiya TV suggesting we could get a draft agreement here between the U.S. and Iran. Apparently, they've already reached it with Pakistan as a mediator. It could be announced within the next few hours. Now, notably, it does not mention the uranium issue. Now, we know the uranium situation in terms of, whether or not Iran will be able to, A, keep their uranium, or B, send it to non-U.S. countries. That's not even mentioned at all, and that's been like a major, major issue for both sides of this. So the fact that that's not mentioned makes me kind of wonder about the validity of this, but regardless, this is what's being reported. Apparently, they're going to be allowing free passage through the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf, but there's going to be monitoring from both countries involved. There's also going to be a gradual easing of sanctions against Iran. Apparently, as Iran kind of complies with aspects of the deal, they're going to slowly ease those sanctions. Both parties have to cease fighting, and both parties have to agree no hitting infrastructure. So again, guys, really weird that uranium and nuclear isn't addressed at all, and that's kind of what tips me off to, we'll have to see how accurate this is.
Those are the sticking points. It's got to be there. If we kind of know what this, the line in the sea. We know where the line in the sand is. So we'll see. I mean, obviously the market's shrugging a lot of stuff off, right? It's the market. We're in a bull market. Excuses to go up. That's the way you got to think about it. So it doesn't have to be sustaining. The bond market doesn't have to cooperate. I mean, eventually, sometimes that does play out the other way, but for now, I don't know. This doesn't make me feel all that warm and fuzzy about it without some kind of an agreement there when it comes to uranium. This is all about the bomb or not. So it is what it is. SMCI took that wick underneath VWAP. I'll give it just above the 33, which is this candle wick here, but it doesn't look like it wants to hold that VWAP. This is the one name shouldn't say the one name, but this is the name that I found that I liked to the south side. So just looking to play it at least first into this range, like the 32.6 to 32.8, and then if it's able to get to the LOD, fair enough. The other thing that we're trying to pay a little bit of attention to, at least I am, is some of those quantum names. The big fail this morning, well, I mean, I'm in a keystroke error, and my losing trade was Intel today, but it wouldn't be fair to say that that was the fail. The fail was not just immediately having QBTS breaking out. Like, this has gone ham, 28%, and this is not alone. Like, I'm not singling out D-Wave, like D-Wave is the best in the world. Rigetti, 27.8 and 26.4. Better than QUBT, I'm pretty sure, so I feel pretty good about, 18% there. So these have been absolutely fantastic. IBM's having a great day. I'd make the argument that IBM, in a lot of ways, is more impressive because, it's not a meme stock, and it's doing what it's doing. These guys are kind of meme-ish. But we have a very, very all afternoon or all post-morning range. That's a better way to put it. So there's your 10 o'clock dip area, and it's been holding the line so clean on QBTS. And this is one here at Real Trading that you don't have to pay for locates on. If I draw the same line on Rigetti, you pay for shorts with Rigetti. In QBTS, it's free. So if I'm ever thinking short and it's literally the same setup, you just do it on the one that's free, and it's more or less the same thing. So holding this line very tight, break the trend, look for the VWAP retrace. Maybe not even VWAP. Even if it got to just 24, that'd be pretty good. And it's just gliding toward this 25 level. So missed a long trade, but it's got a nice little setup here for a short that can work. It doesn't mean it will. Trend breaks are what they are. Like, sometimes you will get in, like Walmart was a trend break that at the moment that I got it, kind of immediately reversed and didn't work. Slightly up on it because, did get the trail out in there before it was at break even. NEO is an example of a trend break that did work. So you sort of play it. It's a pretty binary trade every time that it gets taken, but it is QBTS that I'm looking to engage with on the trend line that I just did not save. So when I call it up, I'll draw it again and hit save.
That's the problem is there. Same kind of way there. We had Rigetti and we didn't nail it off the open. And,
they were literally the exact same trade and setup. And you could have taken any of them.
Yeah, and I actually was talking about it right off the open. And we have it. I don't even know where my sticky note is anymore. Here it is right here. We had posted up there, you guys, 1850 on Rigetti, and that came in exactly at 1850. I didn't pull the trigger because it was early. And was like, oh, well, maybe we're going to come back in. But no, it does not. It absolutely tears up there. So that could have been a day changer right off the open. Boom, and you make your money, and that's that by 10 o'clock. Like, we're not even where we were at 10 o'clock. So it's really been, a slow grind back up to the upside for these quantum plays there. I wanted to look at, so I'm just letting, look, we're a couple bucks in the money on all three of these. So we're just going to let them relax a little bit with, the most nervous being the Microsoft short because of the way the market's going. BigBerry, I know, 425. That's good. So Tesla didn't have that complete. They did have a recovery for sure, but we were higher off the open, 427. So if you're thinking about a long, maybe if this market does get going again, right now it's kind of sleeping, but if it does get going, what about a Tesla long? We're above VWAP. You broke through that 419 area. That looks like a really great hold spot there. So, Tesla drifting back into here could be a good long. I'm still going to cheer for the shorts to come through because of what I said. I have about 3 times now more shares on Microsoft than I do the other two. But who knows where that's going to go. Right there, 419. So basically, if it goes up, we'll basically break even on it all, which we don't want that. So we want to make some money. 419 coming into play there for Tesla. Could be a good little look there for TSLA. So we'll keep our eye on that one. Just right now, it looks like it wants to absorb into that 420 area right there. So we'll see if that winds up holding or not. We didn't look at Rivian anytime soon, so we'll have a quick little look there, see what that's doing on this kind of a day. You would think it might be moving to the upside.
Up.
Yeah, 3%. That's nice.
Up today.
It's getting good, man. It's potentially. There's that level again. And we say sometimes when you look back, these looking at levels like this will make you feel silly because it looks pretty obvious. But, a lot of levels sometimes look obvious. It's hard to cherry pick it, but that's why I think dollar cost averaging is a great idea if there's names that you like, right? It's like today I averaged up into IBM, got good news, took, averaged up into it. So that's going to be a good one. And I think same thing for Rivian, right? If you're stuck buying this area right here, 15s, because you thought, okay, it's going to hold, well then, maybe you think it was going to hold right here, and nothing wrong with thinking that. So that's, part of the game. Try to find a level that you want to support, that you feel is a good buy zone, and just start to average in. If you have 10 grand and you put in $9,000 right here, congratulations, but that's not the plan, because then when it comes all the way back in, well, it could be your plan, but when it comes back into here, that whole DCA thing is like, now you got to find new money to put in because you only have $1,000 left. So that's where you want to make sure that you pick the right names at the right time. And, a good example of those with good companies, Eli Lilly, which finally is back above that $1,000 mark, but they had, some buying opportunities as well. Right into here, that first little move down into 970, right there you could have bought. Then you buy a little bit on the break right there of the 200 period. We always like doing that. Then it goes up. Maybe you buy it again at the 200 period. This level, I guess, coincides there. I don't know if you would have been smart enough. That definitely not me. Buying that 850, and now you're getting back up to the upside. So buying good companies like a John Deere today is another example. Like, it's
a great example.
This comes right back into, I think it was a 200 period moving average. There it is. So like that's a dip buy. Like again, if you have 10 grand, the number doesn't matter.
If I didn't ask about what the PE, if I didn't look at the PE, I was probably just going to sit on a bit of that today, my personal account.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, buying PEs.
Instead, I put a dip buy into Walmart that never filled. So, buy one of them. You suck, Walmart.
Yep.
Well, it's good. It bounced. I own Walmart in my long term, but yeah, I wanted to buy the dip back into some support there for it. In the chat, Aruna Warrior, I was looking at silver for SLV. Silver SLV, for a trend down break, or like an uptrend break. Like see from VWAP, hold the trend line, and now it's threatening the trend line. So I'm looking short here with this confirmation candle, and then just give it up to like the 50-ish area. So we'll see if this 3-minute can close in the red down here, and then I would look for the entry. So very similar to most of the trend break trades that I would look at as well. And not everything is about PE. It's not, I'm not sitting here telling you that I only ever dip buy things because they have a good price to earnings. It was more that, my horse is Caterpillar that I back, and I never, it better be really good if I'm getting away from the horse, getting away from backing the horse that I like better in a general.
I mean, Caterpillar and Deere.
They're not, no, but they're very similar.
But they are completely different, because Caterpillar's going up because they're power generation.
Not completely different. They're close, and they're not completely different businesses. I think, but by that argument, Costco and Walmart are completely different businesses as well. Like you can make subtle.
There's one's a membership business.
You can do subtle distinctions in there, but I wouldn't want to own both of them. And if I'm going to step into one, if I'm going to do Deere, it's because I think it's a short-term value play or something, and it's not that cheap. So I'd rather save any money that I would be putting into that to wait for the next opportunity to buy Caterpillar, which I pretty much always do, and it didn't get there. We're going to go to Adara and then come back because, someone's asking about earnings tonight, and there's really only Zoom, I think.
Well, yeah, earnings tonight. That's actually great timing, Neil. Here are the implied moves. I just posted them. Unfortunately, Webull, I could not find an implied move for. I want to get that off of my chest right now. I do have an earnings preview for Webull available on X at TTV Research, so I've not abandoned Webull by any means. I just couldn't find an implied move, so it's not here. Largest implied move, and this doesn't really shock me, is going to be Decker's, DECK. This name tends to move pretty violently on earnings and often, unfortunately, to the downside. Smallest implied move, ROST, also not super surprising, at 4 p.m. Workday here with a nearly 11% expected move, and then the other three, Zoom, Take-Two, Copart, roughly 8 to 9.5% expected moves. I do also have to mention, guys, Webull, again, no implied move. They're expected to report at 4:15 p.m. And if you want to know more, check out the infographic on X at TTV Research. Before I send you back, speaking of infographics, available on X at TTV Research. I premiered this yesterday on the big screen. I hadn't posted it yet at this time. It's out. My look at Ken Paxton, Texas Attorney General, and his many cases against public companies. You can find some of these settlements are pretty interesting, including a settlement for over 2 million free eggs, quote unquote. You can find this whole thing on X at TTV Research. I will likely update it as new suits are announced, because I suspect we will probably get new suits announced. Back to you.
There will be new suits. No, it means Zoom is a poster child for what was a great time to have been investing. What's the word that you use? It's what's the word Kramer says for like it was during COVID, like investing, where it didn't matter what you bought. You could have bought it. There's a term there.
I don't know.
It doesn't really matter. But you know what? You basically like, throw a dart at a chart of a bunch of stocks.
Yeah, exactly.
And then whichever one it hit, you just sort of won. Like it didn't matter what you were buying back then. I guess I have to zoom out way further when we're doing that analysis. It didn't matter what you were buying back then. It was just, you were going to win. Almost on just about everything. The ones that'll be in the textbooks, like later on when we talk about the pandemic and people are learning about it in their MBAs and all that kind of stuff. These guys will be up near the top of the list for the parabolic reversal that you look at. That being said, that's over with. It's over, and whether you like it or not, some of these names are coming back from the dead that have just god-awful, horrible, pathetic, disgusting charts. You could say that about I could say that about TAN and Enphase that are having fantastic runs lately. Solar's been trash, but you can't tell me that it's not on a short-term uptrend. And you can't say the same thing about Zoom on the weekly. And it's pulling back, even if it's a bad print tonight, it would be pulling back into a pretty significant prior high in this like high 80s, 90 range. So that's worth watching. Like it's not automatically bad if it can dip and sort of hold that area. Upward trend. You don't get to say that very often for these guys. JKL with a super chat. Let's go. Let's throw it up there. It's about Nvidia. I'm liking Nvidia here as long as no one tweets. JKL, usually you're talking swing, right? So I just want to get the time frame down because you're thinking swing after the earnings, maybe you're thinking the day trade, like right here, right now. Usually we look at it from like a swing perspective. I think Nvidia, I want to give it a couple more, not even a couple more days. I just look at the last couple of earnings, and it's generally been over a week where you can get that bottoming out process. And I think the value is you're getting a good value relative to the other megs, and relative to usually what you'd get versus the S&P. That I like, but I'm waiting for it. I like your instincts though. You know, it's been the right call while everyone's complaining about Nvidia for a week after their earnings to be the dip buyer. It hasn't been wrong yet. It's been wrong on the first day, a lot of times. It just hasn't been wrong in the long run. At some point, it is still.
I mean, stocks are going to be moving around there. Anthropic raising more money today. So, by the way, there we go. So we did, it's a good thing that we were able to get out some more down there for Softy. We just see it start to go back up. We take 2 fills right here. Still waiting for that fill at VWAP because last time it did this move. It went up to 420.30. So we're going to wait to 420.50 to get stopped out. It's just, is my chart not even moving here? No, this is right. We do have Steve Tileman, I think, coming through today. He's in the calendar. So we'll see if he comes out there. Joe, really excited. Joe, you can grab a mic if you want to talk to him. No problem. Yeah. 222, yes, kids moving, 29,440 right there. It's always this number, man. 29,420 is that low right there. So we'll see. It's 427. We'll see if that comes into play as it's trying to push a little bit downside as Microsoft goes oppo the future. So maybe these guys are finally starting to get the picture today that they're supposed to be up. But we already tried our long hand there on Microsoft, and it didn't work out that well. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on with Microsoft. Hopefully a little bit of a push down there. Still waiting to get a few more shares up top. If that does hit, it hits. Who knows? You mentioned WeRide. So right here, WeRiding with Uber, and that has been bad. I actually took, because we're Amazon Prime members, they're hooked up with Lyft. So I took a Lyft on to and from the airport when we went there. And both times it was probably 20% cheaper than Uber. So, and that's whether or not you're getting the Comfort or the XL or whatever you're getting. It was just interesting to see that. So right now, Uber just battling. I don't know what they're going to do. You would think that they would have been up, on recently just with some of the deals that they've made with Nvidia and so on and so forth, trying to get all the cars automated. But we do know that robotaxi is right around the corner. And potentially Uber is not a hold anymore, but I don't know. Look at Lyft today, up 1.5% and trying to get back through. So all of these look pretty dead. I mean, this reminds me of Intel right here, where we've just been doing absolutely nothing forever. Intel was more like a whole year. This has been since only February.
Yeah, it needs to be longer than that.
It needs to be way longer, but then it comes back into here as well. So there is some nice upside surprises potentially for Lyft. So we definitely understand that there's something there. But yeah, deals with DoorDash, deals with Amazon. Hopefully Lyft can get something going. But this has been a decent area to nibble in on anyways. $12.50 to $13 there on Lyft. But yeah, nervous hands about this name, right? I mean, we are nervous regarding Uber.
Uber's been disappointing for a while. Like,
Uber's been very disappointing.
I haven't done anything with the holding in that since the taking profit on the S&P 500 inclusion move, and then I'll buy back those shares at some point, and then I look back at it in a quarter and I'm like, I still don't like it, and then I'll buy back those shares at some point, and then I look back another quarter and I still don't like it, and I just keep every single time I consider buying more Uber shares, I just don't like it. I don't like it, I don't like it, I don't like it. And at some point, that narrative can change. If it's at the same price of accumulation a year from now, I just think, okay, now I'll believe that somebody is bottoming this sucker. And the longer the accumulation, I think the better. Especially if we get another downward push in the market and it survives that. Like if we get a real downward push from the highs and Uber survives support and lifts, if they survive that support, okay, I'd be a little bit more convinced. Nothing too crazy happening. Yeah, you know what, these quantum names, ETS is what the...
The market's going here.
Yeah, there was just, okay, so anyways, I was about to say nothing was happening, but
NVIDIA is flushing
it was just a bit of a push down. I got one fill in SMCI, but I looked up and
Microsoft.
QBTS literally didn't move for me. So I got one fill under VWAP, but the quant names aren't moving. They actually ticked higher on that. Because my first thought was, oh, we just got to flush down. We're going to break the trend on QBTS. And instead, what did it do? It just tagged a new fresh high. Unbelievable. These stocks are too good today. Too good.
We actually got a, we got a fill on Microsoft. We got 49.14, okay, 419.14 there. And then I didn't think we got it, so I bought some because it went right back up. But there it is at the 25 period moving average. So I just heard Joe go, whoa, Nvidia there. And then I was like, whoa, Microsoft. But I didn't think I got filled, but I did. So I pushed a little bit of shares out there again at 30. So there it is, 419 and change. We'll see if Microsoft wants to go the way of the dodo bird, but not now. It's holding up. So that's 418.60 into this 419 area, a possible buy zone for me. I'm going to put another quick bid down here. Just hope to catch it on the way back through. If it does go, we just shorted it again here at the top side of this trade. So, if we're lucky enough to get this around, I always say the word lucky, but you do need luck when you're trading. That is for sure. It's almost, I don't know what percent people think it's luck. I think it's much higher than what most people would think. Here's 419 and change, back down there to the downside. But all right, hopefully that does come in. Our Nvidia, we talked about, losing the bid already on this one. So we still are into it. Okay, well, then react and get to the downside if this is what the case is there.
Oh,
maybe Trump doesn't know who he's talking to again all of a sudden. I don't know.
Talking to this guy.
I don't know exactly who reported all these things that there's potential deal in the works here, but stay TV.
You know who we are talking to, though? We don't know who Trump is talking to. We know who we're about to be talking to.
Yes.
Our good friend, there he is, Steve
There he
Talman.
is.
Trade the Pool, how's it going, brother? Hope the market's treating you well. If you're long, it kind of can't not be.
Hard not to be happy.
There we go.
Oh, sorry about that. Hard not to be happy when everything's popping, especially some of these semiconductor continuation plays like ARM. That's my
Yeah.
ARM has been about 1 billion times better than could be expected, but that monthly chart speaks for itself. It's been an absolute rocket ship. Outside of the obvious here, the market is showing us that we're still in very much bull range, right? Is there anything that stands out to you as maybe disappointing or gives you pause for concern? Some people like to point to like the bond market this or whatever, too frothy. Or are we just in complete like bull mode and just suck it up and be happy with it?
I mean, I'm not gonna look a gift rally in the face. What I will say is the one thing I'm a little concerned of is that oil is still pricing in a decent amount of risk premium. We have a USO hourly chart here, and it is kind of retesting the apex of this big pennant that it's been building out ever since the war bump started. So for me, it is still technically in an uptrend. You can see that purple hourly 200 is kind of holding on. We have the rising daily trigger there as well. And so for me, the only thing that would make me feel a little bit better is if we could get a sharp breakdown in this overall oil chart. Maybe get back down to the 125 area, potentially down to 100. And once we start losing that 140 kind of level, I'm going to feel a lot better about the market really trying to put this whole conflict in the rear view.
Literally as you say that, USO just bounces like $1.50 as we speak, sending the markets lower. And obviously, yeah, the tit for tat. I would agree with you on that standpoint. Like there has to be some concern that, hey, if this trend continues and rates stay where they are, I mean, you can't think that the market can ignore this forever. That being said, we are in an upward trend. Have you been trimming on this move to the upside? I know we were just talking about ARM. ARM just did the 2-year consolidation on ARM. It broke out. It basically tagged the top end. And when it hit 290, that would be the top end of that respective range. So it took 2 years to consolidate. It took literally no time to break out and hit that almost $300 level. Is that a place where you were trimming?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you read my mind here. Here's my monthly chart. We got cheeky. We spelled it out in the chart. That's when we knew it was ready. The 2 times measured move, like you said, I have it marked as just under 300 proper. So that's a good level for me to trim because I feel like we're going to get magnetized up right to there. If I held this long, I think I can hold a little bit longer. With respect to this 200 level, this should be long-term support now. But I want the 200 or 300 trim, and I'll take some more off at 350 or so, I think.
Perfect. Can I get your thoughts on just in general on the quantum move here today? We've seen them rally before. This looks very, very good today, whether it's D-Wave, whether it's Rigetti. I mean, IBM gives you a different bit of a look off the spending bill, and not spending bill, but this round of funding from the US, from the administration. It's parabolic, but compared to what we've seen before, like it feels like it's on the longer term, kind of like a nothing burger. Like if you've been holding these a while, like anything from the highs, we're still cut in half from the top on a QBTS. So what are your thoughts here? Because you're breaking a 200 period. This is a 28% move up that you can make arguments is not even that invalid for a new entry point for those that aren't in them. Does one name stick out for you in the group? Are you involved at all? Do you have any plans after this parabolic move today?
Absolutely. So it's a fascinating sector because despite, like you said, massive rallies off the lows, a lot of these names have a ton of room to the top if we want to really get euphoric again and start stretching these valuations on some of the, let's call it, more dubious long-term holds in the market. You know, it might take a while for the quantum narrative to actually pay out if it ever does, but these stocks can run exponentially higher even if they don't. So one that I'm watching out for is QUBT. This one is fascinating for a few reasons. First off, it is essentially trying to rebrand as a photonics play. So you get that kind of tailwind as well. I like that it's flipped this level in particular. It was a big support, flipped into major resistance, and now we're finally pushing through it. So off of that 1050 is where I've been watching QUBT. Got a little bit, but I'd like to add, I just have a tester there. So this is the one that's on my watch list for a potential big-sized move up. But one more for you. Just kind of the OG in the space, the IONQ here. This is a really big level, this 55 neckline, and seeing us pop it with such strength here today makes me think that all of this volume is turning into a shelf, and we can get a pretty explosive move to the upside.
IONQ.
I like the IONQ. How's it going, my guy? Did you get involved in Cerebras at all? I mean, we do have another major IPO coming with SpaceX and hopefully OpenAI and then Anthropic. So just wondering, I mean, the daily chart looks like whatever on this name. We're right back into some of those lows. Do you have a plan? I know you deal with a lot of traders. What do you look for? Because we just talked about how ARM is, you know, where that price is and what a great IPO that's come out at. Today we're down 4.5% in you know, what's been a pretty strong tape. Now it's coming back in. Any plans for, you know, IPOs and when do we start getting in if we like the name? Because I think a lot of people are going to like SpaceX. You know, we've seen the way Rocket Lab, Astera, I don't have the ASTS Mobile, everything like that. ASTS Mobile, AST Mobile keeps going up, symbol ASTS. What's the plan of action for SpaceX, Cerebras, any of these names? Like, do we wait a couple months before we get in? Is there anything key that you look at to use an anchored VWAP? Like, you know, if we like the name, when do we know to get in? Is it a dollar cost averaging thing? What do you tell any clients or any traders that ask you about, hey, I got a little bit of FOMO. What do I do with some of these IPOs? Because they always come out way over the price expectation, right? I mean, 185 was where we were thinking for with CRBS. It comes out at 350. So what do you tell people about how to trade IPOs?
Well, so the first thing I'll say about IPOs, they are one of the most unadulterated edges left in the market, I would say, one of the most significant. But that's for the people who are in already. And it's just very high probability that they will act as liquidity events for them to sell into. Because of this, you will get very similar price action regardless of how high quality the company is. You'll see Hood, big pump to start, and then wash out all the way down to under $10. We saw the same thing with Bull. There's another massive monthly candle, completely reverted before the slide started. And even higher quality names like everybody's favorite Palantir, they all needed to take a significant haircut, and usually a really brutal one to hold through for multiple years and often as much as 80% of a drawdown. So the easiest way to play IPOs is to not play them for quite a while. What I will say is for the space trade, because I think you're right, SpaceX IPO is like historic. There will not be a bigger one until Anthropic, and this is the biggest one I think we've seen so far. So many ETFs, so many institutes in general are trying to get a piece of this that they'll use anything as a proxy, which is why we're seeing all of these space names run like this. So I think the best IPO trade actually is to just long any of these space names into the IPO. Use that liquidity to get yourself a nice, easy trade, and then maybe put an alert for a couple of years down the line to actually get involved in SpaceX proper, because I think it'll be a significant pullback for quite a while.
I think you nailed it right there. That was what we were looking for, was like, you know, is there that proxy? And I think that's why we called up some of those names in the space. Because I honestly think it's the market will, and I was actually debating getting some puts on the NASDAQ or whatever in and around that June 12th time, give it about a week. I feel like the air is going to get sucked out of some of this market if SpaceX, you know, does come back in just a little bit. Could have some bag holders at the top there. And also maybe traders sell positions to either average back into SpaceX or get that all figured out. I like what you're talking about there. Wait a little while before you get involved in that one. All right, so I think the last time you were on, you know, we did talk a little bit about oil. It's not really stopping, is it? You know, it seems to be climbing. Sure, today you're down. We had a down day yesterday. We get this deal here today. Is there a deal? Is there not one? A little bit of back and forth happening in the last couple hours. But USO still seems pretty much like a long to me. I mean, you've come back in. Looks like we're trying to bounce off 140. Obviously, there's your 50-period moving average. We haven't even seen that since January. And when we have, it was bought up on these little wicks. So I'm not even sure. Those are just probably intraday spike downs. But either way, looking pretty strong to me. I can't fault anybody if we get back into these 150s to look for a quick little short. But take on oil right now. And I don't want to, you know, let's not say, well, we got to wait for the next headline. But charting-wise, what does it look like? Because I'm hearing $6 plus all summer per gallon, depending on where you live, potentially $8, $9 there in California and some of those states that do have different tax situations with gas and oil. So what do you think about USO? I mean, it's on the mind of everybody as we wait for more CPI numbers, and we didn't get a great PPI today. So what are you thinking about with oil and energy?
Well, everybody's talking about the taco trade, right? You know, Trump always chickens out. I think the nacho trade is what I'm worried about. And that is essentially not a chance the Hormuz Strait opens, you know?
Nice.
And I'm just not sure. By the way, that's not mine. I forget who said that. Somebody funnier than I. But in general, what I'm looking at is this conflict to kind of take longer to normalize in terms of oil prices than most are expecting. I think the charts are still reflecting that. But I do think that with the way that breadth is kind of setting up, and a lot of these charts are setting up, we could see everything going up here, including oil and SPY together. We have seen that on the way up at times. So far in the past, shorter time frame, we have seen more respect to if oil comes down, it'll be more of an inverse relationship. But I'm just noting long-term, week to week, this does not look like a chart that is done to me. It looks like a chart that still has room to go.
Right.
And I would be worried about the market being more willing to assume the best and run SPY up maybe more than it deserves in comparison to oil than I would be to assume that this conflict gets wrapped up neat and tidy and supply chains and shipping and the oil supply normalizing there.
Good. I mean, that's kind of similar thoughts there. I was looking at the chart myself and thinking it looked like it had a little bit more room to run. Just quickly here, we just got out of our TQQ trade there at the 200-period moving average. We were long all day on this name, guys, and from basically from the open, that's about 10:30 right down there. We just got a bounce-off view up. Whenever you get a bounce-off view up back into the 200-period moving average, I'm going to take that out and just wait to see what winds up happening as we still look forward to Microsoft coming back down. All right, Steve, Neil and I have thrown many different tickers at you. Is there something right now that maybe you're looking at? I mean, we talked about ARM, so I think you've sort of showed us that now a couple weeks. Is there something else right now that you're looking to do, both on either on the long or the short side? What sort of got your attention at this point?
Sure. Yeah, I have two plays for you. The first, in the same spirit as ARM, is a big beneficiary of Nvidia's recent earnings report. So I think that the data center names are going to come back in full force here. My favorite is APLD. This one's having a big move. They just hit a core milestone.
Everyone likes them.
Like,
Sorry about that. That was Joe. Joe got really excited there about APLD for some reason there. So, sorry. Go ahead, Steve.
Sorry. No, this is just I get excited about this one because it's a major base that's breaking out here. These crayons so far are adding up. I think that we're going to keep stair-stepping up here and probably tag into the 70+ range. Long term, this thing is a massive base with a lot of room to go, and everything's kind of coming in line here for the narrative. So this for the data centers is my top pick for the kind of position trade. I'm in it from significantly lower, so be careful chasing up here. But I think that it does have that explosive look. The other name, still setting up on the bigger charts, but I'm really liking Pump, P-U-M-P. So this is going to be, it's priced like an oil field services name. They do have a very interesting aspect to their business. They just acquired essentially a system for powering data centers with natural gas. Sorry, I was double checking there, making sure this is the right ticker. Yes, it is. And this one is the one that also got a lot of unusual options flow today in the 17.5 strike for June. So when I see that combined with such an explosive chart, and when I think about what BE did when it started getting re-rated for these data center plays, see, it was doing this sideways basing until it had an explosive re-rating. So not saying that happens to Pump, but there is a chance. And I really like this setup long term.
There you go. Good look. Anything that can get lumped into this theme is perfect. And, I just looked at that APLD. I mean, it does have a striking similarity to some of the ARM chart. Whether it can do what ARM did, I hope it does for you. That's Steve Talman, our good friend from Trade the Pool. Tell everyone where they can find you, brother.
Absolutely. Well, you can find us at Trade the Pool. We're streaming every day. I'm always on for Power Hour. Today, I'll be doing an earnings report. We're going to be talking about Webull. We're going to be going over the fundamentals as well as the technicals. Maybe catch a trade there. As well as that, you can also find me at on my Twitter at Steve Teilman, STEVETEILMANN. Right in the bio there is my Discord server that's completely free, and that's where you can find me just about 24/7, guys. So come on in.
Appreciate it. That's Steve Talman, analyst from Trade the Pool, and so kind to not wear a New York Yankees cap today. So I'm smiling because obviously you guys handed it to us.
Oh, yesterday we won.
I remember.
Well, we did win yesterday. We had Trey going yesterday.
Yeah. All right, Steve, thank you so much. Everybody go check this gentleman out. Very smart individual. Thank you, Steve.
Thanks, Steve.
From Trade the Pool.
Thank you.
All right, always great
They
to
got
have,
us twice, but we got them back.
Yeah, and then, well, like you said, Trey, I think is going to be legit.
That guy's just...
That's why I think the Jays still have a very legit chance. I mean, they're only a couple games out of the wild card, and then once you get into the playoffs, anything can happen. Then your boy Vladdy can earn his paycheck, and we'll get going from there. So
I just love Trey's mentality. The guy is he is so fearless.
I worry about his injury because he did have one in the preseason. Right?
And he throws from an arm angle that historically is very, very bad for long-term health. Throwing from that kind of angle, like it is what it is. But this market, if you saw what just happened, I mean, obviously most people probably saw the NASDAQ go into VWAP and USO start trending up. It was just those headlines that we got from, whether it was state TV and all negative with regards to a deal being happening, Iran's not going to back down, like that sort of a thing. So that was the majority of what was going on. There were no new headlines that we didn't already show you while Steve was on there. What was that just now?
I'm going to ask if we can get volume on this thing. Last night I went out and supported. We were just talking about pitchers there. I went out and supported this guy here, Zevon. They're called Lego Money, and we went to myself and Gia last night. We went out to. They were doing a little. There she is, right here. She's like, "Get away from me, Dad." But we went out there. Supported this guy. Great. I just want you guys to hear him. 13 years old. One of the pitchers. On my team last year. They went to the Little League World Series last year, and I just wanted to give a little bit of shout out to Lego Money, and there it is right there, and there's another one. It was really great timing. It's all about, to me, it's all about community and whatnot. So, we went out there, supported him, and it was an absolutely great time. So I just was hoping that we could show that. But anyways, all right.
Oh, we can't?
No, we can't. I just don't know. I can't get the sound. It's not me sitting there watching it is one thing. There's two videos there. You guys watch both of them or whatever, Fabian or whoever's setting it up. And if one is better, sounds better, whatever, go with that one, please, and thank you. But yeah, that's all. So we did that last night, and that was a lot of fun. So you got to keep doing different things, right? With your life. Tonight we have a game again, so we'll see what's going on tonight. 8 p.m. at High Park. You'll see the High Park Little League Red Sox versus the Pirates today. And,
hey, we're the Pirates this year.
We're Orioles are 5-0, so Orioles are a good team. They won last year, and Pirates are up there. We're 3-0-1, so this is going to be a good one for us. Now, you might have saw during the midday show I was doing the lineup there, and we had one of our best. Yeah, one of our best players is not coming tonight, which is fine. Yeah. I told him to work on his pitching. He wasn't there on Monday either. So
one of our best players will never make practice because they're playing on two teams. Which kind of sucks because I think she'd be a great. We have all three coaches. All of our daughters are the only girls on the team, but one of the coaches, her daughter's never played before.
Right.
So I think it's just a lot of times. It's great she's with Erin, she's making friends like my daughter, but just the other presence because this other was a year older and has been playing even longer than Erin, I think would be a great influence.
We have girls. We have a girls' day at High Park where all the younger ones come and meet.
Yeah,
all the rep players, the ones I coach.
And it matters.
So it's a lot of fun. Oh, okay. You want to show the video? Okay, and then we can hear it. Go ahead. Let's see. I can't push play. You can't. Anyways, it doesn't sound that good there, but anyway, it just sounds like a lot of banging. But absolutely great, man. Covered. They actually had their first album release party last night, and they did their first album, and it was a lot of fun. So there it is. Go check them out. Lego Money. They dropped 5 songs. It's him and his brother, so a 13-year-old and I think a 10-year-old or so. So anyways, that was a lot of fun. It was rock and roll, and it was just great. And he had a couple different fans there and everything, and he's just it was a great time. But all right, over there, back to Adara.
Yeah, congrats to that band. Guys, keep an eye here on USO. Al Jazeera now reporting that, quote, intense mediation is underway with Pakistan officials in Iran. So this report suggests that we don't actually have a draft agreement reached, which is what we heard earlier, but that apparently they are very close to reaching a deal, and they're currently working on that draft text. But apparently another source told Al Jazeera that it's too early to tell if a serious final agreement is within reach. So basically, there's more uncertainty. We had slightly more, I guess, clarity, at least from one report. Now we're hearing more uncertainty. So it's just a regular day at the market. Please make sure to like. Please make sure to subscribe. And please, guys, check X at TTV Research. I'm seeing a lot of talk about Webull. And do you know where you can find a visual on Webull earnings? I think you do. X at TTV Research. The Seamus Self promo is over. I'll send you back to the guys.
Giving him a chance. Thank you very much, Sarah Dara. I know someone just invoked Alec Manoa. That's the saddest story for that kid. I feel so bad for him. But
I feel so bad. He made millions of dollars.
No, it's more. It's not the money that I feel bad. I think anybody who you're coming up as a player, and the second you get hurt or something happens to you, your team then goes on a run and goes to the World Series. So basically,
he also didn't take proper care of his body.
Well, a lot happens. It's just the timing. It's just it's the worst timing.
I thought he was him.
It's the worst timing of all time. I remember it happening to Frank Thomas. He was so good for the White Sox for so long. He gets injured for a full season, and they go to the World Series. And he was the franchise, and it gave so much to them. And then the year that everything worked out, it's he just happened to be hurt that year. It just sucks. Life can be cruel.
All you have to be is on the roster. don't you?
Yeah, but it's not the same thing, man. Like, like getting a ring because you're on the roster and actually, like the guy was like their best hitter for like a decade, and then he had to sit on the bench, injured, watching everyone win. It's fine. That's the unbelievable baseball player, and all anybody remembers is him getting his ass handed to him by Nolan Ryan.
Yeah, I know. He charged the mound there. That was hilarious.
Maybe don't charge Nolan Ryan. Does Nolan Ryan look like the kind of person that's messing around?
Yeah, and he's probably like, oh God, here comes Robin Ventura. This will be easy.
These guys are old school, man.
Did we already go to Adara? We just did. Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So there it is. Yeah. All right. So I'm taking another piece out. Sorry, this is now coding as. I had some offers up here that just never got filled. So we take a little piece out there at 219.50. That's that. We did exit out of our TQs. We talked about that with Steve there as it bounced back upside. And we're still $1 in. I don't know, man. I mean, it's 312, so it's not like we have to worry too much about timing here in this market. I mean, sometimes you just want to get filled. So I'm going to put another bid out. We just got it there at 60, whatever. What was it, Phil? 69er right there. Let's take a little bit of a fill there. It's bounced off now. Oh man, this is the frustrating thing that I'm trying to get better on. And that is trying to not hope for like monster wins. And what I mean by that is like, we've now seen it bounce off there. It just bounced off again. This is a 200 period moving average on an SMA. So on a 1 minute chart, sorry. You know, hoping that it breaks lower. Like we were waiting at 417.50. We could clearly see that, this was possibly a buy zone. So the fact that we didn't make that and wasted our time there, we should have gotten more out. So let's wait to see. We missed that 420 refill completely. We took some 70s there. If it does come back up, I will try it one more time. But for now, that is what it is. All right, let me know if there's anything in the chat you guys want to do right now. We can definitely get going. Sia will be back with us on Tuesday. We do have Monday off here, so it's Memorial Day, so we won't see you guys on Monday, but we'll be back tomorrow for sure. Obviously, all of us will be here tomorrow. Brendan's on vacation. Adara's in the back there, and Neil just went to go get a coffee or something. So we'll talk about Marvell, maybe. What else you guys want to do? MSTR, yeah. Oh, yeah. What happened to Adara? Still back there? No, she left. No worries. No, I think Weibo might have got released early there. I don't know. Adara, please take your time. Okay, well, Adara's going to check on Weibo for all of us. A good volume there. Like 6. Okay, here we go. All right, next time let me know when you're leaving, and then I'll call you back immediately because that was good TV. 660, 650. I talked about Weibo, oopsies, when we looked at a daily chart, trying to fill this gap. We almost did it right there. That's 620 there on Weibo. We are expecting their report tonight. There was, did they push the button early, an hour early there?
No, I'm not seeing numbers. I'm seeing a lot of weird, obvious scam posts. I told you to buy Webull. Click link below, but it's like the same 2 accounts. Oh. Like it seems honestly like some scheme scams happening here. I'm not seeing anything. I'm just like, oh, meme. Oh, come trade bull. Yeah, it's all hooey. It's actually bull.
It's a bunch of bull.
It's the obvious pun. It's all a lot of bull. Sean just said it though. Oh. But yeah, guys, I am gonna use the washroom. I'll be back.
What happened to bull?
Okay. No problem. Yeah, so there you go. I didn't, just because the only reason we ask about that is this is why I have volume up there, right? Because you want to make sure that, when you're trading something, and especially when it gets to key levels, I'm always looking to say, okay, just like that Microsoft, and that's why I was like, maybe this is nothing up here at 20. It's not like there was a big sell or anything that came in. Right there was, so that was pretty good. We are part of that, so that's, we added to it when we saw that, come through. We got a little bit of the same thing there, but that's what we're looking for. So when you looked at a stock like Webull, oopsies, there you go, like Webull, all of a sudden volume basically went up 10x, in those couple minutes. So there it goes. Webull, nothing in there, just apparently some people either dumping what they had or the number is out. Remember, it's a Chinese company. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but maybe somebody knew or knows something.
It looks like that a firm thing 2 years ago.
Wouldn't that be, yeah. But
except the firm accidentally released a portion of their earnings.
That's what I was saying. Was it a fat finger that someone...
Google did that once too, sort of. I didn't mean to cut you off. And you could tell it was early because I guess their printer hadn't even factored in a statement from then CEO Larry Page because it said, insert Larry comment here. So yeah, Google has done this, Affirm has done this. I actually have a whole thread on X at TTV Research of just funny earnings gaffes, actually.
All right. Well, thanks, Adara. That's yeah. So that's one of those things where we have to be very, very careful on trading on news that may not even exist. So,
Stay away from that.
yeah, I think that's probably the proper advice there to wait.
Speaking of, so about QBTS breaking the trend.
About that.
Yeah, about that. Or how about it just hugs the trend line and breaks out again? 31%. So there's like a 90% chance, or I don't know, some positive, that also breaking out. Oh, Rigetti's at the highs. I guess technically that didn't break out. You've got to be, like, these are so incredibly strong. That is insane. But yeah, QBTS now all of a sudden in a different realm to the upside. This is no longer, like, that's not, I don't even know if that's the one to revert. Rigetti didn't break the high. So like it could, but it didn't have the good trend line break because it broke it here, didn't do anything with it. So really if you're shorting it, it's because it's a triple top. Like it's 1, 2, well, whatever. I don't have to show you. You guys know what a triple top is. Here, it's just, it didn't go when the others did, and it triple topped up here, so it's turning. So that's right. I did say that you have to pay for locates on Rigetti, didn't I? I did say it.
Yeah, okay. So
I didn't know. I didn't actually do it. That's me literally forgetting that you can't punch short, Neil. And because I didn't have to pay for anything, I'm not even logged into Metro this morning. Go ahead and do it.
so Wolf of Wall Street here. Oh, sorry, Wolf of Wall Street X. All right, so I know you're all over the midday show. I know they told you to dump it. Good thing you didn't right now. That's why it's very important to trade your book. My only thing is, for me, I would just think that right into there, that's VWAP. I, emptied it out a little bit there as well. I hate the fact that you're still in a loss, but the fact that it's going to end. We do have, so there is imbalances.
Position, like
just a long. He's just long options, and it expire, and they're out of the money. So I was just going to say, like, depending on, obviously, everything's going to be up to you, but depending on where we look, I'm getting out. So I just took another fill right there at the 200 period moving average. I would think there is a potential run back up to 221 today, back up into VWAP, but we're going to run out of time. And then we talk about it all the time, these imbalances. Like, I would hope that they could come out buys for you today. But right now, the early look on all the New York names are all sells. Again, doesn't really mean anything. None of these are going to be, equivalent of an Nvidia on a day like today. 170 million shares. It's just, hey, look, we bounced off VWAP there on the NASDAQ. That's healthy. So at least we're starting to go back up to the upside. You just made right now $1.50. So my question to you is, can you get out of half, now? And then that way you're sort of, protecting some of your downside, by saying, okay, it's at the 200 period. I'm getting out. Like I just covered a little bit right there, right here. So that would be a play for me on that side. So, but yeah, the IV is getting crushed because of earnings. So who knows where it goes tomorrow? You're expiring today anyways. So.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. I was just asking the chat when they expired. Yeah,
that's right there.
Yeah, there's nothing really even to add. It's a tough rate. Like sometimes all you can do is, try to figure out the best way to minimize the loss, right? Like that's a lot of times, a lot of trading is for most people surviving until you can make it. When we talk about the statistics of like 90% of traders fail and this and that, it usually comes down to that. Sometimes it's gritting the teeth and understanding that, hey, this one's not going to work, or the setup didn't set up, or it hit it hits your exit point. I just feel you should always have, like here, I'll just use the example because I think it's always more instructive to use a losing trade than a winning trade. Like sometimes what it is that you're looking for. Like I'm shorting it here. The second we break out above this wick by like a couple of cents, whatever it might be, I know where my out is. I know where my take profits are going to go. And then it becomes a little bit binary. Like decide what that is a lot of times before you get in, like what do I need to see to get out? And then I know what it means to be wrong, and then I don't have to worry about when it gets there what to do. Like I know what I'm doing in that moment. Speaking of which, this is really falling asleep. Oh, I guess I'm just not trailing out here. It's 320, so I'm gonna get away from the actual take profit there and just move it to this local high. I just wanna be out of this trade. I don't want it to just obviously break down. It still hasn't really lost the support under VWAP, which is now where the stop is, but if it pops up, whatever, it's NIO, it shouldn't really be doing that much in the last 30, 40 minutes, unless there's an imbalance. I wouldn't suspect too much more out of it. The real Gary Woe is BB actually a buy these days? Well, you know, BlackBerry's now in the AI place and up 7.5% and making its comeback. And we said it before, it's real. The move is happening. It's upward trending. It's doing everything that you want to see. Another 8 points today. Actually, there was a trader used to trade on the floor here. Actually, does some back office stuff that was talking about this one as a breakout. I don't know if he actually got in today, but it was like, yeah, what are you looking at today? And he was like, and he mentioned to me BlackBerry. I'm like, huh? I'm like, why? And he says, well, look at the daily chart and look where it's consolidating. And I was like, oh yeah, I see your point. Like, look at the strong move up, right? Obvious uptrend. If it's uptrend should be obvious, this is an obvious uptrend. And then look at the last sort of 2 weeks here. Holding, higher lows, cresting, and then the last week, it's just look at it, hold that higher low and the lower highs. So what are lower highs into a flat bottom? Possibility for a breakout, right? Like this little trend breakout and then back into the high. When something's in an uptrend, just look for uptrendy types of setups. So that was a good call out. So yeah, BlackBerry is in this realm, whether you believe in it or not. The trend is your friend to the end. When inevitably it eventually bends. That's just how it goes. Look at quantum. I really don't think that quantum move is going to last forever. We've seen this type of story before give a good bump, but how long it will last without anything fundamentally changing, that's up for anybody's interpretation. I would just remind, in QBTS's space, I'm only bringing up D-Wave because D-Wave is up the most. This was a $45, $46 stock at the highs. It pulled to 12 and is just giving you a double up. And ultimately, you know, none of these businesses, with the exception of obviously IBM, have anything to fall back on, right? If they don't make significant breakthroughs and get products that they can sell and generate revenue from, they are nothing. The upside is tremendous, but they are right now nothing. IBM insulates you from a lot of that. Google does too, but you know, no one seems to credit them for being a quantum play either. And they are. They just don't need government money. Google didn't get any $2 billion because Alphabet doesn't need the cash.
Right now, IBM.
That's what I'm saying. That's the safe one.
Yeah.
You have an actual business to fall back on.
I like IBM. I mean, we talked about averaging into that one a little bit there today. So I really like IBM at these levels. We'll have to wait to see where it goes from here, but that's a big candle right now, right back up to the upside. And we had just talked about it last couple of days. It's kind of funny that a lot of these quantum names came right into some great spots, and then there it goes. So I just got out another one. I mean, I hope this is working out for you right now, Wolf, because there goes Nvidia one more time back up into the 220 area. I know it's not going to matter that much to your options because you're needing to get a little bit more juice out of this and where it is right now, but hopefully it can spike through right there. I'm not even like, I have no shares left. I'm just playing around with this. So hopefully this one makes a move back upside and then we can wait for VWAP. I'll wait with you. I'm going to wait at 221 now and see if that wants to go upside with Nvidia. I mean, nothing else is really hitting my scanners here. I mean, Microsoft is, but it's just doing nothing at these levels. SMCI. Okay, high a day again, I guess, coming through for SMCI, or not really, coming right into this area there, SMCI. So that could be a decent level there. You know what's looking like the long? Again, we probably don't have that much time left, but we don't actually. Checks watch. This Google is right here. And this looks pretty good to me, man. Barcoding, pop. I mean, you're still above VWAP. The market's trying to go. We just bounced nicely off of that. When this market fell down, we did not even get to volume weighted average price there. So that's kind of interesting. And now it's trying to go higher. Like if there was a little bit more time left in the day, I do actually think that this is that trade I made yesterday on Nvidia where we waited, and then there it goes popping through 389. That could spark it at least into 389.60. So it could get, if you're looking for a little bit of juice here into the close, I do think that there might be something available for Google. It does feel a lot like a Friday right now. Microsoft, still waiting for 1850 on that one. What else is moving? I mean, Walmart today had that big report and obviously down 6%, but nicely battling back, was down 8 at the lows or so there, down to 120 and change. So we say watch out below for Walmart potentially. Target was trying to follow suit early. Don't know what it's doing late. Okay, 125 and change. So there goes target upside there from 118 up to 125. We'll see what winds up happening there with TGT. Yeah, those are some plays that we're trying to deal with, and we'll have a good look and see where we go from here on target. But that's a nice call. We dumped some shares of this at 121, now up to 126, and looking like it wants just a little bit more. Okay, so good on that one. And then IBIT had a little bit of a rally up there on that news on midday too. So there's that spike up in Bitcoin. You know, more certainty in this world, I think, would help out a Bitcoin. So, you know, we can definitely wait to see if there is anything actionable as far as trading is concerned here on BTC.
It's like they just go with they actually went with like the metals today, like silver, gold and silver and Bitcoin. It just all kind of went at the same time. So maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. Maybe it's
maybe.
Good,
I mean, I think it's.
I don't love the chart. I don't know. I don't love the mark. I don't love it too much. And there's you have to consider the whole cycle thing too. Like it's just you're in this wait for 2027 possibly. It's just not very parabolic. And I know we have JKL who I cannot even be remotely scared of what's happening in MST or on the other side of it. Like that still is holding lower. Like if anything, when the market bounced, you know how you know something is weak? When the market bounced and everything went into a sustained uptrend, which by the way, we're still holding because we bounced off of VWAP with the NASDAQ, MSTR goes right into local resistance and holds. Like that's something that is weak. That's something that's in a downtrend. Maybe even a flat bottom break on this tomorrow. Like, because you look at, I look at IBIT, you look at Bitcoin, slightly higher lows. Nothing too impressive. Like, I'm not saying this is a great looking chart, but it's at least made some waves this week, right? It's putting in some higher lows this week. MSTR is showing you what it is, and what it is right now ain't it. Like this is, that's a short. I think before I even think about short on IBIT, it should be coming to MSTR right now. It just looks a little bit better. Flat bottom break potentially tomorrow through 162. That's going to be in there. Another one which I'm going to leave ye old stink bit in. I'm not sure it's done. Walmart couldn't break out the morning range top. Well, okay, obviously the pre-market was a lot higher. I just mean after the open, it was about 122.5. It's still trying to break 122.5. No dice yet for Walmart. As long as that doesn't happen, then the post earnings dip buy remains at 115 bucks. And if you wonder where that number came from, I can't show you on this chart because this one only is when it moved to the NASDAQ. That's right, Neil. So I have to go to the daily here. It's like 115 is not a random number. It's like double barrel. It's the 200 period on the daily and it's the 50 period on the weekly. I didn't memorize that. So it's just above the 50 period on the weekly. So that's major support on multiple higher time frames here on Walmart if it pulls a little bit lower. I think when you're looking at things that are like not overpriced, expensive, like DCing, I don't know. Like I don't know where it's going to bounce. I just know that I want to buy expensive stuff on dips and not at highs. So that I'm waiting for it to retest that 115, get a little bit in, and as we say, like if you're DCAing, and I don't know where the bottom is going to be fundamentally. Like if you want to put, if I want to put 10 in, something like that, I'd probably put a quarter in at that 115, and then I'd reevaluate next quarter, like not the next Q for earnings, and then the next quarter would go in, right? Quarter too much there, but tomorrow MSTR instead of IBIT for a short play. I'm with JKL on that one.
Okay. Yeah, I was, always the problem is getting out. Like you got to get out. It's always easy to buy into a position. It's about getting out and like where do you, and so I have the same kind of a dilemma here with Marvell. It's like we're in this name. It's been obviously a good name and it keeps on going higher. So it's like at some point you got to ring the register. So when it does come back in, you do have some cash on the table in order to get out, right? If you didn't, for example, just what you're saying there about Walmart, if you didn't get anything out on Walmart, then you're probably stuck there like you just experienced a 6 or 7% drop down. So if you got out of 10% or so, something near the top, then maybe you're able to capitalize somewhat on this move down, or you're putting new money to work, which is fine as well. And if you think that, that's a good spot to put new money in, fantastic. I don't think Tesla, we talked about, that ramp up in SpaceX, and XAI is also wrapped up into SpaceX. I really actually think that June 12th, middle of June, early, like it's that second week there, the second Friday there in June is when we're expecting SpaceX to come. I actually wonder if some energy will come out of the market on a SpaceX IPO. I don't know exactly what that would do for Tesla stock, but we saw Coinbase when that sort of came out. It didn't necessarily signal the top or anything like that for Bitcoin, but it did signal a temporary top. So something to think about there as investors may flee on an exit liquidity opportunity there. And that's included of, and we had Steve on, ASTS, or ASTS, the symbol, AST Mobile there as well, Rocket Lab. Anything that's space related could, and I'm not going to say that it's going to be in trouble because I don't know, but that's the thought for me anyways, is that maybe we get a little air out there on some of these plays. So I'd watch out for
2 reasons that happens.
I'd watch out for Tesla a little bit.
I think there's 2 reasons that happens.
$7 more for Wolf of Wall Street. Yeah, I'm hoping.
There's a chance.
I'm hoping for that.
Easy peasy up there with
Good.
Super Chat. We appreciate you. Rode SanDisk.
$3.22.
Starting my Friday. Well, it's not Friday yet, but it'll start it off on a good note.
Very
Look, come on, 10% up. See, this is the kind of thing. You know what? You're reminding me to do something that I should have done a while ago. My quote board that I use here whenever I show you a quote board, SanDisk is a name that I need to add to it. Every time I'm showing you guys percentages, and if I don't do it right now while we're talking about it, I'll probably forget because that's how the brain works. But unbelievable day for SanDisk. If it wasn't for ARM, everyone would be talking about this as it. Every time you doubt this thing, it just goes higher. Look at the pullback. It pulls back, double bottoms at 13 hundo, and that was it. You got your bear market. Did it get to bear? That'd be $320 down. Yeah, it looks like it. Almost exactly. It's very close to 20% from the highs, and then there it goes back into the upside. There's another one. If this is the name you were trying to guess into, well, it pulls back 20%. I guess you nibble in if you're trying to catch a trend. Maybe you do that with MU. There's got to be. I feel like in this AI play, if you're playing the trim buy dip game. Because what else are you going to do? You don't want to get out of everything altogether. You don't want to not take any profit. You find little places to nibble in. Like G Vernova breaks out. You take some out. It hits the 50 period again. You nibble back in. And at some point, that game breaks and you have a decision to make. But SNDK, so incredibly impressive. And if you wondered what the list I was adding it to, it was this one right here. How am I have a quote board watching every single day and I don't have SNDK on this sucker? Because them and ARM up over 10%. And you know what? Actually more impressive, because this column is from the open. From the open, SNDK is up 12. From the open, ARM is up 10. So intraday, SNDK was actually the better stock.
We did have a question there about Ford. I mean, better than Stellantis. I think that's a great buy, but you're just long rate here right now. Can we see 1450 tomorrow? What would be the catalyst for that? I would say, if we did get it, then I would think that would be exactly right, Leroy there. I think that this is the right spot for you to get out. I'm going to be getting out of some of my Ford. Remember, I was trying to get out and then I canceled it when we got that new power generation sort of model that they were trying to do. The in-home power generation, something like that, something similar to what Tesla has. But anyways, that's what I believe the story was, up to 1450. Did wick up to 15 that day and then came right back down in and made everyone feel silly for not taking out some profits. So I don't know how you took that, whether or not it was an option play or whether or not you're just talking about making a little bit of cash there on the individual stock. But I would say get out a half for sure the next time we even get into 1425. I mean, you don't necessarily have to wait for 1450. That's going to be a good spot. I'm debating, honestly, getting out of Ford. And just, like we said, we bought some ARM. We bought some ARM 2 weeks ago at 201, and it's at 290 now. There's a lot of names that are getting pretty frothy out, so I think Ford is potentially one of those names as well. And then I think hold on, right? We talk about playing with house money. Play with house money, then the rest is profit all the way up. It can go to zero, right? And you're fine. So we'll see if we can double up our position there. Get out, take out half if you want to at 1450. I do think you got a good one there with Ford. Good change, and I don't know. So we'll see about Ford. And it's not so reliant on this whole AI hype, right? That's another thing why I think a lot of traders are liking Ford these days.
You know what can be good too? In a space, you can just not be the bad guys in this. You can just, Ford is not Stellantis. That's a positive, right? It can come down to that. It doesn't, you don't have to be great. It's just there's always going to be money going into every sector to a certain extent. Like there's always somebody that's like, well, this analyst like this sector. Well, just be the good place in the sector, and sometimes that can be enough. It doesn't have to be crazy or parabolic. On the rail, Rocket Lab thoughts seems oversold. Well, give them a day to be able to react to the offering today. You know, it's down. When we came in this morning, Rocket Lab was down, what, 6.5%, 7%. It's down 6.5%, 7%. It hasn't done anything. There was a little bit of a bounce. It came right back in. This is where we were at the open. The same low got put in. Look at the accumulation down here. So I would say, at least for now, it seems like the market's absorbed this offering. You pull this up on like the daily chart or even like a 15. Maybe the 15 is not going to be good enough here. The 60 is probably going to look better for this. Sometimes you got to make a judgment because I want to show this boom up and then the consolidation. And you pull this up on like a 60-minute. So they had an offering and are holding up here, you say? That looks fine to me, but give it a couple of days. This is no different from like a short report or earnings name. Like you just had a quote-unquote catalyst, which is threaten the theme, which is that they're going to raise some money with some dilution and let the market digest it. If the answer is it's still holding 124 come Monday morning, nothing about the uptrend is fading. Even if it's holding 115. Like, these are reasonable pullbacks. Rocket Lab was $80 a week and a half ago. It was $60 in March. So this is kind of a nothing burger. Give it some days to settle. That's a pretty big parabolic move. It could pull back into $100 and still be on schedule and talking about an overall uptrend on like a weekly or so. So yeah, Rocket Lab, let it settle down. Not breaking the low that got made on the first push down on an offering is usually a good sign, right? Like whatever the news hits and then you make the low in the pre-market, if you manage to hold that for a couple of days, you're good to go. The same way you see that with like a short seller report. If someone drops a short seller report's even better though when it happens. Like the low that gets made on the news of a short seller report, if that doesn't break in a couple of days, it's almost always a good long. The one that comes to mind was 2 years ago in Block. I think it was still Square back then. And that was just gold. Like it dropped, held that same level, held it again, and then just free money for like 20% or something.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, it was one of those easy ones.
We had SoFi just had a release there from
they got a cover.
Whoever it was.
And if it doesn't go lower, it'll hold support a couple of days. Well, they're going to cover. And then when they cover their position, they probably still win because they've been holding it for a while, right? Like, who's dumb enough to put out a short report when they don't already have a position and then they're going to take the position after? I don't think anybody makes their money that way in that business. It's always get the position, put the report out when it's maybe at a key point or after it's dropped a little bit, look for the exit liquidity and rinse and repeat. And it's legal. I'm not saying it's bad. Like, there's no law against it.
I mean, everybody knows they do it.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. Like,
watch out for that. It's not like I think SoFi did actually come back up into those levels and then sold off after that as well. So you did have your opportunity to get out if you didn't, if you wanted to on that play. So ARM is closing at the highs. So there you go. With the market kind of doing its own thing right now, you see ARM definitely reaching new pinnacles of 294. Tomorrow, that most likely will open up over 300, I would think. So, there it goes again, ARM to the upside. I'm now just going to tap out of Microsoft if it does break back above 420. So we'll go 420.21. I was going to average in to it up top, but we've been just covering down in and around here. We'll cover a little bit more if we get back into those 90s again, but this is what I'm doing, just sitting here, going to see if we can cover some Microsoft down here in the 90s. Again, trying to avoid that imbalance drama, because if it comes out and all of a sudden Microsoft is a huge buy, which coming into a Friday, I don't know what this market's going to do. I feel like if there is something resolved, we'll probably find out more about it tonight and then probably get a tweet tomorrow morning or who knows what the president will wind up doing. I just don't really like it for overnight holds when there's so much randomness in there. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening. Right now we only have NASDAQ is not showing up here, only New York names. So QBTS is a buy. There's CRM with a little bit, and we can just click on them and see. These imbalances really aren't going to do anything to the stock until it's actually released. So it doesn't matter that much unless there is something pretty big. Now QBTS. Well, QBTS has done
it's done
100 million.
Yeah, never mind.
That 1.4.
Usual. That's the thing. Under usual volume, that would be a decent.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a baby.
Yeah, not today. It's kind of a nothing burger because QBTS is likely doing its best volume since like earnings day, or maybe even more than earnings. I didn't bother. I mean, you knew it was super in play. Yeah, earnings Earnings and post-earnings are the only two times that it would have been more than this volume. The highest volume candle in a month and a half or so. So QBTS, worth the radar. PCG's not. NEO, that's an early look sell. What's it doing? Literally nothing. So it's not moving. CRM, CRM got like a drag up on, like it got dragged up with the rest of the IGV when ServiceNow was looking pretty good. And that didn't do any follow through. CRM's still got a problem. Like ServiceNow was so much better. Hopefully it didn't actually reverse and this looks pretty terrible. I don't think, ServiceNow was not split adjusted. ServiceNow much better. Like it's making a nice little breakout consolidation above the 50-period moving average. You look at what's going on with the IGV as well. And this is not to bag on CRM. It's going to end up bagging on CRM. You look at the IGV, hold the 50, continuing to trend higher, and then you look under the hood. It's like, well, who in the space is not participating? Tries to go up, fails the 50 period, and right back into the downtrend. That's how you can identify who's a winner or a loser in a space, right? ETF goes up, everyone tries to break, one continues, one doesn't. You got to try to pick out the better names in the space. And there was some conversation about Dell in the chat. Neil, you got to get in Dell. The only thing I own a lot of tech stuff. I only ever talk about Dell in reference to SMCI. Like I don't know that I want to add more exposure to the compute game at this point. Like I got enough stuff to worry about if that could pull back 30, 40%. And Dell is fantastic. I would just say, why does anyone ever want to own SMCI when they can own Dell? Like look at that chart. But if you own a few two names at the market highs that look like this, you just more like buying another one when is it breaking out here of a channel maybe to the high? Yeah, possibly. I don't know that I would want to get into it up here. That was one that you need to pick on when it was early, right? And again, you can't go wrong. You should have a couple of names. Almost everybody's got a few stories like this. Like there's so many charts that have that kind of a move. And the reason I say buy this versus SMCI. Look at SMCI. Come on. If you managed to pick the low, congratulations. But with Dell, you didn't have to pick any lows. You just joined a trend up. Always try to find the better name in the space.
So we, of course, we were able to get long ARM, and we missed out on IREN. I mean, IREN, we were literally bidding right there. I think we must have been bidding 45s. And we never got filled, and now it's all the way to the upside. But we did, however, have better luck getting filled on CEG Constellation. So this is another name that I'm into now, and hoping for bigger returns, up 1.89%. We did first we got in before we left, so I think we bidding 300, and then we were able to, thankfully, and sometimes it works out like this, buy that dip into these levels, and that's what I was talking about not getting. I mean, that's. In ARM, it didn't work because I only got in X amount at that 201 because we were waiting to see if it dipped down. Same type of thing there. We only got into X amount there. It does dip down. We do take advantage of some of these levels. So yeah, CEG Constellation working out, but not as well. Remember when I was asking about all those names that Nvidia was invested in or had deals with? That was just, I think, on Monday. Now it's Thursday, or Tuesday. I wasn't here Monday. We were talking about that on Tuesday, and Adair sort of called up that little chart there. It was coherent. There was some IREN. We talked about Nvidia with Intel. Yeah, because the question I asked was not exactly the right one. She found us the filing for
there was
Nvidia.
the 13Fs.
But it was deals that were made, right? And I mean, for me, the missed opportunity was, again, we wanted to get Corning the very first day that was announced, and that popped through. And then again, just sitting here like an idiot, like I do most days, you could see right here, came right back into that level that when it popped up here, I was like, well, if it comes back in, we want to get some Corning. And then boom, that comes right back in and we don't worry about it. So this is on my shopping list. Although I am very much in this whole AI race right now. I'm pretty much fully invested all over the place. So I don't, if this ever does fall on its face, we do lose some sleep and have to figure out where some of our outs will be. Because again, nobody ever sells at the top, so you got to do some of that. And even if you do, you're talking about, I'm taking out 10%, I'm taking out 15%. Well,
overall,
you're still holding the whole freaking bag.
Here's the worst part.
When it comes back down.
And when you do, you hate yourself when you take out the bulk. Because the only place that I didn't trim in the 10% range was, guess what stock? AMD is the only one. I've owned AMD for years. I'm like, yeah, when this one gets to the top, and obviously not the tops that we're at right now, I wouldn't be saying this, that was the one that I took up like 80% of it. I'm like, okay, I want some cash. Because I look at it this way, AMD, Intel, running crazy because the CPUs are back. Okay.
Right, of course.
Well, do I need to have, I gotta sell one of them, and Intel, I just, kind of,
Even Intel.
The foundry and all that stuff I like better. So Intel is more of a 10% trim. Sell a bunch of AMD and hate myself for it. But that's always the case until it's not. You just have to make the best decision you can.
That's right.
And try to overall buy it. Overall, you just want to be holding the bulk. That's the best part about it, overall. Like, you just make sure you stay in the game and stay the course. You get too cute and you'll always hate yourself. 2.5 minutes till the imbalances. The only one still over $1 million is QBTS. Everything else that we showed you, there was a couple of names, like PCG was pretty big. QBTS is staying a buy of 1.8, and INQ is there for 800,000. Nothing else stands out. No cool Amex stocks to watch. I mean, a buy and balance on GDX for 750,000 is really not going to excite anybody. That needs to be in the millions for sure. In EEM, what's EEM?
Emerging markets.
Oh yeah, it's just the emerging. Yeah, that's also way too small. So the Amex will have to wait another day. Apparently Boyle was okay, but the other place that possibly some bank gets made would be when you see some of these names pop up on the imbalance, make a little bit of a push. They're good for 5 minutes or so, and you try to bank. But there hasn't been one in a while on the Amex, I don't think. It's been a minute.
Oh, you know what I want to check out was IoT, Internet of Things, Samsara. Okay, not really doing anything, boo. I hadn't checked on this in a minute, hoping that it starts to break out a bit. Some of the lower, some of the names that you guys may not be familiar with that I'm involved with, we have IoT. You guys are all now familiar with Big Bear AI. I'm sorry about that, but you guys are all familiar with that one, BBAI, IoT, and then the other little baby one is Oscar. So, these are the ones that I'm kind of in that we're just kind of wow, down 6%. Okay, Oscar. And this is another one of those examples, right? Like, just rips up to the upside there. You don't know how far you're going to go, but still matches out to this high. We actually got out of Oscar a little bit here the last time, and now once I see this here again, I'm actually thinking about doing it one more time here on OSCR. And what I think, what's up to, who was that in the chat? Adina. Yeah, what I was trying to say is, dollar cost averaging down, now I think this is maybe what you wanted me to finish my point on, was dollar cost averaging down is one thing, but you should always think about dollar cost averaging up. And then, if you do wind up getting out here around 24, 25, you would say, okay, when do you start feeling bad? Maybe you start feeling bad once it breaks back above there. So let's just say you got out of everything here at 24, 24.50. I don't know. You played this little top wick there. Well, if it breaks that level right there, that's 25.72. So you can actually buy back in whatever number you got out right there. And all you'd be doing is sacrificing right there about $1.40, not even, to get back in. And instead, you didn't get out anything, potentially, like me. And now, instead of risking $1.40 to the top side, you've now given up $3 back down in. So if you think there's a level, like if I honestly think, okay, here we go, the imbalances are now out. Let's just switch over to Nvidia for my guy over there, Wolf. Yeah, so it's a nice downside play there for Nvidia. We could have a quick little check there. Rigetti, of course, it's a buy. How come I'm not long at 1850? Oh yeah, didn't follow my own stupid rule. Microsoft, of course it has to be a buy. The only name that I'm in right now has to be a buy. So there it goes to the upside. Of course, Nvidia is a sell for you, Wolf. I'm sorry about that. Wish these were opposite for sure, because I know that you're in that one. Google's like, come on, as if Microsoft's the only one there. That's crazy. Google's also a sell to the downside. I don't see any Apple on here, anything like that. There's our Corning as well. I'm going to take advantage of this little bit of a move down now in Microsoft, put a bit out in the 30s and take that. We almost got ran through our level there at 420. So watch out now. Microsoft comes out as a big buy, and of course your boy is short. So yeah, but Nvidia's okay. We're going to empty out the clip here on that one too. We just got a nice Nvidia out at 220.11 there. So that's $2. So good day for sure on Nvidia. Good day on everything. Not a great day on Microsoft for me. So we'll have to battle that back.
Too bad Rigetti didn't even move on that imbalance. 5.5 million. That's actually significant, but it moved. I mean, look, you know what? 20 cents is, in a general sense, on Rigetti, fantastic, because that's 1%. But the day that it's up 27%, that doesn't really stand out that much. But probably because there's so many people that might be profit taking this much. On any other day, 5.5 million on Rigetti in the imbalance, you'd probably try to punch long and take a shot at it. To at least until 355 when these things start to pair off. You already said Softy and Nvidia going to be in there, and then Corning. Was there GLW in here for anyone out there? That's right through the highs. Not significant, but a buy imbalance when you're making, is that an all-time high? Or is it just, it's the daily high? No, it's not at an all-time high yet. But it is on a daily high. So on the daily high, into the imbalances, that 355 or maybe 358, just watch out if it pairs. Like if you're riding something like this, literally at the high of the day on the buy imbalance, the flip can have it smash back through. FXI, man, these Chinese stocks kind of stunk. And the reason I say they stunk, like Alibaba had good news. Released a new chip. Everyone's all excited. Well, no one's excited apparently because they didn't even care, and it gapped down. Nice trend back up from the bottom. That's what I was playing on NIO, but it didn't have an imbalance. I didn't punch out, I just sat on the offer. Eventually, it's like it's not moving. It's not breaking, so it won't stop out. I just sort of sat on the offer and eventually took the fill. Now, sometimes you can wait all day for like one trend break. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And the one that didn't even set up has got to be, you can play trend lines in every direction. You can wait for it to break, but the other side is you can take a breakout with your out at the trend line. I don't think, it's not even a trade that I actually make, but every now and then in the afternoon, you look at it, that's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times it crests up to that high and then breaks out. And your risk to reward there, probably about 20 cents. 20 pennies R to R. There's no obvious place where you're looking to take it out outside of like this top up here at 25.5 on the daily, but that's where it went. So like the one target that you would look at is pretty much exactly where it went to. I think that's the kind of thing to put into the toolbox. If you have this long of an upward trend, fine, it can break, but if it just goes into the flat top, take the flat top break. The risk, it's literally the same risk in the other direction. There's no difference between the trend break with the out at the high and the entry on the break of the high and the break of the trend. The only thing different is one, there's a line that's VWAP that you know where you're trying to take it to. The other one, you have to find it out, but who cares? You're going with the trend instead of against it. So that's a setup that I should be adding if you're looking at trends.
All right, man. 50% in a week. I'm going to take something out on ARM right now. So I'm just going to, up to 297. We're going to reach out of this one and take it out and buy our kid a new hockey stick. Well, she doesn't need one, so I won't do that. We're just going to find that in our account and just take some out. This is a name here where I don't think I'll feel bad getting out of a little bit of this one. We'll put the money in our pocket, just like we do in trading here. Wow. Yeah, that's up quite nicely right now, up 47% in the account right now on ARM. And it's just been too easy. And sometimes when things are too easy, definitely. Okay.
June 320 call, where you could sell. And someone was saying you can get literally 12, 15.
Yeah, I'm not that smart. I'm just going to, okay, by the way, right now, buy. We're now $2 in the money on Microsoft, down in there to 417, so we just covered that. That was a good one, man, making money both ways here. But I am going to get out a little bit of ARM right now. I see how many shares we have. So, yeah, let's get out of maybe 20% or so of this right now, and I hope that it continues to go higher,
I was saying covered calls is what I was sort of saying.
Yeah, that's all good. Like I said, I'm not smart enough. So I'm going to do that right here. I'm just going to get out basically where it is now. Let me see where that was, ARM. And we won't trade it, so we will be able to get out of this one, and we'll put in a limit, and we'll figure that out. But I'm just going to enter this one on ARM. Why not just 296? We'll just get out right now, and we'll figure that out on ARM. Okay, so a little bit of a trade there. Hey, man, look, I really do hope that this name continues to run, and we are able to make some more money on this one. So there it is. We'll push review order, and we will get out of ARM right around there. We will slide to accept it, and there we go. So, it looks like we'll get 297 or so there on ARM. So, yeah, man, we put that in our pocket. We'll take that 40% or so on ARM, and then we'll work on that and hope that tomorrow we even get to 320, and then we can celebrate that one even more.
If you sell covered calls, you're not, like they're getting called away. If it gets to 320, then you've sold your 100 shares.
I don't care about that, yeah.
It's just more that like a covered call gives you a way that if you're thinking about selling, gets you a little bit more upside, get paid, and then if it goes up to 320, it's like you would have sold anyways. Mm-hmm. So if in case it comes back, it's another way to lock in profit on something going up.
297.04 is what we got. So there it is, man. We do lock in that profit there, and we'll now wait to see what winds up happening with ARM. As I said, hopefully tomorrow is a brand new day, and we'll be able to see a higher bid on ARM. There. Someone in the chat was like, oh, tomorrow everything's going to crash. Well, if it does, it does. That's why I take a little bit out, and I'll buy back ARM tomorrow. No, I won't on that one. But there's Microsoft. That's why, man, when that flushes, this is the whole craziest thing. I'm sitting in Microsoft. I almost have nothing left. Sitting in Microsoft because of these prints. Like, it came right back in there into 418, then there's 417, and there's 417.50. This is why we always caution end of day, you know, on these imbalances. Like, you never know what you could get. So all of a sudden right there, we turn our frown a little bit upside down there. I'm losing my voice, so that's why I'm having some tea right there. And I have a game tonight. We'll be out on the diamond until 10:30 tonight. And it's like right now, it's 14 degrees right now. Ooh, but my car is at the desired temperature. That's good. Right there. And I was looking.
QBTS grew to 2.5.
Okay, maybe it's starting to go then.
Rigetti paired off. Half of it, and QBTS grew to 2.5 million to the buy side. The quantum trade. And IonQ was a big buy and bounce, but it's not there anymore. Quantum was definitely the one today. You're not telling you anything you don't know. Like, that was the only horse you needed to back. ARM's been great. Marvell. Oh, that's right. Marvell was the other side. I haven't looked at this. 2 minutes left to go. And remember, Marvell ran on the Microsoft story early today? I hadn't even looked back to see what it did. I guess, yeah, because Microsoft pulled back, so I guess ARM just pulled. It was not ARM. ARM's on the brain here. Marvell pulled back with that Microsoft story. Interesting. I thought maybe it would have a little bit more strength than Softy on the dip for obvious reasons, but I guess it did not. See how that one fares tomorrow. Let news matriculate for a couple of days and then come back to it. Let's go to Adair, and 90 seconds till the close. Still making fresh highs, QBTS on that imbalance.
I'll be quick, guys. Seeing a report from Reuters saying that a senior Iranian source has said no deal has been reached yet, but gaps have narrowed. So first we heard that we were going to get a deal announced today. Then we heard we're close to a deal. Now we heard no deal has been reached, but there's at least a narrowing of the gaps here between Iran and the U.S. Again, reported by Reuters. Back to you.
Algo one, yeah. Thanks, Sarah Dara. Appreciate it. But,
all right. Yeah, we were talking about QBTS there, bouncing around a little bit on those imbalances. And yeah, we can just have a quick look here into the close. Yeah, there's QBTS twice. Oh, yeah, because one's a broker feed. Okay, IonQ, trying to go through. And these is all, you know, there's really nothing on the NASDAQ here anymore to look at. NDVLT, QS, and nothing. So they all start to pair off. So, all right, I'm bidding 11s here on Microsoft. So we'll probably get that. There you go. Okay, we get it. So actually put a bid at 15s there, cover some softies. So that was good, man. I mean, all these shorts, since we've been back on the air with you guys, printed off. So that was really good. So we have a successful trade there in softy at the end of the day. And thank you, everybody, for watching us one more time today. We had a great, great midday. We want to thank everybody for all of those super chats. That was huge. Thank you to Joe and Sharif, who both are out of here, but they had a great job. There it is, 7.5% down for Walmart. And apparently tomorrow, someone's ordering fish and chips. So that's going to be excited. Thanks to Dara for recommending that one. 3, 2, and 1. We're closed. So despite, hey, whatever happened to our fake bell right there? Normally
we don't do that anymore?
I don't know. Maybe it's... we didn't hit it that time. That's okay.
Ding, ding,
ding, ding, ding, ding, ding. The bell is now closed. The NASDAQ goes up. Oh, wow, look at this, the same. NASDAQ 0.16, ES 0.17. So, you know, they danced around a little bit today. Did absolutely nothing. Thank you for staying with us this afternoon. We pretty much barcoded the whole way. Got a couple of different headlines in there. Thanks to Dara for bringing that last one up there about Iran and Strait of Hormuz still going to be a problem. We did get that nacho reference. Nothing... I don't know what it stands for. Something about
no chance. Not a chance Hormuz opens.
Chance.
So I first saw this on CNBC a couple weeks ago. They didn't create it either. It's just something that's been going around the internet, much like how Taco started. So again, not a chance Hormuz opens.
Right. Okay. I was looking for the A there. Not a chance. Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, it's just Webull time. I mean, I think that's going to be the one that most people. I didn't see anybody else put anything else in the chat there. There it goes. The market's closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There it is. So from now on, we're going to ring the bell at 4:01:11 every single day. Just give you guys a little bit of a, you know, just let it go. And 401.11. We're actually hearing rumors that it's 401.11. Those the 2 1s there, 3 1s at the end. Potentially that's
good as any time.
Yeah, that's apparently what's going to happen moving forward. So okay, man, it's Webull time. Good luck to everybody that's on that. Ross Stores is just out, so that's moving around again. Here we can look at that ROST. We did see TJX moving around a little bit the other day as well, and then Walmart yesterday downside, Ross upside right there up to 227. So again, man, yeah, thank you so much for watching all the super chats. There goes Ross again up to 230 right now. So that's a nice one, going higher and higher there. So okay, Ross Stores, ROSS, symbol ROST. Yeah, but it's ROSS. It's
some retail can actually go up apparently.
So yes, there it is. Okay, good day. We'll see everybody tomorrow. Thanks to Derek for everything. Thanks to the guys. Oh yeah, thanks. There's 240 now for Ross. Okay, it's starting to go. Thanks to everybody. Thanks for Ramin, Fabian, Tiffany, everybody that's back there. Andre, thanks to everybody for helping out with us today. We're back tomorrow at 8 a.m. Make sure you join us. Ciao till then.